as long as I'm demonstrating, even if it's 20 years from now, I'll still be saying the same thing. Allow that ink to sit on the card. And I'm just lifting, and just look at that for a flower.
Isn't that amazing?
I just think it's stunning.
Very quickly, the actual stamp plate that comes from, this is the one that's sold out, but it is part of that bundle on your screen, so you can understand why it's sold out. Some beautiful elements there, including that gorgeous cone flower there as well, and the circles that we've just seen Tracy working with. So all of the elements she's worked with so far are featuring in this one stamp plate in the bundle that you've got on your screen there, 500312 if you wanted those. But it's on 2 flexi buys, so you can add it in alongside your one-day special, and you just got the extra £32.98 on top of that first payment with your one-day special. Sorry, Tracy.
What we'll also be doing is we'll be bringing the blackbirds in as well to show how they work with those.
Nice, yeah.
So I'm just adding, I've just added the lightest colour, then just dabbing the darker colour along the edges of the flower. Again, I'm not going to colour the whole flower in because I've got one already done. And I take my time in moving the colour, and I just blend the colour just to remove those lines. So if you haven't got the right card, you're not going to remove those lines.
Okay.
So that shows you the basic idea.
Lovely. Just to give you a quick time check as well, we've got about 15 minutes or so.
Brilliant, thanks Hayley, thank you. So this is what the flower looks like when it's coloured.
That's beautiful.
And what I've done is I've left a white border as I've cut around, just to make it pop a little bit more. And as a stamp goes, I just think that's lovely. I think that's really lovely. So what I'm going to do now is just stick this flower down. Now before I stick it down, I don't want to, if I stick it down there, it looks okay, but it still doesn't pop enough for me. So what I'm going to do is I've used some die cut circles and I've cut a circle out. So just add this adhesive around the outside edge. Can't do a straight line for toffee. So just got my sample here, there we go. So I'm just going to add this just here, because that little touch of black will just make it pop a little bit more. So then what I can do is take my 3D foam, just bend the petals just a little bit, just to give it a little bit more life, just with my fingers. Yes, you can use your fancy tools, but my fingers are fine. So just add some.
They're quite handy, really.
Oh yeah, they are. They do come in useful now and then, don't they? I say it as if I could actually do anything without my fingers, the way I talk. So just add that 3D foam. And again, I can just add that adhesive over the top, just so it means that I can move that. And then what I'm going to do is just decide where I want to put it, which is going to be there.
Doesn't that make a difference?
But doesn't the black make a difference to the flower?
It really does, yeah.
It makes it pop a whole lot more. So I love that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to take our blackbirds. So grab the blackbirds.
And of course these are coming from the one-day special, so the details changing on your screen.
I can't stop using the blackbirds.
Something I forgot to ask, and while it's in my head I'll ask, are we okay to make and sell, Tracy?
Absolutely, as long as you physically stamp and don't reproduce the image, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
Your heart's content. So I'm just going to ink. I keep using my old VersaFine Claire. I knew when I was coming to the studios that if I had 2 different VersaFine Claires, it'd be dangerous. So what I'm going to do is just stamp the blackbirds, because the blackbirds work beautifully with the flower stamp. So I've stamped my blackbirds, and then I've already got those cut out. I'm just chucking everything on the side now, Hayley. It's got to the stage where I'm just... Oh, what I do want to do is let's just use that Ready Retina, she says. Can you actually see that Ready Retina?
That's one of your favourites, isn't it? The Ready Retina.
The Ready Retina is my favourite. But
and this one features within you under. It's the one with all the little tiny numbers on that I was telling you about, and they're kind of all there. Such fine detail, but even that fine detail, it comes out beautifully crisp, as you'll see with this one. So
what I'm going to do is I will cut this out into a strip. I've already got one cut out, but I'll just do this so you can see what I did. So I cut this into a strip, which I cut on my guillotine so that it was nice and straight, not like Tracy's doing now. Like she's had a night out on the tiles.
Well, you've got the word quirky in your design, so there we go, we'll have a quirky cut.
Yeah, I'm definitely quirky, put it that way. So what I'll do then is use your Ecoline pen and just go over your stamp.
Oh, okay, right.
Like so. Just spend a little bit of time. I'm only showing it you very quickly. Add a little bit of water, not much, and then just add a little bit of the...
Clever.
Just to bring the background into the birds, just so they don't look like they've been plonked on there. So what we've got is, if we bring those birds in, this is what we've got now. We've got the birds and we've edged it with black.
Okay.
Now what I try to do is I try to do the edging and then leave it to dry a little bit, because when you use a distressing around the outside edges, if you don't leave it to dry a little bit, you end up with that ink on your fingers.
Right.
So just make sure you give your fingers a little wipe. So now those blackbirds will sit nicely just under here, like so. So they're just there, so they're just peering out. So just going to add those behind there. And I just wanted it to show how part 1 works with part 2.
It does. I mean, it's all those essences of nature. And I'm guessing, because we're seeing the letters appearing, over time, will we end up with a full alphabet with these?
Yes, that's my plan. I just need enough ideas, and hopefully I won't retire before the end of the Z.
So, yeah, if you've got any suggestions, then do make sure you let Tracy know those words.
Especially X, Y, Z. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stamp the little sentiment that's from the Blackbird stamp set. I love this little sentiment. The markings, I forgot what my own sentiment says now.
It was
markings and thingies of the bird.
Yeah. And I'm guessing, because it's quite a slender one, you could actually make that into an arc if you wanted to go around.
Yeah. And you could also make this the background.
Oh, okay.
So just stamp it, ink it with your oxide inks, and just stamp it like a background.
Clever.
So you've got that as a background. So we'll just cut that out. So it's the markings and colours of the bird. Let's see if I can cut a little bit straighter this time, rather than the last one was just pretty terrible. Move that out of the way. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that just here, that's why I created it as a small sentiment, so you can add little small details. So just add that here.
And you're leaving that with that crisp whiteness, because of course it'll pop out again now.
Yes, mainly the only reason it's staying crisp whiteness is because I've got the pink and the black layers behind here.
Yeah.
If I put black on here, it's going to dissolve into the background, so I'm leaving that white. So what I'm going to do then, just to add some more details, I've run out of space, there's just no room.
It's getting smaller and smaller.
When it gets to 4 o'clock, it looks like a bomb's gone off. So just take this F from the floral part of the textured florals, and we're just going to ink this up. Do you know, and you could also stand the blackbird on top of the F.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
Because you could have this with one of the florals, place the F with the blackbird on top.
Yeah.
So you could use it that way. Stamps nice and easily, beautifully detailed. And then what I'm going to do then, what we should do is continue with those good habits and just blot your ink. Also, when you're going to colour, just make sure you use a little bit of kitchen roll. My kitchen roll's rolled off. Oh, it's here. Just because it stops you from smudging things.
Good, and like you say, really good habits to get into.
Yeah, if you get into good habits, it'll prevent some of your frustrations. If you have a few frustrations with stamping, it'll stop that, because you just get into good habits. So just add a little bit of the ink here. I'm only going to do this quickly because you don't want to see me colour. Sorry, Hayley, could I have a time check, please?
I'm certainly about 6 minutes.
Brilliant, thank you. So just add the colour here with your Ecoline pens. You can colour it with your Distress Oxides as well, but I sometimes like to use the Ecoline pens just because it gives me a little bit more brightness.
Okay.
And they are very bright. And sometimes when you're using the florals and you add a touch of black, that brightness really does stand out. So what you would do then is you blend your colour out on your stamp. Just continue, and I work that, and as long as you've got the right card, just keep working. Don't use too much water. Just keep working it and blending it out.
And you can see it's moving as you're working on it though.
Until you've then got that.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
so
that's
it
fabulous.
just gives you another element. So what I'm going to do then is we're going to add this to our card. But you still want to keep some whiteness of the background. You don't want to cover every little bit up, or else it's pointless you're creating the background. So I'm just going to add this here. So you don't want to hide all your background, you want to keep some of that detail. But what you also need to remember is that those sentiments are a background. It's not designed as the sentiments, they're designed as the background in this card. So then what I'm going to do is just add a little bit of my Inktense pencil just around some of the areas, just to make it pop a little bit more. Just press that down, just draw around, speed it up a little bit. Something's floating off there. So what I can do now is just make sure that that's clean, and then just add a little bit of the shading just around the edges of the card, just so that it pops a little bit more. Just blend that out, and it makes it pop from the background.
It gives it the illusion that it's kind of raised from the surface.
It does, yes. And it just gives it an extra little detail as well. So just go around like so. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to use one of the sentiments, which is the dream sentiment. Just use my acrylic, I've got one here. So just stamp the dream. The scrapper card's going miles, the scrapper card is. I just keep bringing it in.
The thing that I love about this is you're working just with white and black cardstock throughout this. You're making your cardstock as you go. This is the beauty of it.
Yeah. I like making backgrounds out of my stamps, because I don't just want my stamps for focal images, because to be honest, it wouldn't be doing enough for me. No. I need them to do backgroununs and everything.
Well, you need to have more than one hit, don't you?
Yeah,
and that's the key thing.
Yeah, they need to do more than one thing.
You invest in your crafty pennies, you want to know that they're going to last the mile,
exactly.
Really.
And as a designer, you want the customer to have as many options as possible.
Good point, yeah.
So what we've got now, we're going to, I can't pick it up, take our sentiment, and again, I've just added a little bit of black ink around the outside edge. Just add this here.
No, just coming down to the last couple of minutes of the hour. Don't forget, Tracy will be with us at 4 o'clock as well. That will be your final call show with your one-day special. You'll have through till 6 o'clock, though, to take advantage of the deal. And, of course, the beauty is it works so well alongside the set that Tracy's working with. Just popping the details of the one-day special fresh up on your screen there. So if you want to go for that, you can do 292906. And at the bottom of the screen is the set, the first part 1. But do become a Freedom member to take advantage of the one-day special, because you're saving that little bit more. Sorry, Tracy, back to you for the last minute.
Absolutely fine. So just adding a little index clip, just to add another detail with the dream here, but I've still got white open space. So I've now got my Posca paint pen just to add a little bit more detail. And then if you add that to a black mat, it makes it sing a little bit more. Like once you add, especially if I can pick it up and just make sure that's it. And it just makes it pop a little bit more.
That look amazing in a picture frame as well.
Well, it proves that they both work together. They all work together.
Well, you could kind of replicate that, couldn't you? Make your card or your gift tag or elements from it,
make it into a canvas,
and then make it into a larger piece. It could be the actual gift as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tracy, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I love
thank
it.
You.
How amazing! 7 different variations, and it shows you swapping those colours out, changing those colours around, how you can really have quite a dramatic result each and every time. But then you can go monochromatic. You can go kind of quite calm with these as well. But it's all about the design. That's what the design does for you. Have having the artwork there ready for you to either go for the kind of pre-constructed elements, maybe like that border, or maybe adding additional little bits of seasoning, as I refer to it, with those little additional elements that you want. Now, anything in your basket, you need to be checking your basket out. It's been a very busy hour again, but make sure you do come and join Tracy at 4 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow. So Leslie and Fiona are back again with Chocolate Baroque Take Flight. Oh, that sounds interesting. Then Hazel will be back with Pink Frog Crafts before we do a little bit of rag-ragging with Ragged Life.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and I've been crafting since I was a little girl and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hello, very good morning to you. Now you joined us for the second of two shows. Yeah, it's
afternoon, is it morning?
Well, I've been up since 3. It's
I've
all morning.
been up since 3:15, so it could be
phoned each other, Leslie. This is lovely Leslie, she's with me. And we were, what time were we on together this morning? Was it 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock, yes.
9 o'clock. Now we've got a totally different counter for you though, but we have brought back the journal just because there was a few of these luscious journals still remaining. Only just.
Oh yes, that's my journal piece I did this morning. I'll show what I did this morning.
So this is what Leslie was doing this morning, and it's got 46 beautiful 170 GSM in the journal itself, beautifully book bound, as you can see. 170 GSM, absolute gorgeous quality. We were talking about journaling, we were talking about artist drawing, and these were just proving so popular, weren't they, Leslie?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gorgeous. They sold out, back on extended, which will be the 19th of July. So it's a bit of a first come, first served on that 776-450. Already going for that, Leslie. We put that down.
You won't be disappointed.
You won't be.
There's quite a few people in here who've coveted them, actually.
We have. We've all been having a bit of a fondle, should I say that? I know it's the afternoon now, but hey.
I'm not part of that one.
Right, let's look at these new stamps because we have got brand new gorgeousness for you with this set of stamps. Now, these are a fantastic set of stamps. Tell me about these, Leslie.
OK, so the big one, which is a big A4, that very large stamp there, which has got like the contemporary
buds and flower heads, that big square one.
Yep.
That takes a 6 by 6 inch acrylic block. It's that huge.
Wow.
Because obviously, as you know, the inserts always show smaller than the actual physical stamp itself.
Yeah.
Fiona's actually holding that up. Just
I am
see how big
indeed.
that
See
is. It's
how
just
beautiful.
a huge stamp.
I mean, just look at that flourish there. I'm going to show you
Right,
this.
now, yes, this you need to see. This was done
Right,
by
look at that.
Natalie. And if you open that up, that's a wedding invitation.
Yeah, let me just sort of one hand is a bit difficult, but I just was trying to show the size.
Yeah.
Look at that. How, you can see it on the
Look
bottom
at
corner.
that.
How beautiful is
now,
that?
if you were doing your wedding invitation, that alone, I think, warrants the. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just
That's that flourish
stunning.
there.
So both of those stamps require an a 6 by 6 plate because they're so huge. But
So
then you've got lots
huge.
of other images in there as well. You've got a couple of side on. You don't often see side on of butterflies.
No.
You tend to see them open. So you've got the side on butterfly there. You've got that wonderful, which you were looking at before. You've got that wonderful swirly leaf.
Oh, I love the swirly leaf.
You've got another big side on
go.
butterfly, okay?
Yeah.
And then you have got the
Sentiments
little,
there.
what I call the little extra bits, and there's some lovely sentiments as well on
There
there.
are. Beautiful.
That really, you know, kind of take in the feel. This afternoon's show is actually all about taking flight.
Taking flight, which is why we've got our owls as well.
Oh, yes. Now,
gorgeous.
if you love owls, these are just, I love them, as they're so cuddly.
They are beautiful.
I love owls to bits. And these, you've got, as you rightly said, a parliament.
A parliament. We were trying to remember, weren't we? A little school of owls.
At the bottom. So you've got 5 in the line. And if you look at them, they actually, once they're stamped, they're all got different expressions.
They have.
There's one on the end, you think, yeah, he's a troublemaker. But then you can continue building, and you can make more, because you've got your single owl on his own.
Yeah.
You've got a single branch on its own.
Yeah.
You've got that wonderful spread there, which I'll show you. There's some lovely stamps. And they've got the bulrushes.
I love the
And the
bulrushes.
bulrushes not only work with this, but they also work with another stamp that's coming up.
Our beautiful crane. Now these are foam mounted, so you know with Chocolate Baroque, Leslie likes to give us choice, but that discount of £13 is only on this dynamic duo on the mounted. Yeah,
On the mounted, yeah. And if you're a Freedom member, I think it's almost like getting the A5 for nothing.
For an absolute bonus, yeah, for free, yeah, absolutely. £26.98 for both of those. I'll show you some beautiful samples now as well. Unmounted, the only way you can get those is individually, unmounted. So the saving is in the mounted. We had the question this morning, what's the difference between the mounted and the unmounted?
Mounted is great for those if you've got dexterity problems, because our stamps are so intricate and there's so much design in them, you know, and fine design at that, that cushion just gives you that extra oomph into your design. But some people like them unmounted. They like to put them around candles. They like the I want to say, not the subtlety, that's the word I was trying to the subtlety of flexibility.
Yes.
But as I showed this morning, you can actually still, with the cling on it, you can still get that flexibility and just do parts of stamps.
Yeah.
It's personal choice, but we like to give the choice because we've been asked for it.
Absolutely. Let me show you some lovely owls. And many fabulous samples. Forgive us if we don't get through them all, we'll try to, but I know you're going to show the rest.
I do Facebook Lives, so any samples, again from this morning, or today, if you join my Facebook Lives, which are usually Mondays and Wednesdays, I will show you in depth all of the samples. Look at that. I mean, those together in the night sky.
Are they gorgeous? I love the way you've done the single one there as well, Leslie, so we can create that larger parliament.
That's right. Or you could do masking, and you could have a whole group, you know, mask one behind the other and make like a little family group.
Oh, they're gorgeous. Do you know what? I love that. Look at that flourish on the top
now that
there.
you see, that's the flourish, and then that other stamp is one of the worker stamps from the centre of that flourish.
Gorgeous there. Yeah. Isn't that stunning? There's our beautiful bulrushes. The detail on them.
You see, there he is. There he is on his own, and there's the branch. So you can create just the one owl if you want to.
Look at that. Are they beautiful? Oh, these are gorgeous, Leslie. 621-283, £13 saving. If you want them individually, unmounted, then you have to get them as singles, as twir. Absolutely stunning. Already approaching 20% gone, and I know those last of those journals are flying out as well, Leslie. Now, again, brand new today is our majestic
crane.
And
if you hold your hand up next to him, Fiona, he is a big stamp.
He
on
is.
the rubber, if you look at that, he is a huge stamp.
Huge. Look at him.
Isn't he
Isn't he
gorgeous?
fabulous? He's absolutely stunning. Look at this one.
Yeah, look at the
Look at him.
decoupage. You turn that to the side. Look how many decoupage layers you've got
Yeah.
to the side of that
Oh,
their cart.
yeah.
Look.
The wings. Aren't they
Yeah.
brilliant?
And
I
we
just
have
love
actually
that.
on the, I shouldn't be directing from the floor, sorry, but there's the most wonderful boxed one or mounted one that's actually on the stand.
Yeah.
Look at, there you go.
Look
Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
That is just, oh,
And this is where you said the interplay of the bulrushes from the last set can work beautifully with our majestic crane.
yeah.
Absolutely
There's
stunning.
just loads of wonderful stamps. I mean, okay, they're all going to be cranes because crane's the thing. But again, you see, look, one's been stamped into air dry clay.
Yeah.
You see?
Wow. Is that the flora and fauna from this morning? Is
Yes,
that from part of that?
that's from the honeybee.
Yeah, the honeybee, yeah.
You see, what I'm saying, our stamps are very interchangeable. You know,
Gorgeous.
there's all sorts
Absolutely
of things.
stunning.
There's a you know,
Beautiful.
again, a crane. You know, okay, there are colours if you look on the interweb, but again, you know, you can be that little bit more imaginative
Lovely.
if you want to be. If you want to add some more fantastic colours to him, you know,
Gorgeous.
and just the
absolutely
colours change the
Yeah.
whole mood
They do.
of
They
the,
really do.
of the piece.
Love that with the black, just the simply black and white, and then you see the colour.
Yeah.
Just totally
Yeah.
changes.
And
it
then
up,
there's the
doesn't it?
bulrushes used,
Yeah.
just look at the side from the owl.
Gorgeous. Yeah. 1173721799. Again, if you want the unmounted,
There's
it is at the
also
bottom
on there,
of the
can I
screen.
just say,
yeah.
you might have to read it from the insert,
Yeah.
but there is the most wonderful, wonderful wordage on that from the insert at the top.
I will write peace on your wings, and you will fly all over the word. Sadaku
Sasaki.
Sataki. Make a wish by moonlight.
And
Majestic.
but I just think that at the
Beautiful.
moment, I will write peace on your wings. We need a bit of
Fly
that,
all
don't
over
we?
the word. You do. Indeed we do. Indeed we do. So fabulous, fabulous sentiment. Just to let you know, Leslie, you'll have to press yours a bit closer to you. That journal has now gone.
Okay.
Well, let me have it. That journal has now gone. It's gone. It's gone. Well done, everybody. Technical
You won't be
sellouts.
disappointed. It's just
Yeah, you won't
absolutely
be.
stunning.
If there's any of those inky plate kits as well, have a little look at those. We haven't got them on the show today, but they were from this morning. And Leslie brought back especially the A4 size, whereas I know the last time you had the A5.
Yeah,
was
this
it?
is launching the A4 one today.
Yeah, launched that this
Yeah,
morning.
we
didn't
started with an
9 o'clock.
A5 one and now we've got the A4.
Yeah, lovely. Right. Oh, look at this now. Another fabulous new one. We've got our fabulous single mounted rubber stamp in our gorgeous. Is it our blue tit? Is it our what have we got?
Well,
going on?
it's
What's going on
actually
here?
called the gift.
Oh,
Now,
okay,
you can
right.
make it Christmas if you wanted
Oh,
to.
I see.
Okay,
Robin,
so
yeah.
you can make it into a robin if you want to.
Yeah.
But as Judith's done with that beautiful one you've just shown, you can make him into a goldfinch, a blue tit. Do you know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
look up and change the colour scheme and he can become whatever you like. So he doesn't have to be Christmas.
No.
You know?
Oh, you
and
see-
besides which, do you know what? We have our unit, we're very fortunate, our unit is actually, we're surrounded by countryside.
Yeah.
And we have a little robin who visits us quite frequently
Ah.
because David has seeds and all sorts of things out for them. So you see them at this time of the year.
We do.
So
We've
it
got one
doesn't
that
have
comes
to
in
be a Christmas.
No, we've got one that comes in the front
You know,
for little seeds
they're-
and things.
You know, I have to say robins are just lovely things to look at.
Isn't that beautiful?
Bobbing about.
Gorgeous. I do. I love it on the gift, but you can change that up, can't you? Look at that at the top. That's just using the top.
Yeah, look at
Now
that.
becomes
That
a
makes it,
bauble.
you know, you can make it a bauble for Christmas. As I say, it doesn't have to be, it can be anything.
Colouring's gorgeous.
You know, have a happy, I love the colouring on
Isn't
that.
that
Isn't the
lovely?
colouring on that's beautiful. Is that Natalie?
Natalie.
Yeah. I
It's a
think the
lovely
one
job
previous to
there.
that was Andrew. There's Andy, because we've got a guy on our team as well now
Oh,
called
let me
Andrew.
see. Was that Andy? That's Doreen, and that was Doreen.
Is it
and
that one?
Was Sandra.
Sandra, oh, sorry,
Maybe it's one of these ones I held
No,
up there
it's all
earlier.
right. I just, you know, don't worry.
I'll find one of Andy's. Anyway, but there we go. There is the stamp, as you can see, deeply etched. Again, available at the bottom of the screen, unmounted.
It is a big stamp again.
Yeah, it is a big stamp. Just because I know you always want me to say, because the packaging sort of belies the size slightly.
Unfortunately,
just 'cause
I
you're just
can't
trying to
get
fit
full
it
size on the packaging and get everything
That's
else on as
fine.
well.
And we don't want to have massive loads of packaging, you know what I
No,
mean?
no,
we want
no,
it to be
no, no.
eco-friendly and what have you. Mounted there, 10.99, 453241, unmounted at the bottom of the screen. Fabulous. I'll try to show as many of those as I can for the fabulous team that you've got. Now, again, once these have gone, they're gone because Leslie can't get any more of these, and I adore these. I call them the Bibbly Bubbles.
Yes.
These are lovely, Leslie.
Yeah. So you get 10 of every one. So you've got 10 there of white pearlised, and they've been embossed with that spot.
Yeah.
And they all of these are 300 GSM, and all of the envelopes are 120. All the envelopes are 120, so they're all good, substantial. So you've got the pearlised spot,
Yeah.
and you've got the plain white.
Plain white.
and the scalloped edge, which I think are just rather natty.
Gorgeous, yeah, they are lovely.
And then we've got a small square, a small
Yep.
plain square.
Yeah.
Okay, which is
Pre-scored already.
Yes. Okay, pre-scored.
Yeah.
And that is
With envelopes to match.
envelopes to match. Then you get a medium
Yeah. There's our medium.
pre-scored. Okay.
How many of
and
these we're getting, darling?
10, you get 10 of everything,
10 of everything, thank you.
including 10 envelopes as well.
Yep.
So it's 100 pieces in total. Okay, and then you also get the large 8x8.
Large. Oh, we love this size.
So I think the smallest ones are 11.4. The other squares are 15, and the largest one is like 20 centimetres, 8x8. So you've got 8x8, 6x6s, just under 4s, and they all work one inside the other.
They're all here for me.
And
but
they take
insist on messing up displays.
They take this big
That big
stamp.
beautiful one, yeah.
That's that. Sorry, I'm sitting down, folks. My
gorgeous.
back's
Plainer.
Gone.
No.
so there's the big one. It takes that big one, and that's what inspired me to thought I do square cards.
Yeah, because they're hard. This is what we're talking about
And
this
the
morning.
quality is just you can stamp on them. You can
smooth card there.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Absolute superb quality. Oh, there we go. There she goes again. It's only a matter of time. I'll tidy it up, folks. We need to look at the numbers. £13.49. I like to keep Molly busy, that's all it is. £2.50 saving, and once these have gone, that's it. I'm afraid Leslie can't get any more of that. Oh, it's playing me up today, isn't it? 031745.
just. I tell you what, give it. It's not gonna win.
These ones, it's these bad boys here. Yeah. Let me put that back there. Let's walk away very swiftly this way, folks. Yeah. Let's go to the Baroque whiteboard tag and butterfly stencil set. Here we go. Tell me about this little duo.
Okay, Leslie. So we've got 10. We've got 10. My brain's dropped off like everything else. We do whiteboard, like I said this morning, because it's grey board, but with a white line covering, so you can paint on it, you can stamp on it, as you saw me this morning, straight away. You don't have to treat it with anything. So there's 10 of those, great long, nice, good tags, already pre-punched at the top. So you can make, books with, if you wanted to make a brag book with them, put them on a card, make an extended, wonderful tag for a really special present. They're just amazing. And I love tags because they really showcase your work. And then we have got the butterfly stencil. Now we've had this. This has only ever appeared once, and the last time it appeared was 4 years ago nearly.
Oh my gosh.
And all of those butterflies have also got all of the masks attached inside.
Yes.
So you get the stencil and you've got all the masks.
Brilliant.
So, and I'm going to show you how to be using that very shortly. It's just amazing stuff, isn't it? They're
gorgeous, absolutely
and
gorgeous.
Again,
these
because it's taking flight, you've got a kaleidoscope of butterflies, and it's called a kaleidoscope of butterflies.
I know that because I had big discussions with this with Paul Church the other day. And do you know what a group of moths are?
Yes, I do. I can't think.
She does.
Eclipse, that's
an eclipse, you see.
Because
so every day's education. £12.99 077719. Now, we had great success this morning on the washi tape, and Leslie's going to explain why. We had the brights and the cools and in the brights.
And they sold out, I think.
They did sell out, back on we're back on extended. So again, if you want to see if there's any, I'm not sure if there is, but now you've got 1.5 centimetres across and 3 metres on each of those, so you're ending up with 15 metres. These are the warm pastels. Gorgeous chocolate, a peach.
Well, I put the chocolate in there because I thought, okay, it's pastels, but you know what? I love the chocolate brown.
The contrast there with those colours.
Exactly. And I just thought it kind of went with warm colours.
It totally does. Leslie, 40%'s already got those. £9.99, 946083. We haven't even said the fact that you can stamp on them, and Leslie's going to do something special with them this afternoon.
Yes.
I'm not allowed to spill the beans on that one, which is amazing because I always do. And then you've got the cool pastels. These are limited now, Leslie. Limited. We need to be quick.
We've got the lime green, we've got the aqua, we've got the peppermint, we've got the the sky blue, and we've got the pale lilac.
Beautiful.
And again, a plain, because I know there's a lot of washi tape out there that's patterned, but I like the idea that you've got a choice. Because sometimes you want to pick up colours that are in your artwork that you need a plain colour,
Yeah.
and then you can just use your stamps accordingly with it.
Tie it in with the stamps
And tie it
or
in with
overlap
whatever you
it.
want. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
As you saw this morning, it tears beautifully.
Oh, it does.
You
Beautiful.
know, it's
Look great with
fantastic
that.
stuff.
The journals, if there are any left. 267045. I'm not bitter, not much. Right now, moving on. The inky plate this morning that we had, have a little look, because Leslie gave us a taster of each of these. Now, once these are gone, she's moving on to a new design. So that's just the end of the line.
They're being discontinued. It's the last
Discontinued.
chance.
Last
They're
chance
I
to-
did the same with we've had 1 and 2 before. They've
Yeah.
now been discontinued. You can't get hold of those.
This is series 3.
So
It's gonna
series
be-
3, this is awesome
Moving
because
on.
I'm going to bring back new designs, as you say.
And you say it's almost like a, so we get 30 sheets, there's 5 designs, 5 of each, and 5 plain.
So you
But
can do
they're
your
like a
own
hybrid,
stamping.
aren't they?
Yeah,
like
they're a cross between like a rice paper and a decoupage paper. But as you
Yeah.
see, I could use, you know how you added the water
You
this
added the
morning,
water,
and
yeah,
you can break
tall.
it down,
Yeah.
and then you can add water to it, and it actually strengthens. It's one of those things that you add water to it, and it doesn't become soft and
No.
soggy. It actually strengthens it once it's dry.
beautiful.
So you can die cut through it, although you have to be very careful. You have to put a piece of thin card behind to die cut, because it's so fine, it will bend rather than cut.
Right,
Soft
okay.
papers will not go through a die machine unless you've got a support,
Support behind them.
because all it does is it just bends the fibres, it doesn't cut through them.
Okay, there we go. And with this, you give us 5 of our own plain, as you just explained.
So
to
you
stamp
can, yeah,
on
but
and-
don't try putting it through your printer, because you'll jam your printer up. It's
Okay.
not for a commercial.
It's
It's
not
not
copy
for a
Printer.
home
Printer. Yeah.
printer,
Yeah.
domestic printer.
Yeah.
Because what happens is, because it's so fine, it's a fine art paper. It'll just all shrinkle it up in the and get jammed,
just eat
and
it.
it'll burn.
Oh,
So
no,
it's for you to stamp on and create your own artwork with, and put in your journal and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, lovely. And then, as Leslie explained, because it's always very popular, once it's gone £11.99, 627,991. Very busy already. Check out if there's any of the Inky Play A4 left as well, because you've got one each of those, and some other goodies. Yeah, some super smooth, some super glossy, and all sorts of gorgeousness. Update on the pastels. Cool Pastels now gone. Can we get any more? Oh, well, let's go on. We're twisting her arm. She's caved, everybody. She's caved. We can get them back on extended 19th of July, which is the Monday. So now back on extended 267045. Well worth the wait there for the Cool Pastels. 15 metres in total. Yeah, 15 metres. And our brand new stamp sets of the pair, the mounted double duo with that massive, gorgeous £13 saving if you're a Freedom Club member. That is already approaching, over 20% already gone. And crikey, we haven't even started.
He's an amazing stamp.
Oh, I need to mention one more quick thing. The cards, the bibbly bobblies. Limited stock.
I'm sorry, they are a
Leslie.
limited edition. As I say,
Yeah.
they will not be coming back. I might be able to get some of the larger ones, but the way that
Not this
confirmation is, it's
configuration.
gone.
Yeah. None of the bibbly bobblies, you can't get those.
My manufacturer said it couldn't do any more of the
I'm
bobblies.
gutted 'cause I love the bibbly bobblies.
I just thought they were different.
Yeah, that's
People
that's why I
probably
was
don't
drawn
like
to
to think,
them.
but they make fantastic backgrounds.
Yeah.
You know, just dust over them with
Yeah.
one of your brushes, and it will pick out all the little bobbles.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
love it.
and it just gives that bit of interest in the
Doesn't
background.
it? You need to create an embossing folder that creates bibbly bobblies. And then that'll
There
be-
is
we
one
can
out
create
there
our own
actually.
then. Right, let's go to Leslie.
Right. I apologise if you feel I'm standing like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, folks, but unfortunately my back is just decided to not play today. So, okay, right. I'm going to use one of the long tags
Lovely.
that come in that wonderful collection with the kaleidoscope and butterfly stencil. And I'm also going to be using our majestic crane, but I want to show you a little bit of a technique here. So, I've got brushos. I've got grey, and I have got no, I wanted another colour, Prussian blue. Have I brought the wrong? No, I haven't brought the wrong colours. I'm thinking I've brought the wrong colours. I haven't. Right, so the grey. Normally you'd sprinkle these, you know, you would sprinkle them and
And then
spritz
the-
water on them,
yes,
or
yeah,
you would
I've seen
spritz
the
water
only-
and sprinkle them in.
Yeah.
I'm going to paint with them.
Oh,
now,
yes.
when you paint, you don't get that explosion of colour. You get the true colour that it actually is.
Okay.
You may not be able to see this because it doesn't. Oh, there we go. So, because I don't need a lot. There you go. There we go. That you can't see much there.
But that's, I mean, they're so intense, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's lines.
Even when you add water to them, they are
Intensity,
intense.
yeah.
So I've got Prussian blue and I've got the grey. And all I'm doing is, I'm going to, as I say, I'm going to paint with them, and I'm going to do a quick wash background over this. These sold out when we hit. These are our brushes, now flat brushes now. So hopefully we're going to be bringing these back shortly. So I'm just going to add water to these here and pick up the grey. I'm going to need more than that, I think. Just bear with me, folks.
That's all right. I'll show everybody the tags. So you're getting 10 of these. They're the grey board, but with the white sort of interfacing on the top there. So you can go straight onto those. Get 10 of those beautiful tags. And then you're getting that kaleidoscope butterfly, 350 micron there. And it's got the masks in there as well. So you can create those patterns and edges and outlines. Absolutely fabulous. £12.99, 077719.
So all I'm doing is I've just picked it up, look, and I am just painting. I actually need a bit more. I haven't judged this very. Do you know what? If you want to fire me now, it's fine. I'll go and stand on the naughty step.
It's fine. I'm hardly going to send you to the naughty step for that. You're just erring on the side of caution, Leslie.
No, I'm just, you know. So just keep painting in. There we go. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to do what I don't normally do with this. I'm actually going to heat it. I don't normally heat pigment colours because they actually go lighter.
Oh, okay.
But I want that today. I want it to be lighter than. Okay. So hopefully I've got a bit more of the blue. Okay, and this is Prussian blue.
Lovely.
So there we go, look. And I'm purposely kind of doing a swirly movement.
Yes, so you can see that those brush strokes. Yeah?
Yes, yeah, that's purposeful. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the blue round here. Okay, so that looks a complete and utter yuck at the minute. Now normally I wouldn't actually waste that either, but today I'm afraid it has to go the distance. Right, so turn that over, and I'm going to get my heat gun and dry it. As I say, normally I wouldn't, because you'll see what happens. That's actually quite dark at the moment.
Yeah. Wow. Now, you know what I meant to ask you actually, you know these, are they just kind of because these are all, I know your beautiful stamps are hand drawn.
Yeah.
Are they just sort of based on any kind of flower, Leslie, or are they just
No,
sort of imaginative?
these were all drawn by our late designer Sue, and she had this wonderful gift of creating realistic but fantastic fantasy flowers.
Fantasy flowers,
and it's what came out of her head.
Oh, they're
So
good.
you know, they were always that bit different and that bit unusual, and that's exactly where these are from.
They're beautiful.
Out of Sue's head.
I love them. Absolutely love them.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see now, that's dry, but it's a lot lighter. Can you see
Yeah, I
that's a lot
can.
lighter?
Yeah, almost
Because
talky
heat
against that white background.
Yeah,
isn't it?
heat takes the colour out of pigment. So if you've got a very strong pigmented colour,
Yeah,
I always leave them to dry naturally, because then the intensity is there.
remains. Yeah.
Heat extracts it.
Okay.
So, you know, but for the purposes of
There we go.
TV,
Yeah.
I can't do that, because otherwise we'd be here for a while. Right, Majestic Crane. Here's a big stamp.
Yeah, very big stamp.
As you can see, this is our biggest acrylic plate. Well, one that comes in a set anyway. We do a bigger one, but in the set that we do, that's the big. And as I say, there's my hand. Look at him. He is just enormous. He's stunning. He's a statement piece, as I would say.
He is a statement piece. Yeah.
Right, so let's go for my Versa. Do I want... Yes. Right. So lots... When you've got a big stamp, if you're a bit worried, especially if there's any areas that I'll show you in the next one, areas that are solid rubber, I tend to glide my ink pad over the top.
Okay.
And then tap down on it gently, and that way you kind of get it all inked without sort of, you know, going overboard. So even inked, I think he looks beautiful. Right, turn it to the side, because it's a big stamp. He won't all fit on here, but I do think this showcases it really well. And I'm going to line up how straight I think he should be with the edges of my, by eye, with the edges of my, there we go, block. Now, because he is a big stamp, press most in the middle, because the middle is where you get the least pressure when you're doing it. That's why when you've got cling, it helps you give that extra bit of give.
Yeah.
Don't press too much on the too heavily on the outside, otherwise you know what's, because you squish the shoulders. So in other words, the stamp spreads. So that's how sometimes you get a double image, or
right,
it looks
overlap
thicker.
it slightly, yeah.
That's why.
Oh, so don't do that.
And always allow the ink to settle. And because actually I've actually got brush hors for it to settle into, I want to make sure it's picked up everything. And this is the moment of truth. I think it will have done, but you never know. Oh, there we go, look. There he is. How's that? There he is.
Gorgeous.
So I like that. He's good, but you can't see him very well. In comes our secret weapon. Now this I will credit this to a lady called Eileen Godwin, who everybody out there, crafters, will know. Eileen is wonderful. She does a lot of work for Lucy's stencils, Sweet Poppy stencils. She does a lot of work for them.
Yeah.
They'll know Eileen Godwin. She's well known in our world. She's a lovely lady. I know Eileen. She's lovely. And this was her. So thank you, Eileen. So I'm going to take my brush, and this is a solution of a sterilising tablet.
Okay.
Sterilising tablet. Just put into water and allow to dissolve.
Okay. I'm always wondering how
So this is either a nappy
this.
sterilising or those kind of things. Sterilising
Just
tablets.
stuck the brush in the wrong pot once.
And it's a whole. Yeah. Well, I did tell Molly, please keep. If I get close to that, don't let me drink it.
No.
But this is. We used to use bleach and water, but this is safer.
Yeah. No, it's for the baby's bottles and stuff, isn't it? Sterilising, cold water sterilising.
That's the stuff. Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
So put my brush in. It won't damage the brush as long as you make sure that you put it straight into water after you've used it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to paint with this now. Oh. Now what I would normally have done, and I haven't done, is I would normally have embossed this little fella here to give me a line so that it doesn't go too far over. But I just have to be very careful. I'm using our round brushes here. And I'm just painting. And you might just see there's a reaction already.
Yes. It's like those books you had as a child. When you added the water, you saw the different colours come through.
Being careful on his feathers so I don't sort of go over the top. So, painting him in, or out, depending which way you look at it. Okay. And I just think I think he's such a beautiful, beautiful image. This was also hand drawn by Sue.
Fabulous.
So he's just into the reeds. And now I'm going to do the moon. I mean, this could be a rising sun. I'm choosing to make it a moon because that's what I'd like to do, make it. And just... The secret is to not get your brush too wet, but you don't want it too dry either.
Yeah.
And I've gone over there, so it might have a little bit more than I wanted to, but never mind. It adds to the flavour of it. So I'm just going in between there. Nearly finished. Does pay to be a little bit careful with this. It's worth it though. And then I'm just going to do a little bit around here where the moon would be reflecting at the bottom. So not a lot, just a little bit. There we go. Right. So where it all starts to get really interesting is when you take a heat gun. And it should, she says,
Lighten even more.
Lighten even more.
Yeah.
If you're a bit unsure, if you've not added enough. You can add a little bit more as you go along to the areas where you've missed it. Now, depending on what you use this on, it's reacting with the grey. So, depending what your background colour is as to how it'll either come out cream, it'll come out white. But either way, it just... I need a little bit more on the moon. Different colours take different you know, different heats. So, yeah. I don't think that was fully dry underneath. There you go. As soon as you start to introduce the heat, you can see, look.
It lightens even more, yeah.
It lightens even more. And then...
I love that moon behind your bulrushes there. Looks so cool.
And then I just need to take a little bit of the colour out of here.
There, the dappled water. And such lovely sentiments on this stamp. I will write peace on your wings and you will fly all over the world. Make a wish by moonlight and majestic. So we've got 4 stamps on our majestic crane, £17.99. And then the unmounted as well as an option.
And then I just will do a little bit of that to it to give it a little bit of a moonlight heat. Excuse me. Oh. You can do that and then just heat it again.
It's such a good effect. It's so cool.
That moon obviously wasn't dry. It's but I have got one obviously I did earlier. It's like everything else, it's patience.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can, if you want to, just with I've got these are the water soluble sketching pencils I brought last month. Just take your sketching pencil and just add in a few where the shading is, if you want to, just to make him stand out a little bit more, chest, etc. So, I won't go on now, but this is the one I did earlier, look. There you go.
Oh, fantastic, yeah. Great effect there, Leslie, great effect. Absolutely beautiful. Right, I'll have a quick recap and then we'll come straight back
and I'll get ready for the next one.
Now, brand new today, the double duo, £13 saving if you're a Freedom Club member, 10 if you're not. So it's almost like with this, on the mounted set of stamps here, 16 in total. It's almost like you're getting that lovely A5 set as an absolute bonus. Beautiful, large, deep-etched, hand-drawn bespoke stamps. You know, you've got that lovely flourish, the butterfly from the side, the lovely sentiments. I mean, I love the card that was just made out of that flourish alone, and then that large fantasy flower stamp. And then you've got the owls, the Parliament of Owls at the bottom there. You've got the extra little owls, so you can increase that family, those bulrushes there. This flourish in itself is gorgeous. I'm going to show you a lovely sample of that. But look at these. Isn't that stunning? That's our lovely Carolines, and then that's the flower stamp there. Isn't that beautiful? And then, oh my goodness, so many. Look at that one. Isn't that stunning? Really, really gorgeous. And then you've got the tags inside there. Oh my gosh, we've got a glittery one here, haven't we? I need to show you some owls because it's a double duo. So flight being the theme. There's our little Parliament of Owls. There's our owls and the crane stamp, which Leslie was just using. Isn't that fantastic? Really colourful. You can brighten them up there. And with a single owl, of course, as well. You know, you can mask them off and just have the two. But look at this with just the dragonfly and the bulrushes. Isn't that beautiful? Oh yeah, this is the one I was talking about. There's that flourish I was just talking about. Isn't that beautiful? That flourish stamp. I'm quite besotted with that. Anyway, both of those, £26.98. Absolutely majestic there. 16 stamps in total, 621283. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Now, let's show you that majestic crane, and I'll show you some more beautiful. Now, those ones I should mention as well, that you can only get those unmounted separately. With our majestic crane, he comes mounted or unmounted, and Leslie likes to give you that choice. So we'll give you the unmounted at the bottom of the screen. And, oh, look at this with the panels, that triptych there. Isn't that fantastic? That's Lorraine's. Is it beautiful? Oh, my goodness, look at this in the moonlight. That's Sandra's. Isn't that fantastic? So majestic. Very simple there. With this, again, Sandra taking it in a different colourway. Doreen. So many beautiful ways in which this majestic crane can be used. And there it is with the flourish from the first set. That beautiful and that gorgeous sentiment there as well. Make a Wish by Moonlight. £17.99. 117372. And unmounted at the bottom of your screen. And then we've got our lovely, beautiful birdie, our lovely little gift. because it could be so many different birds. And again, unmounted at the bottom of the screen, mounted at the side. Here we've got more of a sort of traditional robin. There's our Zoe. And I've got a Christmas card there. Lovely, but it doesn't have to be a robin. I think it looks beautiful in the sort of the watercolours there as well. And I love this. Can you see how it's created the stamping in the background, using that as your background stamp? Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. £10.99. Isn't that lovely? 453241. Really, really beautiful there. And then we've got the tags. Yes, let me put those down, because I've got one of the tags here that's been sort of given a sort of perspex sort of top. Isn't that fantastic? I think that's a smaller tag, but you could do something similar with these. And that's the stamp from the first collection as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? Now you're getting 10 of those, and you're also getting, lovely for your journaling, your inserts if you're into the cool cats as well, or this morning as I was talking with lovely Jo Channon, you've got your kaleidoscope of butterflies there with the mask. Great value there for 10 of those, plus the masks and the stencil there, £12.99, 077719. Let's go back to our washi. One already sold out, back on extended. The warm pastels, limited stock. You've got 15 metres, 3 metres on each of the 5 colours. They're 1.5 centimetres across. Limited now, 946083, £9.99. If you want the cool pastels, they're back on extended. Dispatch will be the 19th of July, and that is £9.99. Different code one for that. 267045, and I know Leslie's going to be doing something exciting, because you can stamp on the plain there as well. There's nothing plain about those colours, is there? They're beautiful. And we've also got the paper pack. Yeah, the ink paper pack. Now, once it's gone, because this is series 3. Leslie's moving on to the next series. It's going to be discontinued. You've got 5 of the plain. Don't put it through your photo printer, as Leslie's explaining. You know, stamp on it and what have you. And then you've got 5 each of the beautiful, beautiful designs, and it acts almost like 2/3 gone. Acts like rice paper, but it's not. It's just not quite like your rice paper, but you can activate it with the water. But as Leslie was explaining, it almost seems to become sturdier the more you add on it, the more you colour. And Leslie, if you missed the show this morning at 9, was using it like a rice paper with the brush and the water, and just creating a sort of a serrated edge there. Beautiful designs. Yeah, once these are gone, they always prove popular, these do. You get 5 of each, plus 5 of the plain as well. £11.99, 627991. Absolute gorgeous quality. Oh, yep, the card blanks, they went. Oh, one left. One's bounced back, Leslie. One's bounced back. Don't miss out on the bibbly bobblies in there. You get 10 each of those. Yes, £13.49. There's one bounce back. Come on now, first person to come in and get that grabs that. 031745, you get 10 of each. There's 50 in total, so 5 different designs. Well, there's the pearl and the plain in the bibbly bobblies, the large, the medium and the small there, so they're gorgeous. The large were large, weren't they? Were they 8? What size were the large? 8 by 8, yeah.
20 by 20, or 9, well, just under 20 by 20.
Yeah.
Right.
First one to grab those.
I'm actually going to be using those now.
Gorgeous.
So if you've got one left, it do goes. So this is what it is. This is the small one, and I've cut it in half. Because you've got so many, you can actually, turn them into, other things. So this is going to be my canvas. So I'm taking some inks here, and I'm going to be doing my acrylic block technique here, which I want to colour the background. Oh, okay. I just
I
had
believe
it here.
just
It's
grabbed
gone.
that last set. That's okay. We can still see what it's like to work on card then, can't we?
Yeah. Okay. So I am just, let's say, doing and I'm using what I call citrus colours here, because they're all from the same family, so they all work really well together. Okay, take that, spits of water, just to loosen up the ink. And then I will do my swooshing. Whoops! If I don't drop it all over myself. Kind of technique, look. There you go. Oh, get your hands off it, Leslie. I just missed a bit there, and I've just missed a bit there. Okay. So there you go. So there's a background created. I'm going to leave that to one side. It'll dry fairly shortly. And you can always create that on another piece of our paper. That on the plain paper that comes with the art paper would look lovely on that plain paper.
Ooh,
look at that. So I shall keep that as well. Right, let's go on to the next part of this, which is to do some stenciling. This is the big card, and so this is a big square card, so you can do it as a tent. You can do it like that. It's a lovely, lovely surface. But what I tend to do is, because you might get it onto the back one, always put a piece of copy paper underneath.
Oh, that's a good tip. Yeah.
Just to, to make
so it
sure
doesn't
that you
bleed
don't
through
get it
and-
onto the back.
Yeah.
And this is our stencil. This is it without the masks in, look. So you've got 8
Yeah, lovely.
butterflies, and 7 butterflies and a dragonfly there. So I'm going to take the same colours that I was using. And a brush, or a couple of brushes. And don't forget to take off any colour that you had from the previous show, because it does make a difference to your colouring when you can't do it. So I'm not going to do all this because I've already done it, but I'm just going to show you how I start. So these will just go anywhere. Let's start and do that. So there you go, look. You just get that nice, gentle, soft hue. So let's do this one here. So here we go, another one.
I saw a card here with dragonflies, and I'm just trying to find it now, Leslie. 'Cause
Don't
I'm
worry,
thinking,
it's
where did the
okay.
dragonfly come from? And you've just shown me where it came from.
So there we
Stencil.
go. And then a bigger one using one of the other colours. I'm not going to do all of this, but you get the idea. And you just go around using whichever particular part of the stencil or whichever stencil you want and create this lovely edge look.
That's so pretty, yeah, in the pastels.
But then
yeah.
substitute it for the one I did earlier. And, whoops, take that off. There you go, look. So you've got all that. I only want it around the edge because I'm going to do something in the middle.
Okay.
So, there's the larger size of card, which again I've cut in 2. Can I just put the top on these, because if I don't, I'm liable to stick my fingers in them. That's it. Do you know, I can't even get the tops on ink pads this afternoon. I apologise, folks, I'm not functioning on 100%. Right, so I'm going to take the big stamp. So this is this huge
Oh, the fantasy flowers. Yeah.
square.
Lovely.
Okay. Oh. And so like I said, you need a big, big block for this. Goes in, actually, I'm going to put this in the stamping block. I don't think I've got I don't think I can actually stamp this normally. So if you don't mind, I'm going to use a I don't usually do this, but I'm going to use a stamp. I'm going to have
Do you know
to.
what, Leslie? It's nice to see them working with both the acrylic blocks and the platform. So, because everybody's got a preference, haven't they, at home?
I just haven't physically got the strength
Yeah.
to press into this that I need, I'm afraid.
And it's
So-
a big stamp, so we want to maximise the most
It
out
is.
of that detail, don't we?
So I also, because it's on cushion, need to take that out the bottom.
Yes.
Ah, do you know, if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous today. Oh God, I'm sure everybody kind of understands. It's just one of those things. So just literally on the edge to make sure I'm holding the card in place. There we go. So this is a big stamp. So therefore, I'm going to use VersaFine Clair.
Right.
Because this is a pigment one, because it's such a big stamp and it's got quite a lot of what I call, solid rubber in it,
Yeah.
the VersaFine Clair, being a pigment ink, it sticks just that little bit longer
Oh, okay.
to soak into the card, because you may need a couple of shots at this. I possibly will, even me, and I'm used to stamping this and whatnot. But see what I'm saying about just gently where it's got solid and then lightly tap over the top.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you've covered all the solid bits. Right, here we go. Turn it round again. And press on this. As I say, I haven't got the energy to give my normal. And if I miss bits on this, I'm sure people will forgive me. I haven't much strength left. Do you know, God. Never. Don't join the old club.
I'm afraid we all join at some point.
It's
Carla.
not one I would have joined voluntarily, believe me.
All-
So just have a look if that's actually, just a little bit in the middle. Sneak peek, yeah. It's just the centres that I've kind of missed a bit. That's not bad, look at that.
Ah, what a stamp. What a beautiful stamp.
Isn't that stunning?
And even just the black and white, it's just gorgeous.
Isn't that in the
Leslie.
black and white just fantastic? I love that. And if you wanted to, if you want to, just take a black fine liner. But it doesn't matter for what I'm going to do next about that. So, here we go. So, I'm now going back to this. Okay, and I'm going to put my, this is, excuse me, I'm just going to dry it a little bit. I told you not to with pigmented colours, but it's just a bit too well, not to stamp on.
Now the lovely stamps that Leslie's using are at double. They are mounted. You can get both sets. If you want them unmounted, you can only get them separately.
So that's the background that I did. Do you know, I'm spreading it all over this counter. It's not me usually. Right, I'm going to now put this on my block. Which, there it is. Thank you very much, Fiona. I'm pleased somebody's watching what I'm doing. Back with the same ink. Okay. So, rub over. And then lots of light tapping. This is, I mean, the value in this plate alone, what was it, £26 something with freedom?
Yeah.
For both of these sets?
Yeah.
I mean, years ago, when we used to have wood-mounted stamps, a stamp of this size would have been about £18 on its own.
Just on its own, yeah.
Just this. So, you know, we do... There we go. Right. I'm now going to introduce my background to this. And try and get it square, Leslie. There we go. Oh, God, once again. I'm just going to put that over the top, purely and simply because there's ink all around the edges.
Yeah, exactly.
And as you can see, I'm going to spread it everywhere if I'm not careful. So if you wanted to, you could introduce another stamp block over the top, just to help you get a good flat
down,
surface to it. But hopefully I've got this without moving it. I've got one I've done earlier if it's gone awry. Nice print on the outside, look.
Yes, that is lovely. Ah, fantastic.
How's that look? How's that, folks?
Gorgeous.
Okay, so I'm going to put this together now. I'm going to put this together. So, here we go. This is my background already done. I have a piece of black card, and I haven't got my glue. Ah, that's just about right, isn't it? Can I just fit it there, and instead of gluing it, if you don't mind?
Of course you can. We'll get the assembly of it. We'll get
So black card look over that. So you see what I mean? You don't need to do the middle bit.
No.
You only need the edges.
Just the edges, yeah.
Then I'm going to take my stamped inked one look and put it across there.
Gorgeous.
Just with that little bit of border.
Yeah.
And then this is what's known as a spotlight card. But instead of doing it with a circle, I've done it with a square.
Ah, yeah, I love it.
So now that fits over the top of that.
So clever.
Like that.
Love that, Leslie.
And that highlights.
Very clever. That's absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Really beautiful. And that is using the brand new stamps today.
And the lovely kaleidoscope stencil.
Yes, kaleidoscope butterfly stencil as well with the tag set. We've got those on the screen, so please don't miss out too. You know, you're getting 16 stamps in total with our beautiful Parliament of Owls, the bulrushes, the butterflies there. You've got the flowers, the leaves, that lovely flourish there we were talking about earlier. They're the mounted ones. If you want those unmounted, you can only get them separately because that big saving. But there's, you know, these are brilliant to use, and as Leslie was showing us, you get that great malleability anyway. £26.98, 621283. Very quick look at the crane, and then we'll see what Leslie can do for us in about 5 minutes. Here's our beautiful, majestic crane. I love this one. It's sort of, I'm not sure what. Yeah, well, it's kind of been when you put it through one of the machines. Yeah. Oh, I can't think of the words now. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's gorgeous. And this is Carol's. Isn't that beautiful? And look, the colouring on this. Natalie. That is beautiful, Natalie. Love that with the colours there and the bulrushes there. So our beautiful, beautiful, majestic crane there, which Leslie started with 17.99, 117.372. It's got about 6 minutes.
Right,
What do you feel
okay.
like doing?
Yes, well, I've got something to show you, but I also want to show about this washi tape.
That's right, I forgot the big,
Yeah.
the big
Two
reveal.
things that I want to do with it. So I'm going to just take a piece of plain black card here, look. Okay, and I want to put an edging round here. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking, oh, God, actually, I need to just bend down here 2 ticks. I haven't forgotten.
Careful.
It's just I need to get something out of here, which I've forgotten. So I'm going to take one of this afternoon's, which are the pale ones.
Yeah, pale pastels.
Okay,
like
pale
that standard.
pastels. And I think, do you know what? I think that orange would look quite nice on there. Don't you, that peach?
Yeah, definitely.
Or, oh, no, I like that. Yes, let's take the aqua.
Yeah.
Okay. Or peppermint. So I'm going to just, I would do this all the way around, but what I'm doing is I'm just going down the edge of my card like that. Whoops. Okay, scissors. Oh, do you know, everything eludes you, doesn't it? I've never been so disorganised as I am today. I'm putting it down to the fact that my back is just...
It's giving you jib, darling. It's
Giving me
playing
jib.
absolute rotten.
So there, look, that then goes like that over the back. So I've got a nice edge there. There's nothing
Lovely.
wrong with that. And of course, remember that's black. So of course,
Yes.
because it's so translucent, it's so fine this,
Yeah.
it takes on the colour from behind. So that would be different, of course, under white.
Yeah.
Right, so now I'm going to take my Versamark. Oh, thank God I have got that on the counter. Right, so this is my Versamark. And I'm just going to randomly run down the edge of this. Okay? That'll do. That's it. Can't see that because that's a sticky one. Silver, this looks good. Silver on this colour, but if it had been a warm colour, I would have used gold.
Okay.
But here's the silver.
Embossing powders.
Embossing powder,
Yeah.
which I'm just going to, like so. And, oh God. This is where I miss not being able to have somebody to do this. You know what I mean?
That's okay. I'll mention those cool pastels are back on extended. 15 metres, 9.99, 267.045. And I've also got the those.
So, and I've got to show you something here with a chocolate brown that I've already done.
Lovely.
So, get your heat gun warmed up.
Yeah.
Make sure your surface is warmed up. So, heat next to where you're going to actually, you know. And then here we go. If I move that, you should be able to see better now, she says. Are you ready? Look at this.
Wait for the magic. Wait for the magic. She's embossing washi tape, everybody. We were stamping on it earlier. Fantastic. Lovely, Jim.
Now, how's that look for an edge? Oh, that's still hot.
Yeah, careful, Leslie, careful.
I caught my fingers on it.
Oh.
But look, can you just
Look
see
at
there?
that, yeah.
It's still damp, so obviously you can see I've just ruined it because I've just run my fingers through it. But can you see there?
Yeah, that's so good.
There's one I did look with red on the silver.
Oh, yeah.
And then here is a happy birthday, which I did on the brown look.
Oh, that's so good.
So what I would do, this is what I did earlier. This is that lovely stamp out of the owls.
Oh, the one I'm a bit obsessed with that one. Yeah.
And obviously you stamp it top and bottom, and I just painted it in with watercolours. Watercolours.
Beautiful.
Then, look, you see, this is a combination of cools and warms.
Yes.
So because I've got the pink and the yellow and the green in there, that's from the cools.
Yeah.
These two are from the warms. But look, I can put any one of those 3 colours. Now this is what I'm saying about plain washi tape.
Yeah.
Any of those colours, look, will go with the colours I've painted.
Yeah. Beautiful.
So what colour would you like, Fiona?
Lime green.
And then what I would do
Vibrant.
is put that across the centre, look,
Yeah.
like that. Scissors. I think I'm all right for time. Yeah, okay.
When are you back with us, Leslie?
6th of August.
Oh, that's a while away.
I always come the first. Well, it's usually the first first Friday in the month, but
Oh, okay.
I couldn't make it last week. So there's that, and I'm going to take one of the long sentiments, which is designed by one of our design team, which was Brenda. I'm trying to pick one that fits. That fits,
Yeah.
she says. If the slipper fits. Here we go. And my archival. Come on, Leslie.
She can do it. She can do it. Don't forget to check out your baskets as well. And yeah, do shop ahead as well for any of the others that you might have missed this morning with Leslie at 9 o'clock. If there's any of those inky plates left.
And hopefully, she says, with no confidence whatsoever. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, pardon the language. I have just I've double stamped that.
We'll ignore that. We pretend it didn't happen.
But sorry.
Ah.
I put another washi tape on. Actually, I could actually peel that off. If you do it quickly, you could peel it off.
Yeah, exactly.
But as you can see, what I was trying to do, look.
Stunning. Leslie, thank you so much, darling. Thank you. And especially given all the jibber backs given.
Thank you, everybody that's bought from us. I really appreciate it.
And we'll see you
so
on the
much.
6th of August.
Yeah.
Please have a look at all the new beautiful stamps and sets that Leslie brought us this morning at 9, as well as in this hour. We've had lots of sellouts all day with our Leslie. So we'll see you on the 6th of August. Safe journey home, my darling. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching, but we don't want you to go anywhere because there is plenty more still to see. Oh, I can see some soft crafting going on over there. Let's have a catch up, see what's what. Well, we're going to join the lovely Hazel now and Pink Frog Crafts, and then we've got rugging with Ragged Life. And then we'll return to the All and Create One Day Special.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome. We've got another fantastic hour with Pink Frog, my goodness, were we busy earlier on. I want to say a huge welcome to our lovely Hazel as well. Hello, Hazel.
Hello, you okay?
Yeah, brilliant. I'm really looking forward to it. We've got some good stuff on the show.
We have, yeah.
Really good stuff. So you had a very busy hour earlier
We
on.
did. You're loving the globe, and I can see why, because it just works perfectly with our ticket stamp as well, Ticket Express. So together or alone, just, yeah.
We got the stamps, we got the cardstocks, and Hazel's going to be bringing that inspiration, so please don't go anywhere. Let's start with the stamps. So these, this first set, the snow globe, it actually sold out earlier on. It is now back on extended delivery. This will be dispatched on the 23rd of July. Could arrive earlier, we're saying the 20th, 23rd. So that's when it could arrive. What a great set. And I love the aspect of being able to create different scenes within the snow globes, but such endearing scenes with the stag, the penguins.
Yeah. So you don't even have to use any of those images in the snow globe. If you wanted to use a picture in your snow globe and make it into a shaker card, that would be fine, because it's all about versatility. But the images, you can make up beautiful scenes. The font there, it all just mixes and matches together, so you can have winter wishes, season's greetings, New Year.
Oh, yes.
There's Happy Christmas. There's all sorts there.
Just
a
showing
really
here,
nice set.
You do, and I think you kind of summed it up perfectly, Hazel. There is so much to sink your teeth into.
Yeah.
But I love this.
This is beautiful. Cheryl has made this one. In fact, can I take time to thank the girls? We've got Cheryl, Anita and Claire. We've also got a guest designer called Tracy Dawkins. She's helped with some samples. So thank you to all of you.
Guys are fantastic, and just showing you, like, let's say with the penguins, don't even need to use them in the snow globe. This is inspired, because it really does look like you've got a group of penguins, and that's just taken from that penguin sample. Very clever technique.
Yeah, just joining them up using your mask. There's another sample a bit further at the counter. I was inspired by from Anita on that card, but yeah, really comes together brilliantly.
So we can use the stamps independently, which are fantastic, but then this is where life gets really interesting. And I think it's another strong inspiration, because I would have, that is so clever, giving a sense of scale. I would have put the deers inside, but having the tree inside there, my goodness, this is good.
It's so realistic. This is Tracy's.
That is, Tracy, that is exceptional. The shadow that you've put underneath, grounding the deers, giving perspective, and I love the depth of colour in there, and using the sentiment from there. Everything about that I love. Now, I've got to tell you, this is busy. I mean, really, really busy. We said 40% of the stock, but a lot of you are popping it into your basket, so please don't miss out, because now we are approaching half our stock in there. I will show you a couple more inspirations. I mean, look, just adding the penguins onto a piece, fantastic. Or are you going to make that snow globe the star of the show? And I'm going to do something, I hope I'm okay to do this. Let me pop this down for a second. Hazel, am I right to show this one?
Of course you are, yes, that's why it's there.
The only reason I had to ask Hazel, because this is what's coming up. So these dies are not out yet, but Pink Frog will be bringing the Britannia dies.
The Christmas.
It's Christmas ones.
21st of July.
21st of July.
I'm here for 2 hours.
How well do they work within the snow globe? I love the texture behind here, and you can find the texture stamps in there too. Just everything about that, I think, is absolutely first rate. $14.95, your price. Such a good set of stamps, and you see the possibilities. Are you going to use the snow globe? Are you just going to use the elements independently? That wonderful, majestic stag. You've got the Christmas tree in there, the sentiments, snowflakes, everything you want for $14.95. It's sold out once. We're approaching half the stock on the extended. That gives you an idea how busy we are, and I would not be surprised if it sells out for a second time. 636-394, your item number. Now, we're going to move on to the Ticket Express. This is the only the second time this has come to air, and it is another beautiful stamp set.
It is gorgeous, and the great thing about it is that it works with the snow globe. They both work together. You can use bits from each set. The font is exactly the same, but different sizes. So on this one, it's quite a large font. So you can actually put Merry Christmas or Season's Greetings in that ticket. But you might want to have a big Christmas and a little happy, for instance. So you can really mix and match.
Just going to show you the board, and this gives you an idea of everything that you've got in here. Now, just to remind you, it is on extended delivery. It will be dispatched on the 23rd of July. I like we can make our own little ticket stubs.
Yeah.
That's cool. But then you've got the scenes within, something magical. about the train coming through, the drop stars. You've got the little banners, which the words will fit in the banner.
Will.
So would it be winter wishes in there, or special delivery is a good one. And then you've got, I'm laughing because Chris, our director, has had to zoom in to get my nose out of shot. Then you've got, you did it slyly, Chris, but I saw my nose and I thought suddenly I saw the camera crash in. $14.95 is your price for this set. 143407, your item number for another set of stamps that's been incredibly busy. Now we've got more news. Oh, something I should have said at the start of the show. There is a happy hour for this hour. As the name suggests, let me just reach across and grab this because, Hazel, I love this.
I know,
this
and
is
it
good
works
stuff.
so well with the blue card.
So this is the rainbow cardstock, the mirror cardstock, $14.95, but it is a happy hour. So are we going to be dropping that price? Yeah. So, oh, it's not the one. Okay, sorry, that's not the details. That was the stamp.
That was the stamp.
Yeah, I was going to say. We'll put up the details for our happy hour. Actually, we're going to go to the website and show you how to find it because it's $9.99 for your happy hour. Hazel, that is a blooming good price.
It is cracking. And at the right time of year as well, because we're all starting to think about our Christmas cards. Yeah. It's going to mix in with our speciality card pack, with that gorgeous true blue, true red, true green. It's going to work with all of it.
But $9.99 for 40 sheets, 300 GSM. It is a very special cardstock. It truly is. I'm just going to show you again as we come back in. Now, you are going to be getting 40 sheets. Actually, you need to see all of it. Let me show you. So you're going to be getting 40 sheets. I'm careful not to put my fingerprints on here, but 40 sheets in total. So an awful lot of cardstock, and it is incredibly good. So that's $9.99. It is a happy hour. You can find the details on the website. Let me pop that down because we've got some sprays. Now, Donna and Simon, I have not worked with Pearlywinks in, it's been years actually, we just keep missing each other. But I've got a huge amount of time for Pearlywinks, such a lovely company, family-run business. And you've been working in collaboration. So this is a first set. Tell us a little bit about this, Hazel.
Okay, so this is your Wink Vibe. It's a water-based dye ink. We've got 5 colours there. You've got your chartreuse yellow, your sweet orange, your anemone blue, your magenta and your blue grotto. And then I thought it really important that we added the Colourpop white because this is a really special product to me. I love working with it. It's acrylic but it's water based, so it will go onto almost any surface. There's some acetate there with it on. I've sprayed it onto our speciality card, but a really good one. You can paint with it and it's opaque, so you can really build up your layers. And then finally you've got the diamond pearl. Everybody likes a bit of bling, and this is bling bling.
So we're just looking at, I'll just show you here the colours that we are getting, and you really get a sense of the vibrancy with the sprays from the Pearlywinks, and this is what they do so well. So all of those colourways, but you're also getting the Colourpop as well. Let me show you this. Colourpop is seriously cool.
So that's kind of sprayed loosely, then dripped, and also then painted, just so that you can see the different different results. That's it.
I'm going to show you something else. What would you go for there? I'm just going to show you. Here is some cardstock coming up, and Hazel showed this to me, and it absolutely blew me away. That's magnificent.
Isn't it just? And
really good.
That white Colourpop on the blue, it just, it's screaming out a scene. It's just, love it.
I'll show you how the blue, this is the blue to start with. And it's coming up. Gorgeous, gorgeous cardstock, but then with the Colourpop you're transforming that. And also, did you say there was a diamond in there as well?
Diamond pearl, yes.
Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Diamond pearl.
That's the one, Let
me just show you. And there's the diamond pearl. So it gives that wonderful iridescence. Ooh, just brings its life. Magical.
Yeah, it's really sparkly as well.
I mean, 7 of those for $22.97.
Absolutely, yes.
It's very popular. I know it was popular earlier on. You're getting all of these fantastic sprays for $22.97. 588034 your item number. Now we've got a Christmas collaboration. Got to tell you though, it's technically sold out. We didn't even get to the Christmas collaborations.
It's my fault because I bought it yesterday as well because I just wanted to use it on this.
What?
Sorry.
there is good news because we saw it was going, so we have got it back on extended delivery, and it's going to be the 16th of July. And let's go through the colours with this Christmas collaboration for $12.99. Are you kidding me? You've got that golden shimmer. I mean, the golden shimmer alone, that's it. Get in my basket. But then we have that wonderful pure pearl. Oh, the
This
cool
is my
copper.
favourite. Yeah, I'm partial to the cool copper.
That, but the quality of the
Yeah.
sprays you get with Pearly Winks is exceptional. And then finally, you've got the sparkly silver. And this is on black cardstock.
I know.
To have
It
that
doesn't
amount of
matter,
colour
as
coming
much or as
through.
little as you want on there. You can do a fine mist just to give it a little shimmer. You can really go in heavy. It really is entirely up to you. You can mix them with the vibes if you want to. Then you've got the best of both worlds.
Now, I mentioned it was on black cardstock. I like how with these
on the
boards you've
white
also put it
too.
on white as well.
Yeah.
I mean, black or white, they look absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to just show you the whites and there, and then finally the gold. Look at that. Nice. So there we go, $12.99 your price for our Christmas collaboration, and it is such a great collaboration. When you put two iconic brands, Pink Frog, Pearly Winks together, special things happen. Speaking of special, we have got our speciality cardstock for you next. $13.49 for 16 sheets, and when we talk about, and this is something, Pink Frog, I know Pink Frog do so many things well.
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
Beautiful stamps, beautiful dies. But when it comes to cardstock, I mean, you are absolutely specialist and bring us the most beautiful cardstock. So what are we getting as part of this bundle, Hazel?
So you've got your mirri, just the, I think it's just called cobalt mirri.
Okay.
Then you've got your satin gloss.
Yes, love that.
And then you've got, sorry, that was the satin. This is the satin gloss coming up.
There you go. Ooh.
That's it. I mean, that gives like a wavy kind of psychedelic, but can you imagine
like it's alive.
if you're die cutting a sentiment out of it and you've just got that little hint of the holographic going through it, it's going to look amazing.
I'm thinking for panel detail on a construction box.
Absolutely.
And because
Yeah.
the weight as well, the quality of these.
And it's
then-
all die cuttable and embossable and scoreable. It's, yeah, perfect. And then
that's
your
amazing.
non-shed glitter.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. All 4 designs, 16 sheets in total for $13.49. 016899, your item number there. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to start having a play. There is lots more to discover. My advice, please go onto the website and have a look. We have got some exceptionally good cardstock for you, and I think that's reflected in all the 5-star reviews that you get with Pink Frog. As a company, you're just going to see more and more 5-star reviews on everything on the show. So do have a little look. If you want to leave your honest reviews, we'd love to see it as well. Sprays, 5-star reviews. The Christmas collaboration, it's sold out, but back on extended delivery. That's going to be dispatched on the 20... Oh, sorry, is it? 16th, it is 16th, yeah, apologies, yeah. And then we've got the texture stamps as well that we saw in some of the inspirations. I love the texture stamps. Oh, by the way, EVA glue, always a bestseller, and also the non-clog bottles. And something, Hazel, I'm noticing as a presenter here at the craft store, I keep seeing the EVA glue and the non-clog bottles being used by demonstrators, no affiliation to Pink Frog whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's
amazing.
a good sign.
It is a good sign. But they're easy to squeeze. The EVA glue is out of this world.
It's
It
very,
really
very
is.
good.
So,
And it is archival, and over time it won't get yellow, it doesn't
Exactly,
get brittle, it sticks so many things
Yeah.
so well. It's got lower water content. I mean, it virtually
you
just
are
go on
very
up.
good, Yanis.
It's, do you know what it is? The
Very
boards you
good.
guys made up, just remembering it. So what are we going to do?
We're going to start off with, okay, first things first, just in case you didn't see the first show, I've made some masks from our masket sheets.
Okay.
So I've done it slightly different. I've stamped it down and cut around this one, but then I wanted another one, but just so that the globe, just to help me when I'm doing my masking off. So that was the first job I did. And then, no, I'll come back to that in a minute. So we're going to do something now, incorporating the snow globe, but I'm going to go back to our Textures 3, which we launched a couple of 3 weeks ago, and just grunge it up a little bit.
Okay.
Not everybody likes grungy Christmas, but I thought this particular card looked a bit special and I really liked it. So,
Do you know one thing I've noticed with the stamps that stand out, especially Snow Globe? The size of the images are so usable.
yeah.
really good size.
It's really important to get that size right, and
Yeah.
it does take us a while going back and forth, changing sizes, you know, making it right, because we want it to be workable for everybody.
You kind of get the impression, and you see it, and I think crafters at home will understand what I say by this. I'm really conscious of the fact this is not like a sales pitch, but they really do feel that they've been designed with crafters in mind.
Yeah.
So you could say it's had that influence from crafters. Get the right size, get the right components onto the stamp set.
Now, what you'll notice here is I have stamped the globe in grey, albeit it's a new pad, so it's come out darker than I wanted to, than I wanted it to. But if you want to get a bit arty with it, this is a top tip from Tracy. She said if you've stamped that in grey, it makes it easier for you to shade and get your spherical kind of global look. So I've stamped my globe down, and I think I can take that out of there now. I'm going to do all of the rest by hand. And so we'll use our masks. I think we'll start with the outside, so I'm going to mask that off. Now, what I did, I've kept this on the backing, and when I was doing my I just did it like that, but for the purpose, I will take it off and stick it on, and then I know I've got two hands to play with and not just one, if I can get it off. There we go.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop this in place.
Nice. Simple masking technique.
Just about get away with that, I think. Okay. So I've got a number of different stamps already loaded up onto some blocks there, and I've just gone between Textures 3 and there's one from the Butterfly Kisses set, Butterfly Wishes set.
And all those you can find on our website.
All on the,
just search by brand, Pink Frog, and you'll be able to see the back catalogue.
So I'm going to start off, and I'm just going to see what colour's on this first. This might be enough, which it is. I'm just shading a little bit of blue, and that's just so to make the globe pop out a little bit. I couldn't tell you what blue it is because it's a mix from Bluebell and Blueprint Sketch, but just add a little bit of colour around there.
That's nice.
And that's going to see us.
Sort of just a hue.
Yes.
A little halo.
And then we're going to use these. And I'm going to do sort of like a first and a second gen. Just move, or maybe even a third, just moving across. And I'm going to do some at the
Got to tell you, with this stamp set, the Snow Globe, over half the stock of the extended has gone. It's very busy, it's absolutely flying. But look at the amount you're getting in one set. The animals, the penguins, you've got the deer in there, the Christmas trees, the snowflake, the snow globe, the sentiments, all of that in one set. It's going to be dispatched, we're saying from the 23rd, but you could get it earlier.
Okay, so this gorgeous netting type one, I'm going to come at an angle which is so... Is that better? I'm
good.
so
You're good where
naughty.
you
I
are.
go
Don't worry.
right the way across, and I should be in the middle.
You're right, you're good. Yeah.
I'm one of these people that has to have things straight, but I'm going to go against...
Breaking all the rules.
Yeah, I am. So I'm just going to add a bit of that meshing down there, and then we're going to pick up this like a triple circle, and I'm going to come in with some grey. Just add this a few bits around, and again, it can be first and second generation. There's no rules as to where I put it. I'm just putting a few bits in.
Do you like grungy, Hazel?
I do, yeah. I like a bit of everything though, me.
Good.
There's a nice grid work one here. Let's put this one on. And you'll notice I'm bringing in sort of like working with blue, grey and black. So this one is going to be black because it's going to show up and just tie everything together. So I'm going to come out the side here. Now I'm going to be careful because I do want to put a sentiment here and here.
Right.
So I'm going to bring that one up a little bit higher.
Okay.
Bring that up there, and then maybe I'll just use a little bit of what's left down there, and I might even get a little bit more off, but I can't put it on one key.
Right.
Okay, so that's good. So we've got greys and blacks going round, and then we've got this lovely, this is the one that's from the Butterfly set. I'm going to do this in some blue.
Okay.
This is Bluebell, and again, I'll have one of those, and I'll probably get another little bit from there. But then to start and pull in the Christmas side of things, I'm going to bring in We've got a gorgeous big snowflake. We'll have that one first. And this has got like stars on each of the little, I don't know what they're called, prongs. So give that a nice firm press because we've got to get over the edge of the masket.
Yeah.
There we go, that's lovely. You could get a second gen, but it's just going to be light, but it's nice to get a bit of a mix.
Okay.
Be careful when you're doing second gens because you might get a line down here, and if I was to go and stamp that, I would hate to just get a portion of it. So it's handy to keep a bit of card at the side of you, purely for that reason.
Nice. Now we are approaching 60% of the stock for our snow globe. Details on the screen. Also extremely busy for our happy hour as well. We're approaching 20% of the stock for the happy hour. I will show you. You're going to get 40 sheets. This is such good stuff. This is 300 GSM rainbow mirror card. It's a £14 saving, but look at the colours that you're getting there. So I'm just going to pop that down for a second. Let me pick up one sheet because I want to give it a good bend for you. And have a look at the colours that you see in there. I mean, it's described so beautifully when we say rainbow cardstock, and you only need to use a little of this. Imagine that as a sentiment or a mat and a layer. Stunning. Okay, that is our happy hour monster saving, £14 saving there. So better than half price. Sorry, Hazel.
That's fine. So what I was saying about the fonts, if I open up the Ticket Express, the Christmas, the font is quite large. So if I pop that on there and have my Christmas, I could then maybe pick happy or merry. We've given you the choice. I'm going to go happy, and that would fit in, and you can mix and match. It's entirely up to you. I think we'll just go with that because I've said about it.
Christmas, let's do it.
So let's pop that little. I did just add a little few little snowflakes around there.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that I haven't got too much black down there, and I want this to show up. So we'll see. Just get yourself lined up.
Okay.
Christmas.
Lovely.
And then
it's one of these that when you remove the mask, then suddenly it all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You just wait for this. Wait for this.
And then we'll just do the happy. Just make sure it's all okay. That's that.
Okay.
And then we can use our where are we? We've got
on spray.
So this is your diamond pearl. It's really great for spritzing on your mat, using with your water brush, and then just sort of like painting certain areas to just to give it a little bit of sparkle. You can also mix it in with your oxides. You could even spray your vibes on there and paint with those, but we're just going to add in a little bit more detail around here.
Okay.
And just go through.
It's a great inspiration.
Do you know what? This is probably one of my favourite ones, and I know we shouldn't have favourites, but I really did get excited when I was making this. I shouldn't say that out loud, should I? Okay, so I'm happy with everything that I've got there. Now what I can do is I can make a choice and think, if I bring this one in just to show you where we're heading, am I okay overhead?
Wow.
So I've put some little strips on this one, and I've made the globe sparkly and left the outside plain. So I could reverse that, but because it's a globe, we would expect to see it sparkly, and so that's where we're heading. So I'm going to take my mask away.
Nice. Now come on, Hazel, that looks amazing.
See why I got excited?
Yeah, I love that. I've got to tell you, we have got queues on our phone lines. I think in about 4 minutes right now. I'm sorry if you are stuck in a queue. Fastest way to order is on our website, so it's thecraftstore.com, or you can use the Craft Store app.
Okay, so what I need to do now is just add a little bit of shading around there. And this is why I was saying that you need just the globe part. Now, I could pull that off and stick it on, but I'm just going to go with the flow. And I need some of my... You can either use a grey VersaFine or you could use Hickory Smoke. You don't want a lot of ink, though. We're just going for a little bit. So nice and light. I'm just going in a circular... Whoopsie. a circular motion. That wouldn't have happened if I'd have stuck it down.
That's fine.
But it's just purely
speed.
because to save time.
Okay.
So just keep coming round and trying to keep that as soft and... There we go. So I don't know if that's showing up.
No,
I can see it, and it's enough for what I want it to be. Yeah. And then I'm going to come in. We've got a lovely little hill stamp. I'm going to stamp those in, and we're just going to pop them in grey.
Now, is that included with the snow globe?
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice.
And this is why it's great for building up scenes, because with this stamp, you'll see quite a few of the samples. I'm just going to stamp that off so it's a little bit lighter because it's a new pad. And I'm just going to pop that on there so nice and paint down.
Because it gives you grounding as well. That's
It
quite
does,
important.
yeah.
But you could also, depending on the angle, you could use that as a branch.
Of course you could, yeah.
Tree.
There's so many different ideas. Let's pop that one back. So I'm going to use the, I mean, I could put anything in here because that's got, do you know what? Let's mix it up. Let's put the penguins in. They're going to sit cute on there. Okay. So I'm going to stamp them in a black.
Okay. So penguins, you're getting the penguins in here, you're getting the stag, the deer, the Christmas tree, the snowflake. There's so much in one set.
Okay. Just pop that out of the way. So this has already been grounded, so if I'd have remembered and done this first, or didn't change my mind, I would have stamped the penguin first and then put the rest of the land line in. So I might have to just tweak this when I'm done.
Okay.
But whatever happens, we won't have floaty penguins.
No, that looks good.
Okay. So
that looks really good.
They look
really
cute,
good.
don't they? I am going to just change something, though. It's just...
Okay.
Now, instead of just going in and going like that, I'll get it over there. So I need to use
mask bag?
That piece, just layer it over. And I'm just going to pop a little bit across there and a little bit... Oh, where's my ink gone? A little bit across there. Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go up to that edge because it will annoy me. I've got to be honest with you.
You're a perfectionist, Amy.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we've got some hills in, and then we just want a bit of shading under here. So I'm going to use a bit of black soot because I can grey that down, and I'm also then going to paint this in. So I put some black out, and I get my water brush, squeeze some water down, and just come a bit heavier there and wash it out, just because it's the shadows really from where they are. And then for this piece, and I'm going to admit to you, it's quite scary when you start and you think, oh goodness me, but just keep going with it and adding down. Don't worry about any brush marks because you're going to get past that. Add the dark colour down and pull it over. And just flick it. It's a flicky motion. So I find it easy to do this side because I'm left-handed, look.
Okay.
And then I'm going to swiddle it round. Get a few stroke marks across there. Spin that round. And then come in from this side. And you're looking to get a white line, sort of like in the middle of it. And then just pull that across. And I'm going to add some of this sparkle in there as well. So we are on super smooth card, so be careful not to over wet and keep dragging over, if that makes sense. If you get to this stage and you think, do you know what, I just can't do it, step away, dry it, and come in maybe with a watercolour pencil. And I think I actually said that this morning, that, I'll show you how to do that, and I didn't do it, so I apologise. And I will show you a little bit on this one.
Right.
So I'm going to leave them bits of white there.
Yeah.
Just dry that, and that will allow us then to go back in and not damage the card.
Right. So super smooth. It copes with so many different mediums.
It does,
on it, though.
yeah.
It's a very good cardstock. Just while we're drying as well, to give you a reminder of our happy hour, really, really busy for this. So it is this gorgeous rainbow mirror cards. I mean, come on, look at that. The amount of colours you get from one cardstock, and the saving is just phenomenal. So $9.99, a quarter of the stock though has gone for that. 715-293. Also very busy for our snow globe stamp set. So it's sold out in the earlier hour. We've got it back on extended delivery. We're saying it's going to be dispatched from the 23rd. It could arrive sooner, so fingers crossed it does. 2/3 though of the stock has gone, and there's so much going on that one set. There's the little, the mountains or the ground that Hazel was just using. Perfect. What are we doing now then, Hazel?
So I'm just coming in with one of our watercolour pencils, and just taking it on the edges, just to darken them up a little bit, just to help you with the shading. Okay. But there's nothing to say that you can't stamp this onto true red cardstock or true green and cut it out and heat emboss it. There's so many different options. Just add a little bit more
on
of
true
the
red
darker.
and true green for Christmas.
Oh,
that would look amazing.
Yeah. Pictures behind, all sorts.
And getting that rainbow, I'd be matting and layering with the rainbow mirror card, the happy hour as well.
Yeah.
Just to get a bit of that colour behind.
That would look amazing. So then you can just flick the water brush over there, and that just gives you a little bit more on there. So
Excellent.
I'm happy with that. I'm going to step away from it.
Good.
So then this area here, we can put a few little snowflakes in.
I even like that mask around. It looks like a starry night behind. I know that's just from obviously using the mask, but it looks good.
I'm going to use that one, and I'm going to use probably broken china.
Nice.
But again, sorry, I keep bending down there. You stamp off, and then just pop it. You just want these faint. So we're doing a second gen. Just a few snowflakes. That was just in the background.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do.
Nice.
Now I'm going to bling it up. So I'm going to use this as a mask.
Yeah.
And bring the sprays in. I've just done that so that I try not to get it everywhere.
That's what we want. Now, by the way, spray's been very busy. Now, we've got 2 sets for you. Are we using the Christmas collaboration or the other set?
I think we'll use the Christmas collaboration, and I'm going to use both.
Nice.
So we'll use some pearl, some copper. Look how much I like my copper. It's nearly empty. Same with my gold. And my silver's halfway. Right, let's go for this one. So I'm going to make sure it's in position.
Okay.
Spritz that down.
Yeah.
I'll put a bit of copper in it because I do love a bit of the copper. Oh. And then I'm going to do some... I might as well just... Because this will be like the snow. So I'm just making sure it's all mixed up side to side.
Okay.
So if you depress the nozzle slowly, you'll get bigger bits out, and that's what I was going for. There you go.
Nice.
I need to move that off Penguin's head though, because we won't see him. Okay.
Just got to tell you, the set of 7 sprays at the bottom of your screen, we're approaching 70% of the stock. There's nice symmetry there. 7 sprays and approaching 70% of the stock.
Fabulous.
The Christmas collaboration, it's sold out. It's back on extended delivery, and that's proving very popular as well. You're getting 4 beautiful sprays for $12.99.
Okay.
Okay, how are we doing?
So what I want to show you now, I've cut some black. So this is 17 and this is 17.5 centimetres. And then it'll go onto a 20 by 40 card. But what I wanted to show you, I don't know where to put it. Look how effective. Because this one's wet, I'm just going to pull this one in because it's going to be easier. But can you see there, look, how effective that looks on against the mirror? And then look how it changes when you pop it on top of the glitter.
Oh, now see, I love that.
You see?
Yeah.
And then it will be the
transforms
same.
the feel,
It
doesn't
does. It completely changes the card. That's onto your satin gloss, and that's onto your the gloss one. But all very, very different. So we've got to pick one of those. I'm feeling this one.
Now
Maybe we could use that spotty one that I sprayed.
Oh yeah, I can give that to you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And we could then go onto a white 20 by 40.
Glitter. I mean, that's beautiful. That's 225 GSM. Then we have, look at this. So this is the, I think that's your mirror gloss, is it?
Satin gloss.
Satin gloss, sorry. That's your satin gloss. But look at this. It looks like it's come alive.
It can't be.
No?
There's a yeah, it is.
It is. Satin gloss.
Yeah.
Then we've got the satin,
Ignore
which I'll
me.
show you in a second.
That's it.
The movement that you're getting from there is absolutely phenomenal. And then this is your satin. Such an elegant card. So that's your satin in there. That's 240 GSM. And then finally, you have the mirror. Or mirror, I should say. There you go. That blue. Deep, luxurious. And I apologise for my finger marks on there. So those are your specialty card stocks. Approaching limited stock for this, so do not miss out. 016899 your item number.
Okay, I've just cut that down. I mean, realistically, you don't need to see me sticking this down. It's just to show you what it looks like.
Yeah.
Of course, you can take the middle out of there. You don't need to waste that. And that would be big enough to do a 15 by 15 card. But how effective does that... Shall I turn it? Uh-oh.
Right.
You've got that gorgeous little glint. It just works so well with the true blue and the white. The one that we've just done, it's still a little bit wet on there, I think, but you're going to get the gist. So whether it's got the deer or the penguins, just really effective.
Really, I'm showing you how you can get such an effective image from your snow globes building up. Okay, Hazel, would it be okay if I let you reset? And
Absolutely, yeah, perfect.
Right. I'm going to be quick here because I know we want to get back to Hazel for the next demonstration. We will start with the snow globe stamps. They have been immensely popular. So sold out once before, back on extended delivery. Look, and we are approaching 80% of the stock. So you've got your snow globe, and that's kind of your staging for all the elements on there. You can either put the snowflake, if you want that to be the star of the show, if you want to put the penguins that you have down here, or the deer, the Christmas trees. I like the fact we've got different sizes of Christmas trees as well to give you a sense of scale. You've also got sentiments in the mix, snowflakes. So you've got your Merry Christmas in there, Happy New Year. Love this snowflake flurry. And then, of course, you've got your ground. This was... I'd missed this the first time I showed you. I'm so glad we got to see an action demonstration. But that allows you to create mountain peaks, but equally ground all your animals in there too. $14.95 is your price. I'm going to show you why you want this in your life. Look at the kind of thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. This was an easel card, and I didn't even open it up to its full extent. Now, come on. Look at that as an easel card. But you would be forgiven for thinking that had been layered up. Such a beautiful inspiration, and that's from the guest designer. You're going to have to remind me of, is it Carol? Tracy, sorry, Tracy.
Yeah.
I apologise, Tracy. So that's from Tracy. Isn't that stunning? Absolutely stunning. Now, we're over 80% of stock for our snow globe. Just very quickly, I know we've got to move on. This is coming up, so this is something that Pink Frog are going to be bringing you some dies in the future. I think it's the 21st of July, and they're beautiful Britannia Christmas dies, but how well do they work inside the snow globe? And then you've got your texture stamps in there as well. Is on extended delivery, the snow globe, the 23rd of July. Might get there earlier though. $14.95 is your price. Really busy. I would not be surprised if we sell out for a second time. 636 394. Now we're going to move on to the Ticket Express. Ticket Express is on extended delivery. So that is going to be, and it's very new, that's going to be dispatched on the 23rd as well. So many elements nestled within there. You've got, and do you know what I like? See the stag and the deer here work really well with the snow globe too, because you've got the stag and the deer from the snow globe. If you wanted to build on that sense of perspective, I will just hold up the board again to show you everything that you are getting. 17 stamps in total. Now there's ones I want to draw particular attention to. North Pole. So if you've got your train, getting that North Pole on there, and then you've also want to put the North Pole into the banner. You've also got a special delivery or winter wishes. So merry, happy Christmas, season's greetings. That wonderful little scene there. I like this with just the stars draping down, and then you've got your ticket stub in there. So somebody could be getting a little ticket to the North Pole, and that is your Ticket Express. $14.95 is your price. 143407 your item number. Now we're going to move on to our sprays. This is such a great collaboration. You've got two very popular brands in the form of Pink Frog and Pearly Winks coming together. You know that's going to be special. Starting at the top here, you're getting 7 sprays in total. I will just pick this up. and show you. So these are your vibes. Now we are approaching 3/4 of the stock for this. So you've got your chartreuse yellow, that sweet orange, the magenta, then you've got your anemone blue, and then finally you've got your blue grotto. Isn't that nice? But there is more to this, because you're also going to be getting your diamond pearl, which I'll show you here. So that is your diamond pearl. And your colour pop. Now wait till you see this colour pop. Whoop. That's colour pop white cotton. And then you've got, that's colour pop as well. White cotton, but it's just slightly lighter spray. But you can paint with your colour pop too. $22.97 your price if you want to go for that collection. Very, very busy. 588-034. We've also got the Christmas collection for you. I want to share this with you. Just have a look. Let's pick the copper. So I'm going to turn this around and we're going to swirl together. So just going to give that a little swirl, and ooh, I could look at that all day. That is magic in a bottle. So there is your copper. Well, let's do the gold as well, shall we? Now this is already sold out once. It's back on extended delivery. So that's when you get it. And Pearly Winks also always give it a nice gentle swirl, not a shake. Swirl it, don't shake it. But look, when you put them together now, the two, so that's your copper and that's your gold. You've also got in the mix it's the pearl and also the silver too. Should we all, it seems we're swirling everything. We've got to swirl it all. Yeah, I mean, absolutely love this. Now, these are on extended delivery. They sold out. They're back on extended 16th of July. I mean, that to me looks incredible. And then finally the silver. I've seen I feel bad doing this, but I think we all enjoy it, so I'll just put them in. There you go. So those are your Christmas collaborations: gold, copper, pearl and silver. If you want them in your life, details on your screen for $12.99. How can you resist? 499-830 your item number. I will just turn those all back so we've seen them swell. Okay, now we have got some specialised cardstock for you as well. Let's have a little look. Very busy for this too. No, the specialty cardstock has technically sold out. Ooh, I'm so sorry. It's caught us by surprise. We didn't even get a chance to call limited on this. Have we been able to get hold of more? Good. All right. So we have got some more cardstock. It's going to be dispatched on the 16th of July. Let's go through what you are getting. So you're going to get 4 very engaging specialty cardstocks. Your non-shed, that's on your blue. You've got your satin gloss. I mean, look at that. It's another one that you could just stare at all day. Isn't that stunning? That's your satin gloss. And then you have your satin, a really classy cardstock. And then finally, you've got that deep, rich, luxurious mirror, blue mirror. So those are your 4 colourways that you're getting, dispatched on the 16th, and you're getting 16 sheets in total. $13.49 your price, 016899 your item number. Enough from me. We're going to head back to Hazel. What have we got next, Hazel?
Okay, so I'm just going to use the little penguin, and I've made myself a mask for it. And we're going to use some of the vibe sprays as well. We're going to do something a little bit bright and different. So I'm going to ink up my penguin first. I've just got a little square of cardstock here. It's super smooth and it's 14 centimetres square, because I will put it onto one of our 15 by 30s. And I'm just going to position down probably about there.
Lovely.
Okay. And then I'm going to stick over. I've made myself a new one, look.
Okay.
And we're going to place...
The mask gets so handy.
I don't know what I'd do without it, you know. Right, I'm going to give that a really firm press, because I'm going to be spraying wet on. I don't want it lifting. Yeah. So I probably won't be able to get it on my fingers and get it off. But anyway, right then.
That's a later problem.
Yeah, something nice and bright. We're going to go for magenta, and I'm going to kind of just sort of like have a stripe, and then we'll have this one's anemone blue. And again, if you squeeze hard or soft, it depends on the effect you're getting.
The vibes are so colourful.
Yeah.
Punches of colour coming through.
I'm having some anemone.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a little bit of chartreuse over there.
Lovely.
Now, what I also want to do is put some of the...
It's got a bit of the Aurora Borealis about it.
That's what I was thinking. I don't
Have
know
you seen
where
the
it is.
Aurora?
No, not lucky enough. My daughter's been twice and not seen them either time. Yes.
I proposed underneath the Northern Lights.
Oh my gosh,
And
that's
luckily
just,
we
that
did
is
get
just
to
too
see them.
soppy.
I know. Well, what can I say?
We don't do soppy in our house, you know. Right, so I've sprayed just loosely over there. It's wet, and I just hope I don't get any seepage. If I do, I'll bring one in that I did earlier.
Nice.
So I'm just making sure that I've got a lot there because I want it to be really blingy.
Okay.
And then we're going to dry that down.
Nice.
And can I give you that? Because it's kind of what I'm creating, but it's blingier, if that makes sense.
So what have you put over the top of that, the pearl?
It's the same process as what I've done, but that one's dry, so you can really get the whole...
Nice. You haven't even had to put any pearl or anything on top. Look at, I love the vibes because you get the colour coming through.
Yeah.
But you also get the iridescence, that pearl iridescence.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Wow, I love that. As backgrounds go, I mean, come on. Yeah, like that a lot.
Right, so I'm going to move that now. This is where we find out. Yes, okay, so I'm going to keep it in place. I just needed to check.
Yeah.
So then I'm going to take my large Christmas, and because I've gone quite vibrant, I am going to stamp this in black.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm going to stick with grey. And there's a reason, because I want my penguins to stand out, yeah. So although it's grey, it's a new grey, so it's
a juicy pad.
It is a juicy pad. I'm going to position my Christmas about there. Give that a firm press. Okay. Then I'm going to move on to my small Christmas. And I shouldn't do that. I'm going to do it properly. Always take your ink to your pad, because when you're stamping with your block, if you miss-stamp, you've only got yourself to blame. Yeah. It's happened to us all. I'm just going to pop that little Christmas sneaking behind that penguin.
Okay.
And I'm going to cheat and come out this side. And I'm just going to kind of go up and fill this in. Almost like a Christmas tree, I suppose, but not. And I'm just trying to keep it in line. If I was doing this at home, I would probably be in my platform with my lines there to help me, but I'm just...
You're doing a good job. This is a fantastic inspiration, Hazel, because I would never have thought to use my sentiment, effectively creating a Christmas tree type look.
Something's just fell over, isn't it?
It's okay.
Okay, I'm going to put one there, and then I am actually going to take that one over the edge. Okay, and then I've got, my choice is happy or merry.
Well, we've done a happy. Should we do a merry?
Let's do a merry.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I can place this wherever I fancy. Let's put that one on there.
Nice.
Yeah, I think we will go there.
I've just got to tell you, if you pay attention to your screens, you'll notice that our snow globe has gone limited stock. Now, this is the extended delivery. It's sold out once before, and it looks like it's about to sell out for a second time. So if you want to get hold of this snow globe while it is still here, we're saying it's dispatched from the 23rd. It might be earlier. 22 stamps in total. I would be quick. We are limited stock for a second time.
Okay. Let's take away our penguins.
It's like magic.
Oh, yes.
Hazel, that looks
That's really
incredible.
crisp, isn't it? And they're nice and, yeah, bright. So we've got little tiny bits in there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can fill those in quite easily.
I love that.
By... Let's
So,
go
Hazel,
for the glitter.
you already sold me with the set, the first demonstration, but seeing that now, how can you not want this in your life? Serious, just to do
It
the
is
inspiration
cute,
you've shown
isn't it?
here,
Yeah.
I would want it.
Well, I'm just going to add a little tiny bit of that
Between the
blue
legs,
in there, just to make it in keeping with the rest of it. Okay.
Okay.
So from there, we would take, we've got a 15 by 30. We will score that in half. I mean, you could do a Z fold, a gate fold, whatever you fancy. Where am I looking? Here it is. We'll just stick with the half fold on this.
Okay.
'Cause it's just easier to do the techniques. And then that needs to go on something to pop off. Now, realistically, I don't want to mat and layer that, but I do need something around the edge just to pull my eye in. So there's a couple of things I can choose. I can go for a black, or I could go for a colour. I'm going to go for a bit of, now then. That would look beautiful.
Oh, now that's cheeky. A little bit of the
Do you know what,
happy
though?
hour.
The great thing with mirror board is because you've got the rainbow, the iridescent picks up the colours that you've got.
That's a good
So,
shout.
if we just chop that.
And we are going to put the happy hour on your screen. It's been really busy this hour. So you are getting a £14 saving, 40 sheets of this beautiful rainbow mirror card, 300 GSM for £9.99. And look at all the colours. This is just Hazel working with it and all those colours coming through. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
you
so
want this in your life.
I've cut that at 14.5, and that is going to be perfect for there. So we'll just mat and layer that. Now, where is it? You know when you've got everything out in... Gotcha. I'm going to use my EVA. Now, I've got this wet, so I'm just going to make sure it's flat because we're going to mat and layer.
And we have got the non-clog glue bottles as well. They've been very busy when Pink Frog started bringing them to us, and just always busy whenever we feature them. $13.99 your price, and I know that Hazel's been using the EVA inside a non-clog, and that's at the bottom of your screen.
So I've got a little bit of time, because I'm on a shiny surface as well, I can slide this into position. What I like to do here, because we're going on to speciality, which you can't normally do, rub from the back and get yourself that nice crisp bond all the way around. Just give it time to bond. I'm not going to over press too much because I don't want to seep the glue out, but it should just wipe off anyway. If I was using a collal, I certainly couldn't do this because it would strip the top layer off. So that's then adhered around.
I love the colours coming off that mirror.
As you just shine it in either way, I can see the pinks, I can see the greens, the chartreuse.
It does work. It reflects all the colours in the collection of sprays. So
it does. You could raise this on foam pads, but just for speed, I'm just wondering, I bet I probably won't get another one in now, will I?
Well, I tell you what, we'll go straight to, if you want to just jump straight to the next demonstration, see how much we can do.
Perfect, no problem. So that will go on the top of there, and that is that one complete.
Perfect.
Okay.
We've got about 5 minutes, just under actually. Oh no, I'm sorry, 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Do you know what? I'm going to show you. Do you know that background that I... Can I have it back?
Just there.
That one there?
This one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so instead of me doing the background, because it's kind of what I did here, I just kind of sprayed it and added all of my diamond purling. What we'll do is we'll get some embossing. We're going to use a bright white. I'm just going to get a bit of card. I'm bending down, I'm still here. But I need that to catch my embossing powder. So we will use that lovely little mountain line. And I'm just going to... Yes, I did. So I'm going to emboss down here a mountain first. And I'm going to use my static bag. And I've kept this whiter at the bottom because we're going to go over with some other stuff, but it depends how far along we get. So I'm going to use my pad. I just hope I can see enough rather than me having to...
Nice, and just to remind you, the snow globe is limited stock, so please don't miss out there because it looks like it is going to sell out for a second time.
So I'm putting a nice hill in there, and then we'll have sort of like one down the bottom here as well. Just sort of like, you probably can't see that because
that's okay.
It's it needs the powder on.
Now we have had a question in, so this saying, who's this from? Eleanor's just saying that she really enjoys all your demonstrations, Hazel.
Thank you.
And she wants to say, could you tell her if you use the Polywink sprays with the stamps, just how you used them this morning, how would you clean it? How would you clean the stamps if you use the sprays?
You just spray them with water and a microfiber cloth, or We shouldn't really, but a baby wipe would be fine as well, or you can put them in a bowl of soapy water, anything like that.
Great, thank you.
I have just wiped a little bit of powder off there, and there is a reasoning behind it, because I want to pop my deer in here.
Okay.
Deer in here, that rhymed. So I'm just going to heat my mounting line.
Yeah.
This is a little bit Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, Borealis. Northern Lights.
Yes. And the white embossing just shows up beautiful. Okay, and then we will come in with, put that one back, our stag. I bet the counter will... I'm terrible at wobbling the counter, you know. So then position...
Got a minute and a half.
Okay, we'll get a few bits on it.
Okay.
And I have got one I made earlier. So we'll just... There's our
that
deer.
looks good.
And then let's
It's
see
a
if we
silhouette
can...
stamp with the
Yeah.
deer. That's so effective.
Let's see if we can get a tree in at the same time, and then
Okay.
we can heat emboss them together.
That's probably be us done then.
Yep.
Got 50 seconds.
Oh my...
No pressure.
Do you know what? I'm just going to heat
All
the
right,
deer.
go for it.
I'm heating the deer. I'm going to bring this in to shot so you can kind of see what we're heading for.
Oh, that's nice. You showed us the technique.
I showed you the technique, and all I've done then is I've gone in and I have painted some extra different bits down and used the colour pop to dull it down a bit, and then done a multi stamp there on my Christmas.
Love it. Hazel, thank you so much.
Thank you. I've had a ball, and thank you to everybody for tuning in.
Well, we really enjoy it. I felt I've learned a lot from you, and I hope you've enjoyed everything on the show. Don't forget the happy hour. There's still literally 3 minutes left to get hold of the happy hour. Details are at the bottom of your screen. Big thank you to Hazel and Pink Frog. Coming up next with Ragged Life. After that, all and create one day special, and then paper crafting with couture. Okay.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially, as an online business, the company has grown, and Graham joined the business in 2015, and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products, including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows. Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. make sure you don't miss the studio light shows.
Do not adjust your sets. Lots of lovely colour coming straight at you through the cameras, through your screen, where you can see maybe some inspiration for yourself, maybe some lovely decoration for your interior, or just a lovely project that you yourself could be working on. Very good afternoon. Lovely to have your company. Here we are. And I'm here with Ragged Life. Who there's lots of R's as well, I'm going to say in here. I'm going to have to be practising these ones to go through. And I've got the lovely Elspeth that's also here with me for this next hour. Very good afternoon.
Afternoon to you too, Scott.
How are you?
Very well. Looking forward to getting some rag rugging on.
Yes, a rag rugging, absolutely. Because there's one thing, the materials on here, by the way, are absolutely fantastic. We're going to come on to the materials. It's a beautifully bright set, as you can see, with lots of examples of the work that you could be able to carry out here. But Elspeth, just a little bit for yourself as well, because this is our first show together.
Yep.
But also, I just know that this is sort of like a tradition that's gone on for many, many years. And just for those that haven't worked with you or seen you on the show before, how would you describe the business, where you fell in love with it, and who this is for and is aimed at, really?
Yeah, so I mean, I think a lot of watchers will probably be familiar with rag rugging. It's a very old traditional British craft. It was very much around recycling, using up old clothing, offcuts. It came out of a real need because obviously, you know, people used to make the most out of everything they had, any little scrap. And now I still stay true to that with my, you know, brand Ragged Life. All the materials you'll see today are recycled materials, just posh recycling. But basically, you know, we're all about helping you guys turn your old clothing, little remnants and maybe sewing projects into something beautiful.
Yeah.
But not only that, you can make memory mats, you know, things that have meaning to you. You're using fabrics that you remember wearing on holiday.
Right.
So, you know, there's a lot of things involved in rag rugging. It's recycling, it's, you know, memory mats, it's, you know, fun, mindful craft, but you know, I'm all about colour with Ragged Life, as you can possibly tell.
Absolutely. But you know what's lovely? It's absolutely right bang on theme, is it really, when you think about that? So if you are watching and you've done some making of your own already, great. We've got some lovely materials you might want to start working with. If you've never done any at all, don't worry, we've got some lovely demonstration from Elspeth we're going to go through, because I'm really interested as well to see how we do it. But let me just give you some details of some of the tools available to you if you're starting out or you were looking to sort of expand on your kit already. Let's start off then. I'll tell you what, go with a complete that's going to give you. That is a complete. The reason why I'm moving that tool will become apparent in a moment. But this is the complete rag rug kit that you're going to get. You're going to get the instructions. You're going to be getting this yarn. It's also included this one. You're going to be getting all the tools. I'm not going to tell you how they work. Elspeth will do that for you as well. Also, you'll be getting the pen, plus also the actual hessian to work from, and you're going to get welcome notes and introductions to all of this. This is the complete kit for someone, again, that's really wanted to go straight in with, or maybe got a bit of experience and knows a little bit to wear the kit.
You need absolutely no experience at all with rag rugging to start off with one of these kits. It's all completely designed for someone who's never rag rugged a day in their life to pick up that kit and get going straight away. So as Scott said, it comes with all of the various tools to start out rag rugging. You've got your pre-hemmed hessian, which is the base that we do all of our rugs onto. You've got really comprehensive instructions in there. I'm a very visual person, so I shove in a whole ton of photos, illustrations. It's a 28-page booklet in there, so you know we leave no stone unturned.
That's brilliant.
But yeah, it's, you know, designed for people who've never rag rugged before to really enjoy getting on with their first project, really.
I like that. I like that. We will go through this in more detail as well as we go through the hours, while making sure you understand how the tools will work. But let me just give you the details of this, because we have another kit we're worth showing you. If you're going to go for the complete rag rug kit, 614072. It's £59.99, or it's available on your flexi buy as well. So just 2 payments of £30 each if you'd like to go for that. Now, if you are thinking, actually, you know what, I'm just starting out and I do like the idea, the possibility of the complete kit, but I want to go for something which, for me, I love the sound of this, the easy peasy rug starter kit. Now, this is absolutely geared for myself. Now, basically, the way to do that is I'm just going to remove this tool, which is available on its own, by the way, which comes over. But I will move this one from there because that's not part of this. But actually, within easy peasy, and if you're just trying to do this and thinking, you know what, let me have a little go. It's less money that you're looking at here as well, but if you want to give it yourself a go, that's the only thing that's really missing from this one, actually. But everything else on there, Elspeth, is basically just for those really just thinking, don't want to put too much money into this straight away, but I want to give it a go anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I can go into a kind of good explanation of, you know, what are all these tools? What are they for? Because you're probably thinking, oh, gosh, which kit is right for me?
Yeah.
So I will cover that. So
right.
don't you worry. Scott, you keep on, you know, explaining it so well.
We are going to learn together on this one, everybody. The item code, if you want to go for the easy peasy, is 720165, and that's available on 2 payments of just £22.50, which is all there. Now, the rug hook that we've actually taken away from there, by the way, it is available on its own. So if you do want it to, now it's actually there at £21.99. Now, if you're thinking, do you know what, I want to give it a go, maybe this is one of those you can come back and pop into your basket at a later date, or if you're thinking, well, look, actually £21.99, or if it comes included in the kit, it actually works out a lot lower. In fact, it only comes in at around about £15 if you go for the complete rag rug kit, which is 614072. So they're all the options basically that you are looking there for you. From all of that, it's absolutely perfect value, basically, but give it a go if you wanted. Now, we have got a lot of counters to show you. Do not worry about that. If you want to shop ahead, because some of these, once you see them, that's it. Once they're there, once they're gone, they are gone. The mohair, already proving very, very popular, and it is a case of once that's gone, it's gone. There's no more coming back on the store, onto the show at an extended delivery or anything like that. So if you've got your eyes on that, grab it now whilst you can. Absolutely beautiful, whichever colour option you want to go for there. You're going to get a kilogram in total. The contents may vary slightly on those different options you're going to find, because that's the way that it works with it. We'll get more detail on that, of course, from Elspeth as it goes on. But £39.99, but when it's gone, it is gone. So please take advantage. We've also got some lovely bundles in there. Now, if you want to be more specific, you might want to go for the actual bundle, which is colour specific. If you're not worried about necessarily different colours and you're going to get a lovely collection of them, you might want to go for the wonderful bundle, which is your lucky dip, basically. And in there, you'll have beautiful, again, brilliant amounts of that. But again, we've done all that choosing for you there to see which colours will all be chucked in together for you to work from, which is perfect, perfect, perfect. So they're all there. They're on the website for you, thecraftstore.com. But let's get straight down to it with Elspeth now and actually start looking at how we start and actually how we start creating.
Yeah, so I'm going to go complete back to basics, assume that people don't have any knowledge. I'm sure there's some of you who've watched me before, and I hope you'll bear with me. But basically, traditional British rag rigging, there are mainly 2 different techniques that we do. And one of them is probably more familiar to some of you out there, and that's the traditional shaggy style of rag rigging. Which is what this very vibrant rug behind me has been done in. You'll recognise the shaggy technique because it's got a really beautiful thick pile to it, and it's super cosy to sink your feet into. And it's probably one of the more traditional styles of making a rag rug. However, there's also what we call the loopy technique of rag rigging, which is what this rug here has been done in, and what this rug here has been done in. And this is a much more compact, almost slightly more tight-knit appearance of rag rigging. Once again, they're both done on Hessian, but they use different tools to create the different effects. And both of our intro kits today have been designed to allow you to be able to do both techniques of rag rigging, which is brilliant. And assuming no knowledge whatsoever, get you started on either if you want to. But the difference between the easy peasy kit and the complete kit is that the complete kit has the tool which is also more specialised for doing the loopy technique. So it's almost like the easy peasy kit is really great if you absolutely adore that shaggy technique and you are like, you know, straight on it, you want to make that and that's all you're interested in. Get the easy peasy kit because that's what it's got the best tools for that one. However, if you love the look of both of the techniques, and I'll be demoing both a bit later, then it's well worth the money to go for the complete kit because, as Scott said, you get the real specialised tool for the loopy style, that flatter, more detailed technique, and you make a really good saving. So hopefully that kind of gives you a bit of an overview of what the difference is between those kits. And I'm now going to go through the individual tools and just show you how they work.
Lovely. Yeah, thank you.
So both of the kits have got in them this little nifty gadget here, which is called a rag rug spring tool, because it's got a spring in it here. And it's also got in it this block, which is called a cutting gauge, a wooden cutting gauge. These two tools are specialised for doing the shaggy technique of rag rugging. So that one with the really beautiful, thick, cosy pile to it that you just want to sink your feet into. So it's also kind of shown on the outside of this little water lily, where I've combined the two techniques.
That is really lovely.
Because you don't have to just make a rug. You can really go out there and do some more, you know, small detailed pieces once you get your eye in. So these both come in the kit, and I'm going to show you now how to do the shaggy technique of rag rugging. So you're probably going to want to start off by rummaging in your wardrobe or your fabric stash and getting some bits that you want to cut up. So I, in the ethos of rag rugging, have brought with me an item of clothing, I think it's an item of clothing, which a friend of mine from my Rag Rug Coffee Morning donated to me for this very special cause. So what you do to start with is you always turn your item of clothing inside out so that you can see where all of the seams are on the garment. And I'm sorry, all you dressmakers out there, because we're undoing all of your hard work in this particular part of the demo, and you're essentially reverse dressmaking the item of clothing that you've got in front of you. So I'm only cutting along the left or the right side of all of the major seams, and I'm just trying to separate out a block of fabric to start off working with. So if you were cutting up a t-shirt, it would generally be made up of a front block of fabric, a back block of fabric, and then two sleeve blocks. But, you know, if you were working with a shirt, it may have two front panels to it, a kind of yoke across the top of the back, a back block, and then two sleeve blocks. But essentially what you're doing is you're just cutting a block out so that you can start cutting it up.
This has got to be great for stress release as well, do you know what I mean? Just getting the old shirts, the old t-shirts, some of his old ties. Yeah.
There's some nights when I just sit in front of the TV and I'm just cutting. Like, I'm not rag rugging, I'm just deconstructing a whole ton of clothing. And, you know, friends beware. I've said this a few times, but no one should leave any items of clothing accidentally at my house, because if I don't recognise it, it's going in the rag rug.
I like that. I like
so
that.
I've now got a block of fabric that I'm going to turn into strips to be able to rag rug with. And the quickest way that I found to create these strips is to fold your fabric. And this is going to be where my wonderful rag rug scissors come in.
We have got those at the bottom of the screen, by the way, 552816. They're $14.99 if you want to go for those. They're 8.5 inch on the fabric scissors, because they were gliding through that.
No, they are. People who don't even rag rug come to me for these scissors. They're the tank of the scissor world. You know, I've never had a dissatisfied customer with these. So what we're going to do now is we've got our tube of fabric, and the way that we cut our strips is we cut through lots of layers of fabric at the same time. And I'm going to show you something now which is a bit of an added bonus that we've added to the cutting gauge. And this is a new feature that we haven't had before.
I saw the markings on these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with our latest kind of like run of these gauges, we have this fabric strip width guide measure engraved onto it. And this is to give you a bit of an idea of how wide you should be cutting your strips based on how thick it is. Because the thinner your fabric is, generally the wider you would cut your strips. And the thicker your fabric is, something like a denim that's really hardcore, you cut it narrower because it makes it easier to pull through the Hessian when we come onto the demo. So this is just, you know, a bit of an added bonus. So you don't have to kind of really think about it. You can look at that measure and you can go, I've got a thin fabric, this is how wide I'm going to cut my strips. So I'm cutting, because mine's a fairly medium weight fabric, I'm cutting my strips roughly about 2 centimetres in width. If you're unsure, oh gosh, how wide should I cut them? Generally, if you cut them about 1.5 centimetres, that would work with most fabrics.
Right.
So, you know, you can just simplify the process and make it easy for you. So I'm not going to cut up the whole thing. I'm going to keep some for a bit later. But what we've got here is some slightly wiggly strips. So this definitely wouldn't do for patchworking or more precise crafts, but for rag rigging, absolutely perfect. And in fact, sometimes the more wiggly a strip is, the more texture you get in your piece. And it actually makes it look more interesting than you've got perfect kind of, you know, maybe rotary cutter strips. So I'm now getting 6 of my strips of fabric, and it doesn't matter if they're different lengths. And all I'm doing is I'm just holding them all together, and you just make sure that they're not all kind of tangled. And I've just aligned the tops together so that they're all in a bundle. And this is where the cutting gauge comes in, because we're going to turn these long strips into short strips. So all I'm doing is I'm at one end of the gauge here, and I'm going to carefully just wrap down and along the gauge. And some people prefer to twist it like a little spit.
I see, yeah.
So there's a couple of ways that you can use it.
That reminds me of my first aid course I went on, just did a bit. I could do a bit of bandage work on that.
Maybe the white colour as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't help. So I've just kind of like compressed it up, because if I'd run out of space on the gauge, you can create more space by kind of like concertinaing it up. And this is why the rag rug scissors are really, really good for this kind of project, because now we're cutting through a real dense kind of amount of fabric.
Yeah.
So then what we're doing is you're just carefully cutting.
So straight down the groove.
Straight down the groove. And can you see, I've got a beautiful pile now of similar length strips for doing the shaggy technique with.
That is brilliant. I love it. Do you know, I'm just thinking though, because I know this is a real simple process, but I'm just thinking, I've got quite a few old T-shirts and things like that that I've either used for this, that and the other and everything. If you've got a new, and Fee keeps saying to me, have a clear out, I'm a hoarder, have a clear out, make some room, treat yourself to some new ones in there. But if you are the same, you're thinking, do you know what, maybe it is from memory again for those shows that you really want to sort of go, they're still part of your life in some ways, and you're turning them into a project, or you are just making space, or you have a bit of a clear out, or a bit of a change in heart about what you wear, etc. This is a great way of making sure you're going to have the materials there at your hand to make something that's going to last, which is absolutely fantastic. But although you might be wanting some new material, can I just give you a very quick update? There was another show tonight, Elspeth, you're back at 7 o'clock, isn't it? Another
7 o'clock.
I just want to say, though, with the mohair that we've got for you, by the way, it is when it's gone, it's gone. I don't see a lot of this going into tonight's show. Half the stock of the naturals has already now been allocated. We've not really looked at any detail yet, and we're already 17 minutes in the show, and half the stock's already gone. So, when it's gone, it is gone. And I have to tell you, I know we're not dealing with this just yet, but Elspeth, that is so soft and so absolutely beautiful material, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my usual fare, I'll be honest. Like, I've always got the blanket yarn, these balls, which is the selvage edges from blankets and scarves, but I saw that mohair in the mill.
Wow.
And no one was taking that over me. It was absolutely gorgeous, because I don't know how well it shows on the screen, but it has this kind of like beautiful sheen to it. And I'm going to show you a bit later, like, you know, I've made a project in the mohair, and I've actually brought a work in progress one in the mohair.
Yeah.
But these come in they're all different sizes, because this is a waste product. Like, it is beautiful waste product.
I was going to say.
Absolutely stunning waste product. But what I'm saying is that we're recycling, we're using up these little bits, but they're not even that small. They're quite large, some of them. You can make cushions out of them if you want to. Patchwork.
Oh, they are gorgeous. We've got 6 colourways you might want to choose from, things, by the way. I would go for them now, because even if you're not working with these on actually particular rugs or anything like that, if you're going to put them towards your other projects, I know when we were talking about this before the show, Elspeth was saying, you know, when little moments like this come along, you seize the opportunity, you grab it what you can, but it's not one of those that you was out there to sort of get a particular, you saw it, you've grabbed it, it's on the show, it's not going to be repeated, it's not going back on extended, it's when it's gone, it's gone. 029 972 39 99. If others are snoozing, they're losing on that offer, okay? So you've got to make sure that you get it whilst it is there. You will not be disappointed. I love it. They are beautiful. Right, sorry, I felt like I interrupted you, but I just wanted to... I was just sharing the excitement of just chopping up as well on those. It is brilliant. Oh, the kit's really busy as well, I've just heard, as well. Over 20%. Is that the complete rug kit? Over 20% of the complete kit has now already been allocated also. And I think as we're getting too used to seeing the tools, Elspeth, and seeing how, you know, the markings that you pointed out, how these will work, etc., you know, I think people are realising, do you know what, so far, this is this is a craft that's Scots-proof almost at the moment, which means I feel that I would feel quite confident in getting this home. I've looked at your instructions manual. I feel like I could follow this and work with this.
Yeah, I've taught so many people how to rag rug, and anyone can pick this up. It is so simple, particularly the shaggy technique, which I'm about to show you now.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful because it's the kind of project where you can put it down for months and you can come back to it and you won't have forgotten what you're doing because it's that easy. It's very, very therapeutic. I mean, I'm addicted, as you can possibly see, and I'm sure if I could get Scott doing it here and now, he would just be like, over for the day, I'm sitting on that chair and I'm making my rug.
Lay that gauntlet down. I'm more than happy to take that one up for the rest of the day. It's okay. It's,
got new labour force to make me some rugs for me. So basically, we've just produce these kind of like similar length shaggy pieces for doing the traditional shaggy technique of rag rugging, that beautiful thick luscious technique that's just so deep and lovely. So these are roughly about 9 centimetres in length, but once again it's a rag rug. If some of them are a bit longer, if some of them are a bit shorter, it's not going to be the end of your project. It's still going to look absolutely beautiful. We embrace all imperfections in rag rugging.
I love that. I love, because you're right, because there are some that have got to be really meticulous. You've got to be absolutely measured. You can't miss. You've got to make sure that stitch or whatever we work in is absolutely perfect. But this is a very organic, it seems, very organic.
It's beautiful. Sit in front of the TV, got your bit of hessian, got some rags, got your tool, and you're good to go.
Right.
Not a lot of tools either. Right, so I'm going to be using the spring tool, which comes in both kits. So as I said, the best tools to do the shaggy technique come in both. And it's important that you keep it closed to start with. So I'm just making sure that I'm not pressing that lever to begin with. And I'm just going to choose a hole anywhere. I'm just going to go just on the inside of this stitch line. And all I'm going to do is just push across the top of the hessian. And I'm trying to get 2 or 3 strands onto that barrel. And then all you're doing is opening up the end of the spring tool. You are grabbing onto the corner of the short edge of the strip of fabric, and just very carefully and smoothly, you're pulling half through. And then you let go.
I'm there.
Yep.
I could do this. I could do this.
Yep, anyone could do this, I promise you, Scott. So, yeah, it's really easy. The one question I get asked time and time again, so I'm just going to, you know, put your minds at ease right now, right here, is what is going to stop that bit of rag from getting yanked out by, you know, maybe a cat plucking or, you know, even you just walking over it. The more fabric we begin to put into this hessian, the tighter the hessian becomes.
Yep.
And it's that locking together of the mesh of the hessian around your fabric pieces that starts to make it all secure over time.
Right.
So that piece isn't secure yet, so we'll just put in a couple more pieces to, you know, start to make it tighter.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do now is miss out 2 strands in the hessian, and I'm going to poke my spring tool down again, and I'm just going with the very tip into a hole, and then I'm coming up roughly 2 or 3 strands away, getting them onto there, opening up the end of the spring tool, grabbing onto that corner, and just pulling half through.
I love that. I'm going to celebrate that with some exciting news.
Ooh.
It's very, very busy, I can tell you. We've had a technical sellout on the show already, and we're only 23 minutes into it. It's from the mohairs that we've got for you as well. The blue option, if it's in your basket, check it out, because there's no more of this left in stock at all. And I think that's where we have a technical sellout on the blue option already. Pinks and purples, by the way, as well. Over half the stock has already been allocated on the pinks and the purples, so you know as well. And your naturals were already at half the stock as well, and those before we even started. So, in fact, all 2/3 of the stock of the, we're approaching now on the naturals. So get it while it's there, while we watch our demonstration, because when it's gone, it's gone. Have you just sneaked a couple more in there while we were...
I just find it so so enjoyable to do. I've forgotten I'm even on TV. I'm just going for it. So I kind of just wanted to show you the back of the rag rugging now, so you can kind of see how it's kind of looking on the back. So what you've kind of got is the back of the fabric pieces, and between those fabric pieces, the hessian begins to kind of lock together.
Right.
And you possibly can't see it, but the hessian begins to kind of tighten around your pieces, and that's what starts to make things nice and secure. So I've been been working with a kind of, you know, an old blouse here, but both of the kits come with a ball of this beautiful blanket yarn, is what we call it, the offcuts from blankets and scarves. And the nice thing about rag rugging is you can mix lots of different weights of fabric together.
Right.
And that actually enhances the piece, as opposed to being, you know, sometimes with certain crafts you've got to be a bit careful. In rag rigging, all of those different textures coming together is what makes things look beautiful. So you'll get the ball of blanket yarn to get you started, and it means you don't have to kind of go rummage around your wardrobe to start off with.
And I suppose also for this one, as far as design goes, I mean, it's just... Do you map something out on the Hessian to start with, or is it one of those, you know what, just go with the flow? I mean, some just an explosion of colour right across the board, or...
Yeah, I mean, people approach design in very different ways. I used to be a very kind of precise, symmetrical person, and over time I've started to loosen up a lot more, which has been good. My mum is an absolute, you know, maverick. She's brilliant with rag rigging, and she's very organic in the way she builds it up. It depends what fabric she's got on hand, and she'll just kind of add things as she goes. But if anyone's kind of concerned about design, you can sketch onto the Hessian with the marker pen that comes in the kit. If you make mistakes, it doesn't matter, because you're going to cover it with rag rugging anyway, so all your sins are kind of hidden underneath.
Yeah.
And then if you're really like, oh gosh, I don't feel particularly confident coming up with a first design, actually completely new to the show today, and Scott hasn't even got there yet, so there's so much going on. But actually what we're launching today is my first ever pre-printed Hessian. So this
I think people have noticed it already, because it has already been busy. I think people are shopping ahead on this, which is great. Talk us through it. Talk us through this.
So, I mean, I'm too short for you to see the whole length of this. You really do get a big bit of Hessian for this. But it's got this repeat lantern pattern. And behind Scott, you can kind of see the rug that inspired this pre-printed design. It's kind of got this beautiful repeat lantern design that kind of makes its way down the rug. But the thing I love about this is the fact that you get a 2 metres, so 200 by 75 centimetre runner bit of Hessian, which can be quite daunting for a beginner. But what you can do is you can break it down into multiple smaller rugs if you want to. So this is my kind of work in progress one that I've brought with me here. And it's actually been done with some of the naturals mohair. That's what the cream and the grey is. And then the pink and the kind of like, I guess you call it seafoam green, is sari silk. So you get a really good idea of how the different kind of materials, you know, stand out next to each other.
Yeah, I love that, actually. This is already very, very popular. Did I hear a quarter of the stock or a third? Over a quarter of the stock has actually already gone, and we haven't even had a chance to look at it yet. But now we have with Elspeth. But I think that's great. So, I mean, this is some of the designs. If you're just looking for a guide and you want to work with it, you do get huge amount. It's a 200 by 75 centimetres and all this. It is all pre-printed, great for you to work. And I love the idea of a smaller project, so you could, you know, a little mat for the side, either side of the bed if you wanted to do that.
Yeah,
you know, something luxurious for your feet to sink in the morning. I'm liking that.
It's great because, I mean, like this one that I've hemmed here is only a quarter of the length.
Yeah.
So you could get 4 kind of nice sized mats if anyone's wanting to start making Christmas presents already. You know, you really do get a lot of Hessian for your money there. But
I'm going to try and because I can't.
Oh, do you want me to hold one end?
Yeah, do you want to go? You go for one, and there we go. Look, there we go. And now you get the idea. So you've got all of that to work from. It's a huge amount of either lots of individual projects if you're working, or if you are going to go for a really lovely long rug to work with, absolutely allocated for that price. Way below £20, but $14.99 for that. 200 by 75 centimetres. Item code you're going to need is 431933 if you want to go for those ones. But that is absolutely brilliant. Now, tell you what, I just want to remind you about some other things we've also got on the show as well. Now, the complete kit that we talked about, we have already been very, very busy. Over 40% of the complete kit, that includes the tool that we were talking about that's really quite specialised in there. $59.99 for the complete kit, and we've been already talking through some of the other tools. Great to sort of see them working. We're going to continue that on the show, of course, and plus all of the instructions. And the instructions, by the way, I was just talking through, I know Elspeth said she's more sort of visual, with lots of pictures, and they are there, loads of them. So if you are going step by step to have a little look at, absolutely perfect for you. It will take you through. And in fact, like for example, we're talking about the sort of clarity of the instructions. This is exactly what Elspeth has just been doing. You're placing it through, then you actually open it up, then of course you place in the material, and then you pull back through, and then of course there we are. So you've got a guide to be working from, and it is as simple as that. 614072. Again, it's also available on your Flexi. If you would like to go on your Flexi buy, you can do. 2 payments of just £30 each if you want to spread that cost, of course. Now, if you're still thinking, well, I'd like to have a go, I'm really interested in sort of getting that kind of look I want to go for. So you might not need to go for these certain tool that's in the complete kit. Why not then make it even easier for yourself and go for the easy peasy rug starter kit? It's basically everything else that you've just been seeing, minus this particular tool here, of course, which is more for your tighter look on those. Maybe something you want to add into a basket at a later date, but right now that means you can go for the easy peasy starter kit, plus you're going to get your fabric in there to get you going, for £44.99 as well. Now, remember, of course, that we talked about this tool here itself. This is available on its own. Now, this is actually on the show. It is there. On its own, it's £21.99. Details for that are at the bottom of your screen. Now, if you're thinking, do you know what, if I want to go for this, it works out at only £15 because if you go for the complete kit, and it is there for you included in that. So, in long term, it's better to go for the complete kit if you're thinking about that. But the options are there if you are looking just to make not such a big outlay of cash to start with, and both are available on your Flexi. Quick update, by the way, on the Hessian for you as well. We are now over half the stock of this has gone. It's only $14.99, 200 by 75 centimetres. Lots of projects or one huge project. It's all pre-printed and perfect Hessian to be going with. 431933. So I'm going to work my way down the counter. We have now also had some more technical sellouts. The blues, they've gone. They have been sold out already. Don't forget, once these have gone, they are gone. The naturals, I'm going to guess. The naturals have gone. The naturals are gone. I'm going to put this over this end in a second. And then the magical stage floor manager will make things remove. So now, we've still got your pinks and your purples. Oh, wow, 80% of the stock of the pink and purples has already been allocated here, so 80. Only 20% remaining again, but don't forget, when it's gone, it's gone. The greens, ooh, 2/3 of the stock, honestly. You found an absolutely well done for finding. You did say these are going to just fly out. They are. I mean, they're not going to be coming back as well. They're not extended. Red, yellow and oranges. Oh, 40%. Do you know what? I thought, because these have got some beautiful, they've got a lovely, beautiful, like, rust orange in here. Beautiful sort of gorgeous sort of Christmas red, apart from that. And this has got a lovely golden element to that. If you're looking, I mean, these are stunning. And we've got a burgundy in there and some lovely, 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 lovely feel to that. I could just stand here and just stroke these all day. 60% of the, I'm going to do that until they've gone, actually. 60% of the stock has now already gone on the reds that we're looking at there as well. The multicoloured, where are we in the multicoloured? 20% in the multicoloured. Right, that's your best chance right now to get these. Elspeth's got another show at 7 tonight with Yanis, but when it's gone, it's gone. So don't expect to see more stock of these on the show later on tonight, okay? The pink and purples, we are limited. I'm still stroking. And this is, they call this work. They call this work, Elspeth, apparently. Where are we on the limited stock on the pinks and purples and the reds as well. 029972. It's first come, first served. Only $39.99. Not just if you want to go for your rugs, but, you know, any other projects, you just want to get it. You'll know how hard it is to get hold of. You'll know how pricey it can be as well. It's a really good offer on the screen for you can see right now. 029972. Right, I bet by the time we get to the counter, I've got a stock update for you again, coming back to these as well. But I will stick to my word. I've still got to be stroking. Oh, now, We got this beautiful, the sari silk here. Now this is what you were using in between, isn't it, on the Hessian that you're showing there?
So that's what this kind of like pink inner here's been done in, and what this kind of like beautiful duck egg blue, but also some of the lantern rug behind Scott has been done in the sari silk. It's really good if you, like me, love a vibrant colour. You know, it's great for that.
And you can see that they really are. They're beautiful, beautiful colours that we've got in here. You have got a lot of options for you when you look at the options of different silks you're going to be going for. But these are, it's 100 grams of the skeins of these, looking at $44.99. The website is absolutely the best place to go to sort of match up the colours that you want and the options that you've got. I think we're going to try and bring that up for you on the website just to make it a little bit easier. It makes it easier for me. I'm still stroking. Right, there we go. So your drop-down option that you can see will give you the colour and autumn leaves, for example, the petal pinks. You've got 5-star views in the rose garden. What we got this one? Mid-century, oh, good names on these as well. Jewel tones, loving this. Nautical, how many we got? 16 in total, was it? We've got the pastels, we've got the iridescence in there, we've got grasslands, really lovely. Mountain Path, Enchanted Forest. These are great names. I feel like I'm doing a travel show. Under the Sea. Did you do these names, Elspeth?
Yeah, I actually really enjoy coming up with the names.
These are great. Absolutely brilliant. Renaissance, I'm liking that. The Mardi Gras, I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Right, don't just look at them for the names. Get them for the deals and for the colours. A lovely, lovely bundle on those. And again, they're going to look and work so, so nicely on your projects to go with. Now, I mentioned I've got 2 more items. Now, both items really are going to give you the materials to do the projects that you need. One of them is going to be, do you know what, I'm going to just sort of get a lower price point, and I'm thinking, but I'll just take what comes in there with a lucky dip. Now this is $34.99. It's a £5 saving on this bundle right now, and that's going to give you a whole 1 kilo bundle of all your fantastic 100% wool for your bundles on these. Those are really lovely. You're going to get a lovely variety. I say contents may vary, but something in here, as we're hearing, you might want to add to some of the recycled materials that you're already using, or you might want to go with it completely with the wall project. 541923, and you'll just get what you're given with regards to those, and from that you can work with your patterns. And the nice thing is about that look, as we've said, you know, it's all about the look and the feel about these as well, unless you want to be more specific with how you colour. If you do want to be more specific in the colours that you work with, then maybe this is not the bundle for you, but maybe you want to be looking at what I've got over here as well, because this is going to give you a chance of going colour specific with your choices of these ones. Now, the tones may well vary for what you're going to get, but you're still going to be within that sort of remit of the colour itself. These are your 250-gram balls that you're looking at here, and these are just $9.99. So if you are looking, thinking, I definitely want to go with the blues or my greens or my reds, maybe you're going to mix and match and go with the mohair, for example, and you think, I want it within the same palette, then this is going to give you, obviously, more control about the colour that you're choosing. 574213. Again, or 100% wool, just $9.99. 574213. Now, also, and it's always nice, I have an author, published author on the show as well. Lovely Elspeth as well, her very own book that's been brought out. Tell us a little bit about how the book came about for yourself there, and what inspired you to sort of do this.
Yeah, well, I actually felt immensely flattered because I was headhunted to write this book on rag rugging. Yeah, I wasn't looking for a book deal, but managed to get one. That's sometimes how life works, which is absolutely brilliant. But basically, it's all very much, you know, my ethos is simplifying rag rugging, making it as easy as possible. The book's got over 30 different rag rug projects in it. So, you know, maybe you've bought the kit and you've made your first rug because you've got your lovely bit of rug hessian in the kit, and then you're like, what do I do next? The book is brilliant for inspiration. We've got everything from small projects like these little pot holders here, you know, for covering old jam jars, right up to kind of like Christmas wreaths. I think I've got a poppy wreath behind me down there. These kind of projects are the things that you'll get in there. as well as rug designs.
I absolutely love this book. This is really, it's really lovely. I'll tell you what, I would love one of these as well. Look at this. I love that with a little poof.
Exactly.
Look at that. I think that is absolutely, what a project that you've had to create with it. And again, you're getting all the instructions to work with, loads of inspirations, which is that. Look at that one there with the bookcase at the bottom page there. Look at that. Imagine that. That looks like you should feed it. You should feed it, which I think is great. But look at that as well. If you are wanting more detail on the project, absolutely lovely, lovely, lovely. And again, as you mentioned, loads of instructions as well to take you through for this as a guide. It's a really lovely, lovely book. In fact, if I just show you the back page, how about that? So straight instantly you can see lots of different ways of working. I love the bunting. I love the little bunting signs. Well, that is a great idea, isn't it? £12.99. 30 colourful ways to upcycle your fabric for the home by Elspeth herself. 717862. Lovely book. And if you're looking for inspiration, there's plenty in there to keep you going, I can assure you as well. Very quickly as well, which we are going to come back to Elspeth, I want to just give you an update on the scissors, by the way. The scissors, a third of the stock has gone. Lovely thing is, these are absolute quality when it comes to it. And you see that with the material you're cutting, maybe sometimes they're going to be just that single element as well, if you're taking through a shirt or a top. But once you bunch them all up, they're going to fit in that groove, of course, that you get with the kit. They go straight into that groove. And when it's all bunched up, that's when it's going to get a little bit tougher, and you need the scissors to do the job for you. And these are going to do it. These are really, quality blades, a Japanese stainless steel that you've got in here as well. So really nice, and very comfortable handles that I noticed as well, what Elspeth was working. 552-816, only $14.99, which is great. Right, Elspeth, thank you for allowing me the time just to run through. A lot of people had already seen on the web ahead of where we were with things, but I'd love to come back now to you and see how we continue on.
Yeah, of course.
Thank
so
you.
I thought I would demo the wonder tool that is the rug hook.
Great.
So this is that amazing tool that comes in the complete kit. It's the most specialised tool for doing the loopy technique of rag rigging. So that lovely, flatter, slightly more detailed technique that Scott showed you the wall hanging in the book. That was done in that technique, where you get a lot of detail. So this actually, I haven't even shown this yet, I don't think.
No, we've
but
not seen it yet.
this is like a mohair rug. That's been done in all of the multicoloured mohairs. So, we were saying that pack hasn't actually, gone yet. I'm surprised, because this rug was, just mixing all the various tones.
I see.
Yeah, the multicoloured. So, all of your different ones together, and it creates a beautiful effect. But that's been done in the loopy technique.
I just want to give some update on that one then, Elspeth, because we've had two more. The pink and purple has now sold out. That one has gone. Red, orange and yellow has also now gone. So we have got our green, which is now limited stock that we've got here as well. And we've got the multi, which you've just seen there Elspeth talk about. Really good, that, because you've got loads of different varieties in there. That one is still there at the moment. These are the last two. You're not going to see them on the show tonight at 7 o'clock as well, but once they're gone, they are gone. 029972. Oh, got that in quite quick. There we go.
So basically, I thought, you know what, I'll show you how to do the loopy technique with both the mohair and the sari silk, because that's what we're working on right now. Get some work done while we're on live. So I've got a little bit of scrap of mohair here, because I get all of the offcuts of your offcuts. You get bigger pieces than this. But what we do is the same process that we did before, but obviously the mohair's a little bit thicker, which is why the rag rug scissors are even more useful. And once again, we're just cutting some strips like we did before. So I'm only going to cut a few. I can always make more if I need to. But for the loopy technique, we keep our strips longer. And the longer they are, the better, really, because then you can get into a real rhythm. And actually, I've created this kind of grey, I don't know, bit in mohair in the middle, but then I'm going to go back to cream on the other side of it, so there'll almost be a symmetrical design. Nice thing about the lantern one is it's very much paint by numbers, so you can just go wherever you please, but as long as you follow the lantern, it's going to look great. So what we do with the rug hook, and in fact, I'll start down here so you can see a bit better what I'm doing. You poke the rug hook from the front of the hessian to the underside, so that the hook bit is facing upwards. Then what you do is you're hooking onto the strip underneath the hessian, And you won't have to look at the back. I'm showing you the back, but it's really easy to just kind of poke it through and hook it up. Particularly if there's any crocheters amongst you, you'll pick this up and be whizzing along in no time. So I've now got the end through to the top. As a beginner, I'd leave that a little bit longer, give it a haircut later on. And when I say longer, about a couple of centimetres. Then you're missing out 2 holes in the hessian. So about 2 strands, as before. Going from the front to the back once again. And all you're doing is just hooking onto that mohair on the underside, and you're just pulling a little bobble through to the top, and that's a loop, and that's what forms this kind of, you know, length of loops. And because the mohair is quite fluffy, it almost looks like a lovely little sheep. In the cream, it does.
I won't lie, I was thinking sheep as I was looking at it, because it is nice and compact and fluffy.
It's beautiful, but basically all you're doing is just repeating the process. You're hooking onto that strip on the underside with your lovely hook. And the nice thing about the hook is the neck is so fat further up that it only goes through the hessian so far.
Right.
It's been specifically designed with rag rugging in mind, because that's why it's called a rug hook. But what you're doing is creating this kind of lovely, similar height row of loops. And when you want to finish a row, or when you reach the end of your strip, you pull the end through to the top, like the first end, and you would trim both the last end and the first end to the same height as all of your loops. And you can see that I'm just beginning to meander my way. But I'll show you how it works with the sari silk as well, because this is going to be a combination of the two. So the sari silk will come in a skein, and you'll just have to unplait it. So you do this. And, you know, there'll be some really clever people, you know, watching today who'll be thinking, oh, I can knit with this, I can crochet with this. Yes, you can. I'm unfortunately not that talented, so haven't tried it yet. But if you're going to knit with it, you're best off kind of balling it up into a ball once you've got it, unwound, because then it's easy to kind of do those crafts with.
I just wanted to, sorry to interrupt you for 1 second, I just want to let people know there are queues on the phone line. I just wanted to let you know that we're aware of those. We're looking at queues up to 7 minutes long at the moment. It is really, really busy. Just wanted to let you know. So if you are staying on the phone line, we'll be with you as quick as we can. If you're able to, go onto the website and join us on thecraftstore.com, of course. But thank you for your patience. We'll be with you as quick as we can. 7-minute queues at the moment. Really busy. So I just want to let people be aware. Sorry.
That's all right. So basically all I've done is there have been a couple of bits that have just kind of like tied this together so it doesn't get all knotted. Because I'm rag rugging with it, I don't even need to have it in all one strip. So I'm just going to cut a manageable length to work with, because, you know, as I said, it doesn't matter that it's all in one length. You can deal with smaller bits. And, you know, I'm almost like, where do I go now? I'm going to go next to this seafoam blue one here, and I've got my length, and all you're doing is just going in with the hook, grabbing on the underside and pulling a little end to the top. And then, as I said, as a beginner, I'd leave that a little bit longer so it doesn't accidentally get pulled through to the underside. And then you're just pulling a little bobble. And the reason why I wanted to show you how the sari silk works is it works in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
But don't they look so different?
Well, totally, from the fluffiness to the sort of silky appearance that you get with those.
Yeah.
Well, lovely contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, the sari silk almost adds this beautiful lustre, is that how you say it?
Yes.
Like almost like a sheen that is just, you know, makes it look so vibrant and inviting. Whereas the blanket yarn and the mohair, they just make it so cozy. Like you just wanna touch it.
Yeah.
As Scott's been doing, he's been stroking it.
It's a lovely show, it really is. But the lovely thing about it is, it seems like if you want to add that detail, then actually this is really good, actually, if you're going to go for the sari silk, because it does give you a little bit, I don't know if it's right, but you seem like you've got a little bit more control as far as it's a lot smaller than the nice big expanse of the fluff.
Exactly.
That you see, the woolness.
So some people love the texture of the shaggy technique. That's why we've got the easy peasy kit, because some people, they're just like, straight on it. That's what I want to do. In which case, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
But if you're someone who you prefer a slightly neater appearance, or maybe you're wanting to do things that are a little bit more detailed further down the line, the complete kit with the rug hook is the one.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, with the blanket yarn, I've got a little example here.
Great idea of the pillow, yeah.
Yeah,
cushion.
so with the blanket yarn, the ball of blanket yarn that comes with the kit to get you started, it's 250 grams, and one ball of that does one cushion face in the loopy technique. So it covers a 40 by 40 area. And because the ball that we're providing with the kits is always a multicoloured ball, it kind of self-patterns.
Yeah, yeah.
So this one people always love because it almost looks a bit kind of, I don't know, tweed-like. But this is another example of one which I haven't actually assembled yet, with kind of like pinks and purples.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And they look really beautiful, like they're very, very good quality, and they're so soft as well. So the loopy technique looks very different. But this cushion face, because I was using the blanket yarn, which already comes pre-cut into strips, it only took me 3 hours to rag rug this whole cushion face. I mean, I'm quick, like it may take you a bit longer, but what I'm saying is it's not a kind of, you know, it's not a really time-consuming craft once you get the eye in.
It also seems like one of those, like you say, you can sit down in the evening, you can watch some TV as well, but if the phone rings, so I had to put it down, just pick it up again. You're not worried about anything else in between as well. It's a nice and easy on that. Or very quickly, an update on the complete kit, if you're going for, which does have the tool that Elspeth is working with at the moment. Now, this 60% of the stock has now already been allocated as well there. Now, don't forget, there was another hour with Elspeth at 7 o'clock this evening. Yanis will be as well there, so don't miss out on this one. Grab that while you can. And don't forget, that one does come with the tool that we're talking about here, which works out, for me, if I was thinking about that, now I've seen it working, I'd go for the complete kit that you've got here. It is available on its own, but it does work out as a better price point for you if you get it included in the kit rather than on its own. But if you wanted to go for that, of course, at a later date, it's there as an option if you wanted to. 454518 on its own for that, £21.99, or get it with a complete kit, and that brings it down to, I think it works out around about £15 included in the kit. So that's where your value is. 614072, and you do get, of course, your beautiful wall to go with that and start that first project. How are we getting on there?
I'm nearly finished with this strip. In fact, there you go. I've got to the end, so I've pulled my end through to the top, and all I'm going to do is just trim that off so that it's all kind of, you know, hidden amongst the loops. Because in any of these loopy rag rug designs, like the striped one down here, there's plenty of ends sticking upwards, but they're all disguised because they're, you know, nestled amongst those loops. And I'm actually just going to show you the back of the rag rug. Because some people actually prefer the back, weirdly. I can see why. It's even kind of, it's very, very kind of, you know, tight knit and has its own appeal as well. But that's the kind of effect that the rug hook will give you. It's a very kind of beautiful, you know, close, tight knit appeal. In fact, I may actually just use this, you know, the last few minutes that we've got on air to just show...
We've got 5 minutes left, that's all.
Yeah, I'll just show a very, very quick way in which you can use the spring tool in a slightly different way. It's almost like a technique of what we call short shaggy rag rugging that has a half-height pile compared to this one. And it's one my mum and I have somewhat invented, where you weave across the top, you grab the middle of the strip instead of the end, and you pull through like so. And you end up with a loop on one side and cut edges on the other side. And this creates beautiful rag rugs as well as the shaggy technique, but you'll get a bit more design definition. So with the shaggy technique, it becomes a bit blurry and a bit what I call impressionist.
Right, well,
but with this short shaggy technique, if you were doing a kind of checked rug, it would still look checked.
Right.
Rather than random. But can you see the difference? So this one's almost a bit shorter.
Yes,
they almost look like little bows. And then this one's a little bit more wild. But what I'm saying is with the spring tool and the cutting gauge, you can do two techniques. And they're both demoed in the instruction booklet that comes in both kits. just lovely.
Yeah, I think, do you know what? I've really enjoyed this hour, Elspeth. It's really lovely. It's one of those, again, maybe if you're just going, you know, either away in the caravan, you're going away camping, or you just take, it's one of those, there's no electric needed or anything like that. And actually, I would say, because it's one of those projects, he says, moving the glasses to the top of his head, it's one of those where I can see, working with these tools, quite clearly, actually. So, you know, sometimes there's been some projects where the smalls that you're working with, needles and threads, etc., can be so tiny. For those, if vision for you is a little bit more difficult, again, for that, I feel that this is one of those that's suitable, because actually, no electric needed, no big bright lights, and I can actually see that and feel your way through to the Hessian.
And I say miss out 2 strands, because everyone loves a rule to follow. I never count the strands. I just go where it looks like I'm kind of close by.
Yeah.
I've actually had someone who, she watched my YouTube videos and she, you know, is blind, and she was able to pick up rag rigging with one of our kits. So, like, you know, I know that's, you know, unusual perhaps, and it's not something that everyone struggles with, but I think that just demonstrates that it's a very, very forgiving craft.
Yeah.
It's very easy to pick up and enjoy.
I think that's why I really do like that as well, which is absolutely brilliant. By the way, are you on social media that people can find you and send messages or get in contact?
I'm on as at Ragged Life. So Ragged Life, if you search for it on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube. I sometimes get asked about my dresses when I'm on this show. So yeah,
beautifully bright, lovely colour, really lovely colour. Yeah, well, that's great. Well, let me just remind you about the kits again. We've only got a couple of minutes left. If you want to go for this, if you're thinking, do you know what? I've always seen those lovely cupboards, some of those lovely big department stores. When you sort of see the really big rugs, you think, well, that's a real feature. It's eye-catching. Maybe it just fills that bit underneath the coffee table. You think, yeah, just add something to a room, or you want some more soft furnishings that you can match up with either some cushions for the throw on the bed or on the seats or possibly on the rugs. This is a kit that's going to allow you to do that, at the same time making more space in your wardrobes. You see, I'm giving you a bit of a summer sort out here, because some of those tops, those dresses, the shirts, the t-shirts, for example, whatever it is, some of the old denim that you think, I'm not going to wear it again anymore, let's upcycle, let's reuse, let's get these into a project that will last as well. If you want to go for the complete kit, that will include the tools that we've just been talking about here that you've just seen demonstrated. That's part of this one. It's $59.99. You're going to get the Hessian, you're going to get your wall to be working with on one of your projects, everything you need and instructions. 614072. That's $59.99, or available on your 2 flexes as well, of just £30 each. Also, very quickly, the Hessian. If you want to go for the Hessian, this is absolutely brilliant. Really, really popular. 200, I think it is, by 75 centimetres. All pre-printed that you can work from if you do want a guide to go from. 431-933, and that's only £14.99. Absolutely brilliant. If you want to go for the Mo's head, by the way, 2 options left, that's all you have, so it's first come, first served for those ones. Absolutely amazing quality in that, but really, really busy they've been. Green is limited, just so you know as well, if you want to go for that. Multicolour is available, 029972 39.99. Elspeth, it's been an absolute pleasure. You're going to be back with Yanis at 7 p.m. tonight?
Yep, that's correct.
Well, listen, he's on for a fantastic show, but thank you very much indeed. It's lovely to have your company and talking us through it so beautifully. Thank you for your company as well. I really hope you've enjoyed that. But don't go anywhere, because we've got a lot more for you, of course, this Friday afternoon here. Yeah, we've got the fantastic all-in-crate one-day special taking you through now, and then we're also going to have some of your paper crafting couture, and then we've also got your Juki sewing machines all coming up here on the Craft Store.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar, and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Well, hello everyone and a warm welcome. So it is the final call for our phenomenal one-day special. I am such a big fan of the lovely Tracy Evans and All and Great. Can I introduce you to Tracy? Hello, Tracy.
Hello, Yanis. Good afternoon.
I'm really looking forward to this.
How are you?
I'm very well. Tell everyone the story about your clothes. This is a good one. Do you mind us sharing this? This is a good story.
This is the first time I've been out since October on a trip out, physically having to pack. And I actually left my dresses on the banister, so my husband had to buy me a top.
And he's done very well.
It's not too bad, is it?
Did you give him free rein to just go out and buy you something?
Yeah.
Wow.
But he actually went into the shop with the phone and said, "She looks like this."
I think he's done really well. Well done him.
I'm such a professional, Yanis.
Wow. Look, you'll be forgiven. I have to say, though, you have done an incredible job with this release. Now, let me explain, because Tracy brought part 1 of this release in June. That's why it's saying part 2 of the June release in there. So this is a second edition. I want to stress that everything is ready and good to go to be sent out. So we are over 70% of the stock. Tell us a little bit about this, Tracy.
So we had part 1 in June, like you said. Now part 2, they were both designed at the same time, but the idea is that they both work together. So the little details in part 2 complement the bigger details in part 1.
Oh, that's nice.
But also with the part 2, I wanted to break down some of the details. You can see that the birds are separated, some of them are, from the backgrounds, so that I don't just appeal to one area of crafter. Some crafters like things that are more pared back. And obviously with All and Create, we have a lot of backgrounds. All of us design with some background detail in there because we adore that. But I wanted to make sure that I try and think about all crafters. I can't just design for my style. I need to design so that it appeals to more than one area of crafting. So I've sort of broken it down so that some of the areas are broken away from the backgrounds.
Yeah, I'm just showing here, Tracy, so that it's worth seeing the actual stamps. But it's interesting. Have I got to throw that around? Oh, yeah, there we go. My bad. It's interesting hearing your design process. And I genuinely, I mean this from the heart, I have a lot of admiration for you as a crafter. And Tracy has a rule, and she says she will not bring anything. That's just one of the stamps, by the way. Obviously, there are a lot more. Tracy won't bring anything to you unless you can do at least a minimum of 10 things with it.
Yeah, and to be honest, Yanis, this is the first release I've had where I've not been able to stop producing samples.
Really?
Out of all my designs, this has been the easiest set of stamps, both sets, and I'm not just saying that, it's been the easiest to use. I've just, every time I make a card, I'm inspired to make another.
That's lovely to hear, and you genuinely wouldn't say it unless you 100% meant it.
No.
So we can do something like this, which would be, and look at the layers of detail that you were getting. I'm going to hold this one up because I know Tracy was a big fan.
I adore that.
That's lovely.
I think that Jo, shows how the stamps can be used in a different way. What I like about the design team is they approach the stamps in a completely different way to how I approach them.
Yeah.
And it then appeals to a wider range of crafters, because not everybody likes my style. Some people like different styles that's more pared back. And as a designer, you have to realise that you can't appeal to everybody. That's why you need a design team. Without a design team, you wouldn't be here, because they showcase them even further with their talent.
Everyone will have their own take on it. So we can go from a card here. Great page. This could be a scrapbook page. Isn't that
I think
cool?
that is designed as a journal page.
Yeah.
And I like the open space on there. And it also shows that you can mix the stars with the circles, with the blackbird. And I love how she's done that sort of wire across the top. And so they're like balancing on the wire.
Yeah, it could be a telephone
yeah,
wire.
Yeah, very clever.
Well, how about that? Now that's
it's
cool.
gorgeous, isn't it? That's a real feather.
Do you know why I think this is particularly clever? Is because obviously blackbirds, they like shiny things.
Yeah.
So I think that the nuances to that, that's really nice. And Tracy and I were just debating how this was achieved. So Jo, how she was able to get that iridescence on there.
You say blackbirds, but have you actually seen a blackbird up close? They're not just black.
No.
There's bits of purple in there, and it's surprising how many colours.
I'm just going to show this one.
And this is where Jo's talent shines through, is she can pare everything back, use a simple colour palette, and show off a design in perfect simplicity.
That's nice. So this is Jo Rice. Previously it was Jo Elliott. By the way, Jo Elliott, if you are watching, I hope you are, can you email in and just tell us what you used on top of that feather and how you did it? Because I'm very curious.
It looks like glitter, doesn't it?
Yeah, I want to know. So it's such a good release, and wait till you see it in action with Tracy. And look at the amount of resources you have at your fingertips with regard to stamps. You're getting all 4 stamp sets for £40.46 if you are a Freedom member. It is a why not deal, which means as a Freedom member you're actually saving money. So please look into becoming a Freedom member if you're going to go for this. Nobody pay full price. And you've also got flexies as well, which means you pay £20.23 today, and then in 4 weeks' time £20.23. Your item number is 292906. So we've seen set number 2. But we have new viewers joining the craft store every day. So if you are one of those new viewers, here is where it all began. This is the first release. Tell us what you want to achieve with this first release. Tracy.
So with the first release, I wanted some bold focals, but I wanted the flowers to look different to my previous florals, and I wanted to add the texture within the flower.
Yeah.
So I've added some of those text elements within there. So it looks like you've already stamped it onto a book page. And the idea of that is, I need to think about crafters who don't like to use bits of paper, bits of this, that and the other. So if they want to just stamp that image straight onto card and they've got it done and it looks like they've stamped onto a book page, it gives them that in one.
Well, I'm going to jump to a finished example. I will go through the stamps actually to show you, but I mean, come on, that's stunning.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That
Very
is
classy, that is.
Work of art. I love that. And it's the size, just put my hand to shot to give you a sense of scale, the size of that flower as well. It is really impactful.
And I always think things look better if you frame them. Yeah. If you frame any of your artwork, it doesn't matter whether it's simple, whether it's got lots of layers, it always has a big impact if it's framed.
Very true. Just going to show you the amount of stamps that you're getting in this set. So, and everything designed to work together. I mean, that is beautiful.
I'm really pleased with how the flowers have turned out.
Yeah.
They always actually turn out better than you imagine, Yanis. You design them, you put them on paper, then on a computer, and when they come, you're still surprised every time.
Oh, but that, do you know, you're so modest as a designer. You're very good, Tracy, but I love how you maintain your enthusiasm. Everything you design, you do love it. Now, I'm just going to show you here. Is that a barcode stamp?
It is, yes. It's a barcode. It says create at the bottom, but you can't use it in the supermarket.
Yeah, well, that's genius. So let's have a look at some of these sentiments. So you've got one of a kind in there, special moments, create, dream, inspire, possibilities, amazing, hope. Is that positivity, sorry.
Yeah.
Hope. You've got vintage, you've got quirky, all dim. I mean, and that sums you up, actually, because you're a very positive person.
Yeah, I am positive. I like to see the positive side in things. And this also has got some sentiments on there that's ideal for journals, like turn the page and things like that. So it's ideals, and you've got the noughts and crosses that's kisses. And also I did a sample in a previous show you can watch on Rewind where I actually used it as a background. So I actually used the sentiments as a background, not just as sentiments.
See, And that's another great example of where you say get the most out of your sets. Is that the right way? So just showing you here, we've got more. So you've got little sentiments in there. I love these little panels.
So these are our ticketed snippets, and these actually work with ticketed snippets. Nobody could say it. But so these actually work with previous releases because the detail has been shrunk down. And some of those stamps, if you look at the iris, I've actually got a border stamp that's an iris, so it coordinates with that. The little bird, I've actually got an A5 set, so it coordinates with that. I'm trying to extend your library.
You put so much thought into everything. Let me just show you next. Yeah, and this is a great stamp set.
I love that
because that's instantly, if you were to just stamp that out, done.
Yeah.
It's like a beautiful collage.
Yeah, yeah, and you only got to add a little bit of colour.
Yeah.
But even if you add that and you colour with your HB pencil and just blend it out with a paper stump, it looks fantastic. You don't
really
even need any colour.
So true. Then just stamping out a hint of, just get your watercolour pencils on there, done. I'm just going to show you here. And this is a nice one too. Tell us a little bit about
I can't design without backgrounds. Backgrounds for me are a vital part of creating.
Well, it's the foundation.
But that one, you could stamp on its own. You could just use your distress oxide, spritz with water, stamp it onto white card, add a sentiment, and it's even perfect for a teenager.
Yeah.
You know, you could just add sort of hello, hope you just drop in a note.
Nice.
Anything just to drop a note to somebody. But it works fabulous as a background.
Yeah, there we go. I'm just looking at our resident teenager, Floor, and Molly. 18, 19, no? OK, so we've got here, it's when you started. I still see you, that age rolls. Just going to give you the details. So you've got 2 flexi payments of £32.98, 500 312, your item number, and you're getting all of these. Now we're going to move on to some stencils. I tell you what, these are nice,
Yeah,
Tracy.
they only came out this week. I literally received mine at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
We went to our meeting and Tracy said, Abs has just said, I've literally just got hold of these. But, my goodness, they are nice, yeah. I'm going to hold up, I've got some, let me just hold this up and show you because I'm going to jump straight to, so this launched on Let Leonie Loose this week actually. Come on. That is such a good stencil.
But I've just done a quick sample, just in between the shows. I received them at 3 o'clock.
Bless you, yeah.
I had to go to the toilet first, and then I did a quick sample, so I can just show you how they work with my release. But just adding details inside those bubbles.
Yeah.
You know, you could add my border stamp and the details inside, or you could even use that number stencil inside the previous stencil you've just put up.
Yeah.
You could layer one stencil on top of the other.
That on a jelly plate would look incredible
Yeah.
for backgrounds. Well, how about here?
And that one's by Janet Klein.
Oh, wait a second. I've locked them together.
I'm glad somebody else does that. Makes me feel good.
There you go. You're not the only one, Tracy. Here you go. There's that one.
And that goes perfectly with Janet Klein's characters as well.
Yeah. And then finally, pop that down. We've got this one as well.
So that's pared down in size so that it coordinates beautifully with the larger size.
$29.96 is your price. It's a brand new, well, I say brand new release. It was released this week on Let Leonie Loose. 989135, your item number. Shall we have a little stroll on our website? Let's have a little look around. So, is anything going to tickle your fancy? We got Bapasha's release there as well. Saving on there, beautiful. And this is, I think this is why All in Create is such a special brand. It's the depth of designers and how each designer has such a unique style. So you've got Tracy Evans, you've got Bapasha, Abs, I mean the list goes on and on. Janet Klein. Everyone's got their own unique style.
Well, actually you can use them all together because whether you've got Bapasha's or you've got Janet Klein's little characters will go with either Bapasha's or mine because you've only got to stick that little character below a flower or you could have them with the insects. You know, they work together beautifully and we've all got our own style, so that's nice.
You do, and I mean this with all sincerity, that I'm a fan of all of yours, because you know how much I love your work. Then Janet's characters,
they're just
how can you
brilliant.
not fall in love with
I mean,
those?
the characters she puts into those, they're just wonderful. But it's a great team to work with because Bapasha's got her own style. And she...
so much detail, no?
She puts little words inside.
That's what I was going to say, and she's very clever with those.
And that's good, because Bapasha's bought that to the company. Now, I wouldn't go and think, oh, that's a good idea, I'll go and do that, because that would defeat the whole object. We're not going to complement each other. It's like Janet Klein wouldn't come and write, well, I'll do a flower like Tracy, because we'd be fighting against each other. So instead, we work together
harmonised.
Yes,
So
exactly.
it's just good vibes at all and
Yeah,
great.
yes.
Should we have a
good.
play?
Yes. So just to say thank you, Abs, for the stencil, which you can see is beautifully clean. I'll leave it down there so you can see. It's beautifully clean, but just to prove I did use it, inspired by Janet Pring, who had used the stencil to stand. I always do this as well. I use things as perches. So I wanted to show you that the new stencils, even though I've never had them till literally 3 o'clock today, you can literally use your new release, any release that you've got, with your stencils. So stencils play an important part in
And
any
it's good
project.
because it grounds an image. Which is
Yeah,
very
it does, exactly. So this is the sample that we're going to create this time. And again, it's all about the layers for me. Now, at each stage of the card, if you want to pare it back and you're a clean and simple crafter, then you can pare it back. You don't have to add every layer that I add to the card. And I'm going to break it down into simple steps. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create a simple background. And we're going to use our acrylic block to create our background. So we've got 3 colours of oxide ink. I've got Ripe Persimmon, Crackling Campfire and Vintage Photo. So what I'm going to do is add those colours to my acrylic block.
Okay, I've got to apologise to the team because Molly, our floor manager, had 2 mannequins in her hand. She was going to a different set and we went to close up and I said to her, "You're fine to go." And it was my fault. So I'm sorry, guys.
I like it, just makes me feel quite normal and human.
So take great pleasure from our mistakes, Tracy.
I love it. Honestly, I like it when you make me feel quite human and normal. So I'm just adding these colours to my acrylic block. And I'm just tapping them on there. So now I'm taking the Vintage Photo and just adding some of that Vintage Photo to my acrylic block.
Nice.
And then what I'm going to do, don't worry about contaminating your ink pads, that won't be a problem. You can just swipe them across your non-stick craft sheet. I'm just going to give that acrylic block a spritz. Excuse me turning my back.
That's okay.
So what I'm going to do then is bring this in and then I'm going to place this down. Now at this stage, before you place it down, you could add some brush-os if you wished.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Just to add a different element. Now when you place this down, you can literally pick it up straight away if you wish and you've got a background, or you can start to just press each, just to give it a little bit more.
Crafty squidge.
Yes, just give it a crafty squidge. And then you can lift the background up and you get a beautiful background.
Great.
So you just spritz it with water again and you leave that to dry on one side. And then you've got a second piece of card. I'm only creating simple backgrounds because I want it to be the stamps that do all the talking. So just place that on there and we've got our second background. And sometimes the second background is better than the first. What you just need to remember with this technique is if you don't press too hard, you end up with more white areas, which sometimes can be more appealing. So that will be our second background.
And it's something I really learned from you, Tracy, is not to fear the white space.
Oh, I adore white space.
I fall into a trap I think a lot of crafters fall into when you first start crafting, is feeling that you have to cover the entire page, throw everything at it.
And that's, to be honest, why I admire clean and simple cards that crafters make, because it's actually in some ways harder to create a clean and simple card than it is a layered card, because trying to stop yourself.
Showing restraint.
Yes. See, I hadn't got the words. So, yes, it works much better that way. So I've got one that I've done before, and I added a lot more water to this, so you can see it's a little bit more blended on that one. And what you just need to do is when you do that technique, if you find you've got some straight lines on your acrylic block, just blend it with your finger, just so you get rid of any of those straight lines. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the acorn stamp. And this, I adore this stamp. It almost looks 3D when it's stamped. So I'm just going to apply a good layer of ink. And don't be afraid to take your time to add that layer of ink. Don't be in too much of a rush.
So you're finding everything we're using at the moment is part of our one-day special, our brand new set of stamps. It's the second edition, so we gave you part 1 in June, and this is the second part to that. I kind of feel you are heavily influenced by nature. You have a real connection with nature.
But it's not just nature, I'm vintage. I mean, I'm a bit vintage anyway, but I am vintage mad, so I'll go vintage shopping. I'll pick up old books and things like that. So, and I actually use them in the stamp designs as well, as long as it's obviously at the right age. So yes, so I use that in my stamp designs as well. But I love using vintage elements. But I just think that acorn almost looks 3D in its own right, so I absolutely adore that. So what I'm going to do now is, you could, if you wanted to do your clean and simple card, if you want to leave it at that stage, you could leave it like that with a little bit of 3D element and just add a sentiment, and you've already got a card. But I like to take it a little bit further, so I'm going to add a second stamping. And again, a good layer of ink. And sometimes when we're demonstrating, it's so easy to rush what we're doing. So what I'm doing now is I'm just lining this piece of thread up here, just over the woodland word on the left. So you can just see it underneath here. So that's how I line it up. And again, I'm just good even pressure. If you don't add good even pressure and you don't allow that ink to sit on the card, you're always going to get frustrated because you'll get a poor image because you're not giving enough time for that ink to soak into the card. And I've got the All and Create acrylic blocks, so I can just lift that and again get a beautiful image. Now it's important, just move this out of the way, that we actually block that image. Now it's important that we block that image because we've got that oxide ink underneath the layer of stamping. And if we were stamping straight onto white card, then you wouldn't have a problem. It's absorbent and it would soak into that card. But these are good habits to get into. So because we've got that layer of oxide, we need to make sure it's blotted. You might not get any ink off, but it's best to get into these good habits. Then you'll never get frustrated with your stamping. So just give that a good blot, just to make sure there's no ink on there. And there was a slight layer of ink. So what I'm going to do is I've got one of the acorns that I've already cut out and coloured, and all I've done is stamp it onto the piece of card that I'd coloured previously. So what you just need to do is when you're playing with white card, if you want it to look a bit more realistic, just make sure you colour the edges of that piece. So we've got our 3D element, and then what I've got is I've got 3 circles. And I've got 3 spotlight circles, and I'm going to add some spotlights to my designs. Just to make it a little bit more 3D.
Just to explain, stripping it right back, when we say spotlight, so talk to us about the principle.
You're pinpointing. So what I'm doing is I'm pinpointing an area, making it stand out more, and I'm spotlighting that part of the image. That's all it means, and you can do that in many different ways. But it's great that you ask the questions, because sometimes as a demonstrator, however much detail you go into, sometimes you might forget things that beginners might not, you might want to ask.
It's good to know, but yeah, it's another technique that I've learned from you and I use all the time.
So just checking which acorn I need. So I'm just going to stamp part of the acorn onto my spotlight circle. And I love doing this because it just adds another dimension to your stamps. You have to check that you've inked up the right one, which is the usual mistake I make. Stamped the wrong one. So just stamp that onto there. And now I'm stamping straight onto white smooth card. So you could use your pink frog card, the beautifully smooth one, and just add this. And because it's smooth card, it's absorbent because I've got no layer of ink. But also, what this is showing is you don't have to use the whole stamp. You can use part of the image. It doesn't have to be the whole stamp that you use. But even though I'm using that card and I know that it's absorbed in, still get into that good habit and blot. It's just important that you blot. And what I'm going to do is just add that over the top. Just adhere this over the top. Now if you want, you can add this with your 3D foam. I don't want to do that this time. I just want to keep it relatively flat.
That's nice how it nestles right back into that image.
Yeah, you just have to spend a second. That's why you suddenly go quiet as a demonstrator thinking, is that lined up?
It's effective though, Tracy, it looks so good.
But where it meets up here, that's when it really stands out.
It locks in, love that.
And
I really like that.
Another good thing to do is when you're just pressing your adhesive down, try not to put your fingers on your card too much, because that's when you get blobs. And just make sure that your fingers are clean. I know I might be teaching some of you to suck eggs, but it is important to repeat that.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to add another couple of spotlights. So I've got some smaller circles here, and I'm using smaller circles because it makes it cohesive. It makes everything work together.
Yeah.
I don't want everything to be the same size because it doesn't give that as good a design element to it. So I have to look at my stamp just to see which I'm stamping, and I'm going to stamp that one. So it's this side.
And from little acorns come great things.
Exactly. Oh, we see, I wish I'd have thought of that one. So just add this to, let's bring it down a little bit, to this side.
Nice.
And I just love how detailed the stamps are. They always come out more detailed than I expect.
Well, I kind of feel that is something that represents you as a designer, because whatever release you've brought to us in the past, I've always been impressed by the amount of detail you're able to incorporate into all your work.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, layer upon layer upon layer.
I mean,
of
my
detail.
daughter helped me this time because everybody knows I'm a dinosaur when it comes to software.
Yeah.
So I do everything on paper.
Yeah.
And I say to my daughter, right, can you make it computerised? So my daughter has helped me out this time.
That's lovely collaboration. What's your daughter's name?
Laura.
Laura.
Laura
Oh,
has helped me,
nice.
yes. So I've driven her mad though, because it's like up a bit, left a bit, right a bit, down a bit, and I've been driving her mad. So yes, it isn't always necessarily the best thing. Yes, so when I say to her, Laura, can you just make me that, can you put me this on the computer? It's like, oh, not again. But no, it is lovely that she's helped me. And actually, the nice thing that she did say is, because when she saw me on the TV, she said, I can't believe it, we did them together. So it's quite nice that she actually feels involved.
Really nice.
So that's quite nice.
Do you know, it's going to be very special to her as well, working with her mum.
Well, to be honest, she's only 20 and I really didn't think she would take much notice, but when the stamps were done, she said, oh, can I have a look? And she couldn't believe they were actually in rubber.
The physical.
She couldn't believe that. So that was quite nice. So, right, what I'm going to do now is just add a little bit more detail. So I'm going to ink up the whole stamp. Now, yes, this little bit is a little bit repetitive, but what I'm trying to show you is that you can do things just in a different way.
Yeah. And it's a really nice technique. So any stamp that you have in your stash right now, you can take this principle, use this technique, and I just think it's so effective.
Well, you imagine doing the floral, the textured floral. You've done it all in greys. So you've done it in greys, but then you cut a circle out and you do one part of it in colour. That looks amazing.
Like a red.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I was chatting to Tracy before the show, and obviously it's been a weird sort of 16 months for the world, and I just think your passion, Tracy, is the education side. And you say you've never been busier now.
No, but I have to say, Yanis, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the customers. So they've been amazing. The support over lockdown has been absolutely fantastic, but we have had some good laughs. Even Ian, my husband, has got involved doing voiceovers and things.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you know.
True family effort. I love that.
Oh, they actually preferred Ian to me. I didn't tell you that bit, did I? They kept asking where Ian was. Where's Ian? Is he going to do some more voiceovers? It's like charming. It's not me they want to... Yeah, he did steal the show. Trust me.
But do look out for Tracy on social media, and if you ever get an opportunity to do a class with Tracy, I would thoroughly advise do it, because you're so good with all your workshops and classes.
I adore the teaching bit.
You can see
I adore that.
Yeah.
But I tell you where there is talent in the customers. I mean, if you go to the All and Create Fanatics page, some customers have already got the first release and they've been doing samples. And honestly, their artwork, they always think something different. You know, they'll do something and you'll think, oh, I wish I'd have thought of that. But they're absolutely brilliant.
That's the joy of crafting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we need to make this pop a little bit more. Now, we've done this all the way through the shows. We're using our grey Inktense pencil. And I'm moving my work around because it's easier to move your work around rather than move your hand around. So just move your work around.
It's these little tips, they do make a difference.
And also, we have to remember that when you come to somewhere like the craft store, can you tell I was trying not to say the other name?
You've done well, let's say it.
So when you come to somewhere like the craft store, you just need to realise there's so many different people tuning in, and you need to repeat some of the processes. So I'm just going to blend this out, just to give it a little bit more dimension. I just think that's important, just to give that a little bit more dimension.
So when you're developing a release, and I
Yeah.
really like the aspect with this one that it's split into two, and the second half, it's a standalone release. If you were just to buy the one-day special offering each day, it definitely is strong enough to stand by itself. But it also complements part one as well.
Yeah.
So it gives you even more possibilities and more scope.
But to be honest, Janice, I can remember my first stamp set, and
I remember it. I did your first show.
yeah. Oh, did you do that? Yeah.
I did your first
Yeah.
show, and I'm sure I told you this, but I worked with Tracy, a true story, and at the end of the show, I sent an email to management, our management,
did.
and said, she's really good, we need to get her on a lot more. And thankfully we have been able, not because of my email, it's just because we have got you on a lot more. It's all down to me, Tracy.
It's all down to me that I'm a nervous wreck on TV. So what we've got now is we've got our beautiful spotlights.
That's lovely.
And that for me just sings. It just needs a little bit more detail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Blackbird stamp. And I'm going to add my Blackbird. Luckily I've got everything cut out, but it is nice to see things stamped.
So I'll tell you a very quick Blackbird story. I follow an artist on Instagram, very talented artist, and a blackbird tried to fledge in her garden, but obviously it didn't do a very good job, so it was just walking around. I think it hurt its wing a little bit.
Oh.
She took it in, started feeding it, and now it's just hung around. It's still there.
Oh,
yeah, very domesticated.
Bless. No, I have so many garden birds. We have woodpeckers and everything in our garden. I absolutely love it.
I kind of get the feeling that you're surrounded by nature.
Yeah, I'm lucky. You know, I haven't got a huge garden. I've got a reasonable sized garden, and it's lovely, but it's absolutely cram-packed with plants and flowers, and so if I'm ever stuck for inspiration, I just go out there, pick some flowers, and you've got a colour scheme. Because you've only got to pick 2 bunches of flowers, and you've got a different colour scheme.
Yeah.
So there we've got the Blackbird.
Okay.
And what I've done is I've actually got a white border. So I've cut it out and made a white border. So what I'm going to do is just add the bird, just add a little bit of foam tape, just so that it's 3D'd.
Okay.
She says, faffing with foam tape. It's one of my worst things is foam tape. I end up faffing with it. So just going to add that bit of foam tape.
Yep.
And just remember, when you're using your foam tape, if you're not very good at placing it down and getting it in the right place, just add a little bit of adhesive at the top, because then that'll allow it to move.
It's just a bit of wiggle room.
Yes, exactly. So what I'm going to do now is just add the bird here, like so, just to show that all the stamps work beautifully together.
And that's suddenly that bird, you've pulled it into the foreground, which
Correct.
gives the background even more presence.
Yeah, and it gives it that more depth.
Scale, yeah.
Yeah. So we're just going to take a little bit of the Inktense pencil, just ground the bird a little bit.
Now I'm dredging this from my memory bank, but you were saying when it comes to the pencils, if you ever do that tip, working with the pencils, use your brush to it, never ever dip your pencil into the water.
No, because it'll just go straight all the way up to the lid. And even when you use the water brush, please make sure it's not flooded.
Okay.
Make sure it's only slightly damp.
Yeah. Moist.
So, yeah, some people don't like that word, do they? Moist. So what we're going to do now, we've got a lovely sentiment on the Blackbird stamp set. It's a very tiny sentiment, but I absolutely... Why do I keep putting my acrylic blocks down?
Okay. It's teasing you.
That's the only... When you come and do live TV, the minute you look up to the camera, you look down and you think, where's my product's gone? So we're just going to add that sentiment. And it's a lovely little sentiment. It says markings and colours of the bird. And it has been designed small on purpose, so that you can add the small details in your own style.
Markings
so you can add them.
colours of the bird, I like that.
So it's just going to cut that out. And this is just another little detail to the card.
Got any favourite birds?
I love the tree creeper.
Tree creeper?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's a little tiny bird, and I'm sure it hasn't. It's got like a more little pointy, and it creeps up the trees. It's only a little bird, and they're gorgeous, but I love woodpeckers as well.
Yeah, woodpeckers. Very pretty.
It amazes me how they can knock the trees, though, because they're not a very big bird.
No.
And I think, I'm surprised it didn't knock itself out. I'm just quite surprised.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is just cut that down a little bit more. I'm being a little bit pernickety now, but it's the last show and I want to make sure that, you know, I like to make a nice sample.
Good. Yeah, we're in no rush. This is the whole point of the craft store. I love the fact we can relax and just craft together.
So I'm adding that, markings and colours of the bird. And then what I'm going to do is add my little index clip. It's got a little index clip that I'm going to add to my card. Like so. So just add my index clip here. I love adding metal elements that sort of add to the vintage vibe. And then we've got this acorn that we'd coloured from the card. We're going to add some 3D tape just to that card.
It's been a long day for you, Tracy. Have you at least got out and had a nice lunch with hubby?
No.
Oh,
no.
Bless you.
I'm terrible. I just stay. I drink plenty of tea, but I just stay. So I'm just going to add some dimension just to that one acorn.
Nice.
Just so that that stands out nicely. And then what we want to do is use the Ready Reckoner stamp, which is actually from a vintage book of a Ready Reckoner.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is just add some crackling campfire ink, mainly because we've added this crackling campfire in the background.
It's a good colour. You're very good with your choice of colours, Tracy.
I love
colour.
Yeah, I love colour. So what we're going to do is just add some of this detail in the background. Just little touches.
That's
not
nice.
too much, just little touches.
It never fails to impress me how a small little touch, it can be just a tiny little touch.
And you can actually read the numbers.
It also has such a an impact.
Yeah, and I just like the organic feel to it. It's just adding those little details.
Like that.
And then just remember that when you're using your oxide inks, clean your stamp. Because if you go to use black VersaFine Clair afterwards, your VersaFine Clair will be affected by the oxide. So just remember to clean your stamp. So what I want to do then is just... it's going to blow everywhere because we've got the air conditioning on.
Okay.
But I'm going to do a couple of areas just so you can see. Can you see where it sort of weaves around here on the inks?
Yeah.
Just use your Quickie glue pen and just go around some of it. There's nothing precise about this. You're literally scribbling.
Yeah.
You're not even thinking about it.
Okay.
Just a few little scribbles here and there.
Nice. This is what I see, little techniques like this, and this is why when we have the Quickie glue pens on happy hours, I tell people you've got to get hold of these because you will use them.
These are brilliant. Do you know, I didn't use them until recently, believe it or not. No, and I thought, why have I never used that?
They're excellent.
Yeah, they're so good. They're really
you can put
good.
foil on with them as well. And, sorry.
So what I'm going to do now is hope that this doesn't blow everywhere. Can you see it blowing? This will be fun. I'll just do a couple of areas because it's going to blow everywhere.
Nice. Like you're in the Crystal Maze. Other shows were available.
So I'm just going to add a few little touches, mainly because we're going to end up covered in gold leaf, and hopefully we'll get this picked up on the camera.
Yeah. Did you do a bit top right as well?
Yes, I did, but I haven't stuck the adhesive down because what we'll do is we'll bring in the original.
Okay.
So you can see, and can you see, if I just tilt that, can you see the green?
If we can do it to camera 1, Tracy, just in front of you to your left.
Can you see the gold shimmer?
Yeah, give it a wiggle. That's it. It's like veins of gold.
Yeah, so just add that touch of gold, and it adds another element to your design.
And what's that? You put a metallic... It
This?
looks like this other side? Yeah,
That's an index clip.
Okay.
So we've added that to our demo piece as well, the little index clip.
Yeah.
And all we've done is just add the little acorns here because the bird is holding the acorns. And
it's a lovely piece, and you could be recreating that with our one-day special. Really busy for this. So one-day special, this is part 2 of the release. So what Tracy did with Alden Crate in June has brought you part number 1. It was immensely busy. Now it's part number 2. So part number 2, what I would say is please become a Freedom member. It's a why not deal, which means you'll be saving money as a Freedom member. We are over 80% of the stock. And I'm not going to get too bogged down into it, but what I will tell you, because I know there was a little bit of an issue with dispatch on number 1 and there was chat on social media, but it wasn't all in Create's fault, and it's just manufacturing at the moment, the way, and we're hearing so many suppliers are really struggling. It's more the supply chain. But the only reason I'm mentioning this is because with this release, with the one-day special, it's ready. I know that the actual team last night were packing orders from yesterday.
Show.
So
yeah.
it goes to show, place an order, it'll be sent straight out to you. So there we go, Freedom price. You are saving £11.50, £292,906 your item number, and you. Oh, can I just show you the stamps as well? Because I thought I didn't really get to show all of them before. So that's one set you're seeing here, but look at all the elements you can be playing around with. That blackbird, I like the two facing each other as well. That would be quite nice. I'm thinking for anniversary cards, or you know, if you want something a bit quirky and different, then you've got more birds of a feather flocking together. You've got background detail. Love the stars. That's a nice big stamp set here. But when you start putting everything together, that's when life gets really interesting. And then we have here another set for you. So you've got two stamps by themselves, independently, you use those, they would look fantastic. But when you start taking elements, and that's something that Tracy, there's the acorn that Tracy was just working with, that's just one stamp, and we did that inspiration out of the one-day special. There are so many little acorns if you want to. And then finally, if I just show you here, this is more of a background stamp, and Tracy told you her passion for backgrounds. So you're getting all of those stamps. $44.96 should be your price, but I am hoping you're looking at Freedom membership because it's a why not deal. £11.50 you're saving. You're also saving on your P&P, which is included as part of your Freedom membership. Enjoy Freedom membership for a month, and that way anything you buy for that month, you won't pay a penny on your postage and packaging. At the end of the month, and you also get exclusive discounts like with the one-day special. And then at the end of the month, if you want to opt out, you absolutely can. There is no contracts. 292-906 your item number. We are busy and we're having a search. We always find this for final call. I was just glancing at the clock. It is the last live hour with Tracy. She's so good with her inspirations. You will not be disappointed in this set because Tracy, and we're going to head back to your demonstration, but why I like investing in you as a craft and why I would always invest in you is these stamps, they're personal. You can tell you've invested so much of yourself into them.
And to be honest, even though I come here to the craft store to demo, if anybody buys the stamp, even if they don't buy the stamp, but if they do buy the stamp, I'm there after the shows.
Yeah.
So if they need to ask me questions or they're looking for inspiration, I do videos on YouTube. You know, I do workshops. I've got my own group.
So how do we find you? Tell us all.
So if you search for Tracy Evans, I'm there, and I've also got a group that's called Craft Addicts Create, Share, Inspire. And we've got a lovely
again, craft addicts.
Create, share, inspire.
Okay.
Yeah. So you only have to put craft addicts in, and it's there. But I'm there after the shows. So yes, it's great that we do these shows and we share inspiration. But then after the shows, I don't disappear. No. I'm still there, you know, and you can still get inspiration. Even if you buy this stamp 6 months down the line, there's a whole library in the group with albums that show you how to use every stamp set.
That's so nice.
So it means that we don't leave them.
Brilliant. What are we going to do next?
What we're going to do is, I don't want to discard the backgrounds that we've done. Okay. So we're going to create this card, so slightly different, but what I want to show you is the first release, part 1. You can use the same colours with the flower, the same techniques, and make it look completely different.
Yeah.
Just to show you that you don't have to just use part 1, you can use part 2, or you can use them together because the blackbirds have been used with the flower.
Perfect.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to use Absy's semicircles. I cannot get that word out, semicircles, it just won't come out. So I'm just going to use a piece of the card that I coloured before.
Yeah, so that already looks good.
So just going to add some colour. And as you can see, I'm doing tone on tone.
Yeah. Do you prefer sponges, or have you got on the bandwagon with the brushes as well? To
be honest, because I've been crafting for 25 years, I tend to stick to what I've used for a long time. I don't sort of always go on to the next new thing necessarily. I like cut and dry foam because I can wash it.
Yeah.
So once I've used it, I can wash it and I can use it again until it literally falls apart.
Yeah.
I like brushes because it gives you a softer touch, a lighter touch.
Sometimes you do want to go
so you'll see Janet Pring or you'll see Joe Rice. They will use a brush and you use a soft sweeping motion and you get a very subtle effect. So I'd use a brush for that.
I find brushes are useful for beginners because with foam there is a little bit of a learning curve to get that smooth blend.
Yeah.
brushes, you can be a bit more forgiving with technique.
But with brushes, it takes a lot longer to build those
Other
layers.
colours, yeah.
So if you want to build the layers and the richness, you need something that's got more density to it. So
good education. You are an absolute fountain of knowledge.
I adore what I do.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm a great believer that if you expect anybody to buy your products, then the least you can do is educate as much as possible.
It really shows. You do absolutely enjoy what you do.
Oh, I love it.
Say it's the secret to life.
Yeah, I just love it. So this is our background.
That's nice.
So that's using Absy's, but we're going to turn it this way.
That's given you... You've taken an already very good background, but suddenly it's given you depth and drama and movement.
Stencils are a really good way to add drama, or even if you're stuck, you could just add a little, say you just haven't got many ideas, you can just add a little blackbird, just that on the top, stand that on, a little wish, and it would be done.
Yeah,
you don't have to always do overcomplicated designs. I adore layers, that's what I do, and that's what makes me happy. Not everybody likes the same thing. So what we're going to do now, as I've got these semicircles that I've stenciled, so I've stenciled those semicircles and I've cut those out. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Ready Reckoner, and I'm just going to add I've got gold leaf everywhere. So I'm just going to add some of the Ready Reckoner.
Oh, nice.
And what I love is you can read every single number. I just love that you can read every number. So, and I'm often using vintage ephemera in my stamp sets. I do love to use vintage pieces. So just now, if I'm using black ink, I don't clean my stamp. I don't bother cleaning it at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer these to give some depth.
Are you laying them in the same direction as the background or opposing?
Opposing.
Oh,
Opposing.
Okay, interesting.
Sometimes you have to be careful if you're doing it in all different directions, because sometimes it doesn't always work. But if you use tone on tone, then it's more likely to work.
I do like how you're a stickler to habit, and it's so good. I've actually got you in my head sometimes when I craft and I'm stamping, and I hear you let the ink soak in, let the ink
even
soak
Abs
in.
is listening.
Yeah.
If you don't, you're going to get frustrated. The times I've, taught a class, or I've been in the shop when I used to have a shop, and ladies said, I can't get on with stamping because I never get a good image. It was either the wrong ink they were using, they hadn't got a good quality card.
Card's important, yeah.
And they didn't allow
Let
it to
it
sit.
soak in.
Yeah, and if you don't use the right ink for a stamp, it won't work. And for all and create stamps, VersaFine Claire is really important.
Nice.
Because of that fine detail, that's why it's really important. So I'm just adding that. And then I'm just going to add these at different angles. Could I just have a time check, please, Yanis?
Yeah, we've got about 11 minutes.
Brilliant.
Is that good?
Yeah, good.
Perfect.
So we're just adding a different just adding them at different layers. And at the moment, they're a bit flat. So we just need to add a little bit more detail to those.
Nice.
So we're just adding those at different levels. Let's just clean that bit of black up so
I
that
think
we don't
it's the
get...
colour that you've used, but I'm getting a real oriental vibe.
Yeah, I
through.
think it's with the touches of gold, isn't it? So, and quite autumnal, I suppose.
Could be in a festival in the Far East, trying the street food.
So I'm leaning on my card, so I know I'm covering up the image at the moment, but when I'm leaning on my card, I either use kitchen roll or I use a piece of scrap paper, especially when I'm leaning on the card, just so that I don't cause any messy finger marks. So I'm just going to go round. It's important just to add that dimension.
Nice.
And you will obviously be a lot more careful about your processes than I am when you're live on TV.
Oh, no, it's okay. But it's another small detail that really does have a large impact on your
Yes, it does, yes.
card.
Now, I'm going to do these three, Yanis. If you want to do a check, a quick recap, I'll just do these and then I can carry on again.
So, one day special time, the final live hour with the exceptionally talented Tracy. And it's so nice working with Tracy because she tells you the backstory and how she designed these and what she wanted to achieve from these. You are getting so many elements to play with. And I'll go through the housekeeping with regard to price and flexi payment and freedom in a moment. But right now, I just wanted to show you the possibilities. Because this is the kind of thing you could be making, building up the most beautiful backgrounds, pulling out those features as well. So if you wanted to go here, if you want to create your large journal pages, we can do that. If you want to make, I know Joe was Tracy was a big fan of Joe's card here. Isn't that nice? It's the balance. We were talking about this, discussing the balance, the colours, all those elements. Another larger piece I haven't shared with you so far. So now this is interesting. Just taking a few elements, some of the words. So it is upside down, I apologise. How nice is that? Or if you want to go a bit grungy, how about that? Or maybe a bit more vintage. Or if you wanted to go, I mean, come on, look at that. That is beautiful. Home decor. So on MDF or some grey board. Think about your colours, and that's something that I know Tracy is particularly passionate about, is colour. Or how about here? I mean, come on, look, everything different, but so beautiful. It's a set you are going to be engaged by and you're going to be inspired by, and that ultimately as crafters is what we want. It's a great price, it's a really good release, so beautifully designed, and something you're absolutely going to use. Right, now apparently we've had an email in from Debbie, and she's saying, can she see a finished sample? Okay, so it's blade behind. Oh, sorry. I thought you'd named the bird Blade. I was thinking that's a cool name. Sorry, displayed behind. Okay, displayed behind the acorn border set of the second collection. So is this one here? Is this one? Just hold this up. Oh, she hasn't seen it in close detail and wanted to see it.
Well, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Okay. So this is designed by Debbie. No, I'm only kidding. Can you imagine what it was? It was Philippa. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's by Pip, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that. That actually, that is a stunning inspiration. But I'm glad, Debbie, thank you for emailing in actually and getting me to pick this up, because it's a good point. It shows how well part 2 works with part 1, because the flowers from part number 1 and the other elements part number 2. Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
And just such a beautifully subtle colour. Yeah. But the flower's slightly darker in colour, so it pops against the background.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put that there. There we go. So we
see,
can
if
all
I did
enjoy.
that, I'd knock everything down.
So you've got about 7 minutes.
Okay, did you see our little trick in the last show?
No.
Oh, we'll do our little trick because we need that for our card anyway.
I was driving in.
Were you driving in? Okay, we'll let you off then. So we're using an old VersaFine Claire that I've used quite a bit, and we're just inking up the blackbirds.
Give it a good inking.
And obviously we've used semicircles in here. So now I'll just put my finger in the black ink like all professionals do. So I'm just going to ink that again because I have put my finger mark on there.
Okay. I mean, it would be worth more with your finger mark on.
Exactly. There you go. And what I'm going to do is use Absy's semicircle stamp.
Yeah.
And then we're going to press them semicircles onto the stamp.
Right.
And then we're going to stamp onto our background.
Lovely.
And can you see we've got semicircles now?
That's cool. See, now I'm going to have to give that a go next time I'm crafting.
But it works because I'm doing semicircles, you see.
Perfect.
So we've got that cut out already. You'll be pleased to know that we haven't got to cut that out. And we've got 3 of our blackbirds as well.
Have you named your blackbird?
No.
Should we call him Blade?
Perfect.
Good. Okay.
Did you just make that up?
No, I misheard.
Oh, you
I misheard Charlotte, my producer. So it was me. She was saying displayed.
Oh, you said.
So
you thought she said.
It was presenter error.
Whoops, never mind. So what I'm going to do now is just add some little details.
Okay.
So we're going to add a little bit more of the Ready Reckoner, and we're just going to add this to the background. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the Distress Oxide, which is ripe persimmon, and just add some more tone on tone stamping. So you can just see in the background some tone on tone stamping. And it is important to add that detail. Because we've added the detail here, it's nice to bring it into the background. So just add that detail just a little bit around the background.
Okay.
Like so. Then I'm going to take my blackbirds and I'm going to stand those onto the semicircles. Just to add another layer, another design element to our card. So just add that here, and again we're going to need to add shading behind those birds, just so they pop a little bit more. Just add. But again, you could always pare this back at any stage that you wanted to on your card. Now we've got that pop of black. That's the reason we added the black here, because we've got the black in the focal images. We brought some black into here, so it just wasn't a bland orange, and it's got a little bit more depth.
Tracy, I know we're not finished, but you're so good. This looks, as a composition, this is so strong.
I love. This is my favourite bit, is playing around with the little bits. Just playing around with the design and just getting it to all work. Okay. So what we've got next is we just take our blackbird set, and we've got, I think this is what, all my stamps are falling off because I've used it so much they need to wipe on the background. So we're just going to take the sentiments that says the great outdoors, and we're just going to take that sentiment, just add this to a piece of card. And I love these little sentiments. They just add a little detail. So I'm just going to add the great outdoors. I'm just making sure I put that back because I know that I'll lose that stamp set.
Got 3 minutes, Tracy.
Wow, where does
it's been a lovely hour. I've really enjoyed it.
Where does the time go? It just flies by. Oh, it just disappears.
I know you get nervous before the shows, but during the show, you can tell you're just in your happy place.
Yeah, I get.
This is where you're meant to be.
Yeah, I get into the zone. It's just beforehand, because you're always saying, oh, what if this happens, you know, and really you shouldn't, but we do. So I'm just adding that great outdoors. Now you may ask yourself, why have I added the white? I've added the white because you've got this white in the background, so it brings it to the foreground, so that you add that.
Breaks up the colour.
Yeah. I'll just keep going until you say we're running out of time, Yanis.
Nice inspiration with the Olympics round the corner.
Oh,
it could be on podiums.
Oh, yes. So, can just add markings and colours of the bird. And that's why I added these details separately on their own.
Yeah.
Because it means you can play around with the little elements, adding the little elements to your design.
That's a really nice detail, and it's a compliment to you as a designer, Tracy, because I think the fun of it as a crafter is being able to put those little details, and I think that's more of a sort of present to yourself.
And also, everybody, whatever crafter you are, it doesn't matter whether you're into fabric, sewing, mosaics, whatever, you want to put your own mark on a design. You know, even if you're using stamps or threads or whatever, you still want to put your own mark on that design.
Just want to let everyone know, because time is running out, the one-day special, we are approaching limited stock. Now, I want to put this into perspective. For this one-day special, we've had more stock than Tracy has ever brought to a one-day special. Ever. I think if we like double the amount that you normally bring. No, absolutely. We'll have in the meeting.
Honest.
So the fact that we are calling approaching limited for the final call. Remember, the one-day special you can still get at this price up until 6, but it is a huge compliment to you as a designer. I think you're going to put a lot of smiles on a lot of crafters' faces out there.
To be fair though, Yanis, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the customers, so it's a big thank you to the customers really for their support.
I think time has beaten us.
Has
Do you
it
want to
beaten
show
us?
the finished one?
I'll show the finished ones, and then you can see. We've used the ticketed snippets there as well.
Yes.
The time goes so fast, Jan.
It does go really quickly.
Nobody believes you, but it disappears.
It's the magic of TV. Thank you so much. Please follow All and Create Fanatics on social media, and
definitely.
Tracy as well. Look out, if you ever get to do a workshop with Tracy, please do. I think you're going to really enjoy that. Do you know when you might be back?
Janet Pring is back on the 17th of July. Abs is back at the end of July.
Okay, fantastic. Well, there we go. Something to look forward to. Tracy, big thank you to you.
Thanks,
I really
Janice.
enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. This is what makes the craft store such a special place. Oh, we've got a great hour coming up. Please don't miss it. Paper crafting with couture. After that, Juki sewing machines will be here one day special, and then a bit of rag rugging with Ragged Life.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hi everybody, nice, welcome. It is 5 o'clock Friday evening now, so I think it is that cut-off point. You can say Friday evening now. Weekend's here officially now, everybody, I think, when you say that. So here we go, eyes down everybody, and we have got Couture Creations for the next hour, and to take you through with something quite different and quite standing actually for Couture Creations now. To tell us more about it, we've got lovely Zoe with us in the studio.
Hello,
lovely.
hi.
How are you?
I'm very, very well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I feel the Friday vibe. Vibe.
I think it's a Friday vibe, and I think it's a colour vibe.
Well, I think it is certainly fresh, bright, zingy, and I know something. My little girl. We just talked about our daughters, weren't we? And separate daughters. Your daughter, my daughter. Just in case you go, oh, bit of gossip there, didn't know about. But this is certainly something that my daughter would love because it's something very on trend, really quite funky. But you're saying also quite different actually for couture, really.
Yeah, I've been onto the craft store with Couture Creations a number of times, and we've brought paper collections with various dies and stamps, but they're beautifully made and they're really thought out, but this is something different. So we're not going with here's the paper, here's the die, here's the stamp.
No.
This is now it's around the theme You Go Girl, and it's around just I would say it sounds a bit daft, but it's out of bright, funky confidence.
Confidence, that's a good word in this, actually. It really is, isn't it, from all of that. And honestly, the other great thing about this, you are going to see some absolutely fantastic price points for you, right the way down the counter, actually, where we've got something for everybody on the new that you're seeing at the moment, but also the whole bunch. We've got some great ideas. We've got some lovely sort of stamp sets, actually with the dies included, and we're still under £20 for a lot of these, as well as under 15 or so. So brilliant price points and great quality. Oh, just want to let you know now. The company themselves are Australian-based, and so we are looking at we're looking from it's the 20th of July. We're looking at dispatch for you to come through. So not too long to wait, and definitely worth the small wait for it to have them. So I'll tell you what, we'll take you down the first few items that we've got on the counter, and then we're going to obviously come and see how we can bring these to life. I want to. Should we go with we're starting off with. You go, girl. I wanted to say it since when we saw what the set was, what was called, and I am all that. I was going to do a sort of waggly finger as well and try and do that, but that just looked weird. My little girl was watching. She go, embarrassing, Dad, embarrassing. But the great thing is, both of these sets here, you're going to be getting 5 stamps. They're actually, 5 stamps, but these are sizable images, aren't they, to work with?
They are your focal images, your focal point.
Yeah.
You've also then got a bit of decoration on there with the other stamps, and then you've got a word as well. And that's a chunky word. You know, that's a sizable word.
Yeah.
And I've noticed, particularly, that there's a trend of us going back, from my point of view anyway, going back to 5x7 cards.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
A6 cards, the smaller cards, because we went up to the A5, and there's a lot to fill on A5, but we're going back to the 5x7s now, and these work perfectly for them. They're in the right proportion.
Right.
They give you the focal image, a bit fun to do in the background with some ink, and off you go.
They're really nice, aren't they? But the lovely thing is, I mean, you do have a nice little bit of input if you wanted to just do the whole fashion design thing and go with it, and the change of colour, whether it be the colour of the hair, the outfit, whatever it is. There's loads of scope on these, aren't there?
There really, really is. Now, I've never been a colourist. I'm not a colourist and never have been, and I don't profess to be. But I've really, I'd like to think I've really honed my skills using just these stamps.
Right.
You know, I took some time and applied the simple rules of your blending, and they just work brilliantly.
Yeah.
I'm so chuffed with them, and I'm proud of my work with these.
Yeah, great.
And it's a nod to the company, it's a nod to the designer. They're brilliant. They're absolutely beautiful.
Just nice with the actual extra images that you get, like you say, you're getting your 5 on there, but those little background parts, I just noticed there, the little sort of square stamps as well that sort of come through as well to sort of fill it out. So you're getting a lot in here. And like I said, I did say this is the first of many really brilliant price points. So I'm thinking, what I was thinking, I was like, for my little girl that is just starting, she's been going since sort of Christmas time really, and saw the lockdown. She's been doing more and more of this, but there's some really good stuff here that's not going to break the bank, but plenty of stamps in there to keep her interested in just trying out different images. I'm thinking for these, I think they're really good.
Definitely.
109898 is your first set that you got there, and that'll give you 5. You know, just over £2 something. Was it £2.60 a stamp on those as well? So again, really good. £12.99. Let's work our way down then to we've got our portraits for you on here. Again, really brilliant deal. Great price points you'll be seeing on these ones. Love these. Actually, I might be speaking out, so I don't know, but I think my producer Kirsty, I got a feeling that the Sitting Pretty stamp, that you quite like that one, because that sort of caught your attention when we were going down there earlier. But really, it's a lovely style about these, and that actually the Sitting Pretty one is a really good one if you do love to do your colouring, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Now, like I said, I'm not a colourist, but if you're not a colourist but you want to have a go, these work brilliantly across all your mediums. So across obviously your alcohol pens, your watercolouring, your pencils, either be it your polychromos or be it your coloured pencils or your watercolour pencils. They work fantastically. And if you say, oh, well, I can't blend, it doesn't matter if you don't blend, because not all of my samples I've blended. I've just had the flat colour. So whether you just want to colour in just for the love of it, you know, and you say, oh, well, I can't blend, you don't need to, because the images are so good that they speak for themselves. They do all the work and you get all the fun.
But that, and you take all the credit as well. That's what my little girl would do as well. Look what I've done. Did you make the stamp? No, it doesn't matter. I'm not bursting a bubble. But that's what it's all about, though, isn't it? They are. And like I say, I go really sort of very simple on them as well, or to go with it. But the colouring in on these is gorgeous. But they're just really, really, really lovely, bright images to be able to work with.
They are. You know. They're bright, they're funky, they're happy, and, you know, they're girl power. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that anymore.
No, it's still good. It's still good. Fiona's done this one for us as well, and Kaylee has done these. 185 532 is your item code there. Don't forget that set. It's actually going to give you 7 stamps, so that takes it down to actually under £2 per stamp. 185. There we go. 185. Oh, same as a number almost. 185 532. That was not planned. That was just a fluke on those ones. Right, let's work our way down. We've got a couple more sets to show you. And then we'll come to Zoe to see these. But these are beautiful again with your layered stamps to work with on these. 1947 here, but you are getting 3 stamp sets with your sentiments, your layered florals, and you've also got your wreather florals on these. These are a lovely collection for all of these.
Really, isn't it? It's lovely. They all go together. They work very well independently, but they work better all together.
Yeah,
it's that. Right. It's just got a real funky vibe to it, a real on trend, just confident, feel to it. They'd be brilliant. And I have to say, honestly, and I'm not just saying this, and I do mean it, that I was very shocked at the prices. When we went into the meeting, I was taken aback at the prices.
Yeah.
They're really good prices.
This works. Is this 67 pence a stamp? This one brings it right down to, which is phenomenal when you think. And when you think also with the sentiments, you've got some lovely fonts on there to work with. But again, they're not tiny, they're not small. They're a really nice size to work with on a stamp, aren't they?
They are really good sizes. I think we can quite often, when we use our sentiments, I think they do tend to make them too small and they kind of get lost on the page. But they're not overbearing, but they're nice, proud stamps.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, this one, like you say, there's only one image on this one, which is a lovely. You've got the one image, but then actually you do have your fantastic, lovely sentiment. Well, again, that beautiful font that's being worked on that. Be the hero of your own story. Really nice. That 622. 995, and that is under £20 again, £19.47. Now, and I believe again you got a feathers demonstration coming up. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
Feathers, which I've seen a little glimpse of what we're aiming for. And I will tell you, it looks absolutely lovely. Now, already 20% of, approaching 20% of the feathers already allocating. I think by the time you've seen Zoe work with them as well, they are going to fly out. And then the third point of this is it's only £9.99. And if you think about all the ways that you can work with them, and don't forget you're going to get that mini die in there also, the feather mini die. So it's not just your 4 stamps for under a tenner. You're also going to be getting that mini feather die to work with it. That is absolutely brilliant. 211089 for those. But I just think the feathers are great for so many different projects to work with, aren't they?
Yeah,
and there's a lovely
really
size workable.
Yeah, I think they're lovely. I think they're really workable, and I think, with that card with the feathers on them that's being shown, I think it does really. There's enough on that card. There isn't, any more, and you'd be too much. They're just lovely.
Yeah.
I know they're on end of call, but the die cuts, the ephemera die cuts of the feathers as well, they work so well together. They all work very, very well in conjunction with one another, and I just think that they've really got it bang on with this collection. I can't say any more than that because they've just got it.
You're going to love it. You are going to love it. 211089, only £9.99. That's 4 stamps, and you're also going to be getting that floating feather mini die. Now, of course, the place to go to is the craftstore.com. Now, when you go through there and you pop those into your basket, when it comes to checking out, you're going to be getting the end of call, and where there's some options on there that you may want to add a few things onto it. Now, they're all brilliant price points anyway, but if you would like to go for it, the fantastic ephemeras on there, that's 152 pieces. And a lot of your work is all done for you on those. Absolutely brilliant. You may well see some of those being used as well with Zoe. Some of these things coming up. If you're wondering where they are, you will get them once you go to checkout, and then you can add those easily to your basket. Absolutely fantastic. You've got the brilliant alcohol ink pad that is in there as well, as you can see. You've got the, the little kiss that we just showed you with the sentiment in there. That's on there if you wanted to at the end of call to go with that. Plus, you've also got the You Go Girl Princess mini die set. There's 3 dies in there. I talked about if you're just adding a few things extra, maybe it's a little present for someone that's into their crafting, you want to add onto it, it's only a few quid for those. Add those in there as well, why not? And you'll find them all on the craftstore.com. Right, lovely, lots more still to come. Shop ahead on the website, of course. Zoe, where are we going to start with in the set? What are you working with?
So we're going to start with the You Go Girl. I think, is it the You Go Girl? No, it's the Just For You stamp.
Oh, yeah, OK.
Just For You. So I'm going to stamp it out. I'll just find some card and stamp it out. So I'm using my precision stamp press that's come from Couture Creations. I'm not sure whether it's available on the website or not. Couture Creations do a whole plethora of core tools, and I know that we've got their glues and we've got their boards and everything, so we've got plenty to go out with them.
Lovely. We do have the stamping presses on there as well. It's at the bottom of your screen right now. 436 476. That's only £27.99, and that also comes with your magnets, which, be warned, are strong.
They are very strong,
they are
yeah.
strong.
Yeah, they'll snap and bite you.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, I'm just struggling
to keep things in place. You're right there.
There we go. No,
tidy up.
I was having a little bit of a panic then. I'm a bit too organised today. It's a bit frightening. I'm
Can you ever be too organised?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can. Right, so I'm going to use my alcohol pens for these. I've already cut the stamp. I've already cut a piece of card down to stamp on. There is a technique. There's a little cheeky technique with this as well. If you are to stamp it, and you're going to, if you're using your alcohol pens, use like your Memento sort of ink, but just make a mark. Put your piece of paper in the corner of your stamping press and just make a mark as to which corner you've gone into. So I will just... I've not got anything... there we go. There we go. I'll just pop on there that I've gone into that corner. And then when you colour it, then put it back in your stamp press and stamp over it again with the Memento ink, and it makes it really, really vibrant.
Right,
you know, that's just a little one. It's nothing too exciting, but it's just a little one.
We like those little hints and tips as well. Very quickly, by the way, just to let you know, the feathers that we did mention, we're approaching a third of the stock already on the feathers, and we're only 13 minutes in. We're going to spend a minute or so showing them, so we have still got a demonstration coming up with them. What always happens is once people have seen them in play, then people go, now I can see how we can use them. They go. So what I'm saying is, if you want to get ahead of the game, grab the feathers before even Zoe starts working with them as well. But only a 9.99, really lovely, and you get that mini die as well that goes with that.
I just think they're really good sizes. Those feathers are really good sizes. No more so though than the female images. I think they're absolutely brilliant. I think they're great. They've been an absolute joy to work with. Right, so that's stamped now. So I've just made a mark on my paper, just that I've put it into that corner. And then...
Do you know what they have got? Great faces for them, where if you are putting sentiments or even your own sort of thoughts that go into it, they seem to sort of lend themselves. They're like one of those sort of images that you'd see, you know, either in cartoon as well, where they put the photos next to it, and then the images go, the storytelling side of things, because they have got really expressive faces actually and work with them.
They really have.
You wonder what they're thinking.
When it comes to blending with them, you know, if you don't want to blend and you don't want to do different colours, then that's absolutely fine. But if you do want to do them, it's dead simple.
Okay.
Because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a colourist. So I just started with her face at the moment, and I'll go in with my darkest colour. And you can use any alcohol pens that are out there. I know there's loads of different brands. I believe that Mr. Lockwood will be using those.
Is that on Sunday?
Yes, I believe so, yes. He will be using them. And that's the Couture Creations version. But like I said, you know, it doesn't have to be your Couture Creations. If you've got any of the other brands that we know and love, all work absolutely brilliantly. So now I'm putting...
here's already gone on these ones, actually.
How much?
Just for you and the princess. Yeah, just over there.
So all I'm doing is put my next colour on, and now I'm just going to put the lightest one on. Now I do generally tend to go over my image twice with this, just to really saturate the paper. So I know that there's loads of people that do colouring, and they'll know far more than me. So I don't really want to I feel like I'd be teaching you to suck eggs if I told you much, because I'm not the best, you know. I don't profess to know everything about them. But when you are using your alcohol pens, just remember to have a couple of pieces of paper underneath your image, so then your alcohol can seep through.
Right, I see.
Because if you are using any of your alcohol pens and you've not got any plain paper underneath, you've just got your glass mat, the colour basically drenches through and then comes back up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about that before, actually.
Yeah. You want, because what's happening is, obviously there's the alcohol there, but when the alcohol dries up, you're left with the colour.
Right.
But if you don't put if you don't put any paper on underneath, then you're going to it's going to come back through, if you like.
Right.
Because we are saturating the card or whatever you choose to use. So I'm not.
Don't adjust your set. That's not like a little family of mice you can hear squeaking away. I think it is. It does sound quite cute. It's like, but just a pen. Just a pen.
Yeah.
A bit of.
I've not brought a family of mice with me.
Quick update on the feathers, by the way. They are flying out, these feathers. Over 40% of them now actually gone with the feathers. So, yeah, one of those, it seems that everyone's making sure they're not missing out on that. That and the end of call. 211089 if you want to get ahead of the game on that while we look at Zoe while we're doing our colouring on this.
We might not be able to do the demo at this rate.
I know, it could well be.
I know. Oh, and we have got some other ink pads to come as well, haven't we? I'm really looking forward to showing those.
We do.
I will show those in just a second. So then with the hair, so again, if you with your blending, so I basically put my darker colour there because her hair is going to make it shadowy, and then under her chin as well because it's going to be shadowy there as well. So then with her hair, I just do it the same every way, and it's not gone wrong on any of the samples that I've made. Put your darkest colour down first, and then where you think it'll be darker, so it'll probably be darker behind the neck, down there.
Yeah. I think these are also quite good if people like doing their journals and then their diaries and working in. Just these sort of characters that sort of come through. I think they're great, and they're nice size for that as well, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely, I would say so. Yeah, We've got a camper van at home. We bought a camper van.
Yeah.
And we've decided that because we're really into our cycling, we like to go to all the forest parks across the country.
Oh, lovely.
So we've got this camper van now, and what I've done is I've bought a blank journal for whatever or whatever you want to call it, and whenever we go camping or whenever we go in the camper van, I'm not allowed to drive. I think that's quite mean. I'm not a terrible driver.
I mean, have you banned yourself from the driving?
Oh, no, my partner.
Your partner's banned you?
Yeah, he says he's not, but whenever I say, do you want me to drive, darling? No, it's fine. So anyway,
that frees up some time for you.
It does, and I've made this book, I made this journal, and I've stamped loads of images in it, so when we're on our travels or when we stop for the campsite, I can colour it in, and then on one page I've got all my colourings in, and then on this opposite page, when you open it up in a book, there's bits about where we've been and what we've done.
Lovely.
So these would work really well with it. I think I've got a couple of spare pages that I can put these in.
You could get them into now,
yeah.
wouldn't you? You got to get in quick though. 20%'s now gone of these two lovely ladies here. They're just for you, portrait and princess.
They're beautiful, aren't they? They
are
really,
lovely.
really are. So I'm going to just leave that for a minute because, like I said, it's a bit boring watching me do all that.
I'm not bored at all. Not at all.
So what I've got is, she says, I just need to cut some card because I was being so organised.
You did say you could be too organised. You did say that.
Oh gosh, yeah. I think I brought everything apart from the kitchen sink. Sorry about the crash bang. This is a Couture Creations guillotine as well.
Oh yeah, forgot that. We have got that on the show actually. If you
This is brilliant.
To accessorise.
Yeah, it's a brilliant one. This it's a nice chunky size and it cuts perfectly.
Yeah.
You've got your markings out, and because of my site, if I can't put my paper or card down onto the measurements and I've got them at the top, I can't line them up.
Oh, okay.
So these work really well if you are struggling with that sort of thing.
Oh, that's good. Yes, yeah. Only $19.99 as well for that one. 232. Oh, listen to that. 232 387. Get a bit scared when I hear that, actually. A bit worried.
No, don't worry. So, I'm going to use the dies that I'm going to use I'm going to use the lips die, or the kiss lips, whatever you want to call them. I'm not quite sure what you want to call them.
That's on the end of call if you want to go for the lips.
And then, just while I'm at it, I'm going to cut out these as well. But I'm not cutting them out of card, I'm actually cutting them out of foam. And as she says, again, looking
Now, the leaves, just so you know, that the ones that Zoe's using there, they're part of the mini leaves collection we've got, actually. There we go, details on your screen right now. Again, I did say that this hour is full of great price points for you. $9.99 here, and that's going to give you your You Go Girl 3... You Go Girl, you can't say it any other way. You Go Girl. The 3 mini dies, that's the leaves and the floral corner and the open daisy. So you've got 3 lovely dies on those ones. 180833.
So I'm cutting them out of funky foam, just any foam that you can buy from any of your high street shops. It's not particularly thick, not particularly thin, but I'm actually going to use these as stamps. So I'm turning the dies into stamps, which is really good.
This. Nice.
So I've just used the flower, the leaves and the lips, because I'm going to use the flower and the leaves at a later date.
Right.
So, and all I've done is, I've not used any special measures or anything. You can just see that, here we go, they've just cut out really nicely. And first time they've cut out as well.
Nice, yeah.
There we go. Good. Okay. And then I'm going to use, I'll come back to these in a second, but I want to show the alcohol, the permanent alcohol inks that we've got, the new ones. So I'm just going to take one of the colours that I've not used, so I can talk you through it. So with these are the alcohol ink stays in place ink pad. Now they come with, there's a couple of things in here, and you do get full instructions inside as well. So you don't have to remember everything that I'm going to say.
Okay.
So if I just pull that, there we go. You can see that you've got that. You've got full instructions, and then you've got your ink pad, and you've got your re-inker. Now these are alcohol inks, but they're permanent alcohol inks. And the reason why your your ink pad isn't already inked is that alcohol inks, by their very nature, they tend to dry up quickly.
Right.
So what you've got is, you've got your a full bottle of your ink, and they're pearlescent as well. So what you want to do is, when you get it, if you give it a really good shake, you can hear that ball bearing moving, and that'll move the pearlescent ink.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then what you do is, this is how to do it. So open it up. Now you think that looks a lot. It's tiny. It's minute. You aren't using much at all. And all you do, there is, if you go onto YouTube, there is a lady on YouTube that does these, and she's called Adriana Bolson. She's Australian, so she goes through this as well. But this is what you do. So you put them on, and then you get this. This is just a scraper, so then you just move it along. And this means as well that you don't have to go right to the edge, because you very rarely use the edge.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You can see that bit of pearlescence coming through there, can't you?
Yeah, you can. So then when you've finished doing it, what I would recommend is, if you've got a tape pen, just pop a bit of tape on here. There we go. And I've wiped it off. So you would want to give it a good clean, but I've wiped it off, and then I'm just sticking it there. So then I don't use one, I don't lose them,
right,
do you know? And I don't use them across them.
Right,
and then you've got a plastic case to put on top, and then put your pad on. Now, if you don't use them for a week or two, you will need to use the re-inker, but that's not a problem at all. You aren't using a lot at all. It looks like you're using a lot, and I promise you, you're not. But you can also use your alcohol blending solution. So you can also use that, and that will just increase the longevity of it as well. So you could just put a couple of drops of that, use your plastic thingamajig, and just go across it like you saw me do, and then that will make them come to life as well.
Perfect.
Okay.
Well, we've got lots of options for you if you'd like to go for. It is your pick and mix. Talks about. It's all there on the website, craftstore.com. The $15.99 that you go for. So choose two what you want to go for. You've got Arctic White, Black. Arctic white and black. In fact, at the moment, most popular, going the black and white option there. You've also got your matte black, you've got the chocolate sprinkles, the latte, pumpkin, burnt sienna, coral, burgundy, khaki. You've got in there honeycomb, sunflower, plum, dusty rose. Blimey, there's loads, isn't there? Dusty, but baby pink we've got in there, navy blue, mint green, forest green, lilac, nightshade, and baby blue. I think that was the colour that Zoe was working with there, the baby blue. But they are there. Choose any two that you want. $15.99 to go with on these ones. And these are your alcohol ink, these stays in place ink pads that you're working with as well. So really, really fantastic. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I should have done something with my hand then. On the old game show. I don't know how he did it so quick. 3, 2, 1 for those of a certain generation won't know what that was, and 5, 2, 5 to go for those ones. 15.99, and yeah, I'm waiting for Dusty Bin to pop on now as well.
You didn't look very good at doing it.
No, I wasn't very good. I wasn't very confident. You don't get the wrong way around, do you?
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah. Over to Zoe.
So you saw me cut out the lips with some funky foam, and all I've done is I've just pinched out, I've cut out not cut out, I've stuck them out, the little bits, and then I've put some, you can either put some like temporary adhesive on the back, or if you've got like a pen, a tape pen, they work really well as well. I think you usually have them on, don't you?
Yes.
Tape pens, yeah. Okay, so I've got that ready. Now I'm going to use the plum. Now this has already been used, well used, but hardly any ink has gone. So you can see it's gone to that, like that, but I've not used it for a couple of days.
Right, right.
You can still say, oh, it's still plenty.
Oh, yes,
there's still loads on.
coming through.
But I'm just going to put a little bit more on. Again, just getting that the ball bearing to move as well. Okay, and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to do the same again. So I pop my blobs on. You don't need to put as much on this time, so I'll just put that on, and then you're just going to scrape it across.
Now it's in, ready to go.
Yeah, and that's your ink pad ready to go. Now these ink pads and these, like I said, they're permanent alcohol inks. Now what is interesting about them is they'll work on everything. So they will work on your porous surfaces, your card, your paper, anything else, you know, if you want to use plywood, for example.
Oh, right.
And straight through to your non-porous.
Okay.
So when we're talking about the non-porous, we're looking at acetate, we're looking at UPO paper, we're looking at translucent paper, you know, even like your kind of your vellum type stuff as well. So we're looking at anything plastic, we're looking at anything synthetic, and it will stay on there as well.
Wow, that's great, actually. Right across, pretty universal in that respect, then, for all of those. Don't forget, it is pick and mix any two you want to go for here for $15.99 of those colours. 3, 2, 1, 5, 2, 5. Let's see how this colour comes through with this on the lips.
Okay, so you can see I've got full on there, and then it doesn't matter if it doesn't stamp out perfectly because it is a background image and it's the idea that you want to get across.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at
that's good.
And
that's pretty strong.
I don't think that the camera's going to be able to pick up all of that pearlescent.
No, you can see a little bit of a sparkle in there with it, but
it's from here it's absolutely stunning.
Loads.
Oh,
I like that.
So this is just one idea. You know, it's a bit different to just cutting them out. I like this. I prefer doing this to then cutting them out and using the dies.
Yes.
The die cut images. I think these work really, really well.
Great way of doing that, actually.
But you can do that with any of your, any of your dies. You can use. And we'll put one there. Now this is the plum that I'm using. It does have a slight odour to it. It's not an unpleasant odour, but that goes as soon as you've as soon as it dries. So you know, you don't have to worry about that. And then we'll put one there.
That's great.
It's a really good technique, isn't it? I love it. There we go. So we've got those. And then I'm going to take the image. Now I've got one that I've already pre-coloured. I would prefer to use the one that I used, but I've got this one pre-coloured. Yeah. So I'm going to use this. So rather than just cut it.
Great.
Oh, what I did meant to show you was I'll just go back to this. So I put those dots on to say that was in the corner. Now it's not going to show up as well because I've not coloured the whole image in, but this will show you. This is a really good way. The only thing you've got to do is make sure you put it back in the position that it started out in.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But you're going over, with Memento, you're going over those lines, and this especially works well for this collection because it is so bold and vibrant, and you want the big chunky lines. And then we just stamp over it again. Now it isn't going to show up as well on this because she's not fully coloured in, but that's bold. That's made the lines even bolder.
Cool. Yes, I see what you mean.
And you can keep on doing this, or if you wanted to maybe do this and add some glitter. You could do that if you wanted to add some glitter, you know, use a different ink pad. But there we go. So what that does is it really brings out the lines and the definition.
Especially like colours that you mentioned. Yes. Yeah, no,
Okay.
definitely.
So that's a top tip for, you know, when you're doing that sort of thing.
We're loving that.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut her out, but very quickly, because I've got...
Do you want me to do a quick... I can do a quick recap,
Yeah.
quick update, and then we will come straight to you once you've just cut through. Does that sound
That
like a
sounds
plan?
good, yeah.
That sounds like a plan. Be back to you very, very, very soon indeed. Right, very busy, at brilliant price points, and a lot of interest across the counter. We're going to show you some things that you might not have seen yet. Let's just go back to where we started off with. This is at the moment we're looking at, you recognise, these are the Just For You, Portrait and Princess. So 5 stamps in total, 109898, only £12.99. Again, you can see these are really good size stamps to be working with. And again, if you're enjoying doing your colouring, or again, if you're journaling or just creating for cards, great to put sentiments with. We've got loads of sentiments on the show as well. Perfect one to work with on that. 109898. Working our way down, we've also got, now these are again, they're all lovely, but you're spoilt for choice which ones. If you can, I'd go for the collection. Get a few of these. This will actually give you 7 stamps in total on this one. This is your fantastic portrait and you're sitting pretty. Really nice. £1.85 a stamp it works out on these prices. Just £12.99 again. Again, these will work hand in hand. If you can go for a couple of the sets, do so, because you'll really maximise that then. 18553. Now, by the way, thinking of your cards, by the way, we have got some beautiful watercolour card stock that works really nice. It's actually part of a 7-day saver. Only got a couple of days left of going that one. £7.50 saving on this one, down to £12.49. That's going to give you 100 sheets. This is 280 GSM, by the way, so it's a really lovely, lovely feel to this particular card. 747203. Going to work really nicely with the inks we've been talking about for your watercolouring, but £12.49. Great, again, great size to be working on if you want to work with these particular size stamps. Would work very, very nicely indeed. 747203. Right, we've also got for you, I did mention lots of your sentiments. Now, the sentiments and the layer stamps are exactly what we got for you here. This will give you the layered florals, the weather florals, and those beautiful sentiments. They work really nicely. Again, I showed you one earlier on that had been done with the lips that I actually just seen working with, which are on your end of call. But just really lovely sentiments, really nice fonts, great size as well, for if you just want something simple on a card, but these will work so, so well. I think this is just over 60 pence, 67 pence a stamp. There we go. 622995 is your item code for all of those. Loads and loads and loads. And as I mentioned, we've got lots of sentiments that would work really, really nicely. Certainly with the you go, girl. I can't help but move the hand. Right, moving to feathers. Now, you've absolutely loved these. Over half of the stock has gone for under a tenner. And that gives you 4 stamps, plus you're going to be getting the floating feather mini die that works so, so nicely, and they are great. If you've seen any of the work and demonstrations, we've got one coming up with it. Absolutely gorgeous, these. 211089. I say around about half the stock already allocated here. Right, I'm going to work a bit of a pace for you all, so we can get back to Zoe to see them. But we did mention these earlier on. These are the beautiful mini die sets. So you've got the leaves, you've got the floral corner, and you've also got I love that, the open daisy. Gorgeous, those dies. £9.99 only. 180833. And what we was looking at, the leaves in that set, were what Zoe was working with in the demonstration a little bit earlier on. Okay, now, all 4 of these in the set. I talked about price points again. They're incredible as we go down the counter. £10.99 here. If you love your wildlife and you love your little creatures and your bugs, you'll love this one. You've got the gorgeous, beautiful dragonfly, which so many people seem to love a dragonfly. When you notice them, they look gorgeous. Dragonfly, you've got the ladybird in there, which is beautiful. The classic little bumblebee, and we've got our beautiful filigree, as you can see, with that gorgeous butterfly. Absolutely beautiful dies for those. 887306. Let me just show you a couple of how these will look when you work with them, and you can see how they cut. But very, very pretty indeed, these, absolutely. I do love that. Well, you see, I love them all, but I mean, the dragonfly, the little bugs, the little ladybirds that we can see there. Here's the filigree of the butterfly again, but look at that. Isn't that beautiful if you're working with that? And our lovely bumblebee. Look at those. Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely stunning, those. So, you know, I mean, I say that they are mini dies. Don't underestimate them. You know, those cut through, worked on a project can really make a difference on those. They're stunning to create. But just perfect size. 887 306 1099. Now, if you've ever done some stamping and then you don't want to do some of the cutting out that goes with it, what you want, oh, if only they'd done a stamp with the dies. Oh, look what we've got here. We've got stamp and dies. We have got the bending branch, the delightful flower, and we've got the flexing on here. So you actually get all of those with the actual stamp. There's a little stamp at the front. There it is. There's a little stamp. Oh, it's been stuck to the front. A little stamp that goes with the die perfectly. So if you are one of those when you're crafting, that you've done all your lovely colouring, you've done all your lovely stamping, but you don't want to have to do the bothering of actually doing the cutting out. You want them to go perfectly. Maybe it's for time, for speed. Maybe it's just for more precision. $15.99 gets you those sets of the stamps and the dies to go with it. 969162. Carrying on from that, we have more that combine the stamps and the dies working together, staying again with the beautiful wildlife on these, and these are beautiful again. Really nice. Look at that lovely size you're seeing on those ones. So you are going to be getting our layered dragonfly, and I do love the florals on there, the butterflies and the dragonfly working really lovely with that lovely flower as well. $15.99, 682 579. All of these and more that we still not have yet seen are on the website. If you want to have a little look on there, of course, have a little look through. And again, just look at the price points. If you are looking to really, maybe you're starting out your stamping, maybe you're wanting to add to your collection, maybe you love the wildlife, the feathers, or maybe you want to go down the fashion again that we've got with our You Go Girl, that you can see here. There is brilliant price points across the board on these. That's all there for you on thecraftstore.com. Pop those in your basket. Once you checked out, of course, well, when you go into that, then you'll get some end of call. There's a few options on there, including the Luscious Lips and a few others little beauties that you can just pop in there as well if you wanted to at brilliant price points. Right then, let's go. How are we getting on with our cutting out? Are we all good?
We're cut.
We're cut?
We're cut,
That's
yes.
good. Not half cut, just
No,
cut.
just
Not
cut.
that ready for the weekend.
I think that might be coming on Sunday night, mightn't
Sunday,
it?
I think it could be. It could well be.
I did say to myself, I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention it when I get here, but it's all I can think about.
Well, it's fair enough. But, you know, some people might be loving their Wimbledon as well. So that's another finals night, finals day on another Sunday. It's a busy weekend.
It's very busy. My mum was really quite saddened when Federer went out. But
she's a bit of a Federer fan.
She is. She felt a bit sorry for him.
Oh.
You know, and I think he'll be all right.
He's made his money.
I was going to say, Mum, I don't think he's struggling.
No, he's
fine. I think he'll be all right. He's not going to be working on, you know, down at the car boot sale selling his wares, is he?
He's all right.
Yeah.
If you want to feel sorry for anyone playing tennis, try watching me. Just feel sorry for me. Awful, awful. That's where pity is.
Not too clever, is it?
Not great, not great.
So you won't be going next year then?
No, I don't think so. I don't look good in a white short either.
Do you not? No.
Makes you too pale and pasty.
Do you know what my grandma used
Look
to
like
call
Casper
me?
the Ghost.
Yeah, pale and interesting. That's what my grandma used to call me, because I'm pale and pasty.
Yeah.
And she said, no, you're not. You're pale and interesting.
I love
like
that.
an English rose.
Love it. I don't know whether the same would apply to me, but there we go.
Right, so I've cut her out now. The reason, again, another reason why I said to stamp the image again once you've cut it out.
The outlines.
Yeah, the reason why is because it makes it, obviously those lines are chunkier and it's going to make it easier for you to cut out. Now, I prefer them cut out rather than trimmed down to size because they're quite funky shapes, they're not quite rectangles. And all I did was just take my time, but literally just go along the edge of the line. And because you've put that chunky line down, then it's going to be cut a lot easier, okay? Now this is, I've got my mucky paws on there, so we have to pretend that that's not there. And now I'm just using some, I don't know whether it's on the website or not yet, the glue from Couture Creations.
Ooh,
there's the tacky glue.
I think so. I think it is.
Is that? Brilliant.
Yeah,
It's
I think we've got some details we can bring up.
really, really good. There's a couple of options. You've got the tacky glue, you've got the quick drying glue, and then you've got the there's a pen, the Turbo Precision pen as well. So if you are in need, I recommend them.
Oh, right. Well, we got the, if you want to go for the super tacky, it's up there right now, $9.99 for two of those, 118 mil actually, 880208. So you get both for that. That's a really good deal, actually.
I'm sort of, right, I'm surprised that that's for two.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of glue for your money.
That's a really good one, that.
And like I said, once you're using tacky glue, just give it a second just for it to actually get tacky.
Right.
Because it's, you know, it needs a second just to get tacky, and it literally it's brilliant stuff. It's fantastic stuff, and it works. Obviously, I'm using it on my alcohol paper here as well. It works well on that. It works well on your Yupo paper.
Right.
So it's a really good one to have. Okay, so we'll just get this down. So this is going to be for the background of the card.
Well, I love that. I love the fact that it's been now used as a stamp and works with it. It's great, that.
It reminds me of, which band was it?
Yeah.
Where it was a band in the
Rolling
lips, the red
Stones?
lips. That was it, yeah.
I think it was Rolling Stones.
Yeah, it reminds me of that.
Yeah, it does actually.
But it's lovely, and I wish we could see the pearlescent finish on these, because it's absolutely beautiful. It's stunning. So I've cut my lady out, and my girl out, and then I'm just going to pop her at a jaunty angle.
Oh, I love a jaunty angle.
Gotta love the jaunty angle, haven't you?
I don't wear a hat any other way.
Okay, and I've stamped out the Just For You. I'm not quite sure which one that's on.
Just for the first one, isn't it? Isn't it from first set? I think the Just For You is on there.
Brilliant. Yeah. Okay. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut in and then cut again, and this saves you having to use a die on it. It's just a bit quicker way to get a bit of a fancier cut.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, and on both sides. What I did was I used the words. I sort of had about 2 hours when all I did was stamp the words, and I used both the words from the girls and the words that we've got on further down as well, and they're absolutely brilliant.
Oh, right,
they really are.
Yeah, we do have another set with them. There's some great sets. So have a look on the website for them. There's some brilliant sentiments actually, for pretty much all of your needs. They're all broken down into really good sets.
I don't know whether or not I'll put it up there. There we go. There we go. Now, it would, if you've got foam pads, it'd probably look better with foam pads, but I got a bit carried away with the samples and I used them all up. So there we go.
How great is that?
Now I'm going to do a bit of a 2-for-1. Now I've got a small card here, and I've got these foam lips that I've got left.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to I'll use the plum this time, and I'm going to use the stamp from the collection of verses. This is a May this be your joy and happiness. But I quite like the other one as well, about being the hero as well.
Oh yeah.
And again, I'm using the alcohol ink, and this is going on to a texture card. So this is a bit like a watercolour card.
Yeah, because what we said actually, the water we got on the 7-Day Savers works really nicely in size for these stamps actually. With this whole set here, it's actually the sentiments, layered florals, and the wreath florals. They're all there for you there. 622 995. Some really lovely sets actually for those. There they are. There's a sentiment. Special thanks. Let it grow. Love, laughter, luck always. May the... What's that one? May this day bring you happiness. Sorry, someone singing a song in my head there. That's very lovely. May this day bring you joy and happiness as well. And be the hero of your own story. Lovely, actually. Reach for the stars. Guess which song they were singing to me?
It's S Club 7, Reach for the Stars.
Is that what it is? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
I'm not going to do it. I can't sing. I'm not going to do it. So I won't try. There we go. And now all I've done is I've just used the end of the funky foam that I used to do the background. I've just used that, and then we've got a little card. Really, just a little note. Look, dead simple. I loved it. And I think the one that you've got on there, I think is really lovely.
The lips one that you just showed.
Yes, yeah.
I just had that one in here a second ago. Oh, there it is. Yes, it is.
So that one was in blue.
Oh,
that was in the night shade, or the...
Oh, yeah.
The navy blue, I think that is.
See it there now, can't you?
Oh, and you can see the shimmer as well, can't you?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Another shimmer. Very, very nice indeed. 622 995 if you want to go for those with the sentiments on there. Absolutely gorgeous. I'll do a very quick recap then. Is that okay? We'll come back. I absolutely love that work. It's weird. And again, you can see there's sort of like pop art kind of feel about these, where they really do stand out, So if you are looking for that, Go for these. You have a lot of fun colouring, working with these. Great for your journaling, as we talked about. Fantastic, really quick, easy ways as well. If you are looking in someone's sort of a young, fun, funky, vibrant, very energised, very modern, really crisp images as well, but great images to work with on these. First set that you can see here, just for you, Portrait and Princess, 109898. Again, 5 stamps. £12.99, really lovely size images that work so nicely. Again, absolutely love those for just £12.99. Second set, again, carrying that theme on. Again, if you can go for both sets, they're going to work really nicely together. Certainly if you are going to get these characters popping up in journals, etc. Great to have the access of all of them. If you go for this set, actually getting 7 stamps in total on these. Again, really nice. 185532. £12.99 again. This time, don't forget, I said 7 stamps in here. But so nice. Very serene, very easy on the eye. So when you're looking at these to sort of work with, you imagine that very thoughtful, who wonders what's going on in her mind, what she's thinking. But that's a great thing. It works so nicely with the sentiments themselves. So this is £12.99, 185532. Really lovely images to work with. Right, our feathers, if you are still just joining us, by the way, lovely to have your company. Join us for these ones because they are really delightful. Only £9.99. That will give you 4 beautiful... I mean, look at the detail, actually, in the feathers themselves there. You've got some of those that are bolder, striking, quite strong. Some you've got a little bit more detail that's taking place in there. But you're also going to be getting the die itself to cut and to work with, a little mini die. But again, just see how these... bunching them all up, singular, however you're going to work with them. I think feathers always should make an appearance somewhere, but they work really lovely. And here is our gorgeous, if the mini one's been cut, this is done by Kaylee, has done these as well, but really lovely, aren't they? All that lovely detail. £9.99, 211 089 if you want to go for the beautiful feathers. I've got time to squeeze one more in and show you down the counter here. These are absolutely stunning. I've got to show you, I've got a couple that I didn't get a chance to show you in a bit earlier on. 1947 is what we're looking at from the price point on this, but have a little look at this, how some of these are working. How lovely are these? You're going to be getting your layered florals and your weather florals on these, plus your sentiments, but I just think that is such a pretty image that works with. Have a look at some more of these as well that Fiona's done on that one. Again, they stamp really nicely on these and look great. 622 995 with your stamp sets on these. 1947. Right, we have got about 7 minutes left. So, what do we think? Are we good to get one more little demo?
I want to use the feathers if we can.
Oh, yeah, let's go with the feathers.
Okay.
Lovely.
So you've got 4 beautiful feathers here, and really nice size. And all I did was the background is using some inks. They're actually using Couture Creations inks, alcohol inks, and I've let that dry. That's on Yupo paper. So this is where you'll see that it also stamps really well on non-porous surfaces. And I'll just pop the 4 in the middle. Doesn't matter where they go. You decide. We'll actually have it there, so I might have room for sentiment.
I love all that colouring now. It's gorgeous. That
Beautiful. See, it's striking. Mystical. It's just in really good combination with this this release. You know, the bright, vibrant colours that we've got, and which works really well with the alcohol inks that we've got. The bright, vibrant colours as well that we've got. Those, you know, the stays in place. We've got some really beautiful colours here. So I'm using I can't read this. Navy blue. I do apologise. I'm using the navy blue. And all I'm doing is I'm just stamping up one of the... You can do them all at once, but I prefer just to do one at a time. Right. So I'm doing this first one in navy blue. And I've stamped that on. That's the largest one. And then I'll just...
Oh, you're standing up for it.
I mean business now.
Full on power. Don't be fooled because it's a feather. It still needs a nice strong imprint.
It does. Through. Okay, so I'm going to use the burgundy one for another one.
Nice.
I had something of great interest to tell you, and I can't remember what it is now. Oh, yeah, I know what it is. Okay, so the alcohol inks, if you are using them and you get a little bit on your stamping pad or stamping platform, just use some blending solution and it'll clean it all up nicely.
Oh, okay, great.
It stays in place, so it is, you know, it's going to stay there.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to get rid of it.
Of course. Yeah, you did say that earlier because you said it's pretty good for pretty much anything to go on. You're looking for that. It's going to...
And it's not coming off either.
It's not coming off.
Oh, I'm just conscious of time. How are we going on time?
5 minutes.
Oh, right. OK, we're OK then. I'll do this one. I was going to quickly get another colour out, but we'll do this one. And you don't have to, like I said, you don't always have to use the extra ink, you know, to put on when you if the colour's a bit dry. You can use your blending solution as well, and it just wakens the colour up a little bit.
Right.
That's what it does. There we go. So now I just need my other ones to go on. I'll use burgundy.
There is something about a feather. I do like a feather. Like a feather when if you're at the park and you see a little, you know, pop a plume there of a lovely feather on the side. Kids always want to pick them up. Don't pick them up. I'm saying don't pick them up.
Yeah, don't pick them up.
Yeah, do like a feather.
But don't birds use them to build the nest with?
I think so.
Maybe.
Twigs and feathers, I suppose. Yeah, anything really, don't they? Grow anything.
Am I way off there?
No. I'm not an expert in nest building, but I would imagine that a feather would be a nice warm something to perch in.
The reason why I say that is because my mum's got a husky, and huskies she rescued this husky, and he's got such an amount of hair. But what she does is, rather than put it in the bin, she'll pull the clumps out and then she puts it in the bushes because the birds use it.
Oh, right, yeah, I see.
So the birds themselves use it, which is really, really nice. So it's not just a crazy woman, you know, in a back and beyond village putting dog hair into her bushes. Well, OK. So I should have used a bit of a darker one on that, but I can't find the one that I want to use. So I'll get rid of all of this because we've got so much here. And I will get rid of this one. Should we use the Reach for the Stars?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Cue the gallery to start singing.
But are they doing the dance with it as well? Are they doing the dance? I hope
don't know if
they're
they're
doing
doing the dance. If we had gallery cam, we could check.
They should be doing the dance. That's it. That's how it starts, isn't it?
Something then.
Right, OK. And then, so we're using Reach for the Stars.
They just sung the next line after that then in my ear. Sometimes they use talkback as a sort of a weapon against me when they're both singing.
So there we go.
Quite nice. They should release that for charity.
What they're singing?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it nice?
The crafts. Nice is a bit of a strong word. Yeah. Yanis now agrees that they could use singing against as an interrogation tool.
They can't be that bad, surely.
Have we got Sweet Caroline as a sentiment down here as well? They probably know the words of that one. Everyone else seems to know that at the moment, don't they?
Oh, Neil Diamond was my dad's favourite singer, and I've really got into it. You know,
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, his favourite song was Sweet Caroline, so I've always got it on play in the car.
Oh.
And my daughter was squawking it out on the way to school, and I said, "Don't you dare!"
It's the best way.
But when the football was on, and we were watching the football, of course, 60,000 people were singing it. So I said to her, I said, 60,000 people can't be wrong. It's a good song. They're all singing it.
It is a good song. Apparently, he's now changed all the royalties from that. He doesn't get the royalties tax. He's now put that to a charity.
Oh, how lovely.
I think it went to, I can't remember. It was... Yeah, there was he's moved it all to a charity. So Mr. Diamond doesn't get any royalties from that. The charity does.
That's kind, isn't it?
It's great, isn't it? Very good, that.
So here we go.
This.
Now, the only thing that I've done is I've I've got it wrong with the colour. It's a bit too light, the burgundy one. But you can see we've got the blue one there, and we've got the words as well.
Really lovely feel about that. It's a really gorgeous stamps. So if you wanted to go for those, they are there for you. They are so many great stamps actually in sets. If you have some that we haven't had a chance to show you, but I will promise you, if you do get a chance, do check it out on the website. Have a little look through there, because there's lots more sentiments if you are on there, because the price points are absolutely phenomenal on the show in this last hour. So it's so really lovely and well done. Zoe, I've got 30 seconds. Thank you so much indeed for your demonstrations.
Thank you.
And going through. When are you back with us?
Tomorrow, again, with Couture Creations.
Oh, what time are you on tomorrow?
1 o'clock.
Oh, are you?
So I'm going to be doing using some of the flower dyes and also some of the feather dyes.
Right. Well, listen, I will see you. I'll be coming in the studio when you're on as well. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much as well. Please don't go anywhere. We've got a brand new launch coming up for you now. OK, everybody, get ready for this one. It's absolutely fantastic. You're about to see. If you are in the market right now for sewing machine, then please make sure you are staying with us for this one. Then we're back with rag rugging as well, and then also back with our sewing machines with Judy.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012. I'm never really sure. At one point, we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. We have got a special ODS for you. We are talking Juki, the G220, an exceptional sewing machine with everything that you would expect from the Juki, the quality that comes with the Juki brand, the fact that it's a machine built to last, the stitch quality, and I am so conscious of the fact, everything I said, because I was promised myself when I came to the craft store, I'm not a shopping TV presenter. I don't want to sound like a shopping TV presenter, but it genuinely everything I mentioned with this machine stands the test of time. It is a very good machine. It really is, and I mean that. Now, I've got to tell you, we've just gone live, and the stock's obviously been live just before the show. we've lost 10% of the stock already. That is how busy we are. Can I introduce you to a very good friend of mine and someone I've had the pleasure of working a lot with, is our Gary, an absolute fountain of knowledge.
Thank you very much. Good evening, I should say. For once, it's usually good morning, but no, good evening. How are you?
I'm really well. Now, we're getting busy, and one thing to point out, and I just want to mention this to anyone channel hopping or non-crafters home, you might not necessarily be aware, it's really hard to get hold of machines at the moment.
Oh, sewing machines across the board are very, very difficult. I think just during, obviously, lockdown, the pandemic, it causes chaos everywhere on that side. But there's always, sometimes there's good things and bad things out of everything, isn't there? And the advantage, I think, for ourselves on here, where people have been indoors, obviously not going to work, the sewing industry at the moment is absolutely, it has just been booming throughout the whole duration of the pandemic. So because of that, the sewing industry is a lot busier, so therefore machines have been selling a lot more. Also, because of people who've been sewing a lot more at home, they've been getting their tired machines out. There may be a machine they've brought, and just sort of that would do at the time. And they're doing more sewing. They're realising maybe the machines they've got are not quite good enough for the job. Something also investing in a nice new machine to make life easier, but also with not going on holidays, we're restricted a bit more now being at home. So therefore people are upping the quality and therefore investing more. And once they're realising now, actually, I'm going to invest in a nice machine, you're going to end up using it more because it allows you more flexibility, more playing around, different variety of fabrics. Also, there's no frustration, and we all find that painful just when you're sitting in front of something, whatever tool it is, whether it's a sewing machine, whether it's, I don't know, a drill or something like that. If it's not working properly, it doesn't do the job properly. So frustrating. It really is.
Now, I've got to tell you, the time is just us having a chat, introducing the show. We're now at 20%
We
of the
are
stock.
20%
So
on that.
really busy for this one-day special. Things to point out with the craft store, we have got a special price on this. So you're saving £83, and as a bundle, you're getting the platform too, which make a huge difference, especially working on larger projects. Now, if you were to buy this table by itself, because you can buy it separately, let's say if you were to buy the machine without the table and then get this separately, it would be £79.99 just for that table alone. You've also got your flexi payments as well, so you've got 3 flexi payments, as opposed to having, say, if you're going onto High Street and having to pay for it all right now, here at the craft store, interest-free, you can spread the payments over 3 months. So $85.95.99 is a price, but your first flexi payment, $298.66, a lot more digestible for an exceptional machine. What's the difference between the Juki G220 and, say, a domestic machine?
Right, well, first of all, again, it is a domestic machine, but it's a high quality, a high level, which people are expecting now from Juki. With the machines that we've brought on over the time on that, we've had some fun with some overlockers. We've obviously got our long arm machines as well. So you can go as far as you want on creativity and the finishing, but what people also are stepping back, they just want that basic quality. They're missing out on that basic quality. And I think we have mentioned it before, where people have come from an old machine. We're talking sort of 30, 40, 50-year-old machine, and it's lasted that long because it's constructed very well, full metal construction in there. And they've moved on to a new machine. A new machine may do more, but it doesn't mean it's built as well. So sometimes they've been sacrificing quality for different stitches on their new machine, but then realising when they want to do some soft furnishings, or just enjoy using a nice smooth machine, they've lost that. Where the G series, the G220, this is the first series within the Juki range where we've got the industrial feed system. So again, you say like domestic use, but really with the upholstery, the industrial features in the machine, it does step it that next step above that.
And what kind of power are we talking with this machine?
DC powered motor, so you've got very, very smooth, very, very strong powered motor. But the nice thing about with that, even when you're sewing at a slow speed, you've got full penetration power to the needle, so you're not making a big run up, and that's when you obviously can cause problems breaking needles, or even when you're trying to help the fabrics through. With this machine, we just haven't got to do that. So you've got a nice selection of stitches on here for all your utility, quilting, crafting. You've even got the alphabet on there as well.
Oh, that's good.
But the nice thing about it is whether I'm doing soft furnishing, whether I'm doing silks, satins, whether I'm then doing creative quilting, patchwork, the machine is going to do it absolutely no problems at all.
So I say, Gary, we've done a lot of shows together.
Indeed,
I really do enjoy working with you, and I've learned a lot. I've tried to soak this up. So anyone at home, and I understand this is a considered purchase, so please, and I really do mean this, we've got a lot in baskets. If there is anything, and I mean absolutely anything on your mind, get in touch with us. Now, live show, email in, studio@thecraftstore.com. Gary will, 99% of the time he'll have an answer. If he doesn't, we'll go away and try and find an answer to that question. But things Gary's taught me, because I remember asking you, if I'm going to look at a sewing machine, what are the things, working with Gary in the past, I said to him, what are the things you look for in a sewing machine? You told me it's the smoothness, the sound.
That's it.
Also, what's underneath as well, and that's important with the Juki, it's the build quality underneath.
It very, very much so. It's straight away, sort of with people when they come into the shop, it's sort of, they look at the stitches. They look, oh, I don't want that many stitches. Pop the lid down, don't worry about that. The first thing to look at is what the machine can do on a basic level. So how strong is it? How reliable is it? How well is it? How just nice is it to use on there? And we've had it many times where you've got machines that end up bouncing around the table.
Can we hear it? Can we see it next?
Yep. So using the machine, let's get it set up nice and quickly on there. So first of all, it sets up like any conventional machine on there. So winding the bobbin. So bobbin just pops onto the bobbin winder on top, and then it's all arrowed and numbered, so it's very simple to follow. So we're just going to go through, and then the dotted lines for winding the bobbin, we have number 1, 2, number 3, it just pulls round, wraps around the bobbin, or the correct way, which on all machines you've got the little hole in the bobbin, you just poke the thread through, and then when we then engage the bobbin winder on this one, it automatically declutches the needle for me, so I've got no clutch mechanisms to mess around with. Put my foot down, it will then wind. We do, in all of our accessory bits and pieces, which I'll show you in a minute, we do get our spool caps, so I'm going to just pop a small spool cap on there to stop the reel from moving and getting trapped. And I won't do it without trapping the thread. There. So then basically once it's full, the machine itself, you can either disconnect it whenever you like, or when the bobbin's full it will automatically disconnect itself on there. So very simple, very similar to what we use already on machines, but just takes it that one step simpler. Drop-in bobbin system, full rotary system. So the nice thing about that, it's very smooth, but also it's 100% jam-proof, it's fully self-lubricating, it really looks after itself.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that's important because you can pay serious money on servicing a machine.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's some machines that sort of, you can go quite fragile, or it's sort of weaker components in there. And yes, it may be, you think it's a saving at the beginning and it's a lesser of a machine, sort of, but once you start then having to replace parts, or it's not doing, or it's chewing fabrics and it's wasting money for you, that's not an investment anymore. It ends up costing you more in the long run on there. So, drop-in bobbin, just pop the bobbin in, and number 1, number 2, number 3, it's all arrowed and numbered again, so it's very simple to follow. Round, 2, 3, cuts off, and again I'm just ended with a tail. So that's
you're doing this back to front, effectively. You'll think the machine, normally you'd be in front of the machine, but Gary's reaching around and still able to thread up with that ease, and that's a huge compliment.
So no little holes, thank you, so no little holes to thread through, nothing I've got to try and get in there and line up at all, and because it's all arrowed, even from here at the side of it, I can clearly see how it's marked. And the same as with the top threading as well, very clearly seen number 1, 2, 3, so through the tensions, under the check spring, over the take-up lever, behind the guide, and then we do have the built-in needle threader as well, which is a lever just on the side. I'm going to do it from the back, but it just comes down, it twists a tiny little hook through the eye of the needle, I hook the thread, release, it takes that loop to the back, I just pull the tail through, and there we are, ready to go.
Lovely. I think first and foremost, Gary, should we just hear the machine? Because this is something you've taught me to do, to hear the smoothness and see the quality of the stitch. You're going to be, I know most of us will be aware of the quality you get with Juki, and it really is that kind of gold standard when it comes to sewing machines. So wait till you hear this.
And the sound of it, you say, is very important. And the difference is, it's just, when I'm sewing slow, I'm just going through 2 layers of fabric. Obviously, this, for any machine, shouldn't be any issue whatsoever. I've got full variable speed foot control, but I've got my foot flat to the floor at the moment, and it's still only sewing at a sort of a, well, this is about 100 stitches a minute. It goes up to 900 stitches a minute, and I can then graduate that with the lever on the front of the machine, so I can set to a maximum speed. But then once I have got the speed set higher, as you can see, from 100 stitches to 900 stitches,
it purrs.
No vibration, it's not suddenly started bouncing and moving, and that's what we find. As far as a build quality goes, if it starts changing sounds, rattling, or the machine starts vibrating the faster you go, one thing you know, there's not enough stability there. Second of all, obviously that's going to be causing damage. It's causing vibration through the machine as well. So, once parts
underneath
start
our
moving,
machine, what we got? Is it
we've got a full metal chassis inside.
See, that's from an engine, and you know a lot about the engineering side of things.
Well, thankfully, I've been involved with the engineering in there. So we've been with Juki now. Well, the company themselves is over 80 years old, so we've been producing domestic machines, believe it or not, longer than industrial machines, but people know us more for our industrial. But on our domestic side, we do put those heavy-duty features in there as well, because you're not using it for business, or you can use it for business, but if you're not, why have poorer quality? Why lose out on that? But also, why make life more difficult? So, and it's the good thing with this as well is, say, even though say how smooth, how quiet, but the control is there. So it's very, very simple. The full box feed system, the industrial feed system, so I don't have to help it.
Tell us a little bit about that, Gary, for anyone who's not familiar with that. What makes that so special?
So what makes it special in there? It's one of the things where I'm going to have to do my sort of the hand impressions again on here to sort of to show you what it's like.
Please do.
So as we can see with a piece of fabric, with a normal domestic feed system is what they call an elliptical feed system. So the feed comes up and touches, and it's on like an elliptical cam system. An industrial or box feed system basically comes up and it's on a straight cam system. So when it touches the fabric, it travels the full length of the feed and then drops, comes across, pops up. And so therefore, if I've actually got then lumps and bumps and sort of going undulating, it will grip it beginning and after the lump, where an elliptical feed, it will catch it so far, then miss it. And that's why when you're at home, sometimes you have to push your fabrics through and then it sticks and the stitches stay a different length, or your machine starts banging, or that's when there's more chance of breaking your needle. As soon as you start doing that, really you should stop using it, is because once you start forcing something under your machine, it doesn't really want to do it, and that's obviously can cause a lot of problems. Obviously breaking needles and things like that is never going to be good, and safety reasons as well. So
another big part of the Juki is the power element, because some machines struggle, especially when you're working with tougher fabrics, so the heavy duty leathers, vinyls, if you're doing upholstery work, this is where, and you might have a machine at home and you know exactly what we're talking about. So if you've got a machine that you do struggle with, you've had for a while, maybe the build quality is starting to let you down now, it's making a lot of weird noises, rather than getting your machine serviced and enduring with it, have you had your eye on a Juki? And I've got to point out, Juki as a brand, the quality that you get. Now this machine is made by Juki, so you get all the quality that is associated with that, but the power aspect, and that is a big point with the G220.
Very much so, and also as we're finding out now, certainly with lockdown, something has changed. Dressmaking is not so much. Obviously, before there we had all like sort of the weddings have all been cancelled, proms, bridals, all that time. So people are not dressmaking as much because we're not making the wedding dresses, the sort of the bridal for bridesmaids. Sorry, I've got to get my words out. For bridesmaids and also for prom. The proms I'm actually trying to think of there. None of that has happened at all. So people are changing their sewing styles. And it's very much, it's going into soft furnishing, it's going into quilting and patchwork again, very big at the moment, free motion. The machine is not a problem to do all of that. But what people are finding at home, they've got their standard machine, they've been doing pretty much their normal dress weights on there, so they've been happy with it. They've not been changing threads, not been changing different really weights of fabrics or the type of sewing. But then when they are coming across and think, oh, let's even just something as simple as making a pair of curtains, or you would think it is only straight stitch. But because of the fabrics you're using a tougher fabric on there, you might be using linings, interlinings, heading tapes. So what I've got here is I've got a canvas fabric, so a nice sort of fabric there, which you would use like bag making, curtains, etc. We have a lining. So we've just got a cotton lining on there, and also then we've got a nylon heading tape, it's a very tough heading tape. So what I'm going to do is heading tape on, lining under, so we match it to the top, and then we fold the top over. So it was like how we would make put normal pair of curtains on there. And the thickness is not there, but again, you go to a lot of people try and sew that at home, and because of the toughness it's going through, the machine just bangs, or it's not feeding it through, so you have to help it through, so the stitches don't stay even. So one thing we have got on here, which I'll get to showing you properly in a minute, is the underbed trimmer. So a little pair of scissors, the picture of a pair of scissors on the front of the machine. I will just press that once, cuts the threads for me, cuts the threads top and bottom, brings the needle out of the work, so I can just take my work out. Fantastic feature, and it's something you use every time you sew on there. So just popping that under. We've got extra high foot clearance as well on the actual foot, so even for our thicker waddings fabrics that way, I've got nice clearance to get the fabrics
under.
It's
the attention to detail, and as a sewer you really appreciate those small little nuances.
Well, it's there when you end up trying to squash your fabrics under, and if you've also got to do that for starters, as soon as you start sewing, it's going to automatically drag the top layers. So because therefore you've got to lose the straight away, because when you get to the end of your fabric, it's going to be that ½ inch out already. So once it's clamped fully under, then all I do, just foot down. So even though it's going through all that different types of fabric with nylon, heavy weights, the machine itself doesn't change the sound. I'm not helping it at all. And then just away we go. It just glides through, absolutely no problems at all. I'll get to the end, underbed trimmer, cut the threads for me. So if we can now look on here. So I've tried to stitch it actually on there. I've just realised I can't see it at all there. So once we stitch it onto the cream, and we can turn it over there as well, and you can see even going through those thicknesses, it doesn't miss a beat at all. You can hear the machine wasn't banging, it wasn't straining. I didn't have to help it through at all on there. But what we're going to do is that one step further, because when you get to the edges and you get to the corners, and it's certainly something with also bag making as well, where you're using handles, where you're folding layers of fabric, you might be using nylon webbing. So what I'm going to do with that, I'm actually going to fold that in half again. So now we've got basically
Right, now we're rolling.
Real thickness on there. So to be fair, that's only something you would do on a bag handle or something like that. So it's still very tough, but it's still not over thick, to be fair. It's just something that will really, a machine will struggle and bang going through. Where with this, straight through again, not touching anything at all. Straight away, as you can hear, the machine itself doesn't change a beat. I still don't have to push it through, help it through. Let the box feed system just feed it, take it through automatically for me. To the end, press the scissors. And again, as we can now see that on here, so the thickness is there. You've got really tough fabric, and the stitch is still perfect. So even though we've doubled it up, so we've gone from 2 layers of fabric to 4 layers of fabric into 8 layers of fabric.
Hasn't missed a step.
And that's what to me, that's the sound. That's what I want to put through it, because that's what tells me how the feed is reacting, also how strong the needle bar system is, because on some machines, when they start looking at the size of motors and things like that, you can have a big motor in it, but if you haven't got the sewing system to go with the motor, it doesn't matter how big the motor is, if you've got a weak sewing system, that's it. Right. It can actually cause more damage having a stronger motor to a weaker system.
And the motor system in here is the same as the motor system in the NX7.
That's right, yeah.
So that's massive.
Absolutely. So even though you go to the bigger machine, on here we have still got full box feed system with the same motor, so the sewing system is there. So even though it's on the G series, which is our, I'm not going to say our basic, but more of our sort of starting introduction into that Dukey quality, you don't lose that power. You've got the strength there.
So what we can do, Gary, is very quickly, just for anyone who tuned in, give you a reminder of the one-day special. And we are so proud to be able to offer you the Dukey G220, an exceptional machine. If you are looking to upgrade, if you're looking for a first machine, and so often we hear that viewers go onto the Dukey and they might even buy a Dukey as a second machine and say this is the only machine we use. Points to really draw your attention to and I know a lot of people like to know that what you're getting within the machine, because what you can't see is inside it's got a full metal chassis. Dukey is built to last, and I really mean that, and I know it sounds very selly-telly, but genuinely the build quality on a Dukey is exceptional. These machines are built to last, and what you get with Dukey, they don't want to throw everything at a machine. What they want is a machine. What the Dukey G220 does, it does exceptionally well. So rather than giving you thousands of stitches, you get 150 stitches, which is, I mean, 150 stitches is a lot of stitches, but just as a workhorse, and Gary and the whole team, we had a meeting before the start of the show, And I think that's the best way to describe this machine. It will be the workhorse of your craft room. It's got the strength, the power, the features to tackle any project, from dressmaking to quilting to, if you wanted maybe home furnishings, you can do everything. Bag making, you can do it with the Juki. We've got a really special price on the show as well, so you are saving £83. You've got the 3 flexi payments as well, interest-free, £298.66 today. We send everything out to you. Something I did want to discuss with you, Gary, is you're also getting some feet in here as well. So within the accessories, and also a hard case too.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the accessories.
So, right, well, certainly, as you can see, we've got a nice selection. It comes with your standard utility foot, but it comes with your buttonhole foot attachment.
Perfect.
So it comes with your overlocking foot. So it comes with also my blind hem attachment on there, and then we've got our patterning foot for our letting and creative sewing, and also then we have our zip foot. So it's not over the top with what it comes with. It comes with your selection of feet for all your basic sewing, your dressmaking, and say your buttonholes on there. Obviously it comes included as well with the large extension table, so that really gives you that extra nice platform. And then once that's off, you've also then got your free arm facility, which also then comes with your accessory tray, which then goes on.
Oh, nice.
To then give you the smaller flat arm on there, flat bed.
Looks good.
Handle built in, so again, it is a portable machine. You have got an 8-inch arm on here, so again, it's not a long arm, but it is that semi-long arm.
Now, we need to talk about this, because I know now we're describing it as a semi-long arm. That's only because machines, over the years, the arms have got longer and longer. That used to be a long arm machine, or classed as a long arm machine.
Up until a few years ago, you got to most machines which had a 4 or 5 inch arm, and the 5-inch ones were classed as the nice size, having the larger. The G series, we come out with the 8-inch arm on here, but now obviously with our bigger models, with the NX, we've then got a 12-inch arm on there. Obviously, some people find that too much. Obviously, this just about fits on this workstation as well on here. So sometimes you don't necessarily want to go too big. But obviously, we have got the higher rolling area as well. So still for double quilts,
quilting,
not a problem at all.
And that's important as well. With quilters, I know a lot of quilters, the big thing is you'll send quilts away to be quilted, to be finished off.
That's right.
With a machine like the G220, you won't want to do that. And I know sending a quilt to get quilted, you're paying hundreds of pounds.
Oh, hundreds of pounds, that's right, yeah.
So as a quilter, having a sewing machine that can definitely tackle those bigger projects, you've got the joy of doing it as well.
Pleasure of completing your own projects rather than somebody else does it.
So you've got to think, 2 or 3 quilts. So say 1 or 2 years down the line, the amount that you've saved on your actual quilts being sent away. I've just got to give you the details here, 365448, your item number. Again, with this one-day special, I fully understand this is not an impulse purchase, it's a considered purchase. So you might have been waiting to upgrade or get your first machine. A lot of people have come to crafting over the last 16 months. There is, and it's internationally, so many brands have been struggling, so many people have been struggling to get hold of sewing machines.
Oh, absolutely. We've all been, and say it's not just Juki ourselves, it's the whole industry, say, is really, really busy.
And it's because of the supply chain. It's the components coming in and just the nature of the last year.
That's it. It's literally the whole nature, right from manufacturing components, supplying components, then obviously putting those components together on there. But also, though, certainly within this level of machine as well, once you go to that higher quality, then this is where we're having more problems getting hold of machines, because this is what people are moving on to. Since they've been sewing at home a lot more, they've been growing out of their smaller machines. They've been great as an introduction, has got them started, but as you say, once they've started doing heavyweight fabrics or really involving themselves into... it's nothing better than just having a machine that works well, something you enjoy using, and that's what people are really appreciating. Then going to that Juki level of quality, the better feet. It's not necessarily more designs, more patterns, more computerisation, nothing like that whatsoever. To be fair, we've actually taken it a step backwards. We're on the sewing system here is completely mechanical. There's no electronics in that at all, and that's something we do pride ourselves on, because once you start putting too much computerisation within the sewing system, that's when obviously you can end up having problems with different threads and fabrics on there. A good levelling system, same as all of our industrial machines, which are completely mechanical, is not computer aided at all. It doesn't need to be. It's just a sign of being built very well and then having the right feed system and pressure system on there.
Just want to tell you all, just moving away from the Juki for one moment, the G220. Now, we do have the overlocker too. Now, I need to talk to you about this because we didn't have a huge amount of stock of the overlocker. Same situation. I know that you're waiting for stock to come across. You do not have that stock. And all our stock at the moment, we only had a few of the overlockers left. At the moment, our stock is technically sold out. We knew we didn't have a lot of machines, so we had a handful of machines. All the machines are currently sat in baskets. If you've got it in your basket right now, if you've been waiting for this machine, my advice, and I would never force anyone to check out, I hope you've done your research, you know this machine for you. I've done shows with Gary on this very machine. I know how good it is. So if you're looking for an exceptional overlocker, you've also got the 10,000 meters of thread in there as well. If it's in your basket, check out. If any machines bounce back, then I will let you know. But as I say, once all the machines people have checked out, we're not getting hold of anymore. We know we cannot get hold of anymore. And everyone's struggling. They're struggling. You guys don't have
again, we can't even give you a date of when they're coming back in again. I know we've even let you down a couple of times where we've been promised. That's the important bit,
yeah. So Juki don't even know when they're going to be able to offer this back. So right now, for those lucky few that have got the overlocker in their basket, I check out. That's my humble opinion, but you know, I'll never force you into doing that. Okay. Right, now, going back to the G220. So, as a machine, let's see some more features.
Right.
I want to see.
So, literally, we've just switched the machine on. Obviously, we've wound the bobbin up, just set it ready to go. What I do emphasise on this machine, and it's two ways of looking at it. Computerised machines are fantastic. I love computerised machines. You can have so much fun with them, you can play with them, the creative side and that. But for general sewing, it is not needed whatsoever. You do not need computers in a sewing machine. This is really not a computerised sewing machine. I will say that. It's an electronic controlled machine.
Okay.
So I can't upload, I can't download, I can't wipe its memories, I can't suddenly put something somewhere and never find it. So as a peace of mind to people out there, having the electronic control makes it so much easier. So instead of turning a multiple of dials and trying to get them lined up and get them correct on there, as soon as I select a stitch, one of my stitches from underneath here, the first two buttons are up and down in my tens, so I can choose my first digit. My second buttons are up and down in the single digits. Wow, so literally, as soon as I choose a stitch, so for instance 03 is my zigzag, it will then set the width for me, set the length for me. It will suggest then what foot to use, so it gives me all the information on screen.
A nice size of display. One thing I'm noticing, Gary, the buttons, the size of display, everything's very easy to use.
This is one thing. This is it. Well, when they start to develop machines, and I notice, and it's not just sewing machines. If you look in some modern cars, if you look in some modern TVs, the buttons are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But they're trying to make it look a bit high tech and all of that. This is a practical machine. We don't want to hide anything. Your main using buttons are the size of your finger. If you press it, you know you've pressed it. You've not accidentally slipped off and pressed something else you're not realising on there. And we've got a nice light LED in there as well, so it really does give sort of a good backlight of the features, so it's easy to see. But also, if we notice, we've got a start-stop button. At the moment, that's red.
Right.
And the views with that, it won't actually allow you to do anything wrong. So if something is not set correctly, if you press it, it will just refuse to work. Okay. So again, it looks after itself that way for you. So what we're going to do is, let's just try a couple of different stitches on here. And first of all, if I just go to 09, which is then one of my buttonhole stitches. In here, I do have 7 different styles of buttonholes.
You've got 08 there.
I've got 08, thank you, and 09 on there. So, with that, with the different buttonholes, again, if I want to do tailoring, I've got keyhole buttonholes, again, bag making, things like that. Instead of using sort of zips, putting buttonholes on the back, using sort of envelope backs, etc. for cushions. So buttonholes are not now just for garment making, it's used on many, many different things. So having the variety on there, it just gives you a bit more chance to have a little play and more chance that you are probably going to use them because they're not standard. There's something a bit different and they're very, very easy to do. So the buttonhole foot, which is this attachment on here, again, a lot of people would have seen this before, where just pull the back out, and then whatever size button I've got, and here's one I had earlier, that will then just go into the back of the foot, and it will then just gauge it to the size of the button for me. So again, nothing really new on that side. Press the little button on the back, the feet just clip on and off, so it's nice, easy changing feet.
Nice, easy.
and that will then just line up underneath to the bar, and that will just clip it into place just to collect it on there. So what I'm going to do, first of all, notice I'm not just using a folded piece of cotton, calico, or anything. This is a proper wool, nice, real heavy wool fabric. So this is the sort of things obviously you're going to be doing buttonholes on. So whether it's sort of a nice tailored jacket or something like that, which I've chosen this because it's one of the tougher fabrics to use. You know what I mean? I don't like to use easy fabrics. And it's not then just a double fold, it is a triple fold. So it is that proper band.
I mean, that's a good demonstration of the quality of the machine.
So again, this is how you are going to properly do that. So you've got the different layers on the inside where you've got that triple fold. So it's going to go from 3 to 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So you're not just stitching over the same thickness of layers each time as well. And then popping that under. Then literally just on there. Then, so I've got number 9 on, but the buttonhole foot on, that light is still red.
Right.
So it means I still have not done something. So I press that, it will now come up and it's flashing that the buttonhole lever with an arrow next to it.
Okay.
So it's just a lever I pull down from the back. Once that's pulled down, the light is now green.
If it is red, it tells you the issue as well.
Or it basically indicates the issue rather than tells you. That's right. So yeah, because obviously some machines will actually come up with words on there.
Right.
This will just flash the bit it's not happy with. So on there. So now it's happy. It's all green. I can set it to the speed I want, but what I want it to do is also cut the threads when I've finished. So using this button here, just press that. I'm actually going to now unplug the foot control.
Wait, can we set up like with other machines, Juki machines, shows we've done, where you can set up a sort of parameter? Can we do that with this?
With the...
You know, you're saying so it will cut at the end, or...
That's it.
Yeah.
This one, you can do parts of it.
Okay.
So this one now, this one, the setting at the end will now cut the thread, or it will tie the stitch off, and it will then cut the threads for me. So, and bring the needle out of the work. So what I'm going to do, so I've unplugged the foot control, because using the start-stop button, I can just let the machine do it. It will keep it at the constant speed as well. So because I'm not speeding up and slowing down, it's not going to change the feed. So therefore the stitches, sometimes when you're sewing, you speed up, you slow down. If it hits then different parts of the fabric.
Done already?
Done, finished.
What?
There, just while I'm talking on there. And on here, you can see I've done a very, very tiny buttonhole.
That's a tiny one.
And that is absolutely on there. That was obviously not to the size of the button, but it just gives you those options on there of me making a mistake, and I'm going to talk away and get it. It will do tiny buttonholes, which a lot of machines won't like. But if I put that back under again, and then with this, I'm actually then going to start the foot in the right position, which, alas, I didn't do, and it's my fault. I am standing at an awkward angle. So this time, I'm going to put it back under again. I'm going to make sure the lever is in the right position on there, and then away we go again. So
it's
this
being
time,
able to take on those tougher fabrics as well. Because I didn't know this about Katie, our producer. She likes to make her own clothing.
That's right,
and she says,
yeah,
and she says sometimes she struggles when she's working with, because say she likes to use a heavier material for say undergarments or something, and she says a machine might struggle. You won't get that with this machine.
No, that's exactly it. So again, with that, it's taking the hard work out of it, but it's not only just takes the hard work out of it, it gives you perfection as well. So if you can see the quality of the buttonhole.
So why did the other? What happened with the first one?
The one when I was on the wrong angle, when I pulled it down in front of a little bar instead of behind the bar, so it triggers it off too early. It doesn't cause any damage. It's just that I didn't see it, so
that's okay.
it
Live
didn't
TV
see
at an angle. You're forgiven.
So thank you. But again, then once that's done, it will give you that perfect buttonhole finish, the density, the width. Even though it's preset it all, I can still override that if I want to, but when it's that quality, you really don't need to on there.
Who do you think this machine will appeal to, Gary?
Well, those people who enjoy their sewing, the people who just have got a nice variety of stitching, so whether they're doing a little bit of home deck, and they're struggling a bit with their machine they've got at home, or they're just not happy with the performance, or when they come up to do certain fabrics, they're probably looking at it and think, I don't know if I want to do this, I don't know if I want to put it over, it's not going to cope with it, it's going to damage the machine, or the stitch quality is not going to be there. This just takes it to a really another sewing level on there. Just as you can hear, even using it, it's just so nice to use. There's some things you don't need in life, but there's some things it's a pleasure to have in life, and we all know it, whether it's a nice car, or something we actually sit and use, then you will feel it. Even though they will all do the same job, you can just tell there's a difference in the way they're built, and sometimes it's more of a pleasure. And then with something like that, because of just how nice it is, it's just more of a pleasure to use.
In the past, we've described, and I think this is a really good analogy, it's Gary's analogy, so I've got to give him credit for this, but he was saying we can, and we do this periodically, so I was looking at upgrading my phone, and a new phone will cost you anywhere, I mean, if you go for the top of the range flagship phones, they're about 700 to £1,000 just for a phone. For a phone that you'll use for a couple of years and then you might upgrade, and we all do it, we're all guilty of this. So getting a machine, this isn't going to last you 2 years. These machines, the Juki machines, you've kind of said, and I love this description, back in the day you would buy machines or you'd buy TVs and they would last. You know, they wouldn't fail, you'd end up probably giving them away or just not using them, but they just carried on and on and on.
Absolutely.
And we've gone to a system now, modern day and age, where I had a flat screen TV. It lasted 6-7 years and then broke. You never got that in the past. The Juki as a machine, it's got the build quality of machines from yesteryear, the machines that just carried on working.
It's got that construction higher level on there. So this is where what we wanted, and this is where people really appreciate where Juki, and again, it's fantastic over these years, the reputation it's got for home sewers, it's been phenomenal, it really has been, because it's not just me, obviously, here on TV, you guys, when you hear it, you see it, it sounds like nothing you've really sort of heard before, but it's not just me here, standing here saying that. When people, obviously, you know, we've done quite a few machines together on here, and the testimonials we get, they're praising here, so it's not just us saying it, because I do feel if I'm here, and then if I'm not telling the truth, obviously when people get the machine home, they're sending it straight back. And obviously we don't want this, definitely, but also the reputation of Juki, we definitely don't want that as well.
But it says it all, I mean, the quality of Juki. Right, we're going to have a very quick recap, then get back to Gary. What you're getting with the one-day special, and it really does live up to the billing. It's a phenomenal machine. So this is your Juki G220. As a machine, it is going to be an absolute workhorse for you. You've got a full metal chassis. Everything in this is built to last, and I'm going to keep labouring that point because it's so important. Sometimes it's a false economy when you do get a machine. I understand this is a considered purchase, but when you buy a machine, so you could buy a machine slightly cheaper, but then you get what you pay for. So components within that machine, there might be plastic, you're not getting the full metal chassis. In the end, it starts to go wrong. If you're servicing the machine, how much does that cost? If things go wrong, if you're just not enjoying using it, the fact that you've got a motor in here, it's the same power, the same motor that you have in the NX7, which I'm going to show you in a moment, and that is a high-end Juki machine. So that gives you an indication, it's a statement of intent. What this sewing machine does, it is built to do exceptionally well. What I will say to you right now, and I know, and we always have this with any sewing machine show, and I get this, we've got a lot of machines in baskets right now. Totally understand that. I am absolutely not going to force you to check out. I want you to be happy. Do your own research. If you've got a tablet or a smartphone, research Juki. See reviews on the actual Juki G220. It's an exceptional machine, so I'm confident that not just on our site, have a look around, but also have a look around as well. One thing is, a lot of companies are struggling to provide the Juki, to offer you the Juki, so we're very lucky to have the Juki as a one-day special. Not only that, here at the craft store, we're spreading the cost for you, so your first payment is $298.66. You're saving, and that is interest-free, so $298.66 today, and then you're spreading the cost, so this month $298.66, and then you're spreading the cost over 3 months. You've got 2 more payments. You're saving £83. You're getting the table, the extension table, which is so handy. So if you are a quilter, this will change how you quilt. Not just the table, the actual machine, it's the quality, the smoothness, the purring, the fact that it's able to take on those big jobs. You've got your feet, so you are getting some additional accessories in there with the feet, the buttonhole in there as well. So all the components that you'd expect from a quality sewing machine of this nature. You're also getting the instruction manual too, so you get things printed off, and we're getting the CD-ROM as well?
It comes with a DVD. I will say it's actually a DVD rather than a CD-ROM, because in the past we have had it where people have tried to use it as a CD-ROM and then returned it saying it's faulty, but it is a DVD.
So you put it in the DVD player?
Indeed,
okay.
so that all comes with it as well.
Got hard case.
Yep, and it's solid cover with it as well.
Yeah, so I mean, it's little points like that. Not to get, and this is something that Gary's going to be explaining more throughout the course of the one-day special. We've already done it this hour. So things to point out. This is why we invest in a Juki. It is that build quality. You've got the box feed system. Now that's important, and it's something as a non-crafter you will not be able to appreciate. You can't gauge it just from the look of the machine, but having the box feed system, so Gary's explaining, rather than an elliptical system that a lot of domestic machines offer you, box feed is more a system that you get industrial. So you've got that system where it's got more contact, so the box feed system's got more contact with your fabric, so you're not going to get as much problems as you would with the elliptical system. The display impressed me too, and do pay attention to this when we go back to Gary. It's the size of the display, the buttons as well, so you're not going to be struggling to see the buttons. You can see, just put my hand into shot, a nice wide display. You've got all the utility stitches that you would want as well, and decorative stitches, so 150 stitches within the machine. Right, 365 448 your item number. Can I just say, if it is in your basket right now, if there is any hesitation, any questions, and I genuinely mean this, please send us a message. Don't be shy. If you don't want us to read out your name, don't worry, won't read out your name. Don't have to put your name. But just any questions. If there's something like, I want to go for this machine, but please email. We want to hear those buts. Gary will answer those buts to 365 448 your item number. It's a good machine. Anything from Juki and made by Juki, it's a very good machine. Speaking of which, maybe you want to go for the big brother to the G220. This is the NX. NX7 is a machine that I've done a lot of shows with Gary, and it's always busy. Okay, this is a special machine. Got to tell you, with the NX7, once it's gone, it's gone. We cannot get hold of any more stock. Like, for instance, I was telling you with our overlocker as well. NX7, you absolutely get what you pay for. And you see, I know that that is a considered purchase, and I don't expect anybody to just be channel hopping and say, oh, okay, I'll put the NX7 into my basket. But it really is a good machine. We've done a lot of shows with Gary and the NX7. Just going to point, and Gary played a big part with the accessories, so you're getting £200 worth of feet in here. Gary, can you just, I think it's worth discussing this, because you know sometimes you get bundles, say with a sewing machine, foot bundles, but you specifically hand-picked the feet in this.
Indeed. With the machine, automatically you get a huge amount. So in the box you've got there, that's what comes as standard.
Yeah, sorry.
So you get there. So the feet in front, to be fair, that's probably, I think that's a third of what feet come with it extra as well. So with a lot of offers, bundles, then they may give you like a thread package or a foot package or something like that. And usually, oh, we've got a lot of this, that'll do, put that with it.
Yeah.
But not for myself, what I like, obviously we've got shops, we've got the classrooms, we do all the shows as well. There's certain feet I get asked for, there's certain feet I do not get asked for. And what I won't do is put some feet, obscure feet, with the machine. So the feet I've chosen are the actually top 10 feet I get asked for, which I've sold throughout the year.
Wow.
So invisible zip foot, #1, without a doubt. Bias binder, #3, I think, on the list on there. Narrow zip foot for piping, #2. So it's not just a range of any old feet, it's my top selling feet.
And you really know what you're talking about, just listening to you here.
Thank you, yeah. Again, I deal with the domestic side, with the industrial side, but I interact and I deal with home users all the time, the end users, sorry, not home, end users all the time. I love the phone calls, I love the questions. Honestly, we're there to help at Juki. It's not just a matter of a face and that's it, goodbye. No. We've obviously got our own classrooms, our own engineers, a good support system.
And that's all coming back now after, I know in lockdown, that kind of it had to be put on hold for a bit.
Yes, we was always on the end of the telephone, with FaceTime, with emails, and mail order. We were always continuous because of how busy the sewing industry was. And I mean, if we did shut down, we'd probably have more machines a day than what we would have done. But obviously now we are slowly back over the retail side, the shops, the classrooms. Hopefully, are going to be opening again very soon. So the backup service is there.
Just got to tell you, we do not have a lot of stock here, and once that's gone, we cannot get hold of any more. So I'm just putting that out there. Things to point out, because I know the majority of our focus this hour is going to be on the one-day special. We might look at the NX7, another, maybe at 8, if we still have stock, and that's the big thing. So you've got 3 flexi payments. What I will say to you very quickly, because I've done a lot of shows with the NX7, so things to point out. Now here, if you have a look at the height, so the length of the arm, as well, but also under here, that's all illuminated. You've got a beautiful flood of light. So in the past when I worked with Gary and you've done this whole area has been illuminated, so you've got a great light source. Look at the height as well from that arm. So if you are a quilter, this is designed for quilters, you've got a lot of space to roll your quilts as you're working with them. You have the box feed. You also have the system, and this is something the G220 does to a degree. The NX7, obviously at this price point, takes it to the next level. You're able to set your machine. So you set the parameters of how you like to sew. You input those parameters in your machine, and then with your sewing pedal, by pressing down, well, I'll let you explain, Gary, because like one touch, it will then trigger a sequence.
That's it. So you can tailor make it to your type of sewing, because different types of sewing would want different finishes on there. So I can have it, so with it's got a 2-point foot control on there. So you've got your foot control with all variable speed as normal, but then you have a separate button. That button, I can have it so it controls needle up, needle down. I can have it control also foot lift up and foot lift down. I can have it controlled so it then ties it off at the end of my stitch and at the beginning of my stitch. I can also have it in it so it cuts my thread. But I can also combine all of those as well. So not just one of them, I can have it so it cuts thread, lifts foot and lifts needle at the same time. I can have it so it then pivots. So if I don't want it to lift or cut the threads for me, and I'm just constantly pivoting for patchwork and quilters, I can have it so it does that. Also, I can then override the foot control, and I can have it so it does it automatically every time. So instead of me telling it by using a foot control button or a button on the front of the machine, I can have it so as soon as it stops, it will automatically pivot. I can have it so it stops with the foot up, foot down, needle down. But again, it's that personal programming, and this is what we've tailored from our industrial machines. And that's why if you look on the screen on the NX, it's very different to most other screens, because that is lifted straight from an industrial machine. That screen is. It's not new, even though it's a newish machine. It's a well tried and tested screen on there. So you can then just tailor make your sewing. And the nice thing about that, unlike with the smaller models in the G series and that, where I can play around with thread trimmers, the automatic finishing and things like that, this is a step program. So every time I want it, I will program it to do it. I can actually set that machine and store it for specific types of sewing.
There's so much this machine can do, and we will look at it in more depth during the course of One Day Special if we manage to keep our stock. Say we do not have a huge amount of stock here. What I will say, it's a considered purchase. Understand that, and the same with the One Day Special. And I know a few of you, so I'm speaking to those of you right now who've got this in your basket. If you've got a smartphone, if you've got a tablet, this is what I would be doing. Do your research. See how much it is elsewhere. Remember, we've got the flexi payments here at the craft store, interest-free. Have a look at the reviews. Don't just take our word for it. See the reviews. We've got reviews on our website. I'd be looking at those. I'd be looking at the reviews elsewhere. All the reviews on our website are left by viewers who have bought the machine or bought any products. They're all honest reviews, because that's one thing I worry about. Sometimes, you know, when you see reviews of places, you're like, well, are these genuine reviews? All our reviews are genuine reviews left by viewers. So here, with the NX7, fantastic machine, brilliantly easy to follow instructions, great results every time, 5-star review. 5-star review here. I love my machine. Excellent for the work that I want it to do. Another 5-star review. Fantastic machine. Does everything and more. Still getting to grips with all the capabilities. Love it. These are viewers who've purchased the NX7, and we have, I know that from emails when we've done live shows and testimonials of people who bought the machine, absolutely rave about it. Do your research, but it is a very good machine, and we do not have a huge amount of stock there. We're going to get back to our one-day special. We've got about 10 minutes left, Gary, so what would you like to show us?
Okay, so while we've got the feet out, so again, sort of more of that basic style of sewing, but just how the performance, even when it comes to the basic overlocking and blind hemming, and so we've seen how easy the buttonholes are and precise. Then overlocking. So on the stitches on here, then we have got then 06, which is one of my favourite overlock stitches. So as soon as I program that in, it will then suggest what foot to use as well. So on there it's got foot C. So on the actual, you're probably never going to see this on the camera because it's silver on silver, but it is a letter C just in there, on there. So again, it obviously relates to what the machine's telling me. And then the idea with the overlock foot, it gives me a guide. So instead of overlocking either in your fabric, so it doesn't ruck the edge of your fabric and then you have to cut up to it, I can overlock directly over the edge of the fabric, just by the fabric up against the guide. And the actually overlock foot's got a bar in, so it tensions the stitch. So instead of causing a ridge down the edge of your fabric, it comes out perfectly flat again. So again, just those little finishes there, it gives it more of a professional finish. So not everybody wants an overlocker or can justify afford going to an overlocker, but they're at home with their very zigzag or just normal zigzag stitch. They're probably a bit frustrated the actual finish it's giving you is not particularly professional. So all I'm doing is I'm just feeding the fabric down the side of the guide. As you can see, I'm not holding the fabric, I'm not forcing it. It's taking it through very, very well itself on there. Let the machine do the work for you. And that's the same as applies to all sewing. The less input you have, the more continuity you're going to get from the machine, and it should be therefore the better quality as well. So let's get that to the end and finish there. And then get to the end, I'm just going to manually thread trimmer, cut the threads, bring the needle out of the work, and then we're just going to take that up. So if we can see this on here, on the edge here, that, if you actually look at that as an overlock stitch, that is such a professional stitch on there compared to a varied zigzag. And you can see it's flat, it hasn't ridged the edge of my fabric at all, but also it has seamed it and overlocked at the same time. So because it's giving me that reinforced straight stitch. Sorry I didn't match my plaids up, that's a bit naughty of me, I know.
Okay.
But that, as a professional overlock finish, again out of a sewing machine, is absolutely fantastic on there. So it's those little things that, again, it just stops frustration, or it's nothing. If we've made something at home, whether it's out of fabric, whether it's out of wood, whether it's out of metal, we want the finish. We want it to look like we haven't just sat there and made it by hand. And then having a machine that's going to give you those professional finishes that quick and easy is absolutely brilliant. And obviously the attachments to go with it, which makes life easier as well.
Well, we've got about 6 minutes left, Gary, so what else can you show us?
Yeah, so on that is one of the key things is what the machine coats with, how well. Obviously we've done some heavyweight fabrics and that as well, but I know the nice thing about it, I think I've got on at 8 o'clock as well, so we've got another hour to hopefully show some more bits and pieces. But from what we were doing with the heavyweight fabrics, this is chiffon, very light, very fine, moves, slips all over the place. So all I'm going to do is a side seam on a chiffon, so I'm just going to put it onto 0, 0, which is then just my normal straight stitch. Pop that under, put the normal foot back on first.
Good catch.
Good, thank you. That's slipping away. So let's put the normal foot back on there. And then, so literally, very fine shear, pop that under. So again, anything like this, even for the table for very slippery fabrics, the more support you can give your needle, the less chance of it's going to sort of pull to one side. And then, so straight away, through, I've adjusted no tensions, no foot pressures. Again, I'm not exactly going to helping it, I'm not taking it easy, just going to keep that straight so it supports it there.
So smooth as a machine, and this is what you get with Juki. It's the calling card of a Juki is the smoothness.
So it's one of those fabrics that most people will try and avoid it. So if we have a look on there, so we can see the seam, absolutely, as I say, that is a very fine shear, and it has absolutely coat. But if I open the seam up, which is the key thing, there is absolutely no puckering at all inside the seam.
That's a test.
That is, to me, those are the true tests. All machines can offer you a variety of stitches to play around with zigzags, your satin stitches on that, but 90% of people's sewing is usually straight stitch. So I want to know, it doesn't matter what piece of fabric I pick up, whether I'm doing curtaining, whether I'm doing shears, chiffons, or whether I'm just doing, even for things like upholstery, sort of vinyl velvets. Velvet is one of those horrible fabrics because the way it moves and slides.
Does the box feed really help here?
It really does. Again, because you're not just catching the centre, it's travelling a full distance. So even when I'm going to sew this, I'm not going to use a walking foot at all or anything like that. I'm just going to pop that under. So run that through again. So straight away it feeds it, it's not catching at all, it's not sticking. And this is the thing with velvet, because of the pile on there, it can often twist the fabric.
Yeah.
So if we open that again on the inside for that seam, like so, and we can see on there. So again, absolutely perfect. There is no puckering, there is no pulling, and that's, say, on a velvet on there. So obviously, you know what I'm like.
Velvet,
I do
chiffon, you know, these are a lot of fabrics that people will shy away from because they are traditionally very hard to work with.
But this is why I like to use these fabrics as well, because it's sort of say we're all live. There's sort of nothing worse on that. I'm picking something out where you think, oh no, I'm going to be frightened to use this, and you've got to be so fragile with it. I know I can just pretty much pick up any piece of fabric, pop it under, and the machine likes it.
And did you have to change any settings? So when you went on your sort of upholstery fabrics, that wool to the velvet to chiffon, did we change anything?
No, literally foot pressure self-adjusting, so it's got their extra high clearance on it as well.
Yeah.
So for the real thicker fabrics, no problems. But as you say, it just undulates, goes over the thickness. So whether I was going through the head intake, it was sort of through multiple layers, even when I double folded it as well, right to the fine shears, even to the wool fabrics, I've touched no settings whatsoever. Just let it do its work. But that's what a good machine should do for you.
Yeah.
Because again, all this talk about automatic this or computerised this, basically a lot of that is false information. A good machine, and then I'm going to hark back to my industrials again, all mechanical, but a good quality mechanical is better than anything. So yeah, and that is exactly why it can go from one to the other. It will keep the pressures even, and it doesn't. The thickness of the fabric technically shouldn't matter. It's the machine that's undulating, it's the machine that's controlling itself, so the piece of fabric should be irrelevant. So the stitch should say even whether I'm going through thick, thin, jersey, stretch, it should say perfectly the same.
You've been an absolute star, Gary. Thank you so much. Time's beaten us, but we'll be back at 8 o'clock.
Indeed, yes I am. Thank you.
So any more questions, please get them in. Gary will be returning at 8. This is our one-day special. Now, this is a limited one-day special in the sense that we're launching today. We've got it at 8 o'clock, and then we'll have it at 12 o'clock tomorrow. So please don't miss out. It is an exceptional machine. It really is a very, very good machine. You will not be disappointed. Do your research, have a look, read the reviews, see what other people are saying, see how much it is elsewhere, and you'll realise what a good price we have it on for. I am really looking forward to the next hour. So we've got rag rugging with Ragged Life. After that, Juki Sewing Machine will return, and then Liv soft toy making live. Ooh.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. I'm really looking forward to this hour. If you did miss Ragged Life earlier on, we got another fantastic hour with Elspeth. Hello.
Hello.
Long time. You're looking very summery.
I know. I was actually worried that I would be too blending in with the background with all the colour, but it seemed to be okay earlier.
Perfect. I love your whole ethos, the company. I know it's a family-run business. Anyone who's not familiar with the company, tell us a little bit about how did it all start?
Yeah, well, basically, I've always rag-rugged. My mum taught me how to do it when I was only 14.
Wow.
And I got slightly addicted, and I'd always done it as a hobby. But then as with these things, I got asked whether I could run some workshops for people, and it started to take off. I think people really love how easy it is to pick up, and how kind of addictive it is. So what started off as a fairly small business over the past 5 years spiraled into what is now Ragged Life, which is lots of colour, easy to follow rag-rug kits, workshops, yeah, everything with a sustainability, eco-focus. So, yeah.
I might get this wrong, but I seem to recall from and we worked together, it was quite a while ago. You've won awards. You won awards?
Yeah, so I've won one of the Molly Makes Best Established Business Award, which was a real honour because there was obviously a lot of competition. But yeah.
See, that's no joke. That's a prestigious award. OK, we're going to start getting into everything we have on the show. We're going to start with our complete bundle. Now, this has been very, very busy. We're approaching 2/3 of the stock. Everything that you need to start your Ragged Life journey, so your complete rag rug kit. And it is an absolute journey. And what I will say, the reason why I love this kit so much is you have got all the tools you will need to get going. And then after that, and rag rugging, when you start building it up, you can use clothes. We were talking about old clothes.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, because I just had my son first time work together, but using, so if you've got old clothes, because he keeps growing out of his clothes really quickly, so if you wanted to make something more of a memory piece so with all old clothes, you could do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people who buy the kit, maybe like you, they've got a youngster who, and you want to keep these baby grows or these really kind of seminal items of clothing that, just remind you of good times. But rather than keeping them folded up in drawers in some kind of attic somewhere, this gives you a real practical way in which you can kind of keep them in sight. So I still look at the rugs that my mum made and I can recognise mine and my brother's old clothing in there. Yeah, and it brings joy.
That's a good description. So what are we getting as part of this kit then, El?
Yeah, so the complete rag rug kit is designed for a complete beginner who's never rag rugged a day in their life to have all the tools, the instructions, their pre-hemmed hessian, everything to get you going. So there's no kind of messing about on a sewing machine beforehand. You've got a ball of blanket yarn even to start you off in terms of the fabric. and you've got all of the best tools for doing the two main techniques of rag rigging. So I may just briefly mention those two, because without knowing what they are, we're not going to get very far.
Okay.
So basically, there are generally two traditional British techniques of rag rigging. The first one, which may be familiar to some of our watchers, is what I call the shaggy technique of rag rigging, because I'm a soft southerner. Some of you may be looking and thinking, oh, that's not what I've heard it called. So it's sometimes called proggy, proddy, peggy, clippy, cluty, but it's this technique here. It has a really beautiful, deep, thick texture to it. It's the kind of, like, if I put a piece out, people just want to, like, scrunch their fingers into it.
It's very tactile.
It's very tactile.
Another big thing is pets. For pets, we were saying, like, sensory and stimulation.
Snuffle mats are really big. If anyone's got a puppy or a dog, you can hide treats in the kind of snuffle mats, and it's supposed to be really good for their development, kind of, you know, seeking out those treats.
We do the same for floor managers. Hide a chocolate bar in there for Ben. He's found everyone. Very good, our Ben.
I think I do pretty well as well. So that's the shaggy technique, and both of our kits that we're selling today have the best tools in to do that technique. But if you're also interested in learning how to do what I call the loopy technique of rag rigging, which gives you much more of a kind of dense, more kind of almost like tight knit weave of rag rigging, then the complete rag rug
so
kit.
Traditional.
It is.
Get that in a fisherman's village. Keep you warm on a winter's night.
Oh yeah, you won't feel a thing through this rug. It is so cosy. But the loopy technique is incredibly good for people who are interested in maybe doing things with a design. So if anyone, you know, wants to recreate, I don't know, a fisherman's boat or something like that, there's some incredibly talented rag rug people out there who use this loopy technique to create real artwork.
A bit more focused.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think that with either techniques, you can do a really simple pattern, something like a check or a stripe, even just a random rag rug, and the texture just does so much of the work for you. Like, because you're using recycled materials and because we're mixing different things, because this isn't a craft where you have to go out and buy, you know, really good quality quilting cottons, for example. This is a craft where something like a really poor quality polyester will look equally as nice in a rag rug as a beautiful kind of 100% silk. It's that mixture of the textures which makes things look interesting.
Could you create, and this is a question from the team, could you create a bath mat with this technique?
Yeah, you could create a bath mat. I would probably say don't have it as the one that you get out of the shower onto. You know, it's something where you could have it in the bathroom, and if it gets a bit wet, it's fine. Hessian itself doesn't really hold up very well to getting really sodden and then not drying out fully on a repeated basis, because it can rot. But there's a reason why the Victorians used to use Hessian as the base for their rag rugs. They actually used to use the old potato sacks, and it is because it is pretty much indestructible other than...
Getting it wet.
Yeah, I mean, you'll probably see me do this later, but you can really be a complete bully with this Hessian. And, you know, it's very, very difficult for things to go wrong in rag rugging.
We will be seeing it in action shortly, so do stick around. So this is the complete bundle, everything that you need. Look, you're getting your yarn in. I mean, that is a generous amount of yarn, but really good quality yarn that you're going to be playing around with. You've got all your tools, and that is the essence of this bundle, because you've got, and please stick around because Elsbeth is going to be showing you all the tools in action, but you get all the tools you will need to start and actually complete your rag rugging journey. So you will not need to buy any other tools in the future. All you need to do then is stock up on your yarn and your Hessian. That's it. You've got everything that you need in this bundle. 2 flexi payments of £30. When you think about it, as a flexi payment today, £30 for a brand new hobby. A hobby where you can create something like this. Come on, how could you not want it? And I think so many fans of the craft store, we love our hobbies, you love your crafting. So for me, £60 for a brand new hobby, well worth it. And all the tools, this isn't a question where in the future then you're going to need to buy more and more tools to achieve. You've got everything that you need there. 614072, your item number. We have a starter kit for you too. Now, there's difference with the starter kits. We have the complete kit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this tool away from our starter kit. and that's the only difference. So there we go. With the tool that I've just taken away, though, Elspeth, what does that do for anyone?
Yeah, so basically both kits come with the best tools to do the shaggy technique, that lovely thick one which I'll demo later. But the complete kit comes with this tool in it, which is called a rug hook. And this is absolutely the best tool to do that other technique, that loopy, tight-knit, beautiful one that you can do really quite detailed pieces with. And I would say, if you absolutely adore the shaggy technique and you think, that's for me, that's all I'm going to do, go for the easy peasy kit if you think that's all you're going to do. But if, you know, 4 months down the line, you've completed your first shaggy rag rug and you're absolutely addicted and you think, oh, what was that other technique that Elspeth was demoing? You're going to want that rug hook potentially. So, and you make a real saving buying it in the kit. Because in the kit it only works out at £15 for this.
Well, it's £21.99 by itself, which you can see there. And that's the thing, is being able to get the ability to, or have the ability to make both the loopy and the shaggy. And don't just be influenced by, because I know Chris, our director, he's gone straight for shaggy because he's a fan of the singer. Don't let Shaggy, the rapper, influence your choice here. Okay, so, I'm only kidding. We're gonna move on, but if you do want to go for the starter kit, £44.99 is your price, 720165, your item number there. So the only difference being this tool to do the loopy technique, and it's something that I know Elspeth and your mum, you kind of pioneered that loopy technique. Okay, that was a conversational killer. I'll move on. I was going to say, no, we have not. Okay, now we have there. We've got some Hessian for you as well. Let's take a look at this. This is very nice Hessian. So talk to me about this, Elspeth.
Well, the base that we work on in rag rigging is called Hessian. In America, it's called burlap. The quality that's really important for rag rigging, because you're wanting to make a rug that's going to last for absolute years. And all the Hessian that we're selling today, it's premium quality, it's made for rag rigging, it's the perfect weave for doing rag rigging. So that means it's tight enough that it's going to lock your fabric pieces in there so they don't fall out, but it's loose enough that it's not going to give you a real wrist ache pulling things through.
I'll show you how much you're getting, because this will make a beautiful rug. I mean, that's a good size.
Yeah, I mean, that one is that's our first ever pre-printed rug Hessian. So it's a bit of a new one for even me, but we started off with this kind of repeat lantern design, because it's essentially like a paint by numbers wonderful exercise, where there's so many different ways in which you can fill it in. So actually, and I'll be demoing on this a little bit later, but you can see here that what I've done with that bigger piece of Hessian, which is 200 by 75 centimetres, is I've actually hemmed it so that I've divided it into a quarter of the length that it is normally. So what I'm saying is, if you're quite handy with a sewing machine, for that piece of Hessian, you could get 4 mats this size out of it.
Well, that's good.
Or you could get 2 mats out of it if you want to hem it in the middle. You really do get your bang for your buck. And you can see that there's actually a rug that's behind Yanis there, which is what inspired this design, this kind of lantern inspired design. So you can almost start on the outside of the lanterns and work your way inwards with different colours. Which is very much the ethos of rag rigging, mixing together lots of different bits and bobs.
Got a bit of Moroccan vibe going on.
That's definitely, or a little bit Indian. But this one here, I was experimenting with the mohair, which we've hopefully got a few left of. It absolutely flew off the shelves in the first show. But this kind of cream and this grey has been done in this mohair, which I've managed to get my...
I'd imagine it's beautifully tactile.
Honestly, it's so spongy and soft, and the same goes for the blanket yarn. That's incredibly very cozy. But this has also got in some of the sari silk, which I think we'll come on to. But just so that you can see, you don't have to do that full 2 metre length if it feels daunting.
Break it down. Four projects, and if you are looking for a sewing machine that can tackle more durable fabrics, remember we've got another look at the Juki, our one-day special at 8 o'clock. Okay, so just to give you the details here, if you want to pop this into your basket, £14.99 is your price. The first time that Elspeth has brought us the pre-printed Hessian runners, 431933, your item number. The Latin's in development. Okay, now we've got the mohair. Ooh, this feels amazing. I've got to tell you, green has technically sold out, so it was limited, but now it's gone. Green is gone. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. We still have the multicolour, but that is limited stock. So the multicolour, green's gone, multicolour is limited, and we've got less than 10% of the stock remaining. So you've got, I've got to tell you that colours may vary. There is another multi. There we go, just to show you. So with regard to the multi, colours may vary, but whatever colours you get are beautiful. And the softness of the mohair is absolutely exquisite. $39.99 is your price. You're getting 1 kilogram in total of the mohair. Come on. Multi's technically sold out now as well. That's it. So green's gone, multi's gone. If any bounce back, I will tell you. If you've got it in your basket, check out, because if it does bounce back, I can't guarantee you'll be able to get it back into your basket. Okay, enough from me. Let's head to the website and then go to our first demonstration. Lots to discover, and I love the 5-star reviews as well. And I have to say, Elsbeth, worth every one of those stars with Ragged Life. So have a look at all. I mean, look at great reviews on there. We've got the scissors too. So any questions, please feel free to get in touch. We're going to start having a play, and that's the important bit, because we've shown you some tools. You need to see it in action. So I'm going to hand over to lovely Elsbeth.
Great. So basically, both of the kits that we're selling today include this wonderful gadget here, which is called the Rag Rug Spring Tool. And this is the easiest and quickest tool to do that traditional shaggy style of rag rugging. So that's that one that has the lovely kind of thick texture. I'm showing you this little water lily that I've done just to demo that, you know, you can combine the two techniques together if you've got all the tools. And also you can play around with smaller projects. You don't have to do a big rug to start off with. You can break down the Hessian as well. But basically, if you want to do the shaggy technique, this is the easiest tool. That is used in conjunction with this gadget here, which is called a cutting gauge. So I'm going to show you how those two work now. And this is a really good time for me to show you why our rag rug scissors get such great reviews, because they really do cut through everything.
These are serious. You described the scissors in the past. They're like the tank of the scissor world.
They are. They are like, they're not like dressmaking scissors, which are all about precision and making sure that you cut things kind of really precisely. These are hardcore. They're made to cut through lots of layers of fabric at once. And I've, you know, kind of shot myself in the foot here because I grabbed something running out the door, which is actually quite thin. But normally I'd have brought on a really hardcore denim just to show you that this will cut through, gosh, like 8 layers of denim. They're really, really...
8 layers of denim?
Yeah, they're really, really hardcore. So what I'm going to do is, all I'm doing with this kind of blouse that I've brought here is I'm just cutting on either the left or the right side of all of the major seams, just to kind of break a block off that I can work with. And you can actually rag rug with the seams. So, you know, don't worry, we don't waste much in rag rugging. But what I've got here now is I've got a lovely block of kind of chiffon. And the way that we cut our strips quickly in rag rugging, and the reason why we need such good scissors, is because we fold our fabric. And we fold it multiple times, and I could fold this, gosh, I mean, I'm rolling it now, but I could fold it probably about this thick if I wanted to. It could be 4 times the thickness of this, and these scissors would still work. And then what you do is you cut your strips.
I mean, that's cutting like butter.
Oh, this is like nothing for these scissors. So you can see how many layers, and this, as I said, is quite thin chiffon, but I'll show you on the blanket yarn a little bit later. So the width that I'm cutting my strips is approximately 1.5 centimetres to 2 centimetres. And this is actually something I just want to bring to your attention, because our cutting gauge has this handy fabric strip width guide that's been kind of engraved into the side of it. And this shows you how wide you should be cutting your strips based on how thin the fabric is or how thick it is. So with something like a denim that's quite thick, we cut our strips narrower, about 1 centimetre, because we want to make it easier to pull through this Hessian. And with something like a thin fabric, like a chiffon, you can cut it up to 5 centimetres in width because, you know, it'll look a bit more froofy in your bit of hessian. So this is just a really nice thing to have on hand when you're starting off, just in terms of how wide you're cutting your strips. But because mine's a fairly normal thickness, I'm cutting them about 2 centimetres. So if in doubt, 2 centimetres wide is quite a good width. I've now got some strips, and some of them will be really dodgy. I mean, look at that. That is some really dodgy cutting. But in rag rigging, all of these little bits, you could try and be as neat as you want, and it'll always look quite wild, this shaggy technique.
I think the wilder the better, though.
It is. It adds texture, actually, Anis. Like, I love, you know, how unique the rag rigging looks. And you know, you don't have to iron your fabrics. Sometimes if they're a bit crinkly, it almost makes things look more interesting. So this is definitely for all of you non-perfectionists out there like me. Okay. So I've now got 6 strips and I've got them all in a bundle. You can see that I've got some that are a bit shorter, some that are a bit longer. And this is where I'm going to turn these long strips into short strips using the cutting gauge. So this comes in both kits as well as the spring tool. So what you do is you hold them over the groove that's at the top here, and you wrap your strips so that they overlap to hold those ends in place. And you just keep wrapping, and if you've got any shorter ones, you trap them underneath the longer ones, and you just keep wrapping along and down the gauge. If you want to, you can twist the gauge. So sometimes in my workshops, people find this easier, but just experiment, see what works for you. If you run out of space on the gauge, you can push it up to create more space as well for longer things, if you're cutting up bedding, for example. Once you've got here, this is quite concentrated and quite thick, which is why it's good to have good scissors. So all you're doing is cutting down that groove, and you end up with a lovely pile of similar length strips for doing that shaggy technique. And they're all a similar length, which makes the kind of shaggy technique look somewhat orderly, but not properly. And it does save you a lot of time. So I'm now going to demo how the spring tool works. So this is definitely the easiest and quickest tool to rag rug with, because you're working entirely from the top of the hessian. There are some tools where you work from the back and you prod things through, but I find as a beginner, it's really hard to see what you're doing when you're working from the other side, and often it ends up a bit Frankenstein-y because things are different lengths.
Could I just before we go on to this, we had a question, this from the call centre, so we don't have a name here, but call centre said someone called asking how the reverse of the rug is finished off. So is there a way of finishing off that reverse?
So I never back my rag rugs because actually it traps the dust between the rag rugging and the backing. So it means that the dust can't flow through the rug. So actually, like the traditional ways in which you used to clean rugs was to beat them outside, so you can still do that. I actually put my rugs in the washing machine. I put them in a pillowcase or a duvet cover so they don't get beaten up quite so much. Choose a nice day, not like today, to dry them outside, because they do take a little time to dry through thoroughly. And never wash a piece of hessian that's only been partially rag rugged, because washing the hessian when it hasn't got rag rugging in will tighten up the weave. So you only do it when it's fully rag rugged and that you're happy with how it's looking.
Thank you for explaining that. Just to let you all know that we are approaching complete, with the complete collection, 80% of the stock. So we're approaching 80% of the stock on our complete collection. Very busy there. Sorry, Elspeth.
No problem. So we're going to go on to the actual technique now. So we're using the spring tool, as I said. It should be fairly obvious, but this is the spring tool when it's open, and then this is the spring tool when it's closed. It's really important that you keep it closed to begin with. And what I'm going to do is I'm just poking the very tip of the spring tool into a hole, and I'm just coming up 2 strands away. So I'm capturing 2 strands onto the barrel of the spring tool. Then all you're doing is you're opening up the end, you grab onto the corner of the short edge of the strip. It helps to ease it through better. And all you do is just pull half through.
Perfect.
So you've got a sad looking bow.
What a useful tool though. That's so easy. I mean, anyone can use it.
Anyone can use it. So although we've got our first piece of rag rigging in there, that's not secure as it is because it hasn't got any neighbours around it. So what makes this locked into the hessian is the more fabric you put into the hessian, the more it tightens up the weave of the hessian, and it kind of locks in all the fabrics so that they can't fall out. So what you would do then is you would miss out only 2 strands in the hessian, weave across and keep going. And if you were doing a striped rug, you could work from one end of the rug to the other end, just, you know, in rows, which is very therapeutic, very enjoyable. If you were doing the lantern design, which, you know, we've got the pre-printed hessian for, you know, I often start with the outlines of the lanterns and work my way inwards, because then it almost creates this concentric lantern shape, which looks really great. But all you're doing is you're aiming to miss out approximately 2 strands between each, and pick up 2 strands roughly onto there.
Perfect. Just as we're doing this, I've got a couple of questions. Do you mind if I fire those away?
No, absolutely, hit me.
This one's from Linda. Linda's saying, please, got a picture here. Please find enclosed a picture of my latch. Okay, I'll tell you what. We're getting that picture ready, so I'm going to, Linda, I'll come back to that. It just takes us a while to put it into our system so we can put it on the screen. So I will promise we're going to get back to your question. Got another one. This is from Jane in sunny Devon. It's absolutely pouring here, Jane. Yeah. So Jane's saying, hi all, loving the show. Just wondering, what's the best way to clean the rugs once completed? Do we go by manufacturer's guide for the fabrics used, or can we put it in the washing machine on a gentle wash, apart from the mohair? Many thanks. Well, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't do it with the ones that are 100% wool necessarily. I would spot clean them where you can, because I've once I washed something that I think it was crocheted, or no, I'd ribbon woven with some of the blanket yarn, which looks amazing, by the way. But I stupidly put it in the washing machine, didn't think about it, and it became like a doorstop, what had been a cushion cover. So those kind of materials, and actually in a rag rug, if it does shrink a little bit, it's not the end of the world. But those kind of cushion faces, it would. But most of our kind of mixed fabric ones, so something like this, or we've got a kind of Scandinavian striped rug over there that's a bit more black and white, those kind of ones, you know, they stand up very well to the washing machine.
Okay, but just put them in a pillowcase.
Put them in a pillowcase. It's more to kind of protect your washing machine than it is the rag rug, to be honest. Just making sure that if something did come out, which occasionally they do, but in the grand scheme of a rug that has thousands of shaggy pieces in, if a few pieces fall out every couple of years, it's
Fair enough.
fine.
Karen's also put, hi guys, great show. I've never done this and have ordered the complete kit, 2 of the printed hessian. Can't wait to start. I love that, Karen. And trust me, as a new hobby, I promise you will not be disappointed. I have one question though. When it comes to purchasing your own hessian, is there a particular one to get? As you can guess, I don't know anything about hessian, which is fair enough. So a lot of people, we've got the complete kit. Obviously, it does come with the hessian. We've got the printed hessian. But then if you wanted to look around, are there any specifics when it comes to hessian?
Yeah, I would say, having done years of rag rigging, and I've come across every kind of hessian under the sun, I used to not be very discerning. I used to be like, any bit of hessian I can get my hands on. But some of them are really hairy, really dusty, and unpleasant to work with, to be honest. And they kind of have a varied weave. What you're looking for is something that is 10 holes per inch, which all of our rag rug hessian is. It's more golden in colour, because that tends to mean that it's been treated properly and it won't be dusty and hairy. And you know, if you want to save yourself a bit of aggro, getting it pre-hemmed, which is how all of our hessian is going to save you a job. So,
so rules are, no one likes hairy hessian.
No, look at the colour for the hairiness. So more golden, less brown in terms of the colour. Good weave and
not dusty.
Not dusty.
Well, good news is we have got Linda's picture, so just going back to Linda's question as well. Let's have a look at Linda's picture. What? That looks amazing. So Linda's saying, please find enclosed a picture of my latch hook rug. Now, this is important. So Linda was saying, what would you recommend I put on the back of my rug? It's going to 2 boys aged 5 and 6, and I want them to be safe.
Oh, Cool. So latch hooking is slightly different because that's done with woolen pieces as opposed to rags. So it is a slightly different craft, and it is also done on a rug canvas as opposed to the Hessian. So actually those pieces of wool should be knotted into that canvas. So there's very little
to come away.
There's very little possibility that they're going to get kind of tugged out of there. Sometimes people with things like punch needle, they'll cover the back in PVA, and then they will back it in probably some kind of like quite hardcore fabric, just to be absolutely certain that nothing's going to go anywhere.
Okay.
It looks absolutely beautiful.
Stunning. Thank you for that.
Stunning.
Really appreciate that. Keep your pictures coming in. Right, so we're just having a look at the basics of what we're getting, or the tools, and this is the important bit. So with the complete collection, you are getting every tool you need. We are very busy for our complete, can I say. We are approaching, I'm so pleased for Elsbeth. We're approaching limited stock on this, and we had an extremely busy hour earlier on. So I'm just going to put all the tools back in for the complete. So, Elsbeth, I'm going to point to everything. Just tell us what we're getting in here. So that's your latch hook?
That's the spring tool.
Sorry, spring tool.
That's the one that we saw doing the shaggy technique.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant. Then we've got the cutting... So then the cutting gauge we've also demoed. That's at the top. That's the wooden block. So we've covered those two. Then in the complete kit, you'll also get the rug hook.
Right.
No, sorry. Now we're on different ones. You'll get the latch hook, because this is something where I also teach people how they can do certain ones of the techniques with this gadget as well.
Okay.
It's less specialised, but I throw it in there because it's best to cover all your bases, just in case people find it a little easier than some of them. Then we've got the rug hook, which is my miracle tool for doing the loopy technique, and I'll demo that in a little bit.
Okay.
They're all amazing quality tools. They're all wooden, really heavy. Then we've got the marker pen in every kit. That's so
Ragged Life on there as well.
Yeah, just making sure that you guys, you know that you're buying into the Ragged Life dream. But that is for sketching designs onto the Hessian. So, you know, if you wanted to be ambitious, you can go really artistic. But if you just want to do a very simple design, maybe you want to put the initials of some grandkids on there, or maybe you want to put a sunflower in the centre. It's really good because you can just sketch onto the Hessian. We embrace wonkiness in rag rugging.
Nothing wrong with a bit of wonky.
No. So, like, you know, if you want to be a bit more, you know, precise with things, you can actually print things out, go over them with the marker pen, and you can put them underneath the Hessian. And weirdly, you probably can't see it on screen, but because it's got holes in it, you can see through the Hessian. So you can actually sketch designs by kind of looking through the Hessian and almost using it by tracing on.
And we are getting the yarn in there as well. Is this how it will all arrive?
Yeah, so it comes in a lovely little kit bag, and that's so if you want to keep your tools together, maybe you've cut up some strips like I've done, and you maybe
like
don't
a project bag.
Exactly. Like we like to be organised and keep it all nice and contained.
Nice. It's such a great kit. You are getting your Hessian to work with as well, your yarn, all your tools, and I want to stress these are the tools. I mean, these are all the tools we will need to, you know, they're not going to suddenly need another tool in 5-6 months' time. This is everything we need.
And they're not going to go out of date. These are tools that like have stood the test of time. I mean, this is like one of the original kind of spring tools. Look how rusty that is.
Wow.
But there's a reason why they used to make these tools, and they haven't really, like, we've stayed true to the original design, and we have, you know, if it isn't broken, don't try and fix it.
Like that. 2 flexi payments of £30, so £30 today, and your Ragged Life journey begins. 614072 item number. We also have the printed Hessian, and this is something that's brand new. So first time that Elsbeth has brought this to us. So I'm just going to open this up to give you an indication of how much you were getting. And you said, I like the demonstration where Elsbeth was saying we can break this down and create 4 mats. I'll show that, but it's a good size to it, so 200 by 75 centimeters. Got the printed design, and that's your template to work around.
Yeah, I just think that for some people, they love the idea of doing rag rigging, but, you know, maybe they're not sure where to start if they haven't got the design. And this is so simple because it's literally, you take it one lantern at a time. You could outline all the lanterns in your favourite colour maybe, but as you can see from the kind of one behind Yanis, that kind of concentric one, is really good for using up little scraps because you can blend different colours together very nicely by just following the shape shape of those lanterns around. And it's almost like it's been pre-portioned out for you. Because sometimes when you've got a big expanse of hessian, you're like, oh, where do I start? And it feels like quite a daunting task. Whereas each of those lanterns, you could do, you know, one a week for however many weeks if you wanted to, and gradually get, you know, make your way to the other end.
Break it down, make it more manageable. I've got to tell you that this is a limited edition, which means there's only a set amount that has been produced. And speaking of limited, we're approaching limited stock. So it's something that's proving extremely popular. Love it just looking at here now, that design, and being able to work from that. $14.99 is your price, but it is, we had that lovely question earlier on, like what hessian should we use? This is the hessian, the preferred hessian that Elsbeth likes to use. So the fact that there's no dusty particles in there, there's no stray hairs to work with, it's just a beautiful hessian to add. I had a question as we walk on down from the team, and this is a really good idea. Is there any way to do a design and then back it on something that actually wear it? Say you want to wear a jacket or a waist jacket with that look.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone goes on my Instagram, they'll see that I actually have made a rag rug jacket. And
how do we follow you on Instagram?
Oh, I'm at Ragged Life on Instagram. And actually, it was during lockdown, and the only person who I had on hand to model it was my boyfriend, Christian.
Amazing.
So poor old Christian is on my Instagram wearing my lady's rag rug jacket.
You've made him social media famous then?
Yeah, I mean, he's possibly watching now and cursing me, but, you know.
Do you know how many people are going to be going to your account just to see him?
I know,
jacket?
celebrity Christian. Yeah, so you can wear it, like, and actually, weirdly, the first thing I ever made in rag rug was a rag rug outfit, and it was for a recycled fashion show that they did at my school every year, and that's why my mum taught me how to do it originally, because I had to make an outfit from recycled materials. I'd always seen her making these rugs, and I thought, wouldn't that be a great idea? And that ended my career in rag rug clothing.
No.
But I was so addicted to the process of it, and I enjoyed it so much, the making, that then I started making loads of rugs and wall hangings, draft excluders, cushions. I was hooked.
Amazing. All right, we're going to move on. We've got some sari fabric for you as well. Sari silk, beautiful fabric to work with in relation to our rag rugging. And you can mix the two, and you were showing that. If you wanted to mix, say, the yarn with the sari.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether now's a good time for me to show you how the loopy technique works, but I will be demoing that on this bit of lantern hessian that we've got here, because this shows how very different the mohair looks when it's been loopy rag rugged with the sari silk.
I love that pop of colour as well. Sari silk, I think it's the feel and look that you get with a sari silk. It is special, and this is environmentally friendly. It's reclaimed sari silk.
Yeah, so all the materials that we have on today, we're very passionate about. We're not going to go to China and get some, you know, pre-cut fabric that's been manufactured to make a rag rug. It goes against the entire ethos of rag rugging, which is taking waste material and, you know, making something beautiful from it. So, you know, our mohair and our blanket yarn, these come from the British mills. They're the offcuts. And the sari silk is, once again, it's the offcuts from, you know, manufacturing of these beautiful silk saris.
Perfect. I like the ethos. If you wanted to go online, you'd be able to find, let me just show you, that's one bundle that you could buy. So this is the amount that you're getting with each option. $22.99 is your price there. 427-400 your item number. Let's go onto the website and have a look at our colour options. So we've got autumn leaves there. That's your petal pinks. Then you've got your rose garden, your mid-century, like that, your jewel tones, your nautical, and your pastels there as well. Iridescent, there are a lot actually, so have a look at your leisure and see grasslands, we've got mountain paths, beautiful descriptions, enchanted forests, in all, there are a lot. Mediterranean, we're still going well, under the sea. I think there's like 18, hydrangea, renaissance, Mardi Gras. Oh, okay, that was the last one. Okay, so there we go. We're going to see the technique. You kind of teased us with the loopy technique, so should we have a look at it in action?
Yeah, so basically the loopy technique, the best tool to do that is the rug hook, which, as I've said, that comes in the complete kit. So if you think you want to do both techniques, I would go for that one. The rug hook, we are going to work with some of the sari silk. So what I've done here is I've actually undone one of the skeins. So they come beautifully like this. So they come all lovely and plaited. So they look like a work of art. Like if you just wanted to put this on the side in your craft room, I wouldn't be surprised. They do look lovely. But what I've done here is I've just kind of unplaited it, and I've got this kind of loop of it.
Okay.
If you wanted to do something, different with the sari silk, you may want to ball it up into a ball, like you would often do with wool. But because in rag rigging, we don't need it to necessarily all be in one strip, I often, when I'm dealing with the sari silk, I'll often just cut off a manageable length of it. Right. You could work with the whole length if you wanted to, but I think it's quite nice to kind of deal with a smaller part.
Okay.
And what I've started here is in my first session, I started just working a row on the inside of this cream mohair that we've got here. And you can see how it looks when you build up a little bit more in this kind of sea foam one here or the pink one here. So with the loopy technique, what you're doing is you're starting off by poking your rug hook into a hole in the area that you want to work in. And I'm going to show you the back of the rag rugging so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. But normally, when you get a bit more experience, you never look on the back. You just know where the fabric is.
Is that the rule?
It's not the rule. Whatever works for you, but I'm sure you'll be whizzing along in no time. Then all you're doing is you're just taking the top of the fabric strip and you're just putting it into the hook. And this hook's been specially designed to be hooky. Okay. It's very, very hooky. Then you're pulling an end through to the top. And you can do it quite viciously. You saw I just went for it. Yeah. As a beginner, I always recommend leave that end a little bit higher so you don't accidentally pull it through to the underside, because you can give it a haircut after. Yeah. Then you miss out 2 strands, so it's similar to the shaggy technique, the spacing. And you go through to the underside where you've got this long tail. And all you're doing is just grabbing onto the strip again. So you're just placing it into the hook and you're just pulling. I'm going to pull it a bit longer than I would normally, but you're just pulling a little loop to the top. So if you pulled it a bit too tall like I did then, you can pull it from the underside to make it whatever height you want. But you're missing out 2 strands again, going from the front to the back, hooking onto the strip, and you're just pulling a little loop to the top again. And as I said, once you get into it, you never look on the back. You just know where it is and you can really whiz along. If there's any kind of crochet people watching, this one could be the one for you, because it's very, very easy for people who crochet to pick up with and get quick at. But when you kind of reach the end of a strip, so I haven't reached the end, but I'm going to show you how you finish it. You pull that end through to the top, so you never leave them through to the underside, and then you would trim both the first end and the last end to the same height as all of your loops are at. And I don't know whether you can see that, but you're just starting to build a nice row. And you can see here that you can use the 2 techniques together quite effectively, because it creates very different heights within your rag rigging. So I absolutely love making kind of little flowers, or I don't know whether you can see the poppy wreath that's behind me. You can kind of use that loopy technique.
That's beautiful.
That was a bit of an experiment.
Sorry, is that me picking that up? Sorry. You can see, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's both the shaggy technique and the loopy technique, and how you can play around with them.
I'm really impressed by that.
Thank you.
That's stunning. Very effective.
And if you've got the hessian, so the bit of hessian that comes in the kit is a really decent size, and I'm not even sure that we've shown you it, but it's 1 metre by 60 centimetres. So it's the same size as this rug here. And I'm quite short, but you can see it's a really decent size. So if you did want to do, 2 cushions from it, or some smaller flowers and things like that, you've got enough hessian to really play around with.
Yeah. But I think what a lot of viewers are doing, and I don't blame you, going for that complete collection, absolutely worth that, because that is a whole new hobby, a whole new skill. For £30 today, your first flexi payment, and then going for the hessian as well. Just got to point out, with the Hessian, it is a limited edition, so there's only an X amount that has been made, and I know that we were approaching limited stock on this, so it's proving to be very, very popular. And you're getting an awful lot there. I keep opening it up, but the one you're working on, effectively, that's a quarter of...
That's a quarter. Yeah. So I basically, you know, I thought to myself, I could do a smaller bit of printed Hessian, but at the end of the day, I think people are going to be really addicted, and it's much easier to have a bigger bit of Hessian and be able to make it whatever size you want, as opposed to having something that's a bit paltry and a bit small and you're not quite sure. So that's the kind of thing where you could have an absolutely beautiful runner in your hallway when you come in. You could have it by the bed and it would be the perfect length for that because it's a full 2 meters. But equally, you know, bite-sized chunks if you want to, like I've done. Whatever floats your boat.
Okay. So we continue playing around.
Yeah, so basically I've got a bit addicted now. I'm going to stop doing the loopy rag rigging now, but I may actually just show you a bit with the blanket yarn.
Yeah, please do. So do we use our gauge here? Or?
Yeah, we can do. So what the blanket yarn is because it's kind of like the offcuts from blankets and scarves, what you'll have is you'll have this length of either scarf or blanket, and it will be separated every now and then by these kind of like woolen strands.
Yeah.
But in rag rigging, we don't need an incredibly long continuous piece. We can kind of break it down into the smaller bits. If I was just plain old shaggy rag rigging with this, or loopy rag rigging with it, what I would tend to do is I would cut it up the middle. And the reason why I do this is because it's quite wide, it's quite thick, and by cutting it down the middle, I get more out of it. So it's a bit of a kind of like, it makes your fabric go further if you cut it down the middle. But actually what I'm going to do now is just show you how, if you did want to vary that shaggy technique to create things that are a bit more petally, because sometimes we get people who make absolutely beautiful rugs where they do kind of flowers that are kind of across the rug, and they do the shaggy pieces of the petals in this way. So I'm just going to manually cut these, but I could cut them on the gauge if I want to. And what I do is I try and make sure that they are all stacked on top of each other in a nice pile. And then what you can do is you can just trim the corners off.
So then we're bringing out those scissors. They do make a huge difference working with lots of layers.
Yeah, they cut through everything, as I said. They're very, very efficient. So what I've done here is, can you see I've kind of created this slightly more pointed, petally look to it. And when I pull that through the fabric, it becomes more like a kind of different shape. So I'll show you how that looks now. So once again, we're going back to the spring tool now, because we're doing that shaggy technique to create our long petals. So we're going to weave through the Hessian, and we're going to grab onto it, and we're just going to pull through, and you want half through on one side, half through on the other. But can you see how they create this beautiful kind of, almost like a folded petal? And that one's a grey, which isn't exactly the most petally colour, but you could put in a pink. Any kind of fabric works this way, and it just becomes this beautiful petal effect.
Because you've got that wonderful tapered end.
Exactly. It folds in on itself to create almost like a bit more of a, like a little, not tulip, I'm terrible with flowers, but basically it just looks absolutely lovely. So you can play around with the shaggy technique with all different types of shaping. So sometimes I'll make the ends more rounded, sometimes I'll make them feathered, where I cut little nicks in the bottom, and then it almost looks like the centre of a flower. But with the shaggy technique as well, and I think this was what Yanis was talking about when he said me and my mum originated one of the techniques. This is actually the one that we have originated, and we call it the short shaggy technique.
Oh, that was it.
Exactly, and that one's kind of a hybrid between the shaggy one which we demoed first, and then the loopy one, which we showed after. And it's done with the spring tool. And with this technique, you do exactly the same process as we did before, where you weave across the top of the Hessian. You open up the end of the spring tool, but this time, rather than grabbing the end of the strip, I've grabbed onto the middle of the strip going this direction. And all you do is just give it a pull and a wiggle, and you want to pull through so that you get half on one side, half on the other. So you've got a loop on one side and cut edges on the other. And you keep going. Once again, you're missing out 2 strands in the Hessian and meandering your way along. And the reason why this technique is so great is because it gives you good detail and design definition. The shaggy one can sometimes be a bit wild, as you can probably tell by the rug behind. So the short shaggy technique's a really good combination of texture to design.
Yeah.
So,
that's a really nice way of putting it. Okay, now if you do want to go for some yarn, we have got some options for you. Take a look at this. This is your 1 kilogram bundle. You do not get the crate. We're just showing you how much 1 kilogram is. Now, contents may vary, so I can't say you're going to get these specific colors, but you can get, just going to show you here, you're getting such a lot to play around with. How much would this do? Say, you know, the mohair, the sort of, oh, okay, perfect.
So basically, 1 ball of the blanket yarn. So the kilo bundle, which you've got there, is obviously a kilo, or you can buy the individual 250 gram balls.
Yeah.
They're both, you know. So 1 250 gram ball, or 250 grams, or a quarter of that kilo bundle, will do 1 cushion cover face in the loopy style, or it would take 2 balls in the shaggy style, because the shaggy style takes double the quantity of fabric. So if, for example, you wanted to do the size of the rug that comes in the kit entirely in blanket yarn, in the loopy technique it will take you 4 balls, the 250 gram ones, or in the shaggy technique it'll take you 8 balls, or you could buy 2 lucky dip packs if you wanted to do it in the shaggy technique, or 1 lucky dip pack in the loopy technique.
Perfect. And just showing you now, these are, what I've got in my hand now are options. We'll just put up the details if you do want to go for a specific option. But look at the amount that you are getting. So a nice generous amount there. 100% wool blanket yarn, 250 grams for $9.99. So if you did want to double up there, obviously you can. Your item number is 574-213, your item number. Okay, so options. Whether you wanted to go for the 1 kilogram or you want to be a bit more focused on the actual colour that you're getting, you can absolutely do that. So it is totally up to yourself. Should we continue the fun? You've got about 7.5 minutes.
Oh, 7.5 minutes. So basically, I kind of wanted to just show you the loopy technique again, just because it is a little bit more technical. And actually, what I may do is just show you in a fresh bit of the Hessian, because where I showed you before was quite close to the other bit of rag rigging, and I know sometimes it's not quite as visible.
Yeah.
So with the loopy technique of rag rigging, and actually, I may show you how it works with the latch hook as well.
Okay.
It is slightly different.
We've got the time, so
it's
yeah,
not quite as easy, but you know, just in case anyone's bought that easy peasy kit and this is what they've got and they want to give it a go. So with the latch hook, it's the same theory, but you just need to be a bit careful that you don't put the full neck of the latch hook through. So with the rug hook, it prevents it from going too far through because the neck is a bit fatter further up, so it does kind of control it a bit better. But with the latch hook, you bring it back so that the latch hook is only just through to the underside.
Okay.
You place the strip into the hook. This is the knack of using the latch hook. You need the latch to close. So as I'm pulling, that latch closes onto the fabric and traps it on. And then you're pulling through to the top. So it's exactly the same, but a little bit more technical, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Missing out 2 strands again. Once again, going through to the underside. Only go through so that the latch is just on the underside. Place the strip onto the hook, grab onto it, and just pull a little loop through. And once again, as with the other technique, when you get a bit more into it, it does flow.
Lovely. Just let everyone know as we're doing this, one of the mohair, the multicoloured options has bounced back 1. That's it. So it's going to be a question of fastest fingers first. If you do want to pop this into your basket, and do make sure to check out your basket if you really want it. But it just feels absolutely exquisite, and you're getting a huge amount for your money. But really, really nice mohair there. $39.99 your price. 029972 your item number. Okay. Sorry, Elspeth.
No, not at all. So one thing I also just wanted to mention to you is just to do with design and using up different fabrics. The ball of blanket yarn that comes with the kits will always be a multicoloured ball. So we always choose something that's a bit cheerful and a bit nice. In which case, what happens is the multicoloured ball, will kind of self-pattern.
It's like variegated thread.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if you do it in the loopy technique, you'll get a pattern out of it without any effort at all. So in rag rigging, patterned fabrics tend to look a little bit more kind of interesting, and they've got a lot of texture to them, and they're a bit more, not busy, but they look like that. If you want certain design elements to stand out, that's where you use your plain fabrics. So that's where sometimes the sari silk or maybe the mohair really comes into its own, or even the plain coloured blanket yarn as well, because anything that you do in a plain colour, the eye will always gravitate towards it and you can digest it really well.
Okay.
So just a little design tip, if you're wanting to do something like, I don't know, maybe a name on a rug, it works really nicely if you either outline it in a plain colour or even do the letters in plain colours, because that will stand out really strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, just before we can do a recap, was there anything else you wanted to share with us?
No, I think I'm pretty much like, yeah,
You're done.
that is like rag rigging 101. With
Okay.
that information, you'll be absolutely sorted, I think.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Elsbeth. So I hope you're enjoying this show, and the whole point, and I know the Ragged Life and Elsbeth are so passionate about getting viewers into rag rugging, a totally new hobby and discipline. And we have got a bundle. It's our complete bundle. Everything that you need. Imagine starting a brand new hobby and knowing that you've got all the tools. These aren't going to date. There are no tools that you're going to suddenly think, okay, now I need this tool, that tool. Everything that you need to do your shaggy and loop technique are in this. So you've got all your tools in there as well. You've got your hessian, you've got your yarn. It comes beautifully displayed as well. Instructions, everything there at your gauge. £30, your first flexi, 614072, your item number. Now there is a book. I'm just going to have a quick look here. So this is a beautiful book. Elsbeth, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so this is my first rag rug book.
Wow. Have you got another one on the way, haven't you?
I've literally just been proofreading my second book, which, you know, bit of a kind of sneak preview, but I'm supposed to be on Hochanda later on in the year with the new book, so keep your eyes peeled for that. But
the craft store now.
Oh, the craft store.
That's
Sorry,
right.
everyone.
Hey, don't worry.
I've been here too long. So basically, yeah, with the book, this was my first book. It was focusing very much on, you know, the traditional British techniques that we've just learnt today. You've got over 30 different rag rug projects ranging in, you know, size from ones that are quite small and manageable, like these little pot covers here that we've got. Right up to much larger projects. So I think we've got 10 rug designs at the beginning. It covers all of the basic techniques at the beginning, as well as tips on design and things like that. It's just great for inspiration because, you know, what I was saying about the lantern design is I find that often with people, a bit of a stumbling block is not necessarily enthusiasm for going for the rag rigging. It's just, where do I start?
Yeah.
And it gives you some really kind of
That's a nice one.
Yeah, that one's a cosmic rag rug, and it's really easy. You know, just take some different size plates or bowls, sketch around them onto the hessian. But the nice thing about the book is it's got step-by-step illustrations for every kind of project. It's got loads of design inspiration, as I said. It's even got things that we got questions asked about earlier, you know, how do I care for my rag rug?
Wait, you can make a rag rug poof.
You can make rag rug pretty much anything, as we know from the jacket. But yeah,
Lovely.
I love doing things like wall hangings, and I particularly love things that are quite practical. So, you know, you can really go to town.
Okay, so if you want to pop this into your basket, £12.99 your price. You've got the tools from the complete collection, and then you've got the education with the book. Speaking of the complete collection, we are now limited stock. So another item to go limited here on the show. $59.99 is your price, 614072. And don't forget, if you do want to stock up on your hessian, it's something you are going to need. So once you've got I know you are getting hessian within the complete bundle, but you will want to go on. It is incredibly Moorish. So if you want to stock up, this is another, it's a limited edition. So there's only X amount actually made. Don't miss out, and I know we were approaching limited stock with that as well. $14.99 your price, 431933. I just want to say a huge thank you to Elsbeth. Always enjoy working with you.
Yes,
so
you too,
it's just a fantastic hobby, and I think you're going to bring a lot of joy to a lot of people.
I hope so, I hope so.
Ragged Life, follow you on social media?
Yep, at Ragged Life on Facebook, Instagram, all of the above.
Thank you so much. Hope you've enjoyed it. Plenty more coming up. Oh, we've got a good hour coming up. So Scott and Gary are taking you through for the Juki Sewing Machine One Day Special. After that, live soft toy making craft along, and then another look at Juki.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Okay, everybody, enjoy. This is our sexy foot look. For a Friday night, we think you deserve this. But what you are seeing is the very smooth action of the expertise that you're going to get from the Juki sewing machine that you can see on your screens right now. This is a real special offer that you're seeing, and you're going to have the opportunity on your one-day special, with limited time on your one-day special as well. Very good evening. I'm Scott. I'll be taking you through the next couple of hours, and for this hour, it's a real treat. I'm intrigued, actually, because I know we have got technology that's ahead of us here right away. But the great thing about the technology is sometimes, for me, it can be overwhelming. So actually you want technology that's appropriate for the work and the jobs and the tasks that you're carrying out with. And that's exactly what you're going to get. The expertise from Juki and the expertise from Gary that's going to be with us for this hour as well. Good evening, Gary.
Good evening, thank you for that. Absolutely brilliant to be here, or back for my second hour.
Yeah, your second hour.
Nice to meet you, nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
First time we've worked together,
It is indeed. I was watching your show earlier on with Yanis as well, and it was great because because these are, let's talk about these. I mean, there is technology in these machines, But there's also, I was thinking about this when I was watching it, thinking it's like a good quality car where cars have progressed.
That's it.
Where there's so much technology, phones have progressed, there's so much technology, but also at the same time, you want something that's workable, that still has a good, strong body to it as well,
very
all the way
much
through.
So. You need the basics to be there.
To do the basics well.
That's it. That performance level has got to be high.
Yes.
More than anything else, more than the technology, more than anything. Because again, if it's not nice to use, you're not going to use it.
No, no, that's it. I mean, I know that a lot of people with their phones go, I just want a phone that I can make a phone call on and do the basics well. But what I see here, and this is great to have your expertise, is firstly a great name, and I was looking through the name as well, and it's basically number one from what I was looking at here, manufacturing of what can happen. It's got great pedigree. Over 80 years, is it, behind it as well?
Literally, we've been manufacturing over 80 years, and we did start with domestic, even though we're more known for our industrial.
Oh, right, OK.
We supply over 40% of the world's industrial manufacturing machines.
Wow.
So, obviously, that's everything from straight stitch, zigzag, patterning, automatic machines where you can just complete layout, cut out. So for the industry, obviously we are well known. In the domestic market, we've always been there. We've brought out a lot of firsts for in the domestic series.
Right.
But what we've now done is we've taken it to that next level. We've taken it, not just recently, obviously, certainly within the last 20 years we've been here. So with a lot of the technology now within our domestic machines, industrial feed system, the box feed systems in there, much stronger than. So we've upgraded certain features on there. And what I'm very pleased and very proud of being part of the design system and getting behind the manufacturing of it. So we get to put our input into it.
Okay.
And yes, as we know, we do different levels of machines. So you can go fully computerised if you want to. You can go part computerised. You can go then electronic machines.
Yes.
So we've then going to our top of the range machines where you're going to get then full electronics then within the bobbin sensor systems and all of that, the foot lifts, razors and all of that. Not everybody wants that. Not everybody needs that. Not everybody can obviously afford to justify that as well.
Yes, you're right.
The nice thing with the G220, it has got the power, the performance of a top level machine.
Right.
But there's no electronics as such to say, so all the the bobbin count, the auto foot lifts and all of that, which is nice to have, not necessarily to have whatsoever.
Right.
It's stripped out of this, so you've got that high performance quality of that machine you just enjoy getting on and knowing when you use it. You just, well, obviously this is one of the first times you just hear it running live. And you just quiet, that's what I thought I'd run it, because you see how quiet and smooth it is. And the engineering side
I
that
can tell you, we have had some other machines in the show as well, or been, you know, when there's another show going on, someone's trying to run something on another machine, and it has to stop because it is loud. There are some other loud ones, so we know when there's a quiet machine on set with a Juki, it's all right, because we don't get complaints from the director saying, "Can we stop the sewing?"
No, it's only all those looks come across the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that mean
so if you can do it in the
noise?
background of a live TV situation and not be noticed, I think that's high testament.
Very much so, and also it just proves again it's got the full metal chassis inside makes it solid. There's no vibration through it at all.
Right.
Obviously, we're on movable counters here, so not
absolutely.
the most solid. And even in running the machine at full speed, no vibration. It's smooth. It's quiet. It just runs. It just produces sort of just over 900 stitches a minute on there.
Does it? Right.
So, but again, precise, very, very precise. And you can say we're not straining the machine when we're doing that either.
No.
The machine, and obviously I didn't control it. It's the feed system is very straight on there, taking the fabrics through. And the nice thing about that, I know you say we've done some basics in the first hour. We stuck to a lot of the basics, but just following up on that, I've just introducing that smoothness and quality, and for myself, then I can literally then go from 2 layers of calico, and then I'm not going to change anything at all. Just lift the foot up slightly, pop it under. So then all I'm doing now is going on to 4 layers of denim.
4 layers of denim.
So, and this is sort of an 8 ounce or 7 ounce denim, so it's not a lightweight jambray or something like that. So I'm going to fold that then 4 times there, and then we can just carry on. The machine itself, it won't change a beat at all. It just sounds the same, acts the same way. But then, obviously, what the difference is now with a lot of home people with domestic use, fabrics are getting sort of stronger. Some of it, bag making, upholstery, soft furnishing.
Yeah, you're right.
People now are straining their domestic machines, or they're thinking, I won't do that because I know my machine won't cope with it. Or a bigger problem is they're actually damaging their machines as well, so it's costing lots of money, obviously, on repairs, things like that.
I was going to say that.
So having the tool to do it in the first place, and the right machine in the first place.
it strikes me as someone. I mean, I don't know for you at home as well, whether you thought about this, whether you realise sometimes that you needed to upgrade or you need a new version of, because you go, oh, it's fine. Again, I come back to cars or phones. You go, do you know what? It's old, Robin reliable. I'm absolutely fine. It does what I need it to do to an extent. But it's only when you actually go, you give it a test drive, you have a go with it, or you see all the other capabilities that your one couldn't do, and you go, it just accelerates everything else that you can do. And go, and they say this thing, I wish I'd got it earlier.
And that's exactly it. You say, why can't I justify that? And you say, getting it earlier. But sometimes, obviously, especially within sort of within sort of 899, obviously, with that, it is considered purchase. We've got the free split payments or the split payments on there, which is obviously really nice. But it is a considered purchase, but it technically can be a machine for life. Yeah, it's a machine you grow into as well, rather than being put off and growing out of by then not liking different fabrics or not coping with certain things, or a machine that you can just get on. I'm going to go back to your reference with cars. Yeah, you can sit in a car, love it, use it all day, not a problem. Obviously, I drive lots of vehicles for exhibitions and things like that, and I drive a lot of vans and on that. I can get in one van and it may be all singing, all dancing, it's got electric, I think, oh, a van with all of this in, and it rattles, it clonks, it's absolutely horrible. I can get into one of my older vans with nothing in it, but it's solid, it's got a whole load in it, it doesn't rattle, it doesn't move around. No. So to me, again, that's sort of substance to the build. Is very, very important.
And I think that is true. I promise you this, you know, the deal that you are going to be able to go for on the one-day special for us is an absolutely incredible price. It's an opportunity. Now, I want to be said with respect that it is a considered purchase. I don't know what people's income or savings or anything like that is going for, but I will tell you, you know, that if you are looking for something and thinking it's time to make an investment, maybe you are doing a lot more, maybe lockdown for yourself has pushed you further, etc., on doing all those extra hobbies that you've been working on at the moment, all those with the soft furnishings. You do need a machine, and a machine that's going to give you long-lasting results to go through. There's going to be a pleasure to discover more and more that it can do for you, again, that still get great results, but also to know that you're getting a trusted brand, well-respected name that is global. And you're getting this here with a flexi-buy, which means you can get this for as little on your first of 3 payments for just £298.66. Now, don't forget, this is all interest-free on the flexi-buy as well to go with. So you're going to be getting 3 payments of just £298.66. You do get a saving, a huge saving of £83 off of a branded, well, up there, a market leader, really, when you start talking about this great name. Is absolutely phenomenal. If you think about, I mean, if we just talk about what we're getting with this whole package for the price point, how does it compare with you for what you're seeing as an offer that's on for the one-day special?
Well, the nice thing with that, fair enough, the machine, the price is a good price, there's a keen price on there, and straight away you know you're going to get quality, reliability for that. The bonus, and it is an extra, obviously we can think of different things about putting with the machine, and there's out there you can chuck some threads in with a machine, and a lot of time you get these big packs of threads, and the threads are never the colour you want or something like that. Right, no, I don't particularly want to do that with it. There's obviously feet packages we can put with it, and there's lots of accessories you can build and grow with the machine. But again, what package do you put with it? You put the wrong package, and obviously the person who quilts doesn't necessarily want the creative package, etc. that way. Everybody wants a table. So that is the thing with the table on here. It really is a great platform. So it's giving you that large surface area on there. Underneath it, it's just, again, even with our accessories, with the honeycomb underneath it, that seems quite simple on there, but it takes all the flex and movement away. Because there's so many of these large, once the extension tables get bigger and bigger, they end up being flexy and moving on the machine because they're not supported. So even with accessories, we take it to the level of making sure they do the job and they work with what they want to do. So that extension table, again, retailing of $79.99 on there, so we just think very important. Everybody will use that, from quilters to soft furnishers, or even like I did before, when you're using real slippery fabrics, anything to support the fabric from your needle is a bonus on there. So that's the main thing. So yeah, that's the extra we put there.
It is phenomenal. Actually, the saving, when you look at it on the screen, it's actually, you know, it's more than just the table itself what you're getting, you know, with regards to all of that put in. Whenever we see people, and you'll know this, when you see people that are coming through and they're doing their sewing. For those larger projects, for example, you know that one of these is pretty much always on the set. It's always being used. It has sold out individually, and it is phenomenal, and it is rigid, it is solid, so you know that will take that weight of those projects that you are working with, which is absolutely phenomenal. If you want to go for this one, I would say to you, obviously, check it out yourself. You know, I wouldn't buy anything without doing my own research, and certainly on something that's a considered purchase that you're going to be making. Check out your own reviews, have a little look. If you have a question, like you would if you was in a showroom, let's go back to our car analogy, I would ask the person that was there with it, that is the experts on that, I would ask them all the questions I want to ask. How many miles per the gallon can I do this? What's this rate? What's that? Blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same here. Gary is the expert with regards to these. It's not me, it's Gary. I'm just here to ask the questions that you send in. So please, you might just think it's the most simple or basic question. It could be the most intense question. You go, it's really quite complicated. Gary is the one. In fact, the more challenging, the better, really.
Please do, absolutely. Any questions, again, whether it's about this particular machine, whether it's about sewing queries or problems that you've had on your machine at home, please, if I can answer it, I will certainly do that. No worries at all.
Honestly, it's great when you have experts in the studio to be able to go with this, so please, get in touch. The email is studio@thecraftstore.com. Please drop those through, and we will do our very best to get through them, and we'll read them out, because there's no such thing as a silly question, and getting an answer, it probably will actually help not just you, it will help other people that are watching as well, if they're thinking about these, or you might have thought of a question that they haven't even thought about asking, but will be useful for them. Check out on the website, of course, if you would like to join us there on thecraftstore.com, and you will find all the accessories, all the offers, all the deals that you can see that you might want to associate to go with this. And again, you'll see on there 5-star reviews you're going to be finding, looking at all those qualities, the price points that you're going to see. But do your research, have a good look around, but do your questions, bring them through as well if you want to get in touch with us. If you want to go look at it, we talk about the Sidewinder, actually, the portable bobbin winder. It's in there. It's under £20, $19.99. Again, they are there. Absolutely phenomenal opportunities for you to take advantage of. So we want to go now. Let's have a look about the machine in action. Now, the first hour you focus quite a lot on materials.
That's right.
Through. I know that I see with the lid up. There was patterns galore.
We've got a few to play with on there. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
What can you share with that? Because I look at that, it looks like hieroglyphics to an extent.
That's it. Certainly, with a lot of designs built into the machine, you're going to get some who think, oh, I'll never use those. Some people say, oh, of course I use all of those.
Yeah.
But what I will say, with electronic computerised machines, to build this machine with 20 stitches on, which people say, oh, that's all I ever want is 20 stitches. I can build this with 20 stitches on, and it would cost exactly the same. It would cost no difference to build whatsoever. So having a larger selection of stitches on, I'm not overstretching the machine at all. I'm still only putting what the machine's really capable of doing and doing well.
Right.
But we're opening the machine up then to letting a person who thinks they only want 20 stitches to say, actually, I've never seen that stitch before, I've never seen that stitch before, because now instead of one type of overlocking, we've got 4 types of overlocking.
So this is where you talk about the machine grows with you as well, so you get a chance to expand your own knowledge and skill set, basically, as well.
And if the machine's easy to use, which, again, which we're praised on how easy it is to use, then you're more likely to use it. And then also, therefore, as well as being easy to use, if you're then getting something done quicker because you're not messing around with the machine and it's not chewing your fabrics up, you're not unpicking lots of wrong stitching, you're going to have more time, and you're going to also have more peace of mind as well to want to play, rather than the frustration of not wanting to because the machine is like, I'll finish with that, let's stick it in a cupboard sort of thing. So, and it's then having some unique stitches on here, which, because of the box feed system, our industrial feed system, there's certain stitches this machine will do within our series that no other domestic machine can do. And that's the nice thing. So it's not just the power, the strength, and why we put the different features like the feed systems in there. It's because we can then get some unique stitches out of it. And one of those unique stitches is a hand effect quilting stitch. Some people call it sash cobra stitch. Some people know by hand as japunto stitching. It really is a stitch that is fantastic, and it's quilters love it, but also it's great for tailoring, etc. that way as well. But all I'm doing is taking the thread off, and this is another nice thing about with the Juki machines. It's not just the different fabrics I put through without playing around with. what we're going to do this time, experiment with some different threads as well.
Oh, right, great,
And you say by playing around with the threads and fabrics, still, I am not going to play with anything. There's going to be no fine-tuning, no adjusting. I'm not doing anything behind the machine. It's all there in front of us. And this is like one of the questions when we do exhibitions, when people see it on TV, and they come along and see me either sort of in one of the shops or in the exhibition. Is it really that quiet? Is it really that easy? And the lovely thing about it, I can say, have a go, prove, and then it is.
Yeah,
and that's the great thing about it.
Next to it, and it purrs.
Well, as we all know, the good thing about live TV, it can be a good thing or a bad thing. So if things that really go wrong, they go wrong.
I think so, you know, but like you say, it's certainly from behind the scenes. Like I say, obviously we've got lots of different sets in the studio, and if someone's broadcasting on another part of the set, some people with a louder machine get told to be quiet while there's obviously the set going on. This, honestly, I'm only a few feet away from the machine, but it's just a smooth, very beautiful little purr.
Thank you. And there's also the reasoning for that as well. It's more like with customers that tell me, oh, I can sew in the living room now, and it doesn't affect the TV or something like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Or I'm upstairs in my sewing room, and of course, if the sewing room is obviously above your living area, and then you've got vibration travelling down through your machine, through your table, through your floorboards.
Of course.
Sitting underneath it, that's a horrible sound coming through on there. We all know that from maybe radiator noises or boiler noises and things like that. That constant noise is not nice.
Yeah, no.
And again, with something like because of the no vibration on there. So many, many different reasons, whether you're taking it to class, whether you're using it outside, wherever, people are really appreciating. But to me, that's build quality. That's substance. It's built well for that.
It is.
So what we've been doing this morning, or I keep going this morning because I'm usually here in the morning, so and it was only an hour ago.
It has an effect, the studio. It can have an effect.
It does have the effect as well. It's like no light, isn't it, anywhere?
Exactly.
But that was a 60 thickness thread I was using on there. So a really nice thread for dressmaking, things like that. It's quite fine. So that is a completely different thickness then to what I'm going to use now.
Okay.
And what I am going to use is a 40 thickness on the bobbin, and then the idea is with this stitch is the nice thing about the actual hand effect stitch on here, whatever thread I've got on the bobbin is what stitch you're going to see on top of your fabric.
Oh, okay.
So I can use a thicker thread and it won't upset it at all.
Right.
So 40 thickness thread, I'm just going to set that into the bobbin case exactly the same way. Number 1, follow the arrows and numbers around. Number 2, number 3, cuts off, leaves me the tail, and then I just put the plate back over, cover that back up, and then on top I am going to use invisible thread, nylon thread.
Right.
Most people will look at this and think, no way I'm going to put that through my machine because it just won't grip it, it won't respond to it well.
Right, really?
Or it just keeps snapping all over the place.
Right.
And to be fair, it is one of the worst threads to use, right across the board, that is.
Yeah.
But this is why I like to prove not a hassle for us on this machine.
Right.
So with that, as you can see, you probably can't even see it on the TV.
Well,
just
I'm struggling
sort of
for myself
how fine it is. So it is a proper invisible thread
Right.
On there. And all I'm going to do is thread the machine up in exactly the same way as I would normally do. So again, follow the arrows around, number 1, 2, 3, tension, check spring, take up lever, through. So at this point, I'm going to lean around the back because we've got the needle threader built into it, so it comes down, twists in, tiny little hook, so I can grip the thread, bring it through, and even the fine invisible springy thread is quite happy to thread with the needle threader as well. So it's just I can't see it to get hold of it.
I know.
There we go.
Very fine.
So what we're going to do is on the top of the machine, you can obviously our pattern select. On the first row, we see we've got a straight stitch, a heart, and an ABC. That will basically tell us what section of patterns. We've got our utility and quilting stitches at the top, our creative decorative stitches in the second, and our alphabets in the third. On the front of the machine, first 2 buttons will take us up and down in 10s. So I'm going to go up to number 3. Second 2 digits will take us up and down in single digits. On this time, I'm going to go up to number 8. So I want number 38 on there. Then it's presets the width for me, but this time it's only a straight stitch. The width is a 3.5, which is centre needle position. I've got 32 needle positions, so I can pinpoint exactly where I want the needle for seam allowances. Then it's giving me a stitch length of 2mm. With a lot of machines, with the stitch length, you are restricted on certain patterns because of elliptical feed, the way it can travel the fabric through.
Okay.
Again, this is another reason, not just how strong it is, but the box feed will allow you more flexibility on the patterns and playing around and give you the advantage to give you patterns other machines can't offer.
Oh, okay.
I.e., so the hand effect quilting stitch, with most machines where they say they can offer you this stitch, all of that is done in a reverse way. So the invisible threads put on the bobbin, and also in threads put on the top, and then you have to work upside down on your fabric. Obviously, all sorts of painful things there.
Yeah.
So obviously we've threaded it up as normal on here. All I'm going to do is elongate the stitch length. It sets it at 2 mil. Preference is something I play with quite a lot, and I do like this one. I just turn it up to 2.8 to give me a slightly better definition on there.
Okay, okay.
So, and the way it actually works, so it does 10 little stitches, and it does then 1 skip stitch. 10 little stitches, 1 skip stitch, and it's a constant feed forwards.
Oh, right.
So with other machines which attempt this type of stitch, it feeds their fabrics forwards and back, forwards and back. So therefore you can really only go in straight lines, because if you try and turn, it sprays the stitches out.
Right, okay.
But because this is a constant forward motion, what it does allow me to do then is play.
Oh, look at that.
So I can manoeuvre, so I can follow patterns quite easy.
Yeah.
And so it's doing those 10 tiny little stitches, which is pulling whatever thread I've got on the bobbin to give me a different effect. That 1 skip stitch, which is technically the invisible line.
Yes, I see.
So now, if I just do a few more stitches on there, and just run that through.
And then I've had a question come through for you as well, once we've done this.
Excellent.
As well. I've got a question as well about the foot pedals, actually. So,
okay, so at the moment, there, I'm just using a foot pedal as variable control on there.
well, as you mentioned it, so can I just ask, can you use it without a foot pedal?
Absolutely.
You can do, yeah.
So ventral control, so what I'm going to do then is just unplug the foot control there.
Yeah.
Using this as my start button, I've got a speed control on here, just press start.
Oh,
And I have got absolute perfect control over the needle on there as well.
That's
so
brilliant.
I've got, this is great for several different reasons. Obviously, if we're doing multiple layers where we want to try and hold and grip several layers together,
Yeah.
so our hands all over the place, we can sew at a nice slow space. So obviously, we're doing something a little bit more fragile or creeping up to edges,
Right.
then obviously nice slow. But for people who are learning, as
I was
well.
going to say,
I'm not just
that's
saying,
my kind of speed.
This is it.
Oh,
This is it for people who are learning, and also this is fantastic. We put into schools and colleges and that, where by having this sort of control over the machine, it's quite happy for any age to get on there. Obviously, you've got to respect you are using a sharp needle,
absolutely,
but
of course,
it's not just going to run away with you.
No.
And also, we do find it's like patting your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. Some people using a foot control and using their hands, they find that a little bit more difficult as well. So
that's great.
Having this system on there, and then obviously I can quite happy speed it up as well, and away I go. So I'm just going to stop that. I'm just going to get to the end. I can do an auto finishing system and that as well if I want to.
Right.
But at the moment, all I'm going to do is a manual control. So the picture of the scissors, press that, cut the threads for me top and bottom. It raises the needle out of the fabric. I just lift it out. And if we now have a look at that, we can get a close-up stitch on that one.
Here he comes. Here he comes out
in there.
Yeah, no, I see.
If you can see, it's that Chapunto stitch or sashiko stitch, of what some people call it.
Right, right.
Or if you look at sort of like that hand effect tailored stitch around the edge of a jacket or something like that. So that's the stitch. This is a little sample that we had done earlier, just to give you an idea of then what you can do with the shaping, the patterns, to give you those quilting effect designs.
Oh, I see.
On there. So again, it's one of those unique stitches in the way it does it. So which the feed system allows you to do, which in other feed systems just won't allow certain stitches in there.
I think what's nice about that as well is that all those elements, you know, that are making it easier for you are actually easy to control when you set up in the first place as well. It's all made to be of absolute ease as well as you get the best results.
Nothing's going to run away, nothing's wasted. And also, even when I've used completely different threads, invisible threads, you say I haven't touched tensions, I haven't touched pressure systems. So it's not. We do understand that people do get worried when they think I'm not playing with my tensions, or I have to do this, I can never get it set back right, or you never change the type of sewing you do is because your machine either doesn't like it or you have to fiddle around with it to play with it. So we've gone, say, from the 60 to 40 to invisible threads. not actually touching anything at all.
So
and
can
it's
I
whether we, sorry, just say even between even quilting and soft furnishing, we don't.
I'll just give the details to everybody in 1 second. I'm just thinking from this point. So if I make this purchase now, because I'm looking at that, and go, do you know what? I want to grow with the machine. I've got all these projects. I want it to be solid. I light up the brand name. You know, I've checked around. I've seen reviews. I know I'm getting a brilliant saving on here as well. If I get this straight out of the box, and to go with it. Is it pretty much ready to go there, and then I can just start?
Ready to go, absolutely.
And then, so I can start my sewing, and I'll crack on. But then I can then, if I want to then add extra bits and pieces, I want to start learning more through the instruction manual.
Instruction manual, DVD, it comes with, obviously we all know there's a lot of stuff online as well. Yeah. And something we do we're really pleased on saying we do have very good backup service. And during the lockdown we've had for the last year and a half or so, we have constantly been talking to a lot of people at home on the phone. We've been helping, we've been advising, we've been setting up tutorials as well online.
Yes, okay.
So our backup service, it comes with a full 2-year warranty, no service contract or anything like that in there, so you're completely covered. We have a full back to base as well, so if you have a problem, we look after you. We don't leave you with that problem. No. But I can really sort of hand on heart on saying when there are new machines, 99% of the problems are beginners' problems.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
The amount of people I speak to at home, and it's fantastic to speak to you. And all you've got to do is pick up the phone. I'm on the other end of the phone. We've got tutors out there. We've got engineers. We have several workshops around. So the full backup service. So even if it's just a question, maybe not even a problem with the machine, or it's just something you're thinking about, maybe trying something. Yeah. Give us a ring and say, well, I've got this machine and I'm thinking of trying this. Yeah. What do I need to do?
Brilliant.
And again, we're here to help you on that. So
honestly, it is when you think of brands, I was really impressed. I mean, whether you are just starting out again with your own sort of sewing world going around you now as you build up with it, or you have been sewing for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, whatever it is, there are certain brand names that you can't help but have respect for, because when you start to read the material, you look at the reviews, you see what people are saying, not just, of course, in Arundel, not just here with us on the craft store, but globally. This is an organisation that's 80 years now, when we look at that. When you think of any name, when you think of the name Juki, when you start to talk about a brand's name, do you know what the easiest thing to say is? And you won't find this from other people that are trying to pull the wool over your eyes or anything like that. But the easiest thing to say is, don't just take Gary's word for this. Don't, I'm learning the same as you are this evening. All I know is my own research that I've done. I absolutely invite you to do the same. And the reason why I say that is because I don't know whether you're like me, I have a gut feeling about an organisation, about a brand name. You can go on reputation and look at where they are. The history speaks for itself. This is an organisation that wouldn't be here if it wasn't for track and past records to go through, which is amazing. We've had an email through, is it? From Dee. Oh, she's had her Juki machine for over 7 years, still going strong. Never failed her as well. Great quality and easy to use, which is that point as well. Oh, and also said they do offer great service.
Fantastic.
So, thank you very much, Dee. Really appreciate that. That's lovely to hear as well. Which is great. Let me just give you the details of this, and then we will come back to hearing more about the machine itself. I would say there's anything over a £5, for me is a considered purchase. I want to do my research and check things out. But everyone has their different limits, and this could be right at the edge of your one. But I suppose when you think about this, it's not just something you're going to use for the weekend. This is not just something you're going to be paying out for that's going to get you through the next few weeks. This is something that, if you think back with the sewing machine you've got at the moment, how many years have you had it? How much has actually technology, solid manufacturing moved on sometimes since that machine you've had there, which has been great, you've used it lots, but now there does come a time when you say, maybe it is time. Maybe this is the time to go with that, and there's no better time than when there is a special offer on. Don't forget, you are getting the actual Juki itself, but you're also going to be getting the extension table. That is in there. That's sold out on itself individually, but that really does make you a fantastic, strong, sturdy platform. I just want to turn this around again because that just looks fantastically smooth, but when anything you see like that, that is solid. Absolutely solid. You know that you've got the adjustable seat, the feet on there as well. All of this. FlexiBuy means you can have this right now. Your first of 3 payments of just £298.66. That is interest free. That is not then going to say, yeah, but by the time you've over the 3 months and you paid everything else on top of your interest, no interest to pay on that. It's just a flexi buy. It takes it right down. You're still paying that final price. You're just spreading the cost over 3 months. 365 448. 365 448. Do your research, check it out yourself, but I promise you, grab it while it's on offer that you can see that's on your screen at the moment. Now, we do have another machine, and another fantastically established machine here, which is just, I mean, it's amazing kit that what you can do here, because here it just takes it on that extra amount that you're going to be looking at on top of everything you're going to be getting. So if you really want all bells and whistles, maybe you're just the most amazing sewer at the moment with the machine here, and you're looking to really up it and take it again, then this is probably something that you've had your eye on for a little while, again with the brand's name as you would expect, and everything in here is just supreme again to go through it. It is again one of those considered purchases. This could be all your Christmas and your birthday money and everything else you're asking everyone else to put into you, but it is one of those offers that when this has gone, it has gone. Just so you know that one. We do not have many of these left, I can tell you that now, not at all. If you want to have a little catch up with other shows that Gary's been involved in, and if you want to see it on Rewind tonight at 6 o'clock, you will go back and look over. There's more details again that you can see on that. You can look on again, but going back as well, also on the website, for all the details regarding this particular machine, even in more detail, because again, it's not one of those things you're going to rush. You want to make sure you're making the right decision. And it's the best way to buy something is to have absolute confidence behind your decision. And so you can only do that for yourself. You're getting all these bonus feats that are going to be in there, all the extra parts of the kits that's all being put in there. That is coming up to an extra £200 worth of additional bonus feat that you are getting included within this deal. Now, it's again interest free. Because there are offers out there on other appliances and things and all that, and you work out and you go, yeah, that's great, I'll spread the cost, but then actually there's interest. There's no interest on this. Your first of 3 payments is £931.66. I can tell you right now that when you get this, when you get something like that and you've made that decision for yourself, you're going to absolutely love it. All the reviews that you'll find are on the website. If you want to go and have a look on the website, please have a look. You'll see a lot of these that are 5-star reviews. Fantastic machine. Brilliant, easy to follow instructions, which is what we always want to make sure that we can do, don't we? Great results every time. Can you say that about the machine that you're working with at the moment? Or does it give you great results after a little bit of a hassle, but you forgive it because you're a little bit loyal to it, you've had it for a few times? This is great results every time. Another one there, 5-star review. I love my machine. Excellent for the work I want to do. So again, it's not just sort of the machine having a life of its own. You control the machine. It's still there with all the bells and whistles that it has, but it's still a great machine at the heart. Final 5-star, fantastic machine, does everything and more. So again, there's that learning curve, still getting to grips with all of its capabilities, and I love it, and I think that's great, isn't it? Because Rome wasn't built in a day. It's okay to take your time learning about. That's the whole idea of just getting better and better with any skill that you're going to find in crafting, isn't it? Right, the one-day special that we've got for you right now, again, the great name of Dukey, and it is a great name. I'm hoping that in the time that Gary and myself have been speaking to you the last 34 minutes or so, you've already had a chance to go on that certain well, should we go on the internet there, that Google, and check it out. Check it out there. Put in there. Other search engines are available, let's face it, that's the one pretty much we all use. But anyway, so going on it, type it in. Type in the reviews. Look out for it. The details are on your screen right there. Type it in there. Just type the name. Type in Dukey 80 years. See what it comes up with. A history. How it started manufacturing way back in, I think it was actually bigger when it started in 1945, but 38, I think, was the initial startings of all of this. It's a phenomenal background to what is here in the 21st century doing what it does so, so well. 365 448, a great opportunity. Gary, I think that if, you know, the sort of the golden nugget for you, where people that have spoken to you, people who are interested, people who have spoke to you at shows, for example, what's their number one fear about either changing from their old machine to a new machine, or where they think that maybe technology has moved on to and they'll never be able to catch up? What do you find is people's biggest fear?
There's two things I find: fears and regret.
Right, okay,
The first of all, the regret is where people have got a machine they've had for decades, and they have absolutely loved it. It's sewn through all their soft furnishings. It's probably made children's clothes. It's made bridal clothes. It's something we did 30, 40 years ago. So it was used and used. They've gone out, bought a nice new shiny machine. It does lots of different things. And the one thing they didn't look at was quality. They just looked at stitches. And so therefore they probably disposed of their machine, part exchanged it, or whatever that way. They've got rid of their good, very well, solid built machine, invested in a horrible plastic machine because it's got lots of stitches on, because again it's falling down that trap. More is not always good, more is not always right, and more is not always wanted as well.
That's true,
It's definitely on there. So this is why I say then come back to basics first. And every time we sort of play around with the machines, I know, I've even in my head I feel like sometimes I repeat myself a couple of times over there. But to me, straight stitch, straight stitch, straight stitch. On thin, thick, stretch, jersey, on different thicknesses of threads through it as well. If it can do that, it can pretty much do anything. If it struggles with those as basics, forget the rest of it, because it's not going to lie down over. It may be quite good when you're seeing it demonstrated, if you've seen it demonstrated on 2 pieces of flat calico or something like that. And everything will probably sew fine on that.
That's true.
But this is obviously when I come here, I've got everything, including calico, but we did earlier, we were doing chiffon, we're doing velvets, we're doing quilting, we're doing everything, which I know people struggle with at home. These are the questions I get asked a lot. And then on the other side of it, where people saying around say, oh, computerised, it must go wrong and things like that. Well, computerised sewing machines have been on the market now over 40 years.
Right.
It's nothing new.
Right.
And you've probably got a computer in your microwave, you've probably got a computer in your car, you've got a computer in your TV.
That's true.
Generally, the computer part doesn't go wrong. It's what it's connected to which can go wrong.
I see.
And out on the market, I can get a computerised sewing machine which will do probably more than what this does at half the price of this.
Right.
If I look and look and look.
Yeah.
And if I don't care about performance, I'm not going to listen to it, hear it, or anything like that, and I'm just looking at pieces of paper and lines of stitching and things like that, then Dukey would probably be quite low down. But when I actually then get them out and put them all in a row and use them, Dukey then suddenly is the top of the pile.
I see.
Because it may not do as much for your money, but it will do everything right for your money on there. And then 9 times out of 10 with the computer sides or computer machines that go wrong, it's generally on the lower budget computer machines. And it's not the computer side that's gone wrong, because there's no moving parts in there. Unless you're uploading, downloading, and obviously I can't load anything onto this, or I can't get bugs on it, or program faults or anything like that. So that doesn't go wrong. So, but on the other side of it, if it's connected to a plastic sewing system, that's going to be nasty. That's going to go wrong. So
we like the metal ones. We like
absolutely. But as far as then computerised
goes
wrong, as far as the computer side of it, it's brilliant. It looks after it. It does things for you as a program. So
that's what we want. That's what we want. I've had another email come through from Linda. Very good evening, Linda. Lovely to have your company with us. She says, hello, Gary and Scott. She said, I pre-ordered the HLZ G220 last night. Can't wait to receive it. I've watched lots of Gary's demos, which are very clear and easy to understand. When you do the hand-quilted stitch, would you get the same effect if you use the same colour thread top and bottom, or do you have to use the invisible thread? And another question, she says, if I want to hem jersey fabric, i.e. like a T-shirt, how would I do it? Thank you. That's from Linda.
Linda, hello, Linda. Great questions, and brilliant that you've ordered the machine and going to have some fun when you get it.
Absolutely.
On certainly the hand effect quilting stitch on there, invisible thread a must on top, because it's that gap is what you want to see.
I see, yeah.
So that's what actually gives you then the chipunto or the sashiko or the shiko style stitch on here. So believe it or not, that gap, that's an invisible thread.
Right. So if you wanted to use it with another colour, you get a different effect. You'd still If you could do it with another colour one, but it's not the invisible.
Do it, but it would fill that gap in.
Yeah.
But also because this stitch has been designed to counterbalance.
Right.
So
I
it
see.
looks its best on top. So if I now turn this over, you can see you've basically just got a straight line.
Yes,
So if
I
I
see.
use the same thread top and bottom, that's the effect I'm basically going to get.
Got you.
There. So you will lose all definition of
you would.
stitch. So
I
to
get
be
you.
fair, there's no reason why you would want to use
No,
it.
you just go.
So in a way, yes, you can, but no need to.
No, that's good.
So that's the
good.
first part on that. And if I'm hemming T-shirts,
Yes.
jerseys, fleeces, twin needle all day long.
Twin needle.
Twin needle. So the machine's perfectly capable of doing twin needle.
Okay.
So you can buy out their sort of this got 7mm zigzag space, so I can use a 6mm stretch twin needle. Absolutely no problems at all. And on the bottom of a hem of a T-shirt, it's what they call cover stitch.
Right.
So it's a machine specifically to do hems. So it's where you get 2 rows of stitching on top,
Yeah.
and it's zigzagged underneath.
Ah, yes, yeah,
That's a
seen
cover
that.
stitch, basically.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's a machine separate to do that, but like with an overlocker, it's a tool to do a job and do it very well.
Right, I see.
But with a sewing machine, I've got overlock facilities on here, so it will do it.
Right,
And
okay.
by using then a twig needle will give me then that separate row of stitching on top.
Oh.
But then, because you're using it from a single bobbin, it gives you the zigzag stitch underneath.
I see.
So it is a mock cover stitch as such to say.
Right.
But great effect, and on T-shirting, brilliant. So that's what I would use on that.
But Linda, what a great question, and there you go. Hopefully you got a fantastic answer from Gary as well, which is brilliant. The other thing I would say with regards to the machine as well is the display on this is nice. I mean, I'm again a few feet away. I haven't got the 20/20 vision that I used to have when I had a fringe to go with it. But I can look at that now, and even from here, that's really clear, really simple actually on the setting to sort of look at, and for me, just nice, easy touch kind of buttons to work from.
We haven't overloaded it with information.
No,
You
no.
see the information you need on the stitch. So, as we pointed out before, the buttons are finger size. They're not tiny little buttons, so I can't press the wrong buttons. When I change the stitch, it will select, say, width for me, length for me, suggest what foot to use. So it only gives me the information required, or sort of with joined
That's
to
great,
that stitch on there.
Yeah.
And you say it's got a full backlight on it, so a nice bright light as well. So even under studio lights, it stands out very well. And I'm standing at a sort of 80-degree angle completely side to it, and I can still read what that says on there.
Right, yes.
So
Yeah.
again, for yourself, you're at a distance.
Yeah,
So
no,
obviously
exactly.
our 2-metre distances on there. You
I
can
feel
quite
like I could get
clearly
through an
see
eye
that.
check on that, and I can still pass that nice and clearly.
This is
to
it. We,
36.
you're safe to drive if we're reading this.
Yeah.
No problem at all. So
there you go.
absolutely
and then extra
fine.
bonus. Yeah. No, but it is, and I love that fact that it only brings up the information that's relevant to that stitch that you're looking at. So it's not going to be an overcomplicated. There's nothing worse. You know, you look at something to go, wow, I can't see the wood for the trees as a sort of
That's
phrase.
exactly.
But here, exactly the information that you require for that particular stitch, length that you're looking at, what the stitch is, what the foot is that you're going to be with. It's all there within
That's
that
it. It's
few
showing me
inches.
I've got over needle up, needle down, which is this little bit here. So where you've got that picture, so I had that. If I press this button here, if you watch the picture of the arrow, it says up.
Oh, okay.
So I can have it so it stops up every time, or usually then I have it so it stops down every time.
I see.
If I press the button above it, the scissors is in the reverse stitch. Now when I finish, it will automatically it will tie on the stitches at the beginning. When I get to the end, it will tie the stitches off, and it will then cut the threads for me, lift the needle out of the work, ready for me to just take the work out.
That is brilliant.
So-
I mean, the time this could save as well.
Well, time and thread.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
thread alone, and also with sewers, right from the dawn of time. So I've been with the industry now for over 30 years.
Right.
I would say 30. So every time I say that, you started off at 30, but it's actually now 33
Yeah.
years. Is that how long I've been doing the TV bit for?
Yeah.
And the dawn of time. The dawn of sewing, and I think you maybe appreciate this at home as well, is knotting up your
Right.
threads when you first start. It brings it down, it knots it up,
Yeah.
or you end up then have to unpick it, or it's pulled it out of the eye of the needle.
Right,
So when you
right.
started sewing, hang on a minute, I've got no
Yeah.
stitching because you haven't realised that. The sewing setup on this eradicates all of that. when I start sewing, it will never pull the thread out of the needle. When I start sewing, I haven't even got to bring the underneath bobbin thread up. It will automatically bring it up for me. It holds it for me. So, literally, I'm going to thread it back up again.
Yeah, lovely.
On there, so we can do some stitches. So instead of me just saying that, because also, it's another feature on here as well, which I know on some machines, it's something which it's got in there, and 9 times out of 10, somebody say, "Ooh, I'm probably never going to use that." But I can pretty much guarantee when I come back and see the customers after me, they have used it, and it's the lettering.
Well, oh right, yeah, okay.
I think, I've never used lettering, but actually, no, my son and my goddaughter, my granddaughter, and everything, I've made them labels to go in. I made them a quilt, and I put on the back of the quilt, handmade with love on there.
That's very true.
I had to put my mum into a home, so I made her loads of. I didn't really, sorry, mum. And then there's even labels for that as well. So it's one of those things, because you've never had it, you probably think, oh, I'm not going to use it.
But this, I think what's nice about this, though, this is the fact of, you know, that you grow with it. It doesn't grow with you to an extent. It's always there. It's just that when you need to unlock something and you learn through it, you know, if you are someone that, again, that really enjoys that whole idea of learning with it, this is a great one, again, because it will pick up where you want it to go to, and you'll learn, and before you know it, you'll be using a lot more. Then you go, I bet you'll be saying those things, I never thought I'd be using that stitch, I never thought, just as Gary was talking about there. So, but nice and simple. It's really user-friendly, which is what I like about this.
And do fair, and which is what we like about everything, not just sewing machines, anything we can just pick up and
true,
use.
isn't it? Yeah.
We are happy with as well, everything that way. And don't get me wrong, obviously, once you want to start, I can completely go and override stitch width, stitch length, so I can still play around with it if I want to.
Yeah.
And another sort of that peace of mind saying about computerised machines and things like that, it's not an open computer machine. So it doesn't matter how much I've messed around with this all day, I can play around with all the stitches, all the stitch lengths, stitch widths. Either as soon as I change the stitch, or just switch it off, blank itself back out, switch it back on again, it will just preset itself, doesn't matter what I've done to it.
Right.
So if you've got, oh, I'm a bit confused, or I'm not quite sure, I'm not happy, or you may have had somebody come along and or friends used it, or sort of the children have played with it, what have they done with it? Switch it off, switch it back on again.
Right.
Sets itself back again, and away we go to normal sewing on there.
Nice.
So with the lettering, the nice thing about it's not again trying to go over the top with the lettering on there. It is a block lettering. It's only got the one style we can have in uppercase and lowercase, so it's not trying to do multi-directional script or anything like that, which, to be fair, looks good in practice, or looks good in mind sometimes, but once you put it into practice, to try and get it feeding correctly when it's going sideways, diagonal, and trying to get it all match up, the machine doesn't do it for you. You have to still control it a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is why with Juki, and it's even from this Juki right up to our top of the range one, still only a feed system that goes forwards and back. Nothing. We still, and this is part of where we get involved as engineers to say, as soon as you start doing this sort of thing to a feed system, to a tension system, that's it. It will never do straight stitch perfectly.
Oh, I
or
see.
it's going to cause other problems along the line.
Right.
And one of those problems we find is something as simple. A lot of machines now does lettering and numbering.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, when they do it, again, you've got a nice flat piece of fabric and try and do it on that. But when they actually come and try to do it on things like a flat piece of tape, something as simple as that, it doesn't like it, most machines. So because of how fine it is and how narrow, it's trying to move it and it takes it down. So I'm just going to pop that under, and then the feed system, again, being the box feed system, because it won't stick, it will travel perfectly. But first of all, I need to program in, obviously, something into the actual writing on there. So on the side of the machine, on here, we've got the straight stitch, heart and A, which again, as I pointed out on the top of the lid, with straight stitch, heart and A. So all I'm going to do is press it once, and it goes to the heart, press it again, and then we've got ABC.
Okay, yep, simple.
So now on ABC, it will then do the alphabet. So every letter will have a number to it.
I see,
on there. So all we can do is, all we have to do is choose our first letter. So let's go for O2, which is a C, and I'm going to press memory. So I'm now putting that into a memory.
Oh, okay.
I can now put into up to 30 characters into the memory. So it's not just one do stitch, one do a stitch, one do a stitch.
Oh,
so I can actually write names, etc. that way. So first of all, then we just put the C in, so we can just bear with me a moment, and then I'm going to put then 17, memory, 0, 0, memory, 05, memory, and then let's have a look for a T, 19, memory. Big question. It's not just on this particular model of our machines, on a lot of our machines. Do they do a space? All of our machines in the alphabet will offer you a space at home.
Right.
On this particular one, it is number 66, but it's usually illustrated by a blank square.
Okay.
and that is a space on there. So, and that is on the same as all of our models.
That makes sense, yeah.
So 66, I can then press memory. If I want 2 spaces, I press memory again. It puts it in twice.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then number 18.
I like this. It's nice, but it literally is just all you're just logging it into the computer, which is great. Just nice and simple. And all those are just on the lid as you open it up. The guide is there for you. It's not in a separate book or anything. It's there on the machine as you would expect. It's literally putting in a number on the reference and hitting the word memory. It's programmed.
That's it. Programmed in there. So then all I do is I can either just press start, but I'll put my foot down so I'm not leaning in front of the machine on there. So I'm just going to plug that back in again. So with the machine now, so as you look at the screen, it will change each individual number as it's doing each individual letter.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. Again, it's quite happy doing it a bit faster as well. So let the machine just feed it through, forwards and back. Again, I'm not holding it. All I'm doing is just lightly guiding it.
Yes, yeah. Just think about all those name tags in those school PE outfits. It could be a work outfit that you might have.
Obviously, naming your mask, putting your names on your mask,
Yeah,
don't get mixed up with everybody else.
Pencil cases, whatever it is. I just heard this from my producer. I wonder if there was could touch the nerve, but maybe your sister tries to keep nicking your clothes and you're trying to prove. Actually, no, it's got my name in it. I
So
think
once that's finished, cut the threads on there, and then if we now look at this, again, very simple, but very... I'll take it off of that so we can put it on the plane on there, so we can then see absolutely... We've got individual stitches that we can just cut out in between.
There we go.
There we go. Crafted on there. So obviously you've got these little skip stitches. We can just cut those out because it has treated every letter as an individual pattern.
Yeah.
So we can, if you want to just tidy it up a little bit, we can do that. But that is on a piece of ribbon. There's no stabiliser. There's no backing.
No.
Nothing on there whatsoever.
That is
and
great.
Again, you can just see it just feeds it through, no problem. And it's these little things that I know cause problems because again. We do, with the length of time, we see all makes, all models, all types of machines, prototypes, new ones. We get to play, so we see
that is great.
What things trick machines up. So something as simple as that is not so simple on a lot of machines.
No,
so,
no. Well, do you know what?
Really nice.
From the programming it and to the actual delivery of putting the stitch in there, 2 minutes, was that? Less than 2 minutes? You at home, what do you reckon? 2 minutes on that to actually program it in? It was just finding the setting, putting the number in, hitting memory, up to 30 letters you could do again on that before to reprogram, and then it was up to 30 letters, wasn't it?
Up to 30 characters.
Up to 30 characters
so you can
yeah,
put letters, numbers and patterns together.
Yeah, no.
So if I wanted to put some love hearts with Craft Store, I could put a love heart either side, so I can incorporate some of the patterns on there as well. So yeah, so 30 characters, whether it's letters, patterns or numbers. So yeah, no problem.
Absolutely brilliant.
And with that, it's not a storage memory. So once you've used it and you've switched off, it has gone.
Of course, you've got to
on there, and then you
reset.
just retype and reset next time.
Yes,
that's it. So
absolutely brilliant. So you impressed? You must be impressed. You've got to be, or at least you're curious to possibly want to find out more about what other people have been saying, because there's a lot of information out there, lots of great reviews out there, and there's a lot of information you'll find about a business that's over 80 years, basically, you know, with regards to the product, the brand name. And it's nice to know that some things don't change, do they, really? They just take the great knowledge, the technology that they've had, that's made them sort of number one when you start thinking of sewing machines, you know, globally, to where they are. Huge amount, again, I think it was 40% that's used in
over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
There we are. It's a great fact, you know, which that you are very, very proud of. So have a look at your machine now. Is it in the corner of the room? Have you got it hidden away? You're not embarrassed by it. Where is it? Where you must generally bring it out at night time with the lights low. You don't let the neighbours know you've got whatever it is. Someone that bought it for you 30 years ago, you're thinking, well, they'd be upset. Listen, no one has to know it's our secret. My point is, Is it time to upgrade? Are you looking to go for something that's going to be with you a long, long time? You've got the warranty, you've got DVD that you can sit and watch with the instruction manual. You've got loads of support there going through with regards to the warranty and knowing exactly what to do. If there's any other issues, or you just have a question or a query that want to work with, it's going to do the basics brilliantly. If you're a stickler for detail, then this is the one for you, and let it grow with you as you learn how you're working with different techniques. Might be pushing yourself, maybe challenging yourself with it, but I promise you, if you want quiet stitching on a brilliant, solid metal base we're talking about here as well. We're not talking just about something that's flimsy, we're talking about something here that's designed to do the work. Plus you're getting the offer as well, you're getting the table included in there, plus you're also getting that saving that's in there. And it's on an interest-free offer. £298.66, 3 of those payments, and then this is yours, 365-448. Go on, you only live once. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you going to go for this one? Gary, you're only back tomorrow, is it?
Tomorrow at midday, I think I'm back, yes.
Isn't it?
For the third instalment, yes, indeed.
It's only the 12 o'clock hour that Gary's going to be with you tomorrow then, if you are free for that one. So if you have any other questions, send them through early if you wanted to, of course, so we can get them all ready for that. But thank you for those that have emailed through tonight, which has been phenomenal. Gary, it's been lovely to meet you.
Oh, and great, brilliant.
Really lovely working with you with this as well, which is phenomenal.
Hope the first of many, hopefully.
Well,
yes,
absolutely,
indeed,
yeah. Tomorrow, is there anything you're going to be looking at on top of what we looked at tonight?
Right, well, again, we just keep on going through bits and pieces, and hopefully tomorrow we just get some more bits and pieces done as well.
Right,
again,
so we're just...
with the banter and the chatting and things, I seem to keep just not doing enough. So tomorrow,
you're doing the honestly, you're doing fine.
Plan to do a lot more and some more stitching.
I've got 10 seconds to say thank you very much indeed, which is great, Gary. Absolutely brilliant. A very, very knowledgeable man. So make sure you watch him for 12. If you're still not sure, make sure you tune in for there. But for both of us for now, please have a good night, but don't go anywhere. I'm up next with Hayley. Yes, so we're going to be getting ready now to do some soft toy making, the craft along myself and Hayley. I'm very excited. Then back with Juki, of course, and then let Leonie loose. I'll see you in a moment.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hello everybody, welcome back. If you've just been with me for the last hour, lovely to be with you for this hour for a craft along. I'm loving the craft alongs. I'm still getting over the excitement of one I was with Hayley a couple of weeks ago. Because I've got Hayley here for now as well.
It was that exciting. You haven't got over it until now.
Well, no, I'm just back to get back to more, which is great.
No, this is all about really taking it slow, taking everybody through step by step and slowing everything down. Usually we'd go through 2 or 3 projects in an hour. We're going 2 or 3 hours for one project this time.
And I love it. It's absolutely brilliant. So if you haven't involved them so far, brilliant. If you're watching this one now and going, oh, I didn't know about these, well, this is the great thing is what we're working with tonight. It's our lovely little friendly penguin down here as well. And you can still get the kits for our penguin as well. So that is still available for you. If you would like to go for our little penguin, that you can do. You can catch up on watching week 1 on Rewind. That's quite tricky to say. But you can do that. And our little friend over here, if you want to give him a little home, then you can do. He would love it if you could join in. But make sure you stay with us tonight, because honestly, if you're just starting out and you just, maybe that first thing, this is what I discovered, it's one of those where I thought, I'd like to have a go, but I'm not quite sure how good I'd be to start with. It's great for people like you, like me, that where you go, just take it steady, and it's that confidence building of having to go at the first project. And you're part with us, you can message in as well. Now, we've got some other craft alongs available, which are coming up as well. So we're going to come straight to the craft along in a second, but just try these out. These are coming up, if you want to, in the next 3-week courses you're going to be seeing. We've got the embroidery trinket box, tricky to say there. That's going to be with Hayley as well. That starts the 2nd of August. £5 if you want to come along with that one. We then also got a brilliant Matthew Palmer watercolour painting course. That also starts at the very beginning of August, or the 3rd. Again, just a £5. And then we got the messenger bag making course, again with our lovely Hayley. That starts on the 4th. That's just £7. But whoa, we've got even more, because on the 5th of August, we've got the crochet granny square. I'm all over that. The square bag with Catherine. That's going to be with you. Then we've got the Proggy Rag Rugging Hedgehog course. That's also with a lovely Hayley. That starts on the 6th. Again, just a £5. And then we got the Knitted Cozy Hat course with Katie Barber. That starts on the 7th of August. Again, just £7. So all the projects are right here. So they're all here. So you can make all of these projects doing a little penguin, of course, tonight, as you can see there, which is lovely. We've also got our brilliant hedgehog, which is, look at that. These are absolutely fantastic.
So if you saw the rag rugging show a couple of hours ago, I think it was 7 o'clock, I'm going to say. That uses a very similar technique. This is actually one of the first crafts that we brought to Shopping Telly, and this is about 8 years ago now.
Wow.
So he's my very, very first proggy kit that I ever made. His name is Graham.
Love that. Bottom of the screen, details for the hedgehog, 736-991, if you want to go for that one. Then what shall I go to next? Do we bring up, we've got a lovely bag.
Yeah, so this is made with granny squares. So granny squares are probably one of the first or second things that you learn to do when you start to crochet. So this just takes it to that next level. You make 17 granny squares in there and the handle, and then it all kind of, you crochet it all together. So there's no sewing together in there. Oh. It's all just squares and crochet.
Oh, that's brilliant. If you'd like to go for this one, this is on the side of the screen. That's £8, 575708. Where do we go to next?
Do the hats.
The hats.
I know what's coming.
Looking a bit peaky. Look at that. 3 Mitchell brothers. Put the hat on there. I love these hats.
Okay, so these hats are being done with Katie Barber. She's actually one of the buyers here at Hochanda, and she's knitted the samples, and she's going to try her hand at presenting. She's actually got a fantastic Instagram page, which has got huge amounts of projects that she's done on there. So she's an absolutely fantastic and a really talented knitter. So she's going to come and give us a go at her doing some presenting
are
as well.
Are we going to get the option on the course to do the...
You actually will have enough wool to make both of them.
Oh, OK.
And there'll possibly be enough, if you get the hang of it and you don't waste any wool, there might even be enough to do 3.
Right. If you'd like to go for the hat, it's £7, 337959. Now look, you're with us for this craft along now, so we want to crack on with it, and I'm very excited because I get to do stitching and I'm hoping some stuff in as well. The website is where you want to go to, of course, thecraftstore.com. Have a look on the website, and then all the courses, everything you would have up for order is all there. If you have, because this is, and teacher doesn't mind if you ask questions, if you have any questions during our craft along this evening, you can please do so. Email in to, if you want to get in touch with the studio, at thecraftstore.com. Get in touch with us, and teacher will obviously answer the questions. If you want to just share time with us, it's absolutely fine. If you've got, just want to have a chat, just get in touch with us, basically. We'd love that. We'd love that. Very excited about this. Very excited, because I'm so excited because I've actually got a stool. They said it was Help the Aged week, so they brought one in for me.
Could have put it up a bit, though.
I don't know, does it just go down or up? Oh, no, look at that, blimey. Oh, I could have a load of fun on this. Right then,
Moving on.
Where are we starting from,
Hayley?
Hayley?
Even do that. Okay, so the homework from last week was to get all of your bits cut out and marked out for sewing, to do both of your wings, which we went through last week, and they are just 2 pieces, flat pieces, sewn together all the way around the edge and then turned right side out, and then the beak as well, and cut your feet out. So these were all the homework bits from last week, and now what we're going to do is start putting it all together to create the penguin. So first job we are going to do is I'm just going to unpin my bits from my fabric. Whoops, there's another pin in. There we go. So first job is to get my feet attached to my fabric. Now, on this piece of fabric, obviously this is the side I'm going to sew, so I need to flip it over, and then just using my fabric piece as a guide, just make sure I've got those feet in the right position there. And these I'm going to put right close to each other, and I'm just going to sew these in with what we would call a stab stitch.
A what stitch?
A stab stitch.
Stab stitch.
So I'm going to come through from the back, and almost exactly where I've come up, that's where I'm going to come back down. And the amount of thread that's going to be on there is going to be so small that you're hardly going to see it. Can you just see it there? And then when I actually tie this off and pull it tight, you'll barely be able to see it at all. So let me just pull that tight and then plop it back out, and it's almost entirely gone.
Yeah.
So you're going to you don't need huge amounts of these on, you just need 3 or 4 just to hold those in place. And if you, because you're spanning quite a way there in between them, you don't want to pull that too tight, because what it'll do, if you pull it too tight, it'll scrunch it in. So you want to put your first stitch in, and then you want to go back through it. So you want to go exactly back through it, and then pull the second one tight, and that will disappear your stitch, but it will also, see how it's gone? And that will also stop you pulling that in. So you want, say 4 or 5 stab stitches on there, and because this is fleece, if you actually just run your fingernail over it, you see how you can fluff the fibres up, and you can get it gone completely. You see that one in comparison to the next one along to it? Let me just turn that round. So that was the first one I've done. There's the second one, and if I want to get rid of that, if I just run my fingernail across it, gone.
That's very good, that.
So that's going to attach your feet to your body. So we're going to just pin that second one on, because we've got a lot to get through, so we're going to pin that one on, and that can be done in a minute. So let's just put one more stab stitch in there. So you're going to go through your first time, but not pull it tight. Go exactly over that stitch you've just made the second time, and it's the second time where you're going to put that tension on and pull it tight. Now I'm working with a doubled thread on this, and I'm working with a black thread on orange, which obviously you can see, and it's for the benefit of the cameras. You've got a white thread in your kit, but you can use a coordinating one. If you've got an orange thread and you're struggling with a stab stitch, you can use an orange thread to hide that. So let me just pin that in there for now, because I want to move on to the next bit. So you're going to repeat that process. Let me just again fluff that up with my fingernail, and that will get rid of that stitch for me. So you can see you can completely disappear your stitches there. So that is the kind of the tummy part. So this is going to make the face, so these round bits at the top, they're going to create the bits where the eyes are. And then this piece here comes all the way down and creates the tummy. And that's where we've just sewn the feet on to the bottom
I
there.
see. Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So from there, we're going to put this to one side because we're going to need to work on the black bit of the head to join all of that head bit. And I think of the whole project, this is the most complicated bit. So this is the bit I want to spend the most time on, so we get this bit right. So we're going to start with the black piece here, and you can see I've got this pinned on. Now, unless you've got a pen that will work on the black fabric, you're going to have a hard time getting this to actually show up. So you are going to have to use a bit of kind of common sense and a little bit of kind of guidance on this one. So if I pop that on there, you can see what I need to do is sew around and then down on that straight bit. So what you can do if you are really, really unsure is with your needle and thread, because obviously you've got white thread, is you can just run a little line of tacking stitches that follow the line of that line there.
Oh, okay.
If you're really unsure, you can put that line of tacking stitches in first. If you're all right, we can just go for it. So with this, because we're working towards what would be classed as kind of a dart here, it's actually better for us to work away from that.
Right.
Because if we start at this end and start sewing and anything goes wonky, we can end up with a kind of big squishy mess up here. So it's actually better for us to start up this end and then work our way down and round to the bottom there. So to start this one off, ooh, is that going to be long enough? I might regret this because I don't think this piece is going to be long enough. But if it isn't, we'll show you how to restart your thread. So it's all fine.
Yeah, it is. It's
all good.
It's win-win.
Okay, so we're going to go through that point there, which is where I'm going to leave the pattern here just so you can see. If I slide it in a little bit, that's just that point there. That's where we're going to start, and we're going to create that little curved piece, stop, and then do the straight piece. So to come there, and then we are going to tighten that up so it's really nice and tight. And then from there, we're going to use that same stitch as we used for the wings. So we're going to go forward, halfway back, and then forward again. And the fleece is really, really soft, so you should have absolutely no problems in doing this. And pull those stitches nice and tight. You can see I'm pulling these really tight, which will mean that they more or less disappear. So
Claire has been in touch with us. Evening, Claire. She's very busy crafting along with our penguin.
Excellent.
Which is lovely. But she's curious about the messenger bag as well. Is it the same one that was shown in the Fabazine?
Yes, it is the same one that's in the Fabazine. And we've done that because there's the people who tend to go for the Fabazine want all of the projects and want to know everything. And I think this is a really nice, it's a great size. It's one that we could bring to you to fit in with the kind of craft along price. And it's a really nice little bag.
It's a great bag, isn't it?
So we could have changed the colour or done something easy like that, but this is such a fun one because in that black and white print, you can actually take any of your fabric pens or fabric paints or any permanent markers to this and colour it first. So that's why we've brought it. There is one that's had some kind of colours thrown at it and looks a little bit jazzier. Ooh. So I'm sure we'll find that one and you can have a look at that one as well.
Claire, thank you very much indeed. I don't know how busy Claire is without Penguin, if she had time to send that email.
Well, she's that's fine. You can multitask in.
Multitasking, Claire. Thank you very much. If you also would like to show off and multitask, get in touch with us if you can do. It even says at the bottom of the screen, you've got any questions, craft along with us, let us know. studio@thecraftstore.com. Do you see that little bit at the bottom, little banner?
What?
Little banner at the bottom saying, get in touch, get in touch. If you just want to say hello, want to say good evening to your teacher, I didn't bring you an apple. I was meant to bring you an apple.
I'd rather have chocolate.
You'd rather have chocolate? Yeah. Okay. I'll see what I can do next time. I'll get chocolate. I'll get chocolate for teacher.
Okay. So I've done, this side is probably a little bit easier to see because when you're doing this kind of running back stitch, what you'll find is one side, it will literally it'll kind of almost, if I really pull it apart, you'll probably see there's little blue stitches in there. And your other side will have much longer stitches so you can see where you've been. But as long as you pull it nice and tight, even that bright blue thread will disappear into the pile of the fleece. And even if it doesn't, if you've still got a few showing, if you give a little scratch like that, again, and just bring up that pile on the fleece, it will disappear. So I'm all the way down that head. I just need to do that little straight bit that was at the bottom. Let me get on the right side here. Oh, and I've got enough thread. I honestly thought I was going to run out there.
Threaded?
I thought I was going to run out there. So, so back on myself, and then forward, and then halfway we go back. And what that does is, initially it looks like quite a long stitch, but obviously you're halving it every time. So it means that your stitches are a lot closer together than you initially think. But it's a lot easier to work. So we're going to get right to the bottom, and then we'll just put a little whip stitch on the bottom there just to secure that off. So a whip stitch goes over the top. We did that the other night with our patchwork dog kit, and we'll go over again and through the
I
loop.
did the patchwork dog kit with you.
Yeah, Fee did the other half.
I finished it off.
Oh no, we're not fully finished. We've still got another week to go on that
was
one.
there?
Yeah. Well, I started late, didn't I? I got pinged.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's right.
Pinged, so I had to start late. Okay, so that is, let me just give you Paul here so you can kind of see where that goes. This bit at the front, let me just, there you go, Paul, have an extra head. Give you a little hat so you can see exactly where that goes. That's the bit that comes over the top, and that dart that we've just put in on the back makes the back of his head there.
Right, I see.
Okay,
Yep.
so now we are going to start adding that big body piece, so this big white piece, and we're going to be putting the beak in as well. So on the body piece, when you cut it out, let me just lay that back on the top there, you'll see there's this whole stretch here that says it's got a D, a C, a B and an A on it. All of your pieces will have the combined kind of the corresponding letters on it. So you see that goes into there, but we've got these extra little snips, and those extra little snips are to accommodate the width of the beak. So we're going to start off just by adding the black piece to the white piece. So my first job is to just mark on, let me just mark on the back here. There you go. Mark on the back. I've got D and C, and there, where's my pen gone? There you go. There's one, and there's the other, because that's going to be our starting point. So we want both of the fabrics, so the fluffy side is facing in, and then we're just going to line up those pieces there. Now we're going to start one side at a time, and you always start from where the beak would be and run round to the back of the head.
Okay.
It's tempting to do them kind of in opposite directions, or go round to the back and then start coming back around the other way, but please, please, please work in one direction, so always coming from the beak to the back of the head. You will get far better results, and it's that same thing we were saying about doing the dart on the back of the head. If you have any problems, you can kind of push them to the back of the head where you can hide them, rather than pushing them forward to the kind of beak area where you're going to be able to see them a bit more.
Yeah.
So it's all about, if you make mistakes, being able to hide them. That's what it's.
There's confidence for you from the teacher.
Really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Okay, so we're going to do exactly the same stitch. Now, this time we've got a really curved side here that we're working on, and then this side is relatively quite straight. So if I just put that flat, you'll see that there's a bit of a curve on it, but it's relatively straight on this side.
Right.
So it's really important that you have that line, especially on this side, so you keep the distance between them nice and even. So I'm going to go again like a stab stitch, more or less back and forth in the same place through there, and then I'm just going to go loop it through and pull that really nice and tight. So I've got a really good start there, and that means I don't have a great big bulky knot.
Right,
There,
I see.
and it's nice
yeah.
and flat to start off. So now that's kind of pinned into place, and I can now turn that so I can get a good start on it. So what I did was found the kind of point on here, so let's call it point C, and point C on the other one, marked those points, kind of tied them both together, so I had a good strong starting point, and now I've got those lined up, I can turn that fabric. And your seam allowance should mean that you've got the same amount of fabric on the white as you have on the brown, the black,
yeah.
and that will help you know that you're in the right place and line it up as you go. So we're going to do the same stitch as we have been doing. I'm going to turn it towards me, because that's the way that you guys will be working. So we're going to go down, back up on ourselves a little bit, back up, and then we're going to split the stitch halfway and come back down. And this is the same all of the way around. So we're going to keep going, and we're going to work our way slowly round this curve. And as it begins to curve, I would do slightly smaller stitches if you can on this one, because obviously you're coming around a curve and you want to keep it nice and tight as well. And also this is it's the feature, you know, it's the main bit of the face. So this is going to be the kind of feature bit. Yeah. So I'm going to keep going. Back on myself, and now at this point you can see these are two are fairly nice and straight together, and at this point we're starting to move, and this is starting to curve away from this side. So what I'll do is I'll put a second stitch in there in exactly the same place, and that just gives me like an anchor point, almost as if I've pinned it. And then I'll be able to, you know how we did in the beginning and we shuffled it round a little bit. I'm going to shuffle that around a little bit more, so you can see that's a naughty pointy bit that shouldn't have been on there. Let's take that off. So you can see now I've got more or less a short straight line again.
I see.
And if you keep moving it round in those little bits, you'll do a short straight line at a time, and that will kind of keep you in line as you go around. And then there we go. So you can do this if you've got a sewing machine. You absolutely can do this with a sewing machine, and this same technique that I'm using here of doing a small amount, a short kind of straight line bit, and then stopping. So I'll maybe want one more stitch in there, and then I'll double stitch just to give it a really good kind of almost like pinned anchor point. That's the same way as you do it on your machine, but instead of this kind of double stitch, what you do is you'd leave your needle down. So that's as if I've left my needle down on my sewing machine. I'm going to turn that round, so move the white bit round to get another short straight line there, ready to go. And if you want to put a pin in as you go just to hold things in place, then you absolutely can. It's not essential, but if it helps you out, then I think that's all good.
But it sounds like it's crucial to make sure you do try and keep it in line all the way around. And
exactly. That's what you need to do. You need to try and keep it in line. And those seam allowances are there to kind of help you to keep that in line as well. So again, we'll stop. We'll just pull it around so we get another short straight line. And then we'll go again. In and out. And in and out again. And we'll go all the way around to the back of the head. This is probably the trickiest bit that you're going to do in the whole of this piece. So this is why we're taking our time with this, and we're doing this whole side to make sure that you get the hang of this. And it's the most important thing is just to keep doing those short straight lines. So again, it's starting to drift off a bit there. So let's put a stitch in. Let's put a second one in just to anchor it, and then we'll move round. So back down, and then we'll move the white one round a little bit more, and you can see it now starting to take shape.
Yeah.
You see it starting to take shape there and curve round.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the wrong needle. That's not attached to anything.
That won't work.
Okay, so let's come back up. There you go, up, and it's as simple as, you know, running stitch, running back stitch. That's all you're going to need for this, and just keeping to those short straight lines.
Yeah.
And then keep moving it round, making sure you keep those edges lined up. See, I didn't cut this out very well, to be honest. I'll be honest, I didn't do my homework, and I did it in a rush in
No
the Dukey
excuses.
show.
No excuses. It's fine. You're like a DEP teacher now, if you start saying that. I've not had time to prep. You only get the supply teacher that comes into class that no one knew.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Scott.
No, it's all right.
But, you know, it is, once you get the hang of it, it's quite a quick project, this one. So you'll, if you are using a sewing machine, you'll be able to knock these out in no time. So we'll just keep working our way around, and a little bit more and a little bit more, all the way till we get all of that curved area in. And as I said, this is your trickiest bit, and if you just take it a small amount at a time, short straight lines, ideally don't use a pen that comes off all of your fingers and the table.
Oh, oh dear.
It's all
Oh,
right.
dear.
We'll fix that later.
Yes, no rush for that.
No rush for that. Okay, so I want to get all the way around on this side. I'll not do both sides because I am conscious that we do need to get the rest of him finished. But, oh, I pulled that out.
You
It's
promised
the
me we were going
same-
to try and get onto some stuffing.
Oh, you're desperate to stuff a penguin,
I
aren't
want
you?
to start, yeah.
Okay, you can do that. You can be in charge of eyes and stuffing.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. there is needle and thread in front of me, but I'm not touching it in any way, shape, or form because.
You were tempted though.
Hey.
Are you not tempted?
Yeah, I am very tempted
Okay.
after my the doggy stitching a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, you did. You
Around the
did really
templates.
well.
Yeah, we did a bit of.
And you know,
piecing, wasn't it?
we've picked projects for these that are not kind of so easy that it's you know, you could do it anywhere. We've tried to give you things that are a little bit more interesting, a little bit more challenging, and yeah, we're trying our best. But if there is anything that anybody wants to learn on one of these craft-alongs, then email in, let us know. So I have just got to that little kind of neck bit, that little bit that goes all the way in, and then from there. I've still got a little bit left on here. Now what we need to do with this is turn it and get that lined up. So what we're going to have to do is just put a little snip into there. So into the bit where it goes, we just get the pattern here so you can see. So point J there where it just goes right the way in. We're going to need to put a little snip in there, and that little snip is going to allow us to move that fabric round and create that last little straight line that we need. I've picked up the wrong needle again. There you go. That last little straight line that we need to do those last few stitches and take it straight down to the end of the black fabric. And then what I'll do is show you one where I've stitched both of the sides in so we can show you how to get that beak in as well, because that is the next step once you've got both sides of the head in. And that's just about there. So for this, because I haven't ended with both pieces together, I can't use that whip stitch technique to finish this off. So we're going to go back to that stab stitch technique. So we're going to go in and out more or less on the same point. So we've got a good kind of double stitch as a fix there, and then we can loop through the previous stitch. You can take a little bit of the fabric as well, but don't take any that's going to like enough that's going to show through onto the front. And tighten that up, and then we'll do the same again. And then if you've still got thread left over, it is worth just running a few stitches just through one side of the fleece, not both, up and out of the way. So if it does pull out, you've left yourself a little bit of extra thread there, so if you do need to fix it at any point, you've got a little bit of extra hidden in the middle.
Bit of give.
Okay, so that, if I just turn that way out and put Paul next to it, you'll be able to see, you can see exactly where we're going now.
Yes.
And it's just a case of repeating that for the other side. So popping that one into there.
Right,
so
I got you.
We'll say, I did one earlier. Okay, so let me turn this wrong side out. And I cheated, I did this one on the sewing machine because I had to do it quick. So what we've done is we've sewn both sides in, and to get the beak into the middle, what you're going to actually do is, I haven't put those extra snips in yet. So on this template here, you'll see that A and B go right the way across, and there's little extra lines there. And that's something you're going to have to snip in. So if you have a look at this one here, which is the one we've just been working on, so it feels really scary to do this, but fleece is massively forgiving and it doesn't fray, so you'll be absolutely fine. So small bits at a time, and snip it more if you need to, rather than put a massive snip in and have to fix it.
Less is more.
Yeah. So we're going to snip along that side. I'm going to snip along that side, and then we've got our little beak. We want to put that in from the front and make sure that we can get it sandwiched. If I turn that like that. So obviously we've only got half in here, but if you have a look at the full one that I've got here, it's exactly the same principle. We're going to sandwich it in between, and then if you have a look on this one, all I've done is stitch back and forth through all of those layers. So that will, I need a little bit more snipped on there, to be honest, because that's not quite enough to get that sandwiched in. So I'm going to put another couple of tiny snips in there. and then you're going to sandwich the whole thing in the middle, like that. And then we're going to stitch back and forth. I would put a good few stitches in this to hold it really, really firmly. And then once you've put all those stitches in, then if you turn the whole head right side out, you'll start to see that little face coming together.
Aww.
So you've got a choice now. You can either add the eyes at this point, or you can leave the eyes till you're finished. I mean, it is marked on the template of where to put your eyes. There's little marks on there, little circles. So you can mark those on your template and put them in at this point. Or I tend to wait till the end, because I think once you get the stuffing in, it's a lot easier to see exactly where the eyes go, and it's often worth stuffing it, putting the eyes in, and then taking the stuffing back out and finishing it off.
Okay.
So I tend to do it that way, but it's up to you wherever you're kind of most confident. So if you can give me a second, I'll get the grey bits ready, and then we'll start to put them all together.
Perfect, perfect. I've got little grey bits here as well, waiting to go. I've been surrounded. Right. Oh, no, the penguin is still available if you want to have a go at that, because you can always catch it on rewind. You go back and look over it as well, and you'll get everything you require for them to actually go along with the craft along for that. But honestly, our little penguin, we don't have a name for the penguin, do we?
Paul.
Paul.
Yes.
Of course we do. Yeah, we do. Paul. Paul the penguin. But we have other craft-alongs coming up for you as well, so if you want to join in. And these are all for August, so get in now and join in. Honestly, the responses to the craft-alongs have been absolutely fantastic. They've been really, really good, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm still waiting to do my little parts of the penguin for tonight. But the ones I did, I really enjoyed it. And if you're just thinking, I want to get started on a craft, it's that getting going initially, and that's why these are so perfect to go for it. Now, we've got 6 for August. We've got 6 available that you can join in with right now. So we've got plenty. Should we start off? We'll give you the list of of all of the lists that you can see. So coming up, the details of the numbers are on there. The next one's with Hayley Smith. It starts on the 2nd of August, and that's your wonderful little trinket box. I've actually got it here, the little trinket box. So we'll have a look at those in a second as well. So that's for £5. We've also got then a fantastic course then with watercolour painting course with Matthew Palmer. That starts a day after. That's the 3rd of August. That's again only a £5. Then we've got the messenger bag, which is proving very popular. If you'd like to join that course with Hayley, the brilliant Hayley will take you through, and that will start on the 4th of August. Now, that's still only £7, but you'll have a great bag at the end of that as well, too. Brilliant. Then, the next 3 courses, we've got the Crochet Granny Square bag. That's going to be with lovely Catherine. That starts the 5th of August, and that is only £8. Then we've got the Proggy Rag Rugging Hedgehog course with our lovely Hayley, and if you did enjoy the rag rugging that was taking place earlier on today with 2 shows, then that's got you going, then that's a perfect course to do with Hayley to really give that a go to start with. Again, that starts on the 6th, and that's only a £5. And then we've got the Knitted Cozy Hat course. That's with lovely Katie Barber, and that's also just £7. That starts on the 7th. All those item codes are available. They're all on the web, but everything is here. The little trinket box, by the way, is really cute. So if you are thinking to go for this, then how about that? You'll get everything you need, and you will be able to go from start to finish, and this is the project that you will be able to make yourself. How cute and beautiful is that? And it really is there. We've got lots of little fibres that are in there at the moment.
Well,
so little bits and
that's
pieces.
actually all of the threads that were left over from stitching it. So you get
really?
More.
You get
than
loads.
You get loads. You get way more than
That's
you're going to need.
nest.
You also get actually 2 layers of this. So you get your plain blue one, which we've used for the lining, and you get your white one, which has got the printed pattern on to use for the outer.
Oh,
so
that's
in
brilliant.
theory, if you were sneaky and you had a spare bit of fabric, you could probably make 2 of these.
But we didn't say that. A £5.
Well, I did.
Bet you did.
But...
So did. Just a £5. 379411. Which bag? Oh, the messenger bag. Yeah. Oh, no. This is how it would come in the black and white. But Hayley mentioned earlier on that they've done a little bit of sort of like colouring versions on that one, so you can sort of really go to town however you want to do. Would you suggest colouring it before you make it then?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to add your colour, then I would say definitely add your colour before you start, because you want to be able to do it while it's on the panel, so you can get your colour right to the edges of your seam allowances.
I see, yeah.
And B, it's a lot easier to colour when it's flat.
Right, well, there we go.
Simple as that.
Absolutely perfect. £7. Yours will come in the black and white. It's 616533. That one starts the 4th of August.
Look in the pocket on the front.
Of the coloured one or the black and white one?
Either. They've both got a snazzy coloured lining.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I love a snazzy coloured lining.
Well, you can open the bag as well. It's also inside the bag.
Oh, look at that. That's snazzy. And that, oh, you got a little something in.
Yeah, well, it's just to
Been
hold.
shopping?
It's just to hold the shape.
Oh, you've been quite a bit shopping. I won't get the bottom one out. But there, you can see the lining hopefully in there. Look at that. That's lovely. That's what I call a snazzy lining.
Thanks.
I like that. £7. That starts it's 3 weeks. That's on the 4th of August. If you'd like to join in with the messenger bag. Oh, there's another little. You also get another little pouch in there as well, which is great. Right. The hat is there, the hedgehog is there available as well if you want to do that, or to have a little go at. The website's got all the details. I do love a little hedgehog. And the hats, of course. So all of those, get involved. What great... Oh, and also, I know you may be aware of it, but there may be some, maybe a relative, friends, family that have just been talking about getting involved, you know, and you think, why don't you let them know what we're doing and get them to come along? What a great introduction.
What we're also suggesting for people is you can buy multiples of these. So if you want to get a group of friends around, maybe 3 or 4 of you want to kind of join together and do them together as a class.
That's a nice
then
idea.
Absolutely, because a lot of the classes still aren't running yet, so you can get, you know, half a dozen of the kits and all work together.
Yeah, great idea. Great idea. Love it. Love it.
Right. One thing I do need to say is the messenger bag, we have designed that one to be done with a sewing machine. You can hand sew it, and I will tell you how to hand sew it, but the demonstrations that we do for that one will involve a sewing machine.
OK, fair point. Nicely said up front, thank you. We have had an email in from Elaine, I'm hearing. Hang on. Elaine, I think, is it Elaine? I think it's Elaine. Elaine, apparently, is saying she's lost.
Right,
and she can't, now what is it she can't do? She can't figure out how to put the black and the white together on that one. Elaine, don't worry, Mrs. here.
Let's quickly step by step that, and we'll show you. So, your black piece has got, when you cut it out of the template, it's got a short straight line here with C and D on it. That short straight line is going to line up with C and D on your kind of curvy, kind of tummy piece, let's call it. Okay? So what you first of all need to do is mark those 2 points. And then what we did on our first one, which I can show you on the other half of this one. So I've taken this point here, which will be equivalent to D on this one. And then the also equivalent point that we marked on here. And I'm going to just put a pin in that goes all the way through both of those. Once I've got that in place, I can then manipulate these bits of fabric, and it'll kind of hold that central point that we need. So I'm going to then turn that white piece. So what I've got lined up is a short straight line across here. So I'm just going to pin these rather than actually sewing them, because to get the other bits in, I'm not unfortunately going to have time to sew the whole thing again. So then once that's pinned there, or once that's sewn to that point, I'm going to stop, double stitch there, and then twist it round, lining up my black with my white, and then stitch another short straight line. Again, put another kind of stay stitch in there, and then turn it around a bit more. And the one thing you need to make sure you don't do is stretch this too much. You need to keep it nice and flat as you go, because if you stretch it too much, you'll end up with a great big long bit down here, and you don't want to do that. This piece will stay nice and flat. It's this outer piece, the black head piece, you just want to make sure you don't stretch too much. So let me just pop another couple of pins in so that this follows the way that we'd stitch it, and we come around a bit more and pop a pin in. Now if it's easier for you to put all the, put all the pins in, or just do a rough tacking stitch around it before you start, then that's also fine. It's whatever works for you. So let's get another one in. and then one more, and then that should take it round and have that head
Lovely.
completely in there. So if I show you that, and then there still should be a gap in the middle there, and that's where you're going to pop your beak in. So because we want the beak to be on the inside, what we have to do is push it through from the outside. We just take that one out because that was just our positioning pin. From the outside, push it through to the inside, because it's very tempting to sew it in like that, but then it'll be the wrong way round.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you need to make sure that your beak faces into the head. Okay, and then that we will sandwich together. So a 3-layer sandwich. So you've got your black on the top, your white that kind of goes around the corners there, and your orange in the middle, and then you're going to stitch through. You're going to line them up properly, not like that, and then you're going to stitch through all of those layers, and that will give you what I've got here. We put it the same way up so it looks the same, and then that will create the penguin. So hope everybody's got that,
Well,
and that cleared things up for you, Elaine.
Elaine has already emailed in and said,
She's
now
very
I
good
see.
at multitasking.
She's
isn't
very
she?
good, very good. Elaine, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much indeed for getting in touch. That's what it's all about. So we can go through
right,
that
we've
as
got
well.
to crack
so that's
on
brilliant.
now
You're
because
welcome.
we've got to get these last bits in. So I've got the body pieces, and on your body pieces here, that's what they look like. Now it does tell you to leave a bit of a gap. So I would say if you leave on this one, I've left a kind of gap just here to be able to turn it right side out. What I would recommend you do is your gap that you're going to leave, don't leave it right here, or don't leave it at that point where you change direction, and don't leave it right on that tip, because we're going to need to have that as an anchor point for another bit. So we're going to just have to speed up a little bit here, I'm afraid. So we are going to do a little, continue with that same running back stitch up here, and then we're going to stop because we need to leave a space to turn it right side out. So I'm going to make sure that I've got a really solid stitch there. So I'm going to go in and out a couple of times to make sure that's nice and solid, and then just tie that off. And then I'm going to do the same at the top. We're going to start from that point where it changes direction. I have actually drawn my lines on the other side, and I've decided to sew on the other side. It's about right, isn't it? Sounds about right. So, oh, and I got no knot. Okay. So, in and out, and we're going to whiz up this side as well, because what we're trying to create is a nice straight line for us to work off to put it all together. So let's quickly whiz up here. Next step is to attach that nice big long straight tummy piece onto either side of this grey piece here, and either a tacking stitch or a couple of pins will help you out with this one. See, I'm pulling it quite tight and it's kind of puckering up there. You don't need to worry about that too much, because when you turn it right side out, the fleece has got a little bit of stretch to it, so that will disappear. So we're going to go one more, 2, 3, and because these two bits end together, we can use that little whip stitch to finish this off again, so we get a really nice solid finish, and tie those off. So that's what that's done, is left us with that little gap in the back. And if I have a look on this pawl over here, it's got a little gap on the back, because that's how we're going to get the stuffing in.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we have to do that in 2 parts and leave that little bit of a gap in there. So the next step is to take what will be the tummy of the penguin. I'm going to line up the sides. And what you need to remember is you need to leave a 1/4 inch, or the seam allowance that you've got on your pattern for your black piece needs to be left, because you're going to have to sew round the top there a little bit later. So you want to kind of line these up in a kind of a 3-way hexagon triangle-y thing here, so that you can get that into there. Let me just get this needle back and pop that into there, and then let's just tie that off. And then we're going to do the same as we did with that bit where we had the head and we had that curved bit. We're just going to line these up so we've got a short straight line at a time, and we're going to quickly whip our way. Oh, I'm caught on the nose. There we go. Quickly whip our way all the way down here. Now I'm going at a fair pace now because I've got to try and get this finished.
Well, could I just say I've got a bit of success over here as well?
Have you?
I've just managed to thread a needle. I've
given you an easy thread needle.
15 minutes I've been here trying to do this.
You've got one where you just ping it in at the top.
Yeah. No, I thought that... No.
I've given you two, one that you can and one that you can't.
Well, the one that I could ping it in's all right, but that...
What, the other needle that I gave you that was already threaded?
I like those easy thread ones that I had last week. So, do I need to do one of those fluffy knot things at the end, like last time?
You can do a scruffy knot.
Scruffy
can
knot,
you
not
remember?
a fluffy one. Yeah, I think I can.
Okay, then, go for it.
Let's have a little go at that.
That'll do. It'll be on the inside, to be honest, so you're not gonna see it. But I'm just doing exactly the same technique as we've already shown you, lining up both those seam allowances, following the line that we drew on to show where the seam allowance is. Because remember, when you cut these pieces out, when you initially cut them out to the furthest line, that's your cut line for your fabrics, and then cut them out again to that inner line, and that's where you draw on your sew line. So that's what gives you your seam allowance. So I'm just whizzing down here, and then you'll be able to see this body starting to take shape. I'm going as fast as my little fingers will carry me. But, yeah, I chopped all the fingernails off. I'm so happy.
Huh?
Well, I had these great big long fingernails, but then I couldn't find the nail clippers to chop them off. And I was driving myself mad because I couldn't, the typing was terrible. Anybody who's had an email off me in the last couple of days, thank goodness for spell check. There's just all sorts was coming out. But yes, I found them last night and it's all good. We are back in the land of reasonable sized fingernails.
Well, I'm very happy.
Oh, it was awful, Scott. Right, when we get down to the feet, because obviously we've stitched the feet onto this tummy piece, what you're going to do is you're just going to tuck them under to make sure that you don't stitch them into the edge. You want to stitch just the white to the grey. You don't want to stitch the orange on there because you want the feet to be nice and flappy, like the ones that I've got here. You don't want them, because if you stitch the orange in, it'll kind of add itself into that seam and you won't have nice flappy feet. Everybody wants flappy
Isn't that a film?
No. We've just hatched a little duck and it looks a bit like a penguin.
Oh,
it's
thread's
so
come out of my
cute.
needle again.
Well, use the easy thread. Use the
Well,
easy
luckily I'm
thread
back on again
needle.
tomorrow night. I'll still be here. So what I think that's a craft on with Catherine. But should we go? What you doing? I'm still trying to thread from
I'm finishing a penguin.
Amy's.
Okay, so we're going to go all the way round, and what should happen is your white, don't worry about this, because if you have a look at this little guy here, your white will go all the way round and then it'll stop and you'll still have a little bit of grey left over. That will match up with Paul's bottom, just here, where the white stops and then you've got those little bits of grey to sew up to create his tail. So we're just going to keep going round until we either run out of thread or run out of white, whichever happens first at the minute.
I'm going with the easy thread needle now.
Have you found it?
Yep, found that one now.
Good. Presenter-proof, the easy thread ones, aren't they?
How easy was that? Honestly, if you buy anything, just get an easy thread needle. That just took years.
Well, we've
off me,
put
the other
easy
one.
thread needles in all of the kits.
That's good. I listen. I'll personally vouch. I'll put my name to that. I'll vouch for that. I've been here squinting for 20 minutes, looking at the light, going, "Put big lights on." I'm in a studio. We're full of big lights.
I gave you 2 threaded needles.
Yeah, I was just doing. I was doing me a little experiment, making sure to see if it works.
So if I just turn this right side out and the head right side out, you can see that's the side of the penguin coming together there now. And then you'll repeat exactly that same process for the other side. Once you've got both sides in, then so let's get that right up to there. So once you've got both sides in, then you'll come along and sew that last little bit at the bottom there. So from where that white meets up to the tail, and that will give you the same effect as on Paul's bottom here, where the white's in there, and then you've got that last little bit stitched up the top, which just creates that nice little pointy tail. So, last bit. I've only got like 7 minutes, so I'm going to go and do the last bit.
You can do it.
So, the last bit, let me get your head inside out again, is this should all be, I'm just going to pin these together so we can see how it looks. This should be here, and that one will be there, and then this one all the way around the edge. So let me just get a couple in there just to hold it roughly in place. That, and then this one will be up here. So we take that kind of tri-point there and make sure it matches in all 3 places. And what should happen now is the back of the head, so we've got this big kind of gap still in the back of the head at the minute. Now that's where we're going to attach our little flippers, and you want your flippers to face, this is quite an important bit actually, because if you get this wrong your flippers will be facing the wrong way. So we want our flippers to be facing back towards, let me just pop Paul there, backwards towards the back seam. So not facing that way towards his tummy. I mean, you can have them that way if you like. It's up to you. But you need them facing the other way, and you need to put them inside and right up towards that kind of treble seam at the front where all of those 3 colours are meeting. Got a thread caught in there. There we go. And then what you're going to do is sandwich those in the same way as you sandwich the beak in and sewed over that, and you're going to sew round from here up to the middle. And a really good guide for this is your seams should meet. So the seam from the head, which is this one here, and then the seam that goes up the back. Paul, get out of the way. Seam from the head and what? It's just like trying to hog. He's hogging the limelight here.
Yeah,
just trying to get in there.
It is a bit.
That should meet. So I'm going to quickly grab a piece of thread and sew through all of those to show you how that's going to go in. And then we should be able to turn them right side out, hopefully get to the very last bit, which is a little bit of stuffing and getting those eyes in.
We can do that in 5 minutes.
Okay.
We can do that.
Of course we can.
I say we.
Is this the royal we that my mum uses when she means I have to do it?
Well, exactly. I may thread a needle in that time.
Okay, so I just need to knot these 2 bits at the bottom. I would definitely recommend sewing all of this with double thread. It's just going to make it a lot more secure and give you a lot more kind of ability to pull against it. So we're going to start at that point with all of those layers, and you do get a nice sharp needle in this, and it's a brand new needle, so you shouldn't have to worry about going through all of those layers, because it will be absolutely fine. But what you need to do is just make sure you've got all the edges lined up together. See, I've got my line marked on there where I'm going to sew, but I need to start with all of those edges lined up, and I would definitely do a couple of stitches in the same point just to hold that together. And then I'm going to go through all 4 layers up and down, same way as we did before, running back stitch. And if I wanted to, just to hold things in place before I went ahead and started this, I would maybe put a couple of big tacking stitches in there just to hold everything flat and hold everything still for me while I stitch it together. You can, of course, do this on your machine if you want to. Just be careful that your machine can take the amount of fabric that's going through, because obviously there's quite a lot of layers here. There's 4 layers, and you know, sometimes 5, 6 layers on the ends there, where you've got those bits of the seams and the wings. And a couple more stitches, and then I should be able to get this turned right side out and quickly run you through how to pop those safety eyes in.
I have a complaint about the pen. It's marked my fingers.
Yes, join the club, Scott.
Oh.
I'm not taking complaints, I'm afraid.
I look like a
I'm
proper...
not taking them today.
I wasn't expecting to get such dirty fingers with needlework.
Well, to be honest, I've not used the right type of pen. I just used a pen that was going to show up on the telly.
I see. It does on my fingers.
Yeah, it shows up beautifully on fingers and tables. And Okay, so I'm going to just do half of this. Now remember, once you've sewn all the way around with this, you're going to be completely stitched up and you are going to need to turn it inside out from that little hole that you've left in the back. So it's really important that you leave that hole in the back from the beginning. So let me just pin. I'm going to have to cut this off because otherwise I'm not going to get it turned right side out for you. Right, let's just quickly flip this right side out. So I've still got a couple of pins in there, so that'll make it a bit easier for me. I just don't want to stab myself. Oh, I've got a massive hole there that I haven't sewn up yet. I'll use that! Quick! Ow! Pins! Ow! Pins! But now you can see. There you go. His little wings are in place. He's looking a bit squishy at the minute.
That's all right.
But that's fine. So you will go ahead and stuff it. I'm going to switch to the kind of more finished Paul. You'll go ahead and stuff it from the back. Now I would recommend you did this first and then marked out exactly where you want those eyes. Because yes, we mark them on the pattern, but you might decide you want yours in slightly different places. Now, to add the eyes, let me just use this one. What you're going to do is you're going to snip the teeniest, tiniest little hole in there. There you go. And then you're going to push through the black part from the front to the back. And then these eyes are safety eyes and they do have a one-way fastener on them. So you're going to flip it and then you're going to push that on, and what you'll hear is you'll hear click, click, click as it goes on. There you go, click, 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 and then that's in place, and that's not coming out. That can't come out, so it's perfect if you're giving it to younger people.
Perfect, perfect, Hayley.
That was close, wasn't it?
Welcome to the world, Paul. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Absolutely brilliant. I hope you've enjoyed your craft along with Hayley.
You've done very well.
Thank you.
You've served wings and there's all sorts there.
Dirty on my fingers. It's been lovely. So you're back in on
Monday.
Monday.
Monday we're going to finish off the stittionary.
Oh, right, okay. Back in on Monday from Hayley. I'll see you again tomorrow evening. We'll do it all again, and so lots more shows. Don't go anywhere. More.